Changge, upon traversing into the central state's Tao domain, finds himself transformed into the divine scion of the Gu family. At the outset, his elder seeks to seize his sister's supreme bone. Yet with the power of the system at his disposal, Changge need not rely on her bone to attain enlightenment. Binding target receives one elixir from you, and a transcendent, celestial elixir returns a billionfold. Binding target receives your low-tier cultivation method, and a celestial method of Qinglian returns a billionfold. Binding target receives a billionfold return. Thus, Changge becomes the sole immortal among the myriad Tao domains. Chapter 1. Changge of the first sequence, the billionfold return system. In a vast expanse of 3,000 Tao domains, within the central heaven Tao domain of the central state, a 16-year-old youth suddenly opens his eyes, his gaze flickering with countless images. Am I traversing? Or am I reborn? At 16, is this the awakening of my innate wisdom? A tempest of thoughts swirls in Changge's mind as the memories of his past life intertwine with the present, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, clarity returns. To think I have truly traversed into a fantastical realm and become the true dragon son of a family renowned for its longevity. Alas, awakening my innate wisdom at 16 means I could have achieved so much more. Had I awakened earlier, perhaps I could have already secured the title of Divine Scion. In Changge's recollections, being of the first sequence does not guarantee the title of Divine Scion. It merely signifies that, among the 10 sequences, one possesses the utmost potential, talent, and combat prowess, with the competition lasting 3 years, culminating at the age of 18 when the decision for the Divine Scion is made. The 10 sequences derive from the various branches of the Gu family, and Changge represents the main lineage. Under normal circumstances, the true dragon son of the main lineage would ascend to become the divine scion of the Gu family. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events has unfolded. That is, each branch of the Gu family has given birth to unparalleled prodigies. A holy body, the primordial holy body, extraordinary enlightenment, the innate Tao body, even the 7 apertures Linglong heart, and the celestial overlord body, among others. As for Changge, he possesses the rare double pupils, with exceptional roots, rivaling the various holy bodies, Tao bodies, and divine bodies, the only difference being the absence of innate divine powers. Yet his double pupils alone grant him unparalleled potential. Having processed all the information, a slight smile graces Changge's lips. This identity, this talent, this background, what a magnificent start. With that, he blinks, confirming the absence of any unusual interface, only to hear a sarcastic prompt. Regrettably, as a transmigrant, I seem to lack a golden finger. Nevertheless, it matters little. With my current aptitude and foundation, I am confident in my path to invincibility. No sooner had Changge spoken than a notification sound made his eyes widen in surprise. Ding! Host's innate wisdom has been awakened. The invincible return system is activated. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Novice Invincible Return gift pack. The notification resounded in his mind, and an interface appeared before him, allowing Changge to clearly ascertain that he indeed possessed a system. No way. He had merely spoken it in jest. Yet a system has truly manifested. But having a system is fortuitous. It will facilitate Changge's journey toward invincibility. Invincible return system. Splendid. Changge contained a shock and eagerly inquired, System, elucidate your function. Ding, this system is named Invincible Return System. As the name implies, as long as the host bestows divine abilities, cultivation methods, divine weapons, or rare treasures upon the designated targets bound to this system, they shall receive extraordinary returns, with the magnitude of return determined by the multiplier reflecting the value. For instance, if the host gives a spirit stone to the bound target, a billionfold return will yield a celestial stone. Note, the items gifted by the host can only return items of the same category. Note, this system holds all explanatory rights. Upon reading the system's description, Changge understood immediately. The succinct introduction illuminated the incredible nature of his invincible return system. If wielded properly, his power would surge at an unimaginable pace. As Changge absorbed the system's details, another prompt echoed. Ding, detected that the host possesses the Novice Invincible Return gift pack. Would you like to activate it? The Novice gift pack. Based on his previous experiences with similar tales, it was bound to be extraordinary. Thus, Changge nodded without hesitation. Activate. Instantly, A cascade of information unfolded before him. Ding! Host has successfully activated the Novice Invincible Return Gift Pack. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. The first return will surely trigger a billionfold. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 1,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host, on receiving 500-fold critical hit cards. As he gazed at the flurry of notifications, Changge felt as if he were on the verge of defeating a boss. Just as he prepared to examine the contents, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at the uniformity of the rewards. Indeed, this is truly a return system. The rewards of a novice gift pack are all return cards. Yet, if utilized wisely, these return cards would undoubtedly amplify his foundation beyond imagination. Changge scrutinized each one. The first return must trigger a billionfold once the system identifies a suitable binding target. I must carefully consider what to gift for the first time. As he contemplated this, the system continued to provide updates. Detected that there are suitable binding targets within the goof family. Please approach the target within 100 meters to unlock the binding target information. The host may freely decide whether to bind a return target. Oh, the system has swiftly identified a binding target? I thought it would take longer. As Changge mused, a point of light appeared in his mind. It seemed the system was thoughtfully guiding him. Perfect. This saves him the trouble of searching. With this in mind, Changge prepared to rise and leave his chamber, heading toward the location of the light to unlock the system's binding return target. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Young Master Changge, the clan leader requests your presence in the main lineage's council hall, mentioning that there is good news to share. A young maid's voice rang out. My father seeks me? Understood. Changge nodded, sensing the system's binding target in his mind, deciding to wait a moment longer before venturing out, for the target was within the Gu family, and there was no need for haste. Upon Changge's arrival at the council hall, the elders of the main lineage were engaged in fervent discussion that I believe this matter is improper. How could our Gu family commit such an untrustworthy and shameless act? If this were to spread, our Gu family would surely become a laughingstock of the Central Heaven Dao domain. Indeed, with Changge's unparalleled talent, is such an action truly necessary? Why wouldn't it be necessary? This is the Supreme Bone with the Supreme Bone and double pupils. Our Gu family is destined to produce another emperor, absolutely. And the holder of the Supreme Bone is merely a young girl from a branch family, orphaned and unnoticed, who is only brought into the main lineage upon awakening her. Supreme Bone. Now that Changge has just ascended to the first sequence, securing the Divine Scion position with the support of the Supreme Bone is undoubtedly assured. Chapter 2. The Supreme Clan's Sister Reborn. As the elders of the clan deliberated within the council hall, the foremost figure finally spoke. Qing, the head of the Chongqing family, was also the father of Changge in this realm. As the patriarch, Qing had already achieved extraordinary prowess, reaching the 9th layer of the King realm, merely a step away from the existence of a quasi-saint. This world is categorized into 12 realms: opening meridians, nurturing spirits, liquid transformation and rainbow bridge, destiny wheel, divine communication, enlightenment, and ascension, king, quasi-saint, saint, and emperor realms. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 layers. Upon reaching the latter 4 realms, even the first layer of the king realm is regarded as a top expert among the 3,000 domains. As for the quasi-saints and saints, they represent an immortal sanctum, a testament to the heritage of the Chongqing family. Regarding the emperor realm, apart from the ancestors of the Chongqing family and other immortal sanctums, no emperor has emerged for over 100,000 years. When Qing spoke, all the elders' gazes shifted towards him. He slightly raised his head, smiling gently towards the entrance of the hall, and said, "Let Changge decide this matter for himself. We should refrain from imposing our judgments. Besides, the one possessing the Supreme Bone is also of our Chongqing Gu lineage, albeit a branch. If Changge requires the Supreme Bone, then the main lineage must provide the best compensation in other aspects." This was the extent of what Qing could do. Should Changge wish to seize the Supreme Bone, he would not object. It was merely the law of the jungle, only the strong prevail. Even within the family and sacred lands, the same principle applies. After concluding his statement, Qing addressed the entrance once more. "What are your thoughts, Changge?" As his words fell, the elders' gazes also turned towards the entrance. There stood a slender youth, akin to a graceful bamboo swaying in the wind, with striking features that, though still youthful, hinted at a future allure of remarkable charm. However, amidst everyone's attention, Changge felt somewhat bewildered. Had he just heard correctly? His father and the elders seemed poised to procure a Supreme Bone for him. Given his prior self-centered nature, he might not have declined such an offer. Yet, after awakening his innate wisdom, the implications of this situation weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, in a side chamber of the council hall, a delicate girl of around 14, with an exquisitely crafted visage, suddenly opened her eyes. As she did, a terrifying aura momentarily radiated from her petite frame, and her bright, black pearl-like eyes flickered with countless arcane symbols and images. After a few moments, as the phenomena within her gaze settled, her initially serene face displayed a mix of shock, confusion, and disbelief. "I have been reborn," Xianxiao murmured, raising her small hand to survey the room's arrangement, finally affirming her rebirth. "I have heard of reincarnating to cultivate anew and seizing bodies to do so, yet I have never heard of being able to be reborn to cultivate afresh." She had thought that everything would have been predetermined by that point. If given a second chance, her eyes sparkled with burgeoning brilliance, and an enchanting smile began to grace her youthful features. Xianxiao surveyed her familiar surroundings, her mind swirling with thoughts. This room seemed to be where the main lineage had intended to extract her supreme bone for Changge. "So, I am in the same position as before. Just before the extraction?" A sardonic smile crept across her face. However, Xianxiao would never forget the incredulity and reprimands from the elders of the Changge family when she had defeated Changge and ascended. With her rise, the Changge family acknowledged their errors, pleading for forgiveness at a heavy cost, losing several quasi-saints and a saintly ancestor to aid her. Taking a deep breath, her beautiful eyes reflected a maturity beyond her 14 years. It seemed that the elders of the main lineage would still attempt to extract her bone. Given her current lack of cultivation, resistance was impossible, and with the room sealed, devoid of spiritual power, even her vast knowledge would be inadequate to break free. It appeared she was destined to undergo the extraction once more. Xianxiao pursed her lips. "Very well, after the extraction, I shall be exiled to the ancestral grounds of the Changge family, just as in my previous life, where I can acquire a treasure within, enabling me to hasten the birth of my second supreme bone." Meanwhile, Changge's thoughts churned, his scalp tingling, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Only upon entering the council hall did a smile grace his face. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, concerning this matter." As he began to speak, all the elders perked up their ears. Based on their understanding of Changge, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity represented by the supreme bone, a talent that signified a formidable path ahead. Even Qing shared this sentiment, and the elders had already prepared to rise and escort Changge to the room where Xianxiao was imprisoned once he agreed. However, the next words from Changge left Qing and the elders wide-eyed in astonishment. "I am vehemently opposed to this." Changge's tone was cool and resolute, his demeanor unwavering. Some elders could hardly believe their ears, rubbing them to confirm their understanding. Qing was stunned, gazing at Changge with disbelief. "Changge, what did you say?" "I said I refuse." Chapter 3. A millionfold criticism returns the celestial bone. As his words echoed, the council hall fell into an immediate silence, each elder's face reflecting incredulity. Some could not restrain themselves from urging Changge. "Do you know how precious the supreme bone is?" Indeed, the supreme bone is innately supreme. Possessing one renders one invincible among peers, even against those of higher realms. Changge was well aware of this. In fact, it could be said that none within the 3,000 domains were ignorant of the supreme bone's might. It was precisely this knowledge that intensified his reluctance. This was clearly a coveted treasure, and he already possessed his unique dual pupil ability. Coupled with an invincible return system, there was no need to pursue a supreme bone. Changge nodded. "Then you." An elder could not help but interject. Yet, before he could finish, Changge interrupted him, delivering words that astonished all present. "The dual pupil path is inherently invincible. Why should I rely on another's bone? Especially not that of a sister." Changge stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of confidence and invincibility. As he spoke, a formidable presence emanated from him. The elders were shaken, their ears ringing. Some wore expressions of admiration, while others bore looks of regret. "Well said. As expected of the foremost of the Changge family. The dual pupil path is indeed invincible. Why borrow another's bone?" Qing laughed heartily, rising to declare, "With such demeanor, even without any innate talent, Changge shall surely make a name in the central heavenly domain. With the support of the Changge family, resounding throughout the 3,000 domains is but a matter of time." Seeing this, the elders could only sigh in resignation. Their intentions were, after all, for the good of the main lineage. After all, if a rare individual with dual pupils and the supreme bone were to emerge, the mere mention of such a name would surely resonate throughout the 3,000 Dao domains. Not to mention, Changge possesses such extraordinary talent and temperament. Once Gu Qing concluded his statement, he cast a satisfied glance at Gu Changge and said, "Since you have made your decision, let us meet Xianxiao. If we do not seize her supreme bone, she will undoubtedly become one of the pillars of the Changxing Gu family in the future. We must clarify certain matters with her in advance. She is still young, but we cannot conceal the truth of our actions from her. Any conflicts must be resolved in the gentlest manner possible." Gu Changge nodded in agreement, judging solely by his approach to handling affairs. Gu Qing was already worthy of being the head of the Changxing Gu family. Moreover, he was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the King realm, nearly touching the threshold of quasi-sainthood. The group proceeded to the secluded chamber where Gu Qingxiao was confined. Lying on the bed, Gu Qingxiao felt a surge of anxiety as she sensed the dissipating restraints and the sound of footsteps approaching. Are they here? Changxing Gu family, true to her memories, was indeed eager to extract her supreme bone. Having been reborn, she was about to experience the agony of bone extraction once more. And all she could feel was a wave of cold mockery. Creak. The door swung open, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed. Gu Qingxiao was aware that in addition to Gu Qing and Gu Changge, there were several elders from the main lineage present. So the multitude of steps did not surprise her. On the bed lay a delicate young girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, with exquisitely sculpted features. Though still young, her demeanor was akin to a budding blue lotus, hinting at unparalleled beauty in her future. Gu Qing and the elders gazed at Gu Qingxiao on the bed, and even they had to admit that she was indeed the host of the Supreme Bone. She appeared to embody the essence of heaven and earth, a flawless manifestation of celestial craftsmanship. Many elders expressed their admiration for her perfection at such a tender age. Gu Changge, however, wore a look of astonishment, his heart racing with shock. As he approached, he realized he was drawing nearer to the target designated by the system for binding and return. Upon reaching the door, he confirmed that the person within, possessing the Supreme Bone, was indeed the individual the system had indicated. If he recalled correctly, this person was named Gu Qingxiao. A month prior, she had awakened her Supreme Bone, and as of now, no one within the Changxing Gu family was aware of it, with only those from the main lineage informed. To his surprise, the target for the system's binding return was an individual with such an extraordinary background. While Gu Changge was astonished, the system's prompt appeared. Beep. Detected host proximity to the system's investment return target. Would you like to view information? Yes. Beep. Detected host proximity to the system's investment return target. Would you like to bind? Yes. As he observed the information before him, Gu Changge turned his gaze back to Gu Qingxiao. Promptly addressing the system, please display the information. Scanning the daughter of the Changxing Gu family S branch, Gu Qingxiao. Information generation complete. Nickname, Gu Qingxiao. Identity, daughter of the Changxing Gu family branch, reborn supreme, lady of fortune, physique, supreme bone. Techniques, none. Divine powers, none. Recent fortune, available for viewing after binding. As Gu Changge perused Gu Qingxiao's information, he found her physique and attributes as expected. However, upon seeing her identity, he could no longer contain his astonishment. Reborn supreme? Good heavens. Gu Changge widened his eyes, confirming he had not misread. Imperial Supreme Realm. Gasp. Gu Changge felt fortunate for his decision, simultaneously commending his ability to avoid danger. It was fortunate he had not agreed. Otherwise, he would have offended a reborn supreme. A lady of fortune with a supreme bone. Even the Changxing Gu family would be unable to withstand such a conflict. Yet, knowing Gu Qingxiao's remarkable background left Gu Changge with no reluctance regarding his first binding target. Investing in a reborn supreme with a supreme bone, especially one blessed with fortune, seemed undeniably advantageous. With a sudden surge of determination, Gu Changge declared, "System, bind Gu Qingxiao as the investment return target." Beep. Binding successful. Binding target, Gu Qingxiao. Recent fortune unlocked. Once Gu Changge completed his actions, Gu Qing and the elders observed that he had been fixated on Gu Qingxiao since entering the room. Gu Qing, assuming that Gu Changge had changed his mind, chuckled and asked, "Changge, have you had a change of heart?" "No," Gu Changge replied, but just as he finished speaking, the system's prompt caused his pupils to constrict slightly, his heart soaring with exhilaration. Beep. Host has altered the destined trajectory, rejecting the supreme bone, triggering the return mechanism. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first return. Congratulations to the host for triggering the first return with a guaranteed billionfold critical hit. Host investment binding target, Gu Qingxiao's supreme bone, receiving a billionfold return, celestial bone. Detected the uniqueness of the celestial bone. The return reward is commencing fusion. Chapter 4. Gu Qingxiao is dumbfounded. Wait, is this not the correct way to open it? Would you like to begin fusion? Yes. Upon seeing the information before him, Gu Changge immediately chose to decline. Now was not the time for fusion of the celestial bone. However, despite his refusal, Changge felt an immense joy within, for this was indeed a celestial bone. He had not anticipated that rejecting the supreme bone would trigger the return mechanism, nor had he expected the destined trajectory to be so intriguing. Could it be that his destined path was to inevitably accept the supreme bone? Goodness. Changge could only commend the depth of the situation. What were you just doing? Qing, noticing Changge's unblinking gaze upon Xianxiao, assumed he was enamored by her beauty and suggested, "It seems that without a servant by your side, and given Xianxiao's exceptional talent and supreme bone, she could serve as your aide, perhaps even becoming your maid to attend to you?" Changge was taken aback. The elders nearby were equally astonished. Changge hesitated, then chuckled helplessly. "Head of the family, you jest. Xianxiao is my cousin. How could she possibly be my maid?" Qing furrowed his brow. "If not a maid, do you wish for her to become a wife or concubine?" Changge's lips twitched. It was either a maid or a wife. It was as if they assumed he had taken a liking to her. That is not the case. Changge shook his head. "Then why were you staring at her just now?" Qing inquired, puzzled. "Could it be that I misunderstood your gaze? That kind of admiration is something men understand." He had merely glanced at her. The rest of his attention was directed at the system's information. "What do you mean, staring at her?" Changge replied, exasperated. "I was merely examining the wonders of the supreme bone." "Father, have you misunderstood me?" Cough. Qing, feeling awkward, cleared his throat. Changge no longer addressed him as the head of the family, but directly as father, highlighting his exasperation. Qing awkwardly replied, "Is that so? However, the supreme bone is hidden within the flesh and blood, its divine aspects being subtle. Changge, by rejecting the supreme bone, you may find it difficult to truly perceive its essence." While Changge and Qing were conversing, Xianxia was left in a stupor. What on earth? Changge rejected her supreme bone? Xianxia's mind buzzed. According to her memories before reincarnation, Qing had brought Changge and the elders to simply extract her bone. How could Changge possibly refuse? As her thoughts raced, Changge shook his head. "Father, our immortal family stands firm for millennia, looking down upon the world not merely due to bloodline inheritance, but through the unity of hearts. The benefits are substantial. How could I agree to extract my cousin's supreme bone for myself?" Qing was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly. "Of course, I understand." The elders felt a wave of awkwardness at his words. They are certainly aware of this principle. However, this is the supreme bone we are discussing. Whether it is the divinely born or the inherently supreme bone, each represents an extraordinary and unparalleled talent. The fusion of the two into one could only be imagined as the birth of an incredibly formidable prodigy. Thus, they chose to remain oblivious to it. Yet, now that Changge has declined, a sense of relief washed over them, freeing them from the inner turmoil of guilt. After Changge spoke, he turned to Xianxiao and said, "Sister Xianxiao hails from a collateral branch, having lost both parents and lacking support. She possesses the supreme bone. Father, let her be my sister. I shall take good care of her." Changge then made a momentous decision. To have Xianxiao as a sister? Was this truly the same Changge who had once been solely devoted to cultivation and somewhat indifferent towards his clan? It seemed that since ascending to the first sequence, Changge's character had undergone a significant transformation. However, his concern for the family and deep sense of loyalty were precisely what they wished to witness. Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, if that is the case, let her be your sister. With the supreme bone, she is destined for greatness, achieving at least the saint realm, so it is wise to foster a good relationship from a young age." Changge nodded in acknowledgement, and then addressed Qing and the elders. "Once Sister Xianxiao awakens, please arrange for her to reside in my first sequence residence. I take my leave now. Go on." Qing smiled. The elders also quickly displayed smiles in response. As Changge departed, the room fell into a serene silence, leaving Qing and the elders. Some elders still gazed longingly at the bed where Xianxiao lay, seemingly in peaceful slumber. Patriarch, must we truly refrain from allowing Changge to fuse with the supreme bone? "This is combined with the supreme bone," one elder exclaimed. Another added, "With this combination, our Changge could undoubtedly become invincible across the 3,000 domains, achieving an unparalleled throne." "You're being overly fixated," Qing remarked, glancing at the speaking elder. "Did Changge not say it himself? The represents an invincible path. Why must he borrow another's bone, especially that of a sister? Since Changge has already made his intentions clear, insisting otherwise may not be beneficial." A collective sigh escaped the elders. "Let us depart. The adult ceremony trial is approaching, and the sealing there is loosened. We must reinforce it. Otherwise, any mishap would yield dire consequences." Qing and the elders took their leave. 15 minutes later, after confirming that no one was in the room, Xianxiao finally opened her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. How could events have diverged from her memories? Did Changge actually refuse her supreme bone? Was she not reborn but merely dreaming? Xianxiao murmured, before shaking her head resolutely. Impossible. The various techniques and opportunities in my mind are exceedingly clear. There is no way this is a dream. As she spoke, her gaze turned towards the door in confusion. Yet Changge had indeed chosen not to take her supreme bone, even altering the thoughts of Qing and the other main lineage powers. Was her approach incorrect? Furthermore, Changge had boldly proclaimed that there was an invincible path, needing no borrowed bones. This already hinted at an emerging invincibility. In her previous life, he lacked such audacity. Relying instead on the fusion of the supreme bone and to become a divine child, traversing the world and contending with the prodigies across the 3,000 domains. Slowly cultivating that aura, which was not even strong. Not only that, but he also wished to protect her, proposing that she become his sister. Xianxiao felt overwhelmed. The developments unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected. Ordinarily, she should have sought the bone and revisited memories to grow increasingly despondent regarding the Changge family, gradually reclaiming her peak with the knowledge from her past life. Instead, Changge's words and actions left her at a loss. Even though she had once been the supreme one, facing such unexpected warmth and familial affection proved daunting. Chapter 5. The Celestial Bone Shakes the Domains. The ancestor of saints emerges. While Xianxiao was in a daze, Changge sat upright on the bed, gazing at the information before him with a look of anticipation and excitement. This venture yielded immense rewards. Not only had he bound a reincarnated female supreme from a noble clan, but he had also acquired a celestial bone. Remarkable. Although he was uncertain of the celestial bone's true potency, anything adorned with the word celestial was bound to be extraordinary. It is essential to note that throughout history, the imperial powers of the 3,000 domains have pursued the footsteps of the celestial. Now, he had obtained a celestial bone. Host, will you begin the integration of the celestial bone with a billionfold return? Indeed. As Changge prepared to confirm, he hesitated for a moment, surveying his surroundings. There was no doubt that the fusion of the celestial bone would create an extraordinary phenomenon. He had two choices. The first was to conceal the phenomenon during fusion, allowing his father, Qing, to intervene to mask the event and continue to cultivate in peace. He could fabricate a backstory for the origin of the celestial bone. As in this world, even reincarnation and recultivation would not be surprising, claiming that it had been brewing within him all along would suffice. The second option was this. Now that he possessed the and held the esteemed position of the first sequence, if he were to unleash the celestial bone's effects, those in the subsequent sequences and the forces behind them would regard him with even greater caution. Adversarial factions would likely see him as a thorn in their side, a dangerous presence. However, Changge hesitated only for a fleeting moment before opting for the second choice. What a joke. He was already a renowned figure, endowed with the and the title of the first sequence of the Changge family. If he were to conceal such a talent as the celestial bone, he might as well abandon cultivation altogether and live as a recluse. By revealing his exceptional qualities, his status would not only render him free from any overt dangers but would also earn him greater recognition. With this thought in mind, Changge did not waver. He immediately directed his intention towards the system. System, I wish to integrate the celestial bone. As soon as Changge's words fell, a mysterious and divine aura surged from his seated form. It felt as though a celestial light was brewing in his chest, beginning to radiate through flesh and skin, shimmering with a brilliant glow. In an instant, the entire Changge family was enveloped by an enigmatic aura, akin to a divine presence descending upon them, almost simultaneously. At the moment this aura emerged, countless terrifying eyes within the vast territory of the Changge family slowly opened, their powerful energies awakening, transforming into beams of divine light shooting skyward. These were the elders of the Changge family, having reached the level of feather transformation or even the king realm. They stood beneath the clear sky, surveying their surroundings, their souls vibrating in communication. Where did this sensation emanate from? How peculiar. Why was there no sign of any phenomenon? Could it be that another true dragon among our Changge family is about to awaken? The elders exchanged thoughts in astonishment. Some younger members of the Changge family gazed up at the heavens in shock. They had never witnessed such a sudden emergence of so many family elders. These elders held significant authority and exceptional cultivation levels, and aside from the core prodigies or high-ranking members, they were seldom seen. Today, so many had been stirred. The patriarch of the Changge family, Qing, also opened his eyes. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Changge family, dilapidated earth mounds, exposed coffins, and the skeletal remains of those long deceased began to emanate a remarkable aura as they revived. The energies radiating from the ancestral grounds left countless individuals in the Changge Gu family deeply shaken. This mysterious aura had even roused the ancient ancestors within the ancestral lands. It is worth noting that the ancestors within the Changge Gu family were at least of quasi-saint level, with some even having achieved the status of a saint or a half-step emperor. Amidst the astonishment of many in the Changge Gu family, a resounding celestial light suddenly pierced through the 9 heavens, resonating across vast distances. In the realm of the celestial path, a vast expanse of void suddenly erupted as if it had been set ablaze. Amidst the resplendent celestial light, countless extraordinary phenomena unfolded in an instant. True dragons and phoenixes roared and soared, while auspicious xianxias dashed about. Even within the 3 billion miles of the eternal life Gu family, a purple aura emerged from the east. Ethereal celestial light wafted, and the figures of celestial maidens danced, unlike anything from the mortal realm. There were also ethereal deities ascending to the heavens, heralding signs of ascension. The sudden commotion left countless beings in the realm of the celestial path utterly astonished, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Moreover, the most powerful figures from various immortal sanctuaries and the eternal life aristocracy stood aloft in the sky, gazing into the void, their eyes fixed on the direction of the eternal life Gu family. At the ancient nest, a king-level being on the 9th tier, about to step into the realm of quasi-saints, exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could such a phenomenon arise from the eternal life Gu family? Humanity has once again produced an invincible prodigy." At the sacred spirit mountain, a being of equal prowess to the dragon of the ancient nest, and perhaps even more formidable, stood atop the mountains, gazing towards the eternal life Gu family, declaring, "This overwhelming spectacle in the realm of the celestial path, with purple chi emanating from the east for millions of miles, what terrifying talent could possibly cause such a fearsome phenomenon? We must investigate and eliminate this gifted individual in the cradle. The balance between humanity and us cannot be disrupted." In addition, formidable adversarial forces against humanity, such as the Undying Mountain, the primordial ancient mine, and the underworld, also began to investigate the cause of this phenomenon. Though humanity was dominant in the realm of the 3,000 paths, formidable foes still lurked. The ancient Fierce Beast clan, the Sacred Spirit clan, the Zombie clan, the Primordial clan, the Ghostly Underworld, and others were all significant enemies of humanity, watching vigilantly, should humanity reveal any weakness. They would undoubtedly topple the 3,000 paths and reclaim their supremacy. Despite humanity's might, internal strife was rampant. Otherwise, these foreign races would not thrive so well. Nor could they compete with humanity, as multitudes of beings in the celestial path were shaken by the spectacle atop the first estate of the eternal life Gu family. A hand tore through the void, spanning thousands of miles. Following this, an elderly figure, resembling a withered husk, yet with eyes like stars and an aura of myriad Tao rhythms, emerged. Oh, the one responsible for this astonishing phenomenon is indeed the first of our eternal life Gu family in this generation. The elder's expression brimmed with delight as he gazed intently at the first estate below. At the moment of his appearance, several clan elders had already approached, including Gu Qing and others. Upon recognizing the elder, they all trembled, their eyes widening. This was a revered ancestral sage. Could this phenomenon have indeed attracted the ancestral sage? Chapter 6, The Sun? My child possesses the qualities of an emperor. The elder stood in the air, his robe billowing gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance and distinction. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the elder's presence, devoid of any divine majesty, yet imparting a terrifying sense of a blazing sun manifesting. He was akin to that brilliant sun itself. Witnessing such an omen, the gathered clan elders gasped in astonishment. Is this not the ancestor Gu Yang? Could it be the same ancestor Gu Yang who appeared a millennium ago, wielding the power of the sun to incinerate a blood sea and slay the terrifying blood demon that wreaked havoc in the realm of the celestial path? As it turned out, the clan possessed records that stated when ancestor Gu Yang emerged to vanquish the blood demon, the sun blazed in the sky, and the true solar power scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, with the manifestation of the golden crow, astonishing all. Even after a millennium, the realm of the celestial path still remembered the might of ancestor Gu Yang. The clan elders were in shock and debate, but with Gu Qing's respectful bow, their suspicions were confirmed. We pay our respects to ancestor Gu Yang. Gu Qing bowed slightly towards the towering figure of ancestor Gu Yang, who resembled the sun, speaking with utmost reverence. The other elders quickly realized the situation and knelt in unison. We pay our respects to ancestor Gu Yang. The voices of the Gu clan elders resounded towards the heavens. The younger members of the eternal life Gu family were left speechless and astonished. Good heavens! It truly is an ancestor. Ancestor Gu Yang is a sage-level cultivator, having reached the pinnacle of cultivation, I cannot believe I have witnessed the emergence of the ancestral sage. What kind of phenomenon could have triggered this? He is surely destined for greatness. Ancestor Gu Yang looked down upon Gu Qing and the assembled elders, nodding with a smile. Indeed, our eternal life Gu family has gained another invincible prodigy, and it is the first of the line. How splendid. As Ancestor Gu Yang spoke, the entire eternal life Gu family fell silent. The previously astonished younger members were now left in a daze. Did we just hear correctly? What? Was that previous terrifying spectacle caused by the First Estate? The First Estate belongs to young Master Gu Changge, does it not? Hasn't young Master already been blessed with divine traits and dual pupils? This cannot be possible. The younger members of the eternal life Gu family were in disbelief, while the various estates within the family now turned their keen gazes towards the First Estate. Not only the younger members, but also Gu Qing and the clan elders were equally astonished. They had sensed the phenomenon but had not confirmed who had caused it. No wonder the ancestor had appeared above the First Estate. Having torn through the void, it turned out the terrifying spectacle was indeed the work of Gu Changge. Yet, Gu Changge had already awakened his dual pupils. Now, this phenomenon rivaled even the manifestation of his dual pupils at birth. What new talent had he awakened to cause such a stir? Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, he had just completed the fusion of the celestial bone. His consciousness sensed within his chest, where a misty celestial light swirled in chaos, as if nurturing a celestial being, harboring immense terror that, once unleashed, could sweep across the world. Moreover, during the fusion with the celestial bone, Gu Changge's physical form was tempered by the power of the celestial bone, achieving a physical strength that reached 1,000,000 pounds, comparable to cultivators at the Rainbow Bridge realm, while his cultivation had surpassed the Rainbow Bridge, causing the fate wheel to manifest within his dantian. The first 4 realms for cultivators are opening meridians, nurturing spirits, transforming liquids, and Rainbow Bridge. These foundational stages hone the path's foundation. As the foremost of the eternal life Gu family, Gu Changge's foundation was undoubtedly flawless. Following this, he would enter the true realms that cultivate the power of a great cultivator, known as Fate Wheel, Divine Communication, Enlightenment, and Ascension. At this moment, Gu Changge had already activated his Fate Wheel. Above his dantian, a 9-pattern Fate Wheel was slowly rotating as it spun. Drops of spiritual power were ground down and fell from the Fate Wheel, forming his cultivation energy. There are 9 patterns on the Fate Wheel. The more patterns, the more extraordinary the talent. With my 9-pattern Fate Wheel, I am already a prodigy beyond compare. However, with the celestial bone, it seems it can aid in nurturing my Fate Wheel. Not only that, but it is also subtly enhancing my physical form. The 9 patterns have not yet reached their limit. Could it be that I can continue to manifest fate patterns, enriching my foundation? If so, this ability alone is worthy of the name Celestial Bone. Furthermore, I am uncertain what astonishing divine abilities the Celestial Bone will give rise to. Gu Changge felt immense satisfaction regarding the Celestial Bone. As for the commotion outside, Gu Changge was aware but did not rush to emerge until he had completely digested the opportunities presented by the Celestial Bone. Only then did he open his eyes to sense his own state. Having fully awakened the Celestial Bone, Ancestor Gu Yang in the heavens sensed something as well and remarked with a smile, "It seems he has awakened completely." As Ancestor Gu Yang finished speaking, a streak of light shot forth from the First Estate. The Fateful realm allowed one to tread upon the void, transforming into a streak of light. In a single day, one could traverse 1,000 miles, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, which symbolizes a great cultivator. Gu Changge transformed into a streak of light, dazzling the younger members of the eternal life Gu family, leaving them entranced. As he became a streak of light, young Master Changge had already broken through the Fate Wheel. How old is the illustrious young Master Changge? He appears to be merely 16, does he not? A 16-year-old in the realm of fate? My goodness. Not only that, but he possesses the rare dual pupils and has just awakened an extraordinary talent. Truly, my family, the Gu clan of eternal life is on the verge of producing an unrivaled true dragon. The younger generation of the Gu clan gasped in astonishment. Gu Qing, witnessing Gu Changge transform into a stream of light and stand alongside them, felt a rush of surprise and then immense joy. It is no wonder that he is Gu Qing's son. My child possesses the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge respectfully greeted the ancestors, the clan leader, and the esteemed elders. His demeanor was composed, his expression unwavering, as he naturally bowed to Gu Yang, Gu Qing, and the assembly of elders. Although the youth appeared rather juvenile, he exhibited remarkable steadiness in the face of such a significant occasion. His features, while youthful, were strikingly handsome. Adorned in a luxurious black and gold robe, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding an aura of nobility that was both subtle and ethereal. Even in this moment, He captivated countless hearts. One can only imagine how breathtaking he will be as he matures. While looks may not hold paramount importance in this world where strength reigns supreme, an attractive appearance certainly adds to one's allure. Gu Yang gazed at Gu Changge with evident fondness, nodding in approval as he remarked, "Indeed, indeed. It is no surprise that you are the foremost talent of our Gu clan of eternal life. You possess the rare dual pupils, and now you have awakened a second extraordinary gift. Thus, you are undoubtedly the chosen son of our clan. Are you willing to accept this honor?" Chapter 7. Giving them an opportunity to become stepping stones. Upon hearing these words, the previously astonished members of the Gu clan erupted in uproar. Gu Qing and the elders exchanged looks of disbelief as they turned to Gu Yang. Has our venerable ancestor directly appointed Gu Changge as the chosen son? The minds of the gathered individuals buzzed with confusion. Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, yet his countenance remained serene as he regarded the venerable Gu Yang before him. Gu Yang gazed at Gu Changge with a warm expression, his eyes brimming with admiration, although he was unaware of the specifics of Gu Changge's second awakening. The grandeur of the earlier scene suggested it must be an extraordinary talent, with the dual pupils and this newfound exceptional gift. Coupled with Gu Changge's status as the foremost talent, it was clear why he made this proposal. What is your opinion? Gu Yang inquired once more. Gu Changge was about to respond when the elders from the other branches could no longer remain silent. They understood that, as the position of chosen son was not yet secured, their favored candidates from other lineages still held a chance. With Gu Changge being designated as the chosen son by the ancestor, what did that mean for them? If it were finalized, all their previous efforts would be rendered futile. The Gu clan of eternal life maintained a united front outwardly, yet internally, there needed to be a competitive spirit, supporting the most promising talents from their respective branches to ascend as the chosen son was a form of competition. However, this competition was meant to be healthy, providing resources to aid the aspirants in their pursuits. Any hostility towards one's own kin would not be tolerated. The Gu clan, having endured through the ages, naturally possessed its own methods of governance. Indeed, every prominent and immortal family at the pinnacle of the Tao has its own set of principles. While the overarching tenets may be similar, each is tailored to align with the unique dynamics of their respective powers. Ancestor, this matter requires further deliberation, one elder spoke up. Historically, the Gu clan of eternal life has relied on its strength to compete. How can we appoint a chosen son merely based on the exhibition of some talents? I dare to voice my concerns. This would be unfair to the other candidates. Hearing this, Gu Qing and the primary branch elders exchanged glances, and soon one of the main branch elders stepped forward, huffing, "What is there to object to? Changge is born with dual pupils and has now awakened a second extraordinary gift. With such talents, who could possibly rival him? Moreover, he is the foremost talent. Does that not prove he stands above the younger generation of our clan?" The other primary branch elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Gu Su's words ring true. The status of the foremost talent speaks for itself. Not to mention, Changge has already reached the realm of fate at the tender age of 16. Who else can claim such an achievement? The primary branch elder spoke confidently, casting a triumphant gaze at the other branch elders. The latter seethed with indignation. Gu Yang observed this and slightly nodded, addressing the dissenting elders with a smile. Is there anyone among the current ranks at the realm of fate? If there is, let them step forward and challenge Gu Changge. The victor can also be appointed as the chosen son of our Gu clan of eternal life. As Gu Yang's words echoed through the hall, silence enveloped the room. The elders from the other branches stammered, their faces twitching, for there was indeed no one present at that level. Since there is none, let us proceed accordingly, Gu Yang declared, casting a glance at the assembly of branch elders before turning his gaze back to Gu Changge, his smile radiant. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed ancestor's favor. Since you have been designated as the chosen son, Changge has no reason to decline. With a respectful bow to Gu Yang, Gu Changge accepted the honor with enthusiasm. Excellent, excellent, Gu Yang exclaimed, laughing heartily. However, the next words that left Gu Changge's mouth took everyone by surprise. Yet, should there be dissent among certain members of the clan regarding my position, it would be challenging for me to ensure the unity of the Gu clan of eternal life. Therefore, I offer an opportunity to my kin. Should any of them triumph over me before the upcoming competition for the chosen son, I shall relinquish my title and step down. Boom. Gu Changge's proclamation resonated like a droplet of scalding oil dropped into the tranquil waters of the Gu clan of eternal life. Everyone understood that this was a declaration of war to the younger generation, compelling them to submit to him or forfeit the title of chosen son. In one courtyard of the Gu estate, a robust youth wielding a long spear displayed a fierce determination. Very well, Gu Changge. I shall seek to reclaim my honor at the upcoming competition. In another courtyard, a seemingly ordinary youth, carrying a mystic measuring rod, murmured to himself, "Ah, is this an opportunity for us to become stepping stones? But who will truly become the stepping stone? That remains to be seen." The sentiments expressed in these two courtyards echoed throughout the Gu estate, as each individual was a previously celebrated talent from the last competition. Upon hearing Gu Changge's declaration, they all ignited with a fervor, their spirits soaring. Truly, he is the true dragon favored by our ancestor, perceptive of others' hearts and poised in his dealings. Changge, the future of the Gu clan of eternal life rests upon your shoulders. As the events drew to a close, Gu Yang, with a hearty laugh, transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the revered ancestral grounds of the Gu clan. The elders followed suit, bowing in unison as they bid farewell to their venerable ancestor. Thus, the appointment of Gu Changge as the chosen son of the Gu clan of eternal life was established in an unexpected manner. However, this chosen son was unlike any before him, for any member of the clan could challenge him as long as they belonged to the ranks. Should they defeat Gu Changge, the title would rightfully transfer to them, and he would no longer be eligible to reclaim it. Such a precedent had never before been set within the storied history of the Gu clan of eternal life. Consequently, a current of anticipation surged through the clan, igniting the ambitions of numerous young talents within the lineage, eager to experience the taste of being the chosen son, even if only for a fleeting moment. As the maid busily tidied up, Gu Qingxiu prepared to visit the first sequence mansion, destined to become the protected sister of Gu Changge. However, her heart was in turmoil, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The aura she had just sensed was divine. Moreover, Gu Changge had been designated as a divine son. This diverged entirely from the trajectory of her memories. In Chapter 8, titled Fortune, Farewell, Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu's heart trembled profoundly as she gazed toward the first sequence mansion, unable to conceal her shock. Despite being a reborn sovereign, witnessing the celestial aura emanating from Gu Changge's residence was almost beyond her belief. "Miss Gu, everything is ready. We may proceed to young Master Changge's residence," said a respectful maid, her eyes filled with envy. "Very well," Gu Qingxiu replied, suppressing her inner astonishment, and calmly followed the two maids assigned to her as they escorted her to the first sequence mansion for a formal visit. Although Gu Changge had acknowledged Gu Qingxiu as his sister, the exact nature of their relationship would ultimately depend on Gu Changge's disposition. Thus, until it was confirmed whether Gu Changge truly regarded Gu Qingxiu as a sister, no one dared to slight her. At the first sequence mansion, Gu Qing and several clan elders had gathered, their attention fixated on a young man who exuded a burgeoning aura of elegance and charm. Curiosity etched on his face. Gu Qing inquired of Gu Changge, "Changge, what is your awakened secondary talent?" As Gu Qing spoke, all the elders perked up, eager to listen. In the presence of so many onlookers, they had refrained from questioning Gu Changge about his awakened talent, given the significance of the matter. It was better not to disclose it too soon. However, with only the prominent members of the Longxing Gu family present, there was no issue in discussing it now. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swept through the gathering, even causing Gu Qing, a ninth-level sovereign, to feel a sense of suppression from a different realm of existence. The expressions of the other elders flushed red as they stared in disbelief at Gu Changge's chest. Beneath his black robe, a radiant celestial light burst forth, revealing a shimmering brilliance that seemed to cradle the ethereal form of a deity, poised to unleash its formidable power. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Gu Qing, rendered speechless, excitedly asked Gu Changge, "Changge, is that the sovereign bone?" Gu Qing was struck dumb. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when Gu Qingxiu had awakened her sovereign bone. The other elders were equally exhilarated, some rubbing their eyes vigorously to confirm they were not mistaken. The sovereign bone? No. Looking at the dumbfounded Gu Qing and the elders, Gu Changge, suppressing his elation, replied with a smile, "According to the information I inherited, what I possess is the legendary celestial bone." Boom. Gu Changge's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of Gu Qing and the others. "The celestial bone? It truly is the celestial bone," Gu Qing muttered. The other elders trembled with excitement as the realization settled in. Indeed, only the celestial bone could produce such a grand phenomenon, awakening with an impact that reverberated through the heavenly Tao. They recalled that when Qingxiu's sovereign bone awakened, it merely manifested a 10,000-mile spectacle, which paled in comparison to the celestial display from Changge's awakening. Yes, only the celestial bone can account for this. In an instant, the gazes of all present shifted, now imbued with awe for Gu Changge. With dual pupils in the celestial bone, what terrifying potential lay before them. Heavens! Gu Qing and the main clan elders exchanged ecstatic glances, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Changge had not opted to strip his clan sister of her sovereign bone. Perhaps this was indeed a reward for him, as he awakened an even more formidable celestial bone in an instant. At this moment, all the elders of the Longxing Gu family erupted into joyous laughter, discussing the implications. Some elders from other branches, while pleased, felt a pang of bitterness. After all, a dual pupil alone had already overshadowed the younger generation of the Longxing Gu family. With the addition of the celestial bone, what hope did the other branches have? Naturally, they resolved to keep this news from the other sequences, knowing it would be too disheartening for the youth. Enough, Qin commanded, restoring silence within the first sequence mansion. He smiled, gazing at Changge with immense satisfaction. Changge, now that you have awakened the celestial bone, and with it the potential for unparalleled celestial arts, the resources required for your cultivation will be beyond imagination. Since Ancestor Guiyang has recognized you as a divine son, starting this month, the family will allocate resources to you based on the standards for a divine son, with an additional 20% increase. After Qin concluded, he turned to the assembled elders. What say you? Certainly, came the unanimous agreement from the elders, acknowledging that Changge's talent was now evident. To refuse would be foolish. While intra-family competition could be healthy, the consensus was clear when it came to nurturing an extraordinary prodigy. The Longxing Gu family would spare no expense. Thank you, clan leader and esteemed elders. Changge's heart soared with joy as he respectfully bowed to Qing and the elders present. Observing Changge's courtesy and grace, the elders were filled with admiration. Such demeanor already set him apart from many in other sequences. Following this, Qing and the elders began to exit. Changge, relieved to see the first sequence mansion quiet again, sensed the subtle enhancements coursing through his body from the celestial bone and turned to enter his room. The next day, Changge sat cross-legged in his chamber, waves of profound celestial sounds resonating within, with celestial light occasionally streaming through the window, as though a deity were cultivating inside. After a few moments, these phenomena gradually dissipated. Changge opened his eyes, feeling the incredible power within his physique, and clenched his fist, producing a thunderous sound. In just one night, his physical strength surged from 1,000,000 pounds to an astonishing 100,000 pounds. The celestial bone was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, within his dantian, Changge focused inward, observing a vast ocean of spiritual energy, rippling like waves, upon which floated a 9-patterned life wheel radiating an immortal glow. As the wheel spun, it exuded an extraordinary aura, 1,000 zhang spiritual sea. In just one night, I have solidified my cultivation at the first level of the life wheel. The 9 levels of the life wheel, each representing 1,000 zhang, culminate in 9,000 zhang. Once I gather a spiritual sea of 9,000 zhang, I will embody the 9th level of the life wheel. Moreover, since I have awakened the 9-pattern life wheel, a single drop of condensed spiritual energy from my life wheel is equivalent to 100 drops for an ordinary person. Just considering the intensity of spiritual energy, I could easily slay opponents of the same rank, and defeating foes beyond my level would be effortless. Combined with my physical prowess, my foundation has become exponentially stronger. Changge, having reflected on this, rose from his bed, intending to step outside for some fresh air and to practice his divine abilities. For mastering the nuances of his newfound powers was essential following such a significant breakthrough. However, just as he opened the door, a lovely maid awaited outside. Upon seeing Changge emerge, the maid respectfully greeted him. Greetings, divine son. Last night, Miss Xianxiao visited, but you were consolidating your strength and did not wish to be disturbed. Would you like to meet with Miss Xianxiao now? Xianxiao? She came to the sequence mansion last night? Changge mused, realizing that this reborn sovereign sister knew how to conduct herself well. Having come to pay her respects and allowing the maid to wait here all night, his eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Has my sister Xianxiao arrived? Please bring her to my courtyard. Certainly, divine son. The maid nodded, a hint of bashfulness in her glance at Changge, before swiftly departing. Recalling Xianxiao's profile from the previous day, Changge felt a stir in his heart and began to investigate. Recalling that he could check her recent fortunes if his memory served him correctly. This function, Changge felt, was one of the keys to his future ascension. Nickname, Xianxiao. Identity, daughter of the Gu clan's branch. Reborn supreme. Strength, 9th layer of the opening veins realm. Physique, supreme bone. Technique, Void Sutra. Divine ability, Void Great Palm Seal. Recent fortune. Upon examining Xianxiao's panel, Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. No, what on earth happened overnight? Xianxiao had merely cultivated for one night and had reached the 9th layer of the opening veins realm. This is the extraordinary power of a reborn supreme. Cultivating as easy as eating and drinking. As for Xianxiao mastering the Void Sutra, it was quite normal. After all, She was a reborn supreme who had acquired the imperial techniques of the long-living Gu clan ahead of time, which was nothing remarkable. What was truly outrageous was the strength displayed on her panel. Compared to the previous day, it was nothing short of earth-shattering. Ultimately, Gu Changge's gaze fell upon Gu Qingxiu's recent fortune. Recent fortune, fallen reborn empress, destined to continue a troubled fate as in her past life, with her foundation excavated. Yet, destiny is unpredictable. Unforeseen changes have already occurred. The supreme bone remains hidden within her, augmented by the insights of her past life. She has a soaring fortune. Under the protection and cultivation of the long-living Gu clan's divine son, her strength will continue to surge, and in a month, she will participate in the coming-of-age trial with the divine son of the long-living Gu clan, obtaining the holy grade dragon elephant technique in the void secret realm. Upon seeing the words dragon elephant technique, Gu Changge found himself unable to continue reading the subsequent text. He could not glean any further information about her fortune. However, the information he had already seen was enough for Gu Changge to contemplate for quite some time. Indeed, the binding return target of the system was extraordinary. Just this snippet of recent fortune indicated the acquisition of a holy grade body refining technique. Who knows what astonishing opportunities lay ahead? Holy grade body refining techniques are rare even within the long-living Gu clan, with only a dozen or so in their collection. The fact that the dragon elephant technique could be recognized by Gu Qingxiu, a reborn supreme, in the system itself, indicated its exceptional nature. If I were to intercept it and then gift it back to Gu Qingxiu, wouldn't that mean soaring to great heights? With the celestial bone nourishing her physique, Gu Changge's physical strength already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If he were to cultivate an extraordinary body refining technique, he would surely become invincible. How delightful. With this thought, Gu Changge began to feel eager. After reviewing Gu Qingxiu's information, he sensed that the maid had already brought Gu Qingxiu to the courtyard. Gu Changge had taken his seat at a jade table crafted from exquisite jade, his gaze turning towards the courtyard gate as he smiled and said, "Come in." The maid, just arriving at the courtyard entrance, slightly bowed her head and gestured for Gu Qingxiu to enter. Although Gu Qingxiu had encountered Gu Changge countless times in her previous life, even engaging in battles and ultimately defeating him, the events of this life left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Gathering her composure, Gu Qingxiu stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size, approximately 100 feet around, abundant in spiritual energy, and under the morning sunlight, it felt ethereal, shrouded in mist. Amidst the hazy clouds, a young man sat beside a stone table, gazing at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. As she approached, the young man became clearer. Dressed in a luxurious black and gold robe, he exuded a sense of grace, even while seated, his posture upright. His features were strikingly handsome, though youthful. One could envision a future of unparalleled elegance and celestial attributes. His hair shimmered, embodying a spirit of ethereal charm. That air of detachment made him seem transcendent. Gu Qingxiu, upon seeing Gu Changge for the first time, instantly confirmed that this Gu Changge was entirely different from the one in her previous memories. Not only was his aura extraordinary, but Gu Qingxiu could also sense a formidable presence emanating from him, one that even she, as a reborn supreme, could not fully discern. Of course, this was also due to her own limited cultivation. Regardless, this Gu Changge was undeniably enigmatic and exceptional. Having encountered the divine son, Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge, performing a respectful bow, her voice flowing like a clear spring, imbued with a touch of cool detachment. She assessed Gu Changge, who was likewise observing the young woman before him. After a meticulous grooming, it was undeniable that Gu Qingxiu appeared even more striking than the previous day. Her black hair was elegantly styled, cascading down to her slender waist, a white jade hairpin adorning her locks, exuding an aura of innocent elegance. Her bright eyes and pearly white teeth, along with her fair skin and delicate features, hinted at a future of unparalleled beauty. Simply beholding her visage, one could predict her extraordinary grace as she matured. "Qingxiu, you needn't be so formal." Gu Changge shook his head, gesturing for her to sit, and smiled. "I was busy consolidating my cultivation last night, so I did not have the chance to meet you. I hope you can forgive me." "No. I must thank the Divine Son for protecting me and allowing me to return under your guidance," Gu Qingxiu replied, not taking a seat, but instead bowing once more to Gu Changge. "Thank you, Divine Son." "Wait." Gu Changge raised his hand, signaling her to pause. Surprised, Gu Qingxiu looked up at him, puzzled about his intentions. Gu Changge's handsome visage bore a smile as he said, "Did I not say yesterday? Qingxiu, you are now my sister. No need for such formality. If you don't mind, I shall call you Qingxiu sister from now on, and you may call me Brother Changge or Divine Brother, whichever you prefer." Observing Gu Changge's demeanor, Gu Qingxiu's innocent face momentarily froze. "Wait, brother? Are you Gu Changge?" The selfish and self-serving Gu Changge I remember, who sought only his own path to enlightenment. What? Is there a problem? Gu Changge frowned at Gu Qingxiu. Satisfied, he nodded. All right, I shall call you Qingxiu's sister from now on. And you may call me Brother Changge or Divine Brother, whichever you prefer. Chapter 10. A thousandfold return of the premium holy weapon, Falling Star Bow. Faced with Gu Changge's sudden warmth, Gu Qingxiu was instantly at a loss. She had initially thought his declaration of recognizing her as a sister was merely a jest or an attempt to win her over due to her talents. Yet, he was serious. After being stripped of her bones and exiled to the long-living Gu clan's origin, Gu Qingxiu had long since forgotten how long it had been since she had called anyone by such an endearing title. To think that now, having been reborn, she would be expected to call the one who had once extracted her bones brother? However, Gu Changge remained unaware of Gu Qingxiu's inner turmoil and continued, smiling, Qingxiu's sister. As this is our first meeting, I have not prepared any lavish gifts, since your cultivation is still in its early stages. A premium treasure or holy weapon would be of little use to you. I happen to have a medium-grade treasure, the 7-colored umbrella, which possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, rivaling those of premium treasures, making it perfect for your initial protection. As he spoke, Gu Changge waved his hand, causing the storage ring on his finger to emit a radiant glow. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful, lustrous, multicolored umbrella appeared before them. The umbrella shimmered with colors, and beneath its cascading hues, a cylindrical energy barrier formed. This is what it looks like when activated, Gu Changge demonstrated, then waved his hand, allowing the 7-colored umbrella to float gracefully in front of the astonished Gu Qingxiu. Isn't this too precious? Gu Qingxiu gazed at the 7-colored umbrella, her eyes flickering. Such a unique protective treasure was worth far more than ordinary treasures, let alone the medium-grade umbrella whose defensive power was comparable to that of a premium one, likely exceeding its worth slightly. This umbrella would remain invaluable even through the Rainbow Bridge and the Wheel of Fate. It is not precious. Accept it, Gu Changge insisted, urging Gu Qingxiu to take it. After all, how could I return it if you don't accept it? I still have a 1,000-fold return card, a 100-fold return card, and 5 10-fold return cards. Here are these pills and mystical artifacts. See if there is anything you desire, Gu Changge remarked, placing a collection of items on the jade table before him, gesturing for Gu Qingxiu to come and select. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingxiu felt a tumult of emotions surge within her, staring blankly at the scene. If only in her previous life, Gu Changge had spoken to her in such a manner, how could there have been any internal strife within the Changsheng Gu family, reducing them to a laughingstock among the myriad realms? How could she have endured a solitary life of struggle? During her time in the outside world, she had faced oppression from various formidable factions. Lost in thought, Gu Qingxiu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, a faint mist shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changge, who had been observing her closely, was momentarily taken aback by the moisture in her gaze. Wait, sister, why are you suddenly on the verge of tears? Could it be that you were moved? That shouldn't be the case. Are you so easily touched? What's wrong? Gu Changge stood up and approached her, scrutinizing her eyes with a furrowed brow. Is there something else troubling you? Gazing at Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu could distinctly sense the faint fragrance emanating from him, causing her heart to quiver. Lowering her head, she softly replied, It's just that I never anticipated that Brother Xianxia would treat me so kindly. I am momentarily taken aback by such affection. Why wouldn't I? You possess the supreme bone. In the future, you will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Changsheng Gu family. If I do not treat you well, who else should I be good to? Gu Changge waved his hand, chuckling, if this surprises you. Just wait until I gift you a sacred weapon or an imperial artifact. You might faint on the spot. At his words, Gu Qingxiu's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Sacred weapons. Imperial artifacts. If a sovereign-level weapon were to appear without a master, would it not stir up a tempest in the myriad realms? And an imperial artifact, even more so, would serve as the foundation for suppressing the Changsheng family and the immortal sacred lands. Yet, from Gu Changge's tone, it seemed he intended to bestow one upon her in the future. Gu Qingxiu found this notion utterly absurd. It should be impossible, despite her lineage. Sacred weapons were extraordinarily precious. All right, take these as well. These foundational refining pills will aid your cultivation. Perhaps they will allow you to join me in the void secret realm for some experience, Gu Changge said with a smile, handing her a colorful umbrella, placing it gently in her arms. Looking down at the umbrella nestled in her embrace, Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she nodded slightly. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. Good. Gu Changge said, patting her head. I will ensure to protect you well from now on. The sudden touch caught her off guard. The affection she had never felt in her previous life made her heart race, her mind unstable. No, I cannot succumb to this feeling. Perhaps Gu Changge is merely putting on an act. I need to confirm further. As her racing heart gradually calmed, Gu Qingqiu took a deep breath, restoring her serene demeanor. All right, thank you, Brother Shenxi. I shall accept these gifts. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting Gu Changge's handsome visage. Since he had bestowed a treasure upon her, she should return the favor promptly to avoid future complications. If memory served her correctly, a month from now, during the coming-of-age trial in the Void Secret Realm, a technique called Dragon Elephant Skill would emerge from the rifts of the void. In her previous life, a branch descendant of the Changxing Gu family had acquired it and, after cultivation, had caused quite a stir in the Middle Heaven realm. Even being deemed comparable to Gu Changge, who had once seized her supreme bone, that technique would serve as an appropriate return gift, unbeknownst to Gu Changge. In the eyes of this reborn scion of a supreme lineage, he was perceived differently, as he assumed their relationship was one of mutual respect and familial love. Therefore, when he saw Gu Qingqiu accept the colorful umbrella, a return prompt flashed before him. Host has gifted a mid-grade extraordinary item, the colorful umbrella. To the binding return target, Gu Qingqiu, the return mechanism has been activated. It has detected that the host possesses one 10,000-fold return card, 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards. Would you like to choose one for fixed multiplier return? Yes. Without hesitation, Gu Changge declared. Use one 10,000-fold return card for the return. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10,000-fold return card. Host has gifted the mid-grade extraordinary item, the colorful umbrella, to Gu Changge. The 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, you have acquired a top-grade sacred weapon, Starfall Bow. Starfall Bow, top-grade sacred weapon. With the galaxy as the string and constellations as the bow, an arrow pierces the star sea. Another arrow brings down great stars. A top-grade sacred weapon returned? And a bow at that. Gu Changge's heart jolted at the return information, his pupils dilating slightly, an overwhelming joy flooding his being. This exchange, a mid-grade treasure had transformed into a top-grade sacred weapon, and an exceptionally rare top-grade sacred bow. What a stroke of luck. Despite his inner excitement, Gu Changge maintained a warm smile on his face, eagerly handing additional foundational refining pills to Gu Qingqiu. Sister Qingqiu, here are more pills. This meridian opening pill will protect your meridians, facilitating smoother cultivation. This is the spirit nurturing pill, meant for the spirit nurturing realm. This is the spirit gathering pill, for the liquid transformation realm. And there's more. Gu Qingqiu blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Ever since she had encountered Gu Changge, she had lost count of how many times such thoughts had crossed her mind. It was impossible to reconcile the Gu Changge before her with the selfish individual from her memories. However, Gu Changge's brow furrowed slightly, for since she had accepted the pills, the invincible return system had not triggered a single return. Ding, the binding target can only return once daily. Understanding the system's prompt, Gu Changge realized he had prepared himself for the lack of returns. If he could indeed return endlessly each day, he could summon Gu Qing to bring forth the Changxing family's resources, instantly becoming invincible, soaring through the myriad realms. Such a scenario seemed too far-fetched. The system's operational mechanics likely could not sustain it. After all, returns must consume some form of resource, though he was uncertain what that might be. With a daily return limit for binding targets, it appeared he needed to bind multiple targets to maximize his returns. While this meant he could not return infinitely, being able to return a dozen times a day would suffice. A daily return was acceptable. If it were weekly, monthly, or yearly, or even at each realm, that would be far more frustrating. Gu Changge decided to take what was offered. All right, Sister Qingqiu, do you have any other needs? Feel free to tell me. None. The girl's voice was as melodious as a flowing spring, evoking an indescribable feeling for Gu Changge when a scion of a supreme lineage called him brother. All right. Do you have any cultivation techniques? Although he already knew that Gu Qingqiu possessed the void scripture, Gu Changge felt the need to inquire. I do. Gu Qingqiu replied calmly. Just as Gu Changge was eager to engage in a meaningful conversation to strengthen their bond, a communication jade token flew out from his storage ring. Glancing at Gu Qingqiu, who was about to leave, he paid her no mind and opened the communication in her presence. Changge, come to the family council hall. Gu Qing's voice resonated from the jade token. As the voice faded, the token slowly descended. Gu Changge reached out to catch it and, once again placing it in his storage ring, turned to Gu Qingqiu. My father is calling for me. I shall head to the council hall now. All right, Gu Qingqiu nodded. Sensing the initial awkwardness in their first meeting, Gu Changge refrained from prolonging the conversation, nodding as he made his way to the council hall. Leaving the courtyard, he glanced back at Gu Qingqiu, who was watching him depart with a curious expression. I wonder what impression I left on this esteemed clan sister in my past life. It should have been akin to my own, respect for the elders, and affection among kin, perhaps. After Gu Changge's departure, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Gu Qingxiu stared blankly at the colorful umbrella in her hand and the jars cradled in her arms, letting out a sigh as she settled onto a jade table nearby. Gu Changge actually took the initiative to protect me, bestowing treasures and elixirs? Moreover, his demeanor was akin to that of an elder brother toward a beloved younger sister. Yet, it was peculiar that from the outset, Gu Changge did not unearth my supreme bone. What sinister scheme could he be plotting, I wonder? Gu Changge, I refuse to believe you have truly transformed into a benevolent soul. Gu Qingxiu murmured, a terrifying aura emanating from her beautiful eyes, as if they could collapse the heavens. The vivid memories of her past life were etched deeply within her mind, impossible to forget. Little did Gu Changge realize that his actions had left the Supreme Clan's sister in disarray. Within just 2 days, he had summoned her to the council hall twice. This was far from a trivial matter. Ordinarily, after ascending to the first sequence, one should focus on enhancing their cultivation and solidifying their foundation to excel in the contest among the chosen ones, truly overshadowing their peers. Typically, in the absence of pressing matters, they would not trouble him. By observing Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge had begun to harbor suspicions, likely concerning the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Changshan Gu clan was no trifling affair. One could glean much from Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes. Based on his recollections, Gu Changge speculated that the trial for this ceremony would occur within the next few months, in the family council hall. This was the true assembly hall of the Changshan Gu clan, where not only Gu Qing, the esteemed head of the clan, would be present, but also representatives from various branches of the family would gather to discuss significant matters. This was distinctly different from the previous council hall summoned by Gu Qing and other senior clan elders. The Son of Heaven has arrived. The clear voice of the attendant echoed through the council hall. Gu Qing, who was savoring tea and awaiting, along with representatives from various branches, turned their attention towards the entrance. A tall figure strode in, his youthful and handsome face still bearing the traces of adolescence, clad in a black, elegant long robe that accentuated his stature. Remarkably, despite his youth, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor and an air of nobility, the brilliance from the entrance casting him in an ethereal glow. Observing Gu Changge's appearance, the elders could not help but feel a wave of admiration. Truly, he was a person chosen by the ancients to be the Son of Heaven. This mere presence was extraordinary. I have met the clan head and all esteemed elders. Gu Changge greeted Gu Qing and the surrounding elders. Changge has arrived. Please, take a seat. Gu Qing replied with a warm smile, gesturing toward the first seat in the front row on his left. The first seat was vacant, and behind it were 9 additional seats, all of which were occupied. Upon seeing Gu Changge, several individuals emanated a formidable battle intent that reverberated through the air, while others gazed at him with bright, curious eyes. Chapter 12, Coming-of-Age Trial. The Contest of Sequences. Apart from the first seat, the 9 seats behind naturally represented the 9 sequences of the Changshan Gu clan. The arrangement of the seats indicated the order of the sequences. Gu Changge was undoubtedly the first seat, being the Son of Heaven. However, he did not hasten to take his seat. Instead, he offered a slight smile towards the other 9 sequences. I have met you all. We have met the Son of Heaven. The remaining 7 sequences responded, with Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao already acknowledging Gu Changge, their overwhelming battle intent dissipating as they addressed him. We have met the Son of Heaven. While some were eager, others were less than enthusiastic. Nevertheless, Gu Changge paid no mind, offering a cordial greeting before settling into his chair. Gu Ziyu, observing Gu Changge take his seat, leaned over to Gu Xiaoxiao and whispered, Xiaoxiao, do you feel that the Son of Heaven seems a bit different from before? Did you notice that as well? Yes, he seems more approachable than before, doesn't he? Gu Xiaoxiao replied. I concur, Gu Ziyu nodded, her enchanting eyes shimmering with admiration. And he appears even more handsome and charming than before. He. Perhaps we should ask the clan head to arrange a match between you and the Son of Heaven? Oh, Xiaoxiao, you're incorrigible. Their light-hearted banter went unnoticed. But Gu Qing cleared his throat, prompting the 2 girls to quiet down. The others seemed unperturbed by the exchange. After Gu Qing's gentle cough, he surveyed the assembly with a smile and declared, Today, we gather in the Gu clan's council hall, with representatives from various branches, the Son of Heaven, and all 9 sequences present. I believe some of you have already guessed the purpose of our gathering, to discuss the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony of the Changshan Gu clan. Set for a month from now. According to past customs, the coming-of-age ceremony will involve entering the Void Secret Realm for trials, with rewards determined by scores. However, due to recent changes within the Void Secret Realm, the ferocious beasts and spirits inside have become significantly stronger. Thus, it will be led by the Son of Heaven and the 9 sequences to hunt together for rankings. The scoring will include both team rankings and individual scores. The hunting scores remain consistent with previous standards. Beasts at the opening vein stage yield 1 point. Those at the nurturing spirit stage yield 3 points. Liquid transformation stage yields 5 points. Rainbow bridge stage yields 10 points. Lifewell stage yields 100 points. And divine connection stage yields 300 points. As for why there are no Tao Awakening or Ascension stage beasts, that is naturally because the higher-ups of the Changge clan have eliminated them. If there were Tao Awakening beasts or spirits in the Void Secret Realm, it would be a glaring danger that the Changge clan could not afford to ignore. No matter how exceptional the prodigies, they are merely 16, just coming of age. Even with formidable cultivation, it is impossible to confront Tao Awakening beings at that age. Guqing finished speaking in one breath and then looked around with a smile. Does anyone have any additions or comments? One elder spoke up, clan head. Is it appropriate for the clan's younger generation to freely choose between the Son of Heaven and the 9 sequences? After all, this could lead everyone to choose the Son of Heaven or the more prominent sequences, which would be unjust for the others. The other elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the disparity in strength among the clan's youth. Some were even only slightly weaker than the sequences. If they all banded together, they would be far more formidable. If they all joined one side, it would be a one-sided affair. Guqing pondered and nodded, realizing this oversight. If they could freely choose, it was likely they would all select Changge, and that could not happen. An elder stepped forward, smiling, clan head. I have a suggestion. We could issue tokens to the clan's younger generation, binding their auras, and conduct a random draw. Whichever team they draw, they would join that team. Ah, that is a splendid idea. Guqing and the other elders' eyes lit up. This indeed introduced an element of randomness. Furthermore, with the tokens bound to their auras, exchanging them would be impossible, and they could serve as score recorders as well. This is feasible. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Guqing agreed without hesitation, then turned to Changge and the other 9 sequences, asking, what do you all think? We shall defer to the clan head's arrangements. Changge nodded. The other 9 sequences echoed, we shall defer to the clan head's arrangements. Once the arrangements for the coming-of-age trial were finalized and the news spread, the entire Changge clan erupted in excitement. No one had anticipated that this coming-of-age trial would allow for team-ups with the sequences, employing 2 ranking methods, team rankings and individual rankings. The former emphasized teamwork, while individual capability was equally important. The latter purely assessed personal ability, much like before. Most importantly, the prospect of teaming up with the sequences and the Son of Heaven heightened the sense of involvement. Oh, how I long to be on the same team as the Divine Son. To join him would undoubtedly guarantee my safety. The Divine Son has transcended the wheel of destiny, while the other 9 ranks merely hover at the pinnacle of the Rainbow Bridge, rendering them incomparable. Indeed, as long as I align myself with the Divine Son, victory shall surely be mine. Why must it be a random selection? There is absolutely no possibility of any underhanded dealings. Some lament, some anticipate, and others rejoice. Yet, Changge remains indifferent, for in his eyes, the only rival is himself, along with the opportunities hinted at in his fortune from the Void Secret Realm regarding Xianxiao. Ever since awakening his celestial bones and igniting the 9-pattern destiny wheel, Changge's aspirations have transcended the Gu family and now lie within the realms of the heavenly Tao. With a month still remaining, he resolves to continue his rigorous cultivation, striving to expand his internal spiritual sea to 2,000 zhang and ascend to the 2nd level of the Wheel of Destiny. The difference between the 1st and 2nd levels is evident when the spiritual sea doubles in size. Simultaneously, he intends to seize this opportunity to refine his abilities. His divine powers, including offensive techniques, defensive techniques, and agility techniques, all require updates and adaptations to accommodate the enhancements following his breakthrough into the Wheel of Destiny. The past few days have been consumed with consolidation, leaving no time for true cultivation. Ah, are you still here, Sister Xianxia? Changge inquires, glancing at Xianxia with surprise. After all, her remarkable ascension to the 9th layer of the Aperture Realm in a single night suggests that this is not her limit. I have something for Brother Divine Son, she replies, though she feels rather awkward calling him brother despite having done so several times. Each utterance is accompanied by a slight hesitation. What is it? Changge asks, puzzled. Here. Xianxiao does not answer verbally, but instead hands him a jade talisman emanating an exceptionally rich aura of Tao. Is your purpose for waiting here merely to present me with this? Yes. Upon further inspection, Changge senses that Xianxiao's spirit seems somewhat weakened. The item bestowed by the reborn Supreme must indeed be extraordinary. He thinks this, but does not express it, accepting the jade pendant from her hand. Thank you, Sister Xianxia. By the way, the adult ceremony trials will commence next month. Do strive to enhance your strength this month. Securing a spot within the top 100 on the personal leaderboard will yield substantial resources. I shall assist you. His suggestion is subtly veiled. Assisting indeed means leaving a few swift beasts and monsters for Gu Qingxiu to finish off. Gu Qingxiu blinks her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished that Gu Changge intends to grant her an advantage during that time. Nevertheless, she nods and swiftly departs. Watching her leave, Gu Changge examines the jade pendant in his hand. Only a fool would believe Gu Qingxiu's earlier claims. It is evident that this was intentionally gifted, as she seems unwilling to owe him any favors. However, dear sister Qingxiu, you are already bound to my return system. Escaping is out of the question. Henceforth, you shall be mine, Gu Changge. According to Gu Qingxiu's words, there is no issue. After all, she had not engaged in cultivation before and thus could not fathom the value of this jade talisman. It appears she has gifted him her most precious possession, which is perfectly understandable. Gu Changge muses, allowing his consciousness to delve into the jade pendant. Boom. A torrent of information floods into Gu Changge's mind, morphing into a grand title, Void Gale Qi. Countless profound meanings flow through his consciousness, and at this moment, he comprehends what Void Gale Qi entails. It is, in fact, a holy level defensive technique derived from the Void scripture. The Void Gale Qi, as its name suggests, condenses Gale energy within the void, consuming the energy and storing it within oneself. When confronted with an attack, it can automatically manifest to protect its master, even possessing certain retaliatory effects. This is indeed remarkable. The ability to automatically shield its master is exceedingly rare in any defensive technique, especially at the holy level. Were it not for the knowledge that the Void Scripture contains only 2 Imperial-level innate techniques and 1 holy-level innate technique, he might have assumed that Void Gale Qi was the 4th holy-level innate technique. The Void Scripture records 3 techniques, all of which are terrifying offensive techniques. Holy-level offensive technique, Celestial Finger, Imperial-level offensive techniques, Void Handprint, and Great Void Technique. However, now there shall be an addition, a holy-level defensive technique, Void Gale Qi. How intriguing. This must be the technique that Gu Qingxiu created before her rebirth. Not only does the return system yield immense benefits, but Gu Qingxiu herself is a treasure trove. The Void Gale Qi complements my defensive shortcomings. Next, I must seek a technique for agility, and I shall become a versatile warrior. Gu Changge is in high spirits. If he can trigger a return, then the Void Gale Qi technique in his possession will soar to new heights. Patience is key. Today's return attempts have been exhausted. He shall wait for tomorrow. I have never anticipated the arrival of a new day so eagerly. With that thought, Gu Changge halts his cultivation of the Void Gale Qi and instead focuses on refining his spiritual power to enhance his cultivation. Night swiftly passes. The dawn of the next day arrives. Gu Changge rises early, clutching the jade talisman inscribed with Void Gale Qi as he seeks out Gu Qingxiu. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the maidservants on duty, startled by his presence, awaken from their drowsiness, their demeanor instantly transforming to one of alertness. Greetings, Divine Son. The 2 maidservants exclaim respectfully. I wish to see Qingxiu, Gu Changge states calmly with a nod. Understood, Divine Son. We will notify Miss Qingxiu at once, one maidservant replies, promptly hurrying into the courtyard to deliver the message. Gu Changge casts a glance, unperturbed. He is accustomed to such attention, having been observed by many, including cousins from his own clan. Divine Son, Miss Qingxiu is already awaiting you in the courtyard. The maidservant informs him respectfully. Very well, Gu Changge acknowledges, stepping into the small courtyard. As he crosses the threshold, he hears joyous voices from behind. Ah, that is the Divine Son. My heavens, how handsome. Me too. My heart raced the moment I saw him. How blissful it would be to be the Divine Son's woman. Unfazed by the murmurs, Gu Changge's gaze settles on Gu Qingxiu seated in the courtyard. She hastily rises to greet him. Brother Divine Son, good morning. Good morning. No need for such formality. As I mentioned before, please take a seat, Gu Changge replies with a smile, settling at the opposite side of the stone table. Gu Qingxiu nods and sits down. Her curiosity piqued. Why has Brother Divine Son come to see me so early? It concerns this. Gu Changge raises the jade talisman inscribed with Void Gale Qi, indicating its significance. Is there an issue with this? Gu Qingxiu's heart skips a beat. She fears Gu Changge may inquire about the talisman's origin. Nevertheless, she had prepared herself for this moment the previous night. Sister Qingxiu, the talisman you gifted is incredibly precious. Are you aware of the remarkable content it holds? Not really. Gu Qingxiu feigns ignorance, shaking her head. I merely noticed that it occasionally glimmers and felt it was extraordinary, so I kept it with me. Indeed, continue your charade. Gu Changge nods in agreement. Is that so? Allow me to enlighten you, Sister Qingxiu. This talisman contains a holy-level defensive technique capable of automatically protecting its master. A holy-level technique. and a defensive one at that, automatically protecting its master. You must realize how valuable that is. Gu Qingqiu's face reveals a hint of astonishment. Of course, this is a ruse. She is fully aware of what she inscribed. This act is merely for the sake of performance. Gu Changge, observing the shock on her face, cannot help but chuckle inwardly. My goodness, could it be that the Supreme from the past was also a master of theatrics? However, upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. Although I was an empress in my previous life, I am now merely a practitioner at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, and my status within the Changxing family is one I have established for myself. It is precisely for this reason that I find this to be an opportune moment to cultivate goodwill. While I may not be overly sycophantic, the binding return system allows me to connect with Gu Qingqiu, which assures me of her admirable character. At the very least, she possesses a sense of gratitude. For instance, with the void chi in my possession, I have only expended an extraordinary treasure and a few medicinal pills, yet I have gained a sacred-level automatic defensive technique, a boon that likely surpasses the returns of the invincible return system by 1,000-fold. Here, take this. I have already mastered it. Gu Changge, unfazed by the astonishment on Gu Qingqiu's face, extended the void chi to her. This declaration left Gu Qingqiu utterly stunned, rising from her seat in disbelief. What? Brother Divine Son, you have mastered this sacred-level technique? Indeed, Gu Changge replied with a nod. Gu Qingqiu murmured in disbelief. How is that possible? Even a sage would take a significant amount of time to master a sacred-level technique. Yet, you have done so in just a single night. Is this talent somehow related to the second aptitude? What is it, Sister Qingqiu? Gu Changge asked, his smile gentle as he gazed at her. Realizing her unusual reaction, Gu Qingqiu quickly adjusted her demeanor and congratulated him. Then I congratulate Brother Divine Son on acquiring such a formidable technique. This is all thanks to you. Take it. You will be able to cultivate it in the future as well. All right. Gu Qingqiu accepted without hesitation, for she too was familiar with void chi, and it would serve as an excellent shield for her in the future. Ding. The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Qingqiu, a sacred-level defensive technique, void chi. Would you like to use the return multiplier card? Yes. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was possible. He immediately resolved, yes. Use the 1,000-fold return card. The host has successfully used the 1,000-fold return card. Fixed return multiplier, 1,000 times. The host's sacred-level defensive technique, void chi, has been upgraded to an imperial-level defensive technique, innate void chi, accompanied by the system's prompt. A vast sea of chaotic energy appeared in Gu Changge's mind, as a strand of innate void chi sliced through the chaos, akin to the reinforcement of the great Tao, erupting within his consciousness. Countless profound principles surged forth in his mind. Gu Changge, feeling compelled, opened his information interface. Character, Gu Changge Strength, Fate Will Level 1, 5, Physique, Double Pupils. Celestial Bone Technique, Void Scripture, Level 5, 1. Techniques, Celestial Finger, Minor Achievement 30, Great Void Hand Seal, Minor Achievement 30, Grand Void Technique, Entry 1. Innate Void Chi, Not Yet Entered, Bound Target. Gu Qingqiu. This information interface, which Gu Changge had discovered during his contemplation, clearly displayed his entire profile. He felt that even without the return function, this panel would allow him to navigate his cultivation journey with ease. After all, it was a panel that could manifest progress. It provided a lucid view of his advancements. There was no fear of stagnation, only the dread of being unaware of the effectiveness of his training. The techniques listed in the interface were naturally the treasured techniques passed down through the Changxing family, as he belonged to the foremost lineage. Mastery of even a few of these techniques would enable him to traverse the 3,000 Tao domains with ease. The final entry, Innate Void Chi, was the imperial-level protective technique he had just acquired through the 1,000-fold return. Having obtained yet another imperial-level defensive technique, Gu Changge's spirits soared, and he gazed at Gu Qingqiu with increasing warmth. This reborn supreme being was indeed a precious gem for him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Gu Changge began to comprehend the wonders of the innate void chi in his mind, nodding slightly. Truly, it is an imperial-level defensive technique. Unlike void chi, which directly condenses from the void, it requires the refinement of the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures to distill a strand of the source innate void chi before it can be further refined from the void, continuously enhancing its essence. Its defensive capacity is exceedingly formidable. Within the same realm, it is likely that opponents at levels 3 or 4 will struggle to penetrate its defenses, and even the mightiest foes will find it exceedingly challenging to breach. Truly, it is a technique of the Emperor's caliber. Furthermore, once fully mastered, the innate void chi could be wielded offensively rivaling any imperial-level attack technique. Changge exhaled lightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. As for the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for refining innate void qi, being the scion of the Changge family, he need not endure the arduous task of searching. He simply needed to mention it to his father, and it would be delivered to him. Taking out Gu Qing's communication jade tablet, Changge conveyed his request to Gu Qing and then paused. Once he received the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would be ideal to refine a strand of source innate void qi before the adult ceremony trial, thereby fortifying his invincible foundation. While there may not be any imminent danger, based on Gu Qingshuo's recent fortunes, it seems likely that the void secret realm will undergo some changes. And I still possess 500-fold return cards. With 1 return per day over 5 days, I should bestow some medicinal pills. I wonder what treasures the 100-fold return could yield, preferably those without detrimental side effects, capable of rapidly enhancing my strength. In the afternoon, Changge acquired the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures for refining innate void qi from Gu Qing. They were golden spirit sand with spirit sacred fruit, water spirit pearl, fire cloud essence, and earth spirit jade essence. Each of these was a rare treasure worth its weight in gold in the outside world. Now, with but a word from Changge, the Changxing family provided them without question, such as the formidable foundation of the Changxing family. Golden spirit sand is a mineral imbued with the utmost golden elemental energy, its hue as resplendent as gold and exceedingly hard, capable of absorbing the golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it an exceptional material for crafting top-tier golden artifacts and weapons. Weapons forged from golden spirit sand are exceptionally sharp and unbreakable. The spirit sacred fruit grows atop ancient trees over 1,000 years old, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon along with the spiritual energy of the earth. The fruit is jade green on the outside, harboring a rich vitality of the wood element. The water spirit pearl is formed from the essence of pure sea water and 10,000-year-old ice. Each of these treasures is extraordinary in its own right. Chapter 15. Continuously feeding 100-fold returns with Great Tao Pill. With that, Changge began to cultivate the chaotic spiritual light, enveloping the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures before him. Following the method for refining innate void qi in his mind, buzz, a flash of chaotic light flickered. Changge opened his mouth and swallowed all 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instantly, a terrifying force of the 5 elements surged within his dantian, sending ripples across the 1,000 zhang's spiritual sea. However, the 9-pattern fate will trembled, forcefully suppressing these turbulent and immense elemental energies. Under Changge's command, these elemental energies began to operate according to the principles of innate void qi. Initially, it was quite awkward, and the elemental energies remained unyielding. Yet, under the guidance of Changge's formidable spiritual power, these elemental energies gradually formed a massive, colorful vortex within his dantian, as if a breath of gas was brewing at its center. Boom! The 1,000 zhang's spiritual sea within the dantian surged with tremendous waves. The 9-pattern fate will quaked incessantly, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Changge understood that although the phenomena in his dantian appeared perilous, his sturdy foundation and perfected cultivation would not waver. Thus, this was merely the manifestation of innate void qi nearing completion. Congeal. Accompanied by Changge's inner command, a wisp of hazy gas coalesced from the colorful vortex. Changge gazed inward and beheld this wisp of hazy gas within his dantian. He exhaled and opened his eyes with mild joy. It seems this is the source innate void qi. Changge spoke, and with a mere thought, the primordial innate Taisu vital energy transformed into a circular barrier, enveloping him securely. With another mental command, he reinforced it locally, and with yet another thought, he could alter its shape at will. However, this strand of primordial innate Taisu vital energy could only be employed in dire situations. Once depleted, he would need to refine it anew. This divine ability of innate Taisu vital energy comprises 4 levels: gathering energy into form, solidifying energy into vital essence, refining vital essence into substance, and merging vital substance into chaos, corresponding to the stages of initiation, proficiency, minor completion, and major completion. In typical combat, the initial stage of gathering energy into form, combined with Changge's profound foundation, could withstand attacks from the 3rd or even 4th layer of the Fate Wheel realm with ease. Having entered this stage, it also automatically protected its master. Although its defensive power was not as formidable as if he activated it himself, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Having said this, Changge realized that the midday light had faded into the night. It seemed that the next day had arrived, and he decided to seek out Xianxiaaudiobooks in the morning. He resumed his meditative state. In this world, innate talent is undoubtedly significant. Yet it is often said that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Anyone aspiring for success must invest effort. Changge certainly did not consider himself a divine child. Nor did he relax his training upon condensing the 9-mark fate wheel and breaking through to the fate wheel realm. On the contrary, he was determined to work even harder. For his aspirations reached beyond the imperial realm. He sought eternal life. The imperial realm offered but a few tens of thousands of years of existence, while only the immortal gods could gaze down upon the vast mortal realm. Throughout the night, his physical strength increased by an astonishing 100,000 pounds, and his spiritual sea was close to reaching 1,100 zhang. This left Changge astounded. At this rate, would it not take nearly 20 days to ascend from the first to the second layer of the fateful realm? After all, he was gaining 100 zhang every 2 days, so 1,000 zhang would naturally require 20 days, and this was achieved through standard cultivation without the aid of elixirs, showcasing a solid foundation. His innate talent was truly extraordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Changge set out to visit Xianxiao. After his departure, Xianxiao gazed at his retreating figure, her hand holding several vials of elixirs, her expression complex. Was it possible that this fellow genuinely wished to treat her well? After all, rumors spoke of Changge as arrogant and selfish, solely focused on his own cultivation and dismissive of all else. While 1 or 2 days might be understandable, why was he still the same on the 3rd day? What more did she possess besides her supreme bone? It appeared there was nothing else. If he desired the supreme bone, why had he refused it that day? Sighing, Xianxiao's youthful face reflected a worry uncharacteristic of her age. She truly could not comprehend Changge's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Changge was reveling in his current state. Ding! The host has activated the fixed multiplier 100-fold return card, granting a 100-fold return to the bound target. Changge, receiving a vial of vitality elixir, resulting in a 100-fold return of a vial of Dao elixir. After bestowing Changge with a plethora of vials, he received a vial of Dao elixir in return. The Dao elixir. Changge, as the once foremost figure of the Changshan clan and the current divine child, was well aware of the significance of the Dao elixir. This supreme elixir could nourish the physical body and enhance innate talent. Legends even spoke of individuals who consumed the Dao elixir awakening unparalleled physiques. Though whether this was true was of little consequence. What mattered was that the Dao elixir could assist Changge in nurturing the celestial bone within him, hastening the formation of his celestial bone abilities, and it could also aid the supreme bone. However, he could not utilize it freely at this moment. And Changge would certainly not entrust such a treasure to Xianxiao. Even if it could be returned, the system forbade using its items in a convoluted manner. It would be futile to return it in a convoluted fashion. Extracting his reward from the system space, Changge held a porcelain vial, pouring out a single Dao elixir. Instantly, a rich aura of the Dao manifested, illuminating the elixir in his hand with a soft glow, appearing almost sentient, as if it might gain consciousness and flee at any moment. Observing the Dao elixir's appearance, Changge's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the Dao elixir? The 100-fold return from the vitality elixir yielded a Dao elixir, and I still have 4 more chances. Surely, I can acquire 4 more vials, which should help me nurture a thread of my celestial bone's power. With that thought, Changge gazed at the Dao elixir in his hand. Let me first try this Dao elixir. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Dao elixir. It entered smoothly, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Buzz. The moment the Dao elixir was consumed, Changge felt his mind empty, and a refreshing energy surged into his spiritual palace. The celestial bone in his chest, which had remained dormant since awakening, suddenly emitted a pulling force. He understood that this was the celestial bone absorbing the Dao aura contained within the elixir. He immediately focused on the celestial bone. However, a single Dao elixir was insufficient to induce any change in the celestial bone. He did not sense any transformation occurring. Even the supreme bone likely could not be altered by just 1 Dao elixir, let alone the celestial bone. Continuing to consume, Changge's gaze sharpened as he proceeded to swallow more Dao elixirs to nourish his celestial bone. Chapter 16. 1 month to the second layer of the fate wheel. Celestial bone nurturing the celestial king. For the next 4 days, while Xianxiao was lost in thought and her emotions were complex, Changge visited her punctually every day, presenting her with elixirs, divine weapons, and spirit stones, along with having the maid bring some precious pastries. Well, Xianxiao could certainly have asked for these herself, but she did not, as she felt she was living under the favor of Changge and did not truly believe that her newfound status was due to her own abilities. Thus, aside from her daily needs and dedicated cultivation, she never sought anything from the Changshan clan. Nevertheless, in just 3 short days, she had ascended from the 9th layer of the meridian opening stage to the 1st layer of the vitality nurturing stage, nurturing spiritual light within her. which would soon allow her to draw in spiritual energy and transform it into liquid, enabling her to break through to the liquid transformation stage. At this time, Changge was no longer in the first sequence residence. The reason there was no divine child residence was that the Changge clan was in the midst of constructing it, which was expected to be completed after the adult ceremony trial, roughly in a month. The Changge family's divine child residence was naturally extraordinary, requiring countless precious materials and divine metals, as well as various rare treasures and spiritual veins to forge it, making the process quite cumbersome. However, this also signified a prestigious status. Changge sat cross-legged in a hidden chamber within the residence of the current head of the Gu family, Qing. This chamber also served as Qing's cultivation space, with a high-grade underground spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was continuously captured and gathered by the chamber's spiritual gathering array. Quickly condensing into mist, Changge took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing sensation brought by the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, and then inquired about his thoughts with the system. System, if I do not use the return times each day, can they accumulate? Ding. If the host does not use the return times on the same day, they will undergo a multiplier increase. The longer the binding target goes without a return, the higher the probability of triggering a high multiplier upon the next return. Is that so? Changge nodded. Although the return times could not be accumulated, the rule that the longer the duration without a return, the higher the probability of a high multiplier was indeed advantageous. This inquiry was also to prepare for future arrangements. After all, it would be impractical to carry out returns every day. It would be a pity to waste such opportunities, and since they could not be accumulated, this rule of sedimentation was quite beneficial. Rest assured, I will now devote myself entirely to cultivation. In a month, I shall undoubtedly reach the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm while hoping that the 4 Tao elixirs will nurture a strand of power within my celestial bone. Taking a deep breath, Changge began to consume elixirs and cultivate. On one day, Changge consumed a vial of Tao elixir, and upon feeling his spirit reach its limit, he commenced his practice of the Void Sutra. The aura of the celestial bone brightened by a fraction, and his spiritual sea expanded by 50 zhang. On the second day, the aura of the celestial bone brightened by 3 fractions, and the spiritual sea expanded by 60 zhang. On the third day, and on the fourth day, in the depths of the chamber, a terrifying ethereal light rippled, as Changge's chest emanated an aura resembling a formidable figure sitting cross-legged, surrounded by spectral deities in reverence, the essence of the Tao yielding, and the sound of Tao resonating endlessly. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 20 days had swiftly elapsed. At last, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony was upon him. Within the secret chamber of the Gu family estate, Changge slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of vast, ethereal brilliance flashing from his dark pupils, before settling into tranquility. At this moment, Changge's aura had amplified multiple times compared to a month prior. A smile graced his lips as he sensed the surging spirit sea within him, filled with elation, the second layer of the Wheel of Fate. And the spirit sea had expanded to an impressive 2,200 zhang, solidifying his cultivation completely. Moreover, as he spoke, the celestial light subtly emanated through the precious fabric of his robe, hinting at an ethereal figure seated within, a faintly chilling aura flickering above it. This transformation was a result of Changge consuming 4 bottles of Tao pills, which had altered his celestial bone. Initially, the celestial bone was merely a vessel for spiritual light, devoid of substance. However, with each Tao pill consumed, a shadowy outline gradually manifested within the ethereal glow. Upon finishing all 4 bottles, the figure fully materialized, revealing to him the celestial technique associated with the birthing of the celestial bone. Celestial Monarch descends from the 9 heavens. Once activated, it allowed him to summon the ethereal presence of a celestial monarch, imbuing every movement with unparalleled power. Yet, since only a fragment of the celestial bone's innate technique had been activated, Celestial Monarch descends would likely only amplify his combat prowess across 4 or 5 minor tiers. But as he faced stronger opponents of the same realm, he could transcend his limits. In summary, it was a versatile enhancement technique. Changge's eyes sparkled with intensity. He was exceedingly satisfied with Celestial Monarch descends, as it signified a significant boost to his combat capabilities. If paired with the power of his dual pupils, he would certainly be able to engage foes beyond his level. The notion of transcending levels here did not refer to ordinary cultivation realms, but rather to the elite of the same tier, those of the same faction like holy sons, Tao children, or divine offspring, whom he could easily vanquish. Rising from his seated position, Changge adjusted his robe, exhaled a breath of stale air, and his gaze radiated extraordinary brilliance. It had been a month, and it was time to seek xianxiao for the return of what was owed. He pondered how much he could expect in return after such a long wait. Perhaps he should offer her some spirit-nurturing pills, but would that suffice? After a month, she may have already broken through to the liquid transformation stage. Changge had witnessed the formidable prowess of the reborn empress. She could open meridians to the 9th level in a day, break into the spirit-nurturing realm in 3 days, and attain the liquid transformation realm within a month. As a reborn supreme, such feats were hardly surprising. However, for anyone else, such progress would likely be deemed as prodigious. As he stepped out of the secret chamber, he encountered a middle-aged man, elegant and mature in appearance, radiating a refined charm. Changge observed Changge's emergence, his eyes narrowing slightly, a deeper smile spreading across his face, the second layer of the Wheel of Fate. You've broken through 1 layer in just a month. Remarkable. And your celestial bones nurturing appears to be progressing splendidly. At this moment, Changge's skin gleamed like jade, exuding a faint celestial light, akin to a son of the Tao. This appearance signified the initial awakening of his celestial bone. With his innate dual pupils and now the enhancement of the celestial bone, he exuded an otherworldly charm. Even Changge had to concede that his son could thrive on his looks alone, even without relying on his cultivation. Nevertheless, in this world, strength remained paramount. Indeed, with dual pupils and a celestial bone, a slow breakthrough would be the true anomaly. Very well, go forth, but remember to participate in the coming-of-age trial tomorrow. Understood. Changge waved his hand and made his way toward the sequence estate. Chapter 17. The 9-tiered True Dragon Blood Pill. A Colossus of Strength. In a secluded chamber of the sequence estate, on a bed, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged, emanating an aura that commanded the reverence of myriad beings. This presence was akin to that of a supreme sovereign, compelling all races to bow in submission. Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting gleam of golden light flashing within. A month has passed, and I have reached the 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm, which is quite satisfactory. Tomorrow marks the coming-of-age trial in the void secret realm. With my current cultivation, I can barely compete for the chance to learn the dragon elephant technique. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the family estate. A month had passed. She wondered if Changge had broken through to the 2nd layer of the Wheel of Fate. Regardless, there was no distinction between the 1st and 2nd layers, as he had already formed a temporary gap in his progress. In her previous life, Changge had broken through the Wheel of Fate seemingly a month after the coming-of-age trial. The changes were drastic. Not only that, Changge had awakened a second innate ability, one related to the celestial realm. As Xianxiaaudiobooks contemplated, she suddenly sensed something, and the aura of the liquid transformation gradually concealed itself, replaced by the 5th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. A month prior, she had advanced from the opening of meridians to the spirit-nurturing realm in just 3 days, and now, transitioning from the 1st layer of spirit-nurturing to the 5th layer within a month was nothing short of extraordinary. However, her true strength remained at the 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm. The reborn supreme was no jest. Having completed her reflections, Xianxiaaudiobooks rose and exited her room, where a youthful boy, still displaying a nascent yet ethereal demeanor, stood with hands clasped behind his back at the center of the courtyard. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks emerge, a gentle smile adorned his handsome face. Changge observed Xianxiaaudiobooks. After a month apart, the girl appeared to have matured significantly, her aura more noble and transcendent. Such a transformation in just a month. Changge felt an impulse and opened Xianxiaaudiobooks' status panel. Nickname: Xianxiaaudiobooks. Identity: daughter of the Changge family branch. Reborn supreme. Strength: 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm. Physique: supreme bone. Cultivation method: Void Sutra. Divine abilities: Void Great Hand Seal, Void Chi. Great Void Technique: Void Cutting, Void Solidification, Recent Luck. As he scanned through Xianxiaaudiobooks' status, Changge's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? In a month, she has transitioned from the 1st layer of spirit nurturing to the 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm, 1 major realm and 6 minor realms. Is this the astonishing nature of a reborn supreme? Despite the shock within, Changge maintained his composure, observing Xianxiaaudiobooks as she approached. He smiled. Xianxiaaudiobooks, it has been a month. You have become even more beautiful. Brother Xianxia, Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head. It is you who appears even more extraordinary, akin to a celestial being, and your aura grows increasingly profound. In truth, she too was astonished, for not only had she made significant progress, but Changge's advancements were equally unfathomable. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd layer of the Wheel of Fate, but she also sensed a faint resurgence of celestial essence emanating from him, the ethereal light surrounding him indicative of his celestial bones awakening. As Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke, her gaze sharpened slightly, as if she could perceive the spectral figure seated at Changge's chest, suppressing all worldly beings. Suddenly, this figure opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that crashed into Gu Qingqiu's consciousness. Even with her imperial-grade soul, she staggered back several steps, her complexion paling. What? Gu Qingqiu's heart was shaken. Are you all right? Gu Changge noticed her retreat, her face drained of color, and raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation. It seemed Gu Qingqiu had discerned something unusual. I'm fine. Gu Qingqiu suppressed her shock, shaking her head, her face still pale. That is a relief. However, with the coming-of-age trial imminent tomorrow, I intend to bring you in early for a preview. You are not in the best state. Please take this. He offered her a pill capable of restoring the soul and replenishing spiritual energy, which was also effective for physical injuries. As Gu Changge casually offered herself a bottle of 7th-grade elixir, Gu Qingqiu shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "No, I merely feel a bit unwell. A short rest will suffice." Elixirs of 7th grade and above were scarce, even for the esteemed offspring of the Changxing family. With a monthly quota limited to a mere few bottles, 2 of 7th grade, 1 of 8th grade, and 1 of 9th grade. The elixirs ranged from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade, with whispers of legendary imperial elixirs. The imperial grade elixirs had not been seen for countless ages since the ancient times. "Keep it," Gu Changge declared, not allowing Gu Qingqiu the opportunity to refuse. As she pressed the elixir into her hands, "If you don't accept, how will you trigger the return?" The moment the elixir was placed in Gu Qingqiu's hands, the anticipated sound of return resonated. It had been a month without any returns. One could only wonder how many times the multiplier would be this time, and what rewards would be bestowed. 600 times the return. A bottle of 9th grade True Dragon Blood Elixir. The True Dragon Blood Elixir, said to be forged from the blood of a true dragon, could significantly enhance one's physical prowess by 1,000,000 pounds of strength for merely 1 pill, and with 10 pills in a bottle, that amounted to 10 million pounds of strength. Gu Changge was astonished at the immense surprise awaiting her after a month. It appeared that one need not trigger returns daily. Allowing for some accumulation could yield remarkable rewards. Having cultivated for a month, under the nurturing of celestial bones, Gu Changge's physical strength had already reached 5 million pounds. If she were to refine this bottle of True Dragon Blood Elixir, she would possess a staggering 15 million pounds of strength. Such power could likely shatter even those of the same realm. With a mere gesture, Gu Changge summoned a bottle of blood-red elixir, its brilliance escaping even the confines of its vial. She poured a pill into her palm. It resembled a round red gem, and within it, the image of a small blood-colored dragon seemed to swim, exuding an extraordinary aura. Overcome with desire, Gu Changge wasted no time and swallowed it whole. With the elixir in her belly, a dragon's roar erupted, and her vital energy surged like a torrent, fortifying her physique. Chapter 18. The second layer of the life wheel. Who could rival a strength of 15 million pounds? A night passed in silence. All 10 true dragon blood elixirs had been refined by Gu Changge. Now, her vitality surged, and even the slightest movement reverberated like thunder, as if a tempest raged within her. With a flick of her wrist, the air around her trembled and distorted, as if on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming power instilled in Gu Changge a sensation that she could tear through the void and shatter the very fabric of the cosmos. Yet, she understood that this was merely the feeling of a power surge. In reality, such feats were beyond her current capability. Nevertheless, with 15 million pounds of might, she could indeed devastate mountains and fracture the earth. The rite of passage trial was upon her, in the second layer of the life wheel. With a physical strength of 1,500 pounds, who could stand against her? Standing proudly, Gu Changge received a message from Gu Qing's communication jade pendant, indicating that the assembly at the Void Secret Realm was ready. "Let's go," she said with a smile. "Indeed," Gu Qingqiu replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Clad in a blue inner garment and draped in a white silk skirt, her beauty, coupled with an air of supreme authority, made it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze from her. However, standing beside Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu seemed to pale in comparison. Gu Changge's ethereal presence was akin to a flame in the darkness, drawing all attention. Before the Void Secret Realm lay an expansive plaza, where the younger generation of the Changxing family had gathered. The Void Secret Realm opened once every 3 years, housing an array of rare and exotic beasts exiled by the Gu family. While these treasures held little value for the elders, they were of immense worth to the younger generation. Despite the trials occurring every 3 years, the richness of the Void Secret Realm only deepened, continuously yielding treasures that even those of the kingly realm coveted. At last, the time for the rite of passage trial had arrived. This time, the rules had changed. Featuring 2 ranking systems, the traditional individual points ranking and a team ranking system. "Oh, how I hope to be teamed with the God's Son." Some spoke of Gu Changge, who had recently awakened a second talent, drawing the attention of the ancestors and securing the position of God's Son. as discussions erupted among the Gu family's youth. A sudden exclamation pierced the air. The second sequence, Gu Yuan has arrived. Having reached the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge a month prior, it was uncertain whether he had entered the life wheel yet. Gu Yuan possessed 108 royal bones, a born ruler whose every move exuded an overwhelming aura, capable of sapping the will of others. He had once been a formidable rival to Gu Changge, and it was uncertain what sparks might ignite between them during this rite. Before long, another voice cried out, the third sequence. Young Master Frost Sword has also arrived. He is a natural sword body, a holy body type, and had previously displayed unmatched sword intent during the sequence battles. Had it not been for Gu Changge's mysterious second sight, it was possible that the first sequence would not have been his. The plaza buzzed with excitement as the 4th, 5th sequences and others arrived in succession. Upon reaching the center of the plaza, the younger members of the Changxing Gu family began to stand behind their favorite sequences. Meanwhile, a significant number remained observant, their eager gazes fixed on the entrance to the void's secret realm, hoping to catch a glimpse of the ethereal, noble figure. At last, in the next moment, the entrance to the plaza shimmered with twisting clouds, and 2 figures captivated the attention of all. The first to step into the plaza was a youth, youthful in appearance and possessing a remarkably delicate countenance. This young man was extraordinary. His features were as exquisite as a painting, and his noble aura was beyond words. As if he were a child of the celestial beings, drawing the essence of the world with every movement. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful girl, who, at such a young age, already displayed an enchanting beauty that could rival kingdoms, Gu Changge and Gu Xianxiao. When the crowd beheld Gu Changge, they were momentarily struck dumb. Is this truly the god's son? A gasp echoed through the assembly. In just a month, how could such a transformation occur? This demeanor, this radiance, is awe-inspiring and terrifying. The Changxing Gu family members were in a state of shock. Gu Changge's month-long absence had clearly yielded extraordinary results. Could it be the awakening of his second divine ability? Without a doubt, Gu Changge's arrival signaled to all the sequences that, after a month, this former first sequence, now the ancestors' appointed god's son, had undergone a monumental change in strength. Gu Frost Sword's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Changge, his back sword resonating with an eerie song. An oppressive sword intent enveloping the plaza, sending chills down spines. Gu Yuan radiated a dominating aura, akin to a sovereign ruling over the cosmos, compelling others to feel a desire to kneel in submission. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan and Gu Frost's sword with intrigue. In the past, before awakening her celestial bones, wisdom, and authority, they might have posed a challenge, but now, they were no longer a source of pressure. Gu Xianxiao also attracted attention. Many marveled at her celestial beauty, while others recognized her as possessing the Supreme Bone, a talent that could rival even the rarest of gifts in the Changxing Gu family. Standing beside Gu Changge today, it seems the two have already become companions on the same path. This has elicited admiration and astonishment from many descendants of the Changxing Gu family. With the dual powers of the Eye of Reincarnation and the Supreme Bone, the main lineage remains paramount. Once Gu Changge enters the arena, Gu Qing and 6 other esteemed elders of exceptional cultivation appear, standing majestically above the square of the void's secret realm. Gu Qing gazes down at the gathered descendants of the Changxing Gu family, pausing slightly on Gu Changge before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The triennial adult ceremony trial has commenced once more. You are all aware of the changes in the rules. Now, holding your tokens, let the guiding light lead you to form 10 distinct groups. Following this, the sun and the sequence will draw the team numbers." Chapter 19. Treating others kindly, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Gu Xianxiao was bewildered. Gu Qing waved his sleeve, signaling the commencement. In the next moment, thousands of tokens began to radiate light in the square of the void's secret realm, prompting the descendants of the Changxing Gu family to move according to the luminous guidance, positioning themselves in their designated areas. Gu Changge, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and other members of the sequence did not need to move, remaining steadfast in place. Gu Xianxiao also refrained from action. This time, she was merely accompanying Gu Changge to observe. Her participation would not contribute to the team score, nor did she possess a token. The 6 venerable elders beside Gu Qing turned their gaze towards Gu Changge and Gu Xianxiao. One elder remarked, "Master, Gu Xianxiao possesses the Supreme Bone. Is it truly appropriate for her to follow the sun into the void's secret realm?" Another elder added, "Indeed. While the void's secret realm may not be home to formidable beasts or malevolent spirits, any unforeseen incident could lead to the loss of a prodigy with Supreme Bone such as her." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing maintained a calm demeanor, looking down at Gu Xianxiao standing alongside Gu Changge, and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Changge has his own plans, and we shall remain vigilant. What unforeseen events could possibly occur? Did not the Void Secret Realm recently experience turbulence? It is better to err on the side of caution. A third elder sighed. That may be true, but since Xianxiao is here with Changge, it is likely he has consulted her, and she has consented. Very well, Gu Qing conceded. And the other elders found it difficult to argue further. As for the notion of age restrictions preventing entry, it merely indicated that the level had not yet reached a point to trample the rules. Even though the Changge family reigns supreme, looking down upon the mortal realm, there still exists a hierarchy within, as is the case everywhere. Soon, the groups were established, comprising a total of 10 teams, effectively quashing any ambitions of individuals wishing to trail behind the powerful sequences. Changge, draw your token, Gu Qing instructed. A cluster of spiritual light descended before Gu Changge and the others. Without hesitation, Gu Changge reached out and grasped the luminous orb. In an instant, the light transformed into a white jade token, prominently inscribed with the number 10, indicating that Gu Changge would lead the 10th team into the Void Secret Realm for the adult ceremony trial. As Gu Changge drew his token, the descendants of the Changge family in the other 9 teams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon learning that Gu Changge would command the 10th team, a wave of jubilation erupted among its members. Conversely, those who were not selected felt a profound sense of disappointment. However, they quickly rallied their spirits. After all, if they could not receive the sun's favor, there remained the capable Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian from the 2nd and 3rd sequences, respectively. In due course, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian also completed their token draws. Perhaps by sheer chance, the numbers they drew corresponded precisely to their sequence rankings, the 2nd and 3rd teams, which incited exuberant cheers from their respective groups. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Qing surveyed the 9 sequence members and the sun standing before the 10 teams, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, you are now free to enter the Void Secret Realm. The tokens possess life-preserving properties. Any danger will result in your expulsion from the realm, at which point your scores will be locked. After the conclusion, individual rankings will be compiled. Now proceed. One by one, the teams entered the Void Secret Realm. Gu Qing and the 6 other highly accomplished elders also focused on a spiritual mirror, beginning to observe the conditions within the realm. Gu Changge led the 10th team into the Void Secret Realm. As they stepped inside, the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, invigorating all who inhaled it. The members of the 10th team, descendants of the Changge family, displayed expressions of enjoyment, their gazes drawn to Gu Changge and Gu Xianxiao. Although Gu Changge was their leader, the vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to approach him casually. Standing beside Gu Changge, Gu Xianxiao sensed the unease emanating from the younger members of the Changge family. Given Gu Changge's previously self-serving nature, she half expected him to abandon the team in pursuit of personal glory. How would he act now? The fade she had observed for the past few days was bound to be unveiled. Gu Xianxiao pondered, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Gu Changge's recent actions being mere pretense. Yet, it mattered little. Soon, she would obtain the dragon elephant technique and offer it to him, clearing any grudges. She would also hasten to the origins of the Changge family to acquire that coveted item. Once in her possession, her cultivation would surely soar, enabling her to pursue subsequent opportunities. Just then, Gu Changge's soothing voice broke through her thoughts. Everyone, though I hold the identity of the sun, I was once a member of the Changge family. There is no need for such formality. Gu Changge's gentle tone swept away the unease that had taken root in many hearts, much like a refreshing breeze. Within the 10th team, numerous young women from the Changge family, upon hearing Gu Changge's voice and witnessing his amiable demeanor, gazed upon him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and delight. Your Highness the Sun, one bold young woman ventured, may I inquire what your plans are moving forward, and how we should proceed? The others nodded in agreement, their eager eyes fixed on Gu Changge. Although Gu Changge had previously garnered fame due to his eye of reincarnation and prowess in combat, becoming the sun amidst a brilliant display, many in the Changge family had learned of his seemingly aloof demeanor, uninterested in anything but his own path to invincibility. Yet now, the reality was vastly different. Indeed, rumors can mislead. Gu Changge turned to the young woman who had spoken first, smiling as he nodded in acknowledgement. We are all entering the Void Secret Realm for the first time. The most formidable beasts within are at the Tongshan realm, which pose no threat to me. Henceforth, let us hunt the beasts together. I shall handle the Tongshan realm beasts, while you may take on the others. Upon hearing this, the members of the 10th team displayed expressions of joy and fervor. Such was the advantage of being under the protection of the sun. There was no risk of elimination. The beasts at the Mingluan and Tongshan levels would be as inconsequential as mere chickens and dogs before their sun, allowing them to focus solely on accumulating points. Perhaps they might even receive guidance from him. Some young women from the Changxing Gu family frequently glanced at Gu Changge's exceptionally handsome face, their cheeks flushed, likely entertaining thoughts of a more intimate nature. Chapter 20. Is cooperation necessary for slaying Mingluan realm beasts? Gu Qingxiu observed this scene, staring at Gu Changge in a daze, blinking in disbelief. Is this real? Is this compassionate, gentle youth truly Gu Changge? Could he have been impersonated? Waves of uncertainty surged within her as she began to question the trajectory of her reincarnated life, realizing it might not unfold as it did in her previous existence. Gu Changge had changed too much. It was no wonder Gu Qingxiu was filled with suspicion. Though the notion exists, it necessitates extensive validation. Gu Qingxiu's luminous eyes ponder whether the transformation of Gu Changge is singular, a revelation that shall emerge post the completion of the rite of passage. For within this trial lies a remarkable opportunity, the dragon-elephant technique. Let us proceed. Gu Changge reflected momentarily and added, however, we must not meander aimlessly. Prior to entering the Void Secret Realm, did the elders of our clan provide you with any treasure locations? Given the duration of the Void Secret Realm's opening, it is certain that each adult clan member has encountered some treasures that cannot be immediately retrieved. Many elders compile such information, intending to reveal it to their children upon entry, thereby ensuring not only a competition against ferocious beasts but also the chance for fortuitous encounters. Upon hearing this, many within Team 10 exchanged furtive glances, clearly aware of such treasures. However, the locations of their treasures are not easily divulged, and sharing them could lead to complications should others acquire them. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Changge's words sent waves of disbelief through the hearts of those Gu family members holding treasure locations. Gu Changge smiled gently. I know you possess this knowledge. I can assist you in seizing opportunities without any cost. The essence of the rite of passage is to cultivate cooperation among kin. Moreover, locations of treasures will invariably attract formidable beasts, thus offering a better chance to earn points. This encapsulates Gu Changge's true intent. As a scion of the divine, his words naturally carry weight. A youth possessing a long sword, appearing rather mature for his age, stepped forward. Gu Jing respectfully addressed Gu Changge, divine scion. I possess information regarding a treasure location discovered by my cousin from 2 generations prior. It is guarded by a beast of the Fate Wheel realm, which protects a 6th grade elixir. After relaying this information, the young man's gaze intensified upon Gu Changge. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled. Oh, a Fate Wheel realm beast yields 100 points. Should your location prove accurate, the opportunity shall be yours. I shall handle the Fate Wheel beast. As the scion of the Changxing Gu family, I cannot tarnish my name. During the rite of passage, I shall undoubtedly emerge as the victor. Hearing this, Gu Jing was elated and quickly responded. My cousin previously marked the location. As long as we present the marking token, it will guide us. I have just checked, and it is nearby. Excellent. With that, let us embark. Gu Changge nodded, inviting Gu Jing to guide him. In the Void Secret Realm Square, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders observed the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Gu Changge's concern for his kin and his intention to help them secure their opportunities, they nodded in approval, smiles adorning their faces. The scion of Changge has begun to exhibit the demeanor of a leader for our young generation, remarked one elder, stroking his white beard with a gentle smile. This initiative by the scion serves a dual purpose. Not only does it aid his kin in seizing opportunities, but it also allows for the vanquishing of formidable beasts, thus accumulating substantial points. To consider such matters at merely 16 years of age is indeed commendable, added another elder. Listening to the praises from the elders, Gu Qing felt an overwhelming joy swell within him, a slight smile curving his lips. Yet, he tempered his happiness. Recognizing that the true outcome would only be revealed upon the trial's completion, it was premature to draw conclusions. The 6 elders exchanged knowing glances, chuckling softly. While Gu Qing was delighted that they could not discern his inner thoughts, Gu Changge, accompanied by Gu Qingxiu and the members of Team 10, advanced towards the treasure guarded by the Fate Wheel realm beast. Meanwhile, a team led by Gu Yuan, situated several dozen miles to the right of Gu Changge, was heading in the same direction. Gu Yuan engaged in conversation with a companion. Are you certain that there exists a 6th grade elixir and a Fate Wheel realm beast there? Indeed, Gu Yuan, the companion affirmed. This opportunity was imparted to me by my cousin from 2 generations prior. Very well. Once we slay that Fate Wheel realm beast and obtain the 6th grade elixir, there will be ample rewards upon our return. Thank you, Gu Yuan. The Gu family youth's expression brightened at these words. As for the aspiration to acquire the 6th grade elixir and the points from the Fate Wheel realm beast, he had not even dared to contemplate it. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, others had also conceived similar strategies, fortuitously coinciding with his own. However, as Gu Changge was closer to this opportunity, he swiftly arrived at the location. Before him lay a dense thicket. through the gaps in the trees. A vast nest was visible, situated at the heart of this jungle. This is the lair of the beast, Gu Jing remarked respectfully upon observing the nest. Gu Changge turned his gaze towards it. Within the nest lay a monstrous bird emanating a searing aura, its size akin to 100 feet, currently resting with its abdomen rising and falling. The fire eagle phoenix, indeed at the Fate Wheel realm, and moreover, at the second tier of the Fate Wheel realm, Gu Changge noted, confirming the intelligence received. Aside from Gu Qingqiu, the other members of Team 10 felt a tightening in their chests. The Fate Wheel realm. This was not a foe they could confront. Fortunately, the scion was present. All eyes turned towards Gu Changge, for among them, only he possessed the capability to contend with a second-tier Fate Wheel realm beast. Gu Jing inquired of Gu Changge, "Scion, how shall we coordinate our actions henceforth?" Taken aback, Gu Changge looked quizzically at Gu Jing. "Coordinate?" Gu Jing faltered, awkwardly replying, "Naturally, to assist you in slaying this beast. A mere second-tier Fate Wheel realm beast does not require your assistance." Gu Changge chuckled, stepping forward under the astonished gazes of Gu Jing and the other Gu family youths. "Slaying this beast is but a matter of raising my hand." With a calm demeanor, Gu Changge raised his hand and pressed down. A terrifying spatial fluctuation coalescing into rippling waves above the head of the second-tier fire eagle phoenix. Buzz! The void trembled, and in an instant, a translucent hand, 300 feet in size, descended to suppress the beast. The spatial handprint. Almost the moment Gu Changge unleashed his attack, the fire eagle phoenix, previously at rest, was jolted awake, its head raised high, filled with terror as it beheld the descending 300-foot spatial handprint. "Caw!" The fire eagle phoenix screeched. Chapter 21. Raising a hand to slay the fateful beast. The entire assembly was left in awe. The spatial handprint, infused with the might of thunder, descended upon the fire eagle phoenix, which had only just begun to raise its wings. Boom! The earth roared, and dust erupted. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth. The fire eagle phoenix was instantly subdued by the spatial handprint. In the next moment, the handprint clenched, blood gushed forth, and feathers scattered like autumn leaves. The shockwave generated by the descending handprint swept through Gu Jing and the other Chongqing Gu family youths, tousling their hair. Yet, they scarcely noticed. Their eyes fixated in disbelief on the handprint that had gripped their foe. Before them, a second-tier Fate Wheel realm beast had been effortlessly subdued by their scion, Gu Changge. Is this the power of the scion? Among their generation, how many possess the strength to simply raise a hand and slay a second-tier Fate Wheel realm beast? Surely, only the scion holds such prowess. Gu Jing and the other Chongqing Gu family youths felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge dispatched the second-tier Fate Wheel realm beast, the other Gu family members, who had yet to earn points or perhaps only garnered a few, saw their tokens glow brightly. Gu Changge's name surged to the top. Simultaneously, the Team 10 he led skyrocketed from 10th place to 1st. Witnessing this spectacle, all the Gu family youths participating in the rite of passage were left dumbfounded. Did the scion truly intervene? Astonishingly, a surge of 100 points. Had they just witnessed the slaying of a fateful realm beast? Truly, the scion is formidable. In the third sequence, Gu Shuangjian swiftly dispatched a ghostly creature of the 6th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm with a single strike. He cast a glance at Gu Changge, who held the dual first place on the ranking plate, and his face remained impassive. "Have you slain a creature of the fateful realm? I shall seek one myself." Initially, he had intended to depart immediately, but he reluctantly reined in his thoughts, letting out a sigh. He longed for solitary action, yet reality forbade it. Should he leave, the third team of trials would disband, and what would his clan think of him then? However, Gu Shuangjian found it perplexing. Given Gu Changge's temperament, he should share similar sentiments. Yet, team points could only be accrued if they collectively hunted fierce beasts in proximity, which indicated that Gu Changge had secured 100 points, alongside other members of the Gu family. Unable to fathom this, Gu Shuangjian chose to disregard it and swiftly led the others in the hunt for ferocious beasts. Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and the others exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in the second sequence, Gu Yuan had already heard the thunderous sounds emanating from the direction where Gu Changge had slain a creature of the Fate Wheel realm. Simultaneously, he noticed Gu Changge's ascent to the top of the rankings alongside the 10th team. Was it Gu Changge who struck? "Quick, follow closely," Gu Yuan urged his trial team. On Gu Changge's side, he effortlessly dispatched a creature of the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel realm, an Ember Phoenix. His demeanor exhibited no emotional fluctuation. His cultivation had reached the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel realm, and he possessed a 9-pattern Fate Wheel, coupled with the extraordinary technique inherited from the Emperor's realm, the Void Sutra. Thus, his prowess was unparalleled. With merely his cultivation level, he could suppress a typical Fate Wheel realm beast like the Ember Phoenix, which was around the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. If he were to augment his physical strength, he could likely contend with beasts of the 8th or 9th layer. Should he employ the power of his heavy eyes and the celestial techniques within his celestial bones, he would be invincible within the Fate Wheel realm, even against peers of the same level. This was the formidable foundation bestowed upon Changge by his heavy eyes and celestial bones. To pose a challenge to him, one would need to be a pure-blooded beast of the 6th or 7th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. Beasts are categorized into types: ordinary beasts and pure-blooded beasts, the latter being one of the great adversaries of the human race across the 3,000 domains, a matter for another time. Having dealt with the Ember Phoenix, Changge turned to Gu Jing and said, "I have resolved this Fate Wheel realm creature. You may now seize your opportunity." "Oh, thank you, Divine Son," Gu Jing replied, his expression still lingering with shock as he approached the Ember Phoenix's lair. Moments later, Gu Jing approached Changge, his face alight with joy, holding a fiery red spiritual herb resembling the tail feathers of the Ember Phoenix. The Ember Phoenix elixir. Its crimson hue is likely approaching the 5th grade elixir level. Other disciples of the Gu family, witnessing this, looked on with envy. A 6th grade elixir. Such treasures are seldom seen by ordinary disciples, who might go their entire lives without encountering even a few. Elixirs, like pills, are classified by grades, from 1 to 9, with anything above being considered a divine elixir. Noticing the envious gazes of his peers, Gu Jing hesitated for a moment, then resolutely presented the Ember Phoenix elixir to Changge, saying, "Divine Son, had it not been for your intervention, I would not have obtained this 6th grade elixir. It rightfully belongs to you." The others, hearing this, turned their gazes toward Changge. He waved his hand dismissively. "Keep it. This is your fortune, as we previously agreed." Changge smiled faintly. Once Gu Jing confirmed that Changge had no intention of accepting the elixir, he relaxed and accepted it, joy radiating from his face. Observing Change's demeanor, several disciples harboring their own fortunes could no longer contain themselves. "Divine Son, I know of a Fate Wheel realm opportunity. I have one as well. Divine Son, I possess an extraordinary opportunity guarded by a creature of the divine realm." Around 10 individuals stepped forward from the group, approaching Changge with fervor and admiration. Yet amidst this commotion, Changge caught wind of the mention of an opportunity related to the divine realm. He raised his hand, and the eager disciples of the Gu family fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Changge's ethereal visage. Changge intended to inquire further from the disciple who spoke of the divine realm opportunity, but as he began to speak, his words faltered, replaced by his gaze shifting toward the back of the group. Xianxiao seemed to sense something and followed Changge's gaze. In the next moment, they beheld Gu Yuan, exuding an air of dominance akin to that of a sovereign, leading the 3rd trial team toward them. Gu Yuan's sequence. Changge regarded Gu Yuan with an unwavering calm. While he remained serene, the others were not so composed. Gu Yuan's sequence. "I can't believe it. Gu Yuan has always been at odds with Divine Son Changge. Will they come to blows?" murmured one disciple, filled with anticipation. Given Gu Yuan's temperament, he would never let an encounter with Divine Son Changge pass without a spar. Chapter 22. The second sequence, One Punch. "Indeed, it is you." Gu Yuan's gaze bore into Changge with intensity. "Divine Son Changge." He then shifted his attention to the now-ruined Ember Phoenix lair. Upon seeing the remains of the Ember Phoenix, his pupils constricted. "It seems the opportunity here has been claimed by you, Divine Son Changge." "Indeed," Changge nodded. "So you possess information about this opportunity?" "Naturally. Is there anything else? If not, I shall be taking my team and leaving. Should a confrontation ensue, it could greatly impact you." Changge's tone was gentle, devoid of any sense of menace. "Is the Divine Son reluctant to contend with Gu Yuan's sequence? Are you fearful?" Gu Yuan's expression darkened. "Since your ascension as the Divine Son, you have undergone significant changes. Perhaps considering the harmony of our clan, as you will eventually lead us, the Longshan Gu family. Perhaps a little, but to suggest I am afraid is absurd. Can you not see that a Fate Wheel realm beast lies dead there? It is evident that it was slain in one strike. The strength of the Divine Son is beyond our imagination." The members of Gu Yuan's team murmured amongst themselves. The disciples of the 10th team of the Longshan Gu family shared similar sentiments, though they held unwavering faith in Changge's strength. Having witnessed the shocking display of power that had just transpired, it was clear that fear was not a factor. One could only say that as the esteemed Divine Son, Changge had broadened his horizons. What others thought mattered little to Gu Yuan, yet upon hearing Changge's words, he tightened his fists. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Yuan frowned, his voice icy. "Do you think that if I choose to strike, I would surely be defeated and wounded?" The very demeanor of Changge, devoid of any need for words, conveyed to Gu Yuan his true intentions. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, anger bubbling within him as he stepped forward. unleashing his overwhelming aura of the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Do you think that by awakening a second talent and becoming the Divine Sun, surpassing the Fateful realm, you can overshadow all of us in the Xianxiaaudiobooks family? Do not forget that I too am your rival in the race for the first sequence. Boom. His terrifying aura surged forth, scattering leaves and stirring dust. The disciples of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family felt as though a mountain pressed upon their chests, their breaths quickening in response. Gu Yuan possessed 108 royal bones. A born ruler. Though they were all at the Rainbow Bridge realm, the disparity left the other disciples of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family with no thoughts of resistance. Such power was simply too terrifying. Very well, let us end this swiftly. That way, you can recover sooner. Gu Yuan roared with fury, his feet propelling him forward as he transformed into a terrifying streak of light, hurtling toward Gu Changge. The very fabric of space seemed to tear as he charged. In an instant, a stream of light surged before Gu Changge, delivering a punch that shattered the void. Akin to a ferocious tiger charging towards him, it was the dominant tiger fist of Gu Yuanshu. Previously, during a demonstration of strength at the martial arts arena, Gu Yuanshu had exhibited a force of 8 million pounds with this technique. Now, it was likely to exceed 10 million pounds. One must understand that Gu Yuanshu was a born ruler, and when combined with the saint-level dominant tiger fist, his might was significantly amplified, making the possibility of achieving 10 million pounds of force absolute. Gu Yuanshu's power had evidently surged, and he was not far from the life wheel realm. Among the younger generation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family, who could unleash 8 million pounds of force with a single punch, even the former Gu Changge could not, let alone Gu Yuan, who could now erupt with nearly 10 million pounds of strength. No one could compare. The sudden, crisp sound of shattering glass drew the attention of all the Gu family members present, and the atmosphere fell into silence. This was followed by a resounding boom. In the eyes of the crowd, a shadow flew out from the dust of the explosion, crashing violently into several towering trees. The thunderous crash of the trees collapsing sent leaves swirling into the air. Those who anticipated a fierce battle were left agape in astonishment at this unexpected scene. How could this be possible? Blood trickled from the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. His right hand hung limply by his side. Having suffered a comminuted fracture. Just a comminuted fracture. A few days of rest will suffice. I shall take my leave, he stated, nodding with a smile at the incredulous Gu Changge before turning to walk towards the astonished Gu Jing and others. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes. Her heart profoundly shaken. That punch must have reached at least 15 million pounds of force. In the life wheel realm, possessing such physical strength was extraordinary. This individual, compared to the Gu Changge from her previous life, had not only undergone a complete transformation in character but also exhibited astonishing changes in talent and combat prowess. Gu Qingxiu was well aware of the significance of achieving 15 million pounds of strength at the second layer of the life wheel realm. In her past life as fierce competition, even the most outstanding talents in the 3,000 domains, aside from those with heavenly physical gifts, likely did not possess such strength at that level. As Gu Qingxiu contemplated, Gu Changge had already reached Gu Jing and the others, calling out. Those aware of the opportunity in the divine connection realm stepped forward. As Gu Changge and his group departed, the second team of Xianxiaaudiobooks family members erupted into exclamations of astonishment. Heavens! The son of Changge has defeated Gu Yuanshu with a single punch. Is the gap between the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge and the life wheel realm truly so vast? Even Gu Yuanshu, who once stood toe-to-toe with the son of Changge, can no longer withstand a single blow. Could it be that the son of Changge's life wheel realm is exceptionally strong, rather than the disparity being so great? Gu Yuanshu, should he engage with an ordinary life wheel realm fighter, could likely obliterate them with a single strike, for that was the might of 10 million pounds. Coughing, Gu Yuan held his right arm, blood spilling from his mouth as he rose to his feet, gazing in Gu Changge's direction. What is that fellow's awakened second talent? How could there be such a dramatic transformation? How could he possess such terrifying physical strength? Gu Yuan murmured, a tearing sensation in his chest causing his complexion to pale once more. Just moments ago, Gu Changge had mentioned that his actions had a significant impact on him, which was not mere disdain. Yet, the more he thought about it, the angrier Gu Yuan became, for it only proved that he was inferior to Gu Changge. Chapter 23, Divine Light Ascending. The beasts of the divine connection realm appear. Outside the secret realm, Gu Qing and the six clan elders stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Other elders marveled. The son of Changge has broken through to the life wheel, as if reborn. Gu Yuanshu, possessing the body of a king and 108 king bones, a natural ruler, had unleashed at least 10 million pounds of force with that punch. Yet the son of Changge had defeated him. The future achievements were unimaginable. Our Xianxiaaudiobooks family shall produce another great emperor. After the elders spoke, They all enviously gazed at Gu Qing. Unable to contain himself, Gu Qing chuckled. Elders, you jest. It is still early for Changge to stand alone. The sun is invincible. He is so powerful that even Gu Yuanxiu, who once competed with you, was defeated by a single punch. As Gu Changge walked at the forefront, a group of Gu family women blushed, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration for his ethereal presence. Gu Qingxiu walked beside Gu Changge, choosing not to speak. Though her gaze could not help but linger upon him, there was no denying it. The current Gu Changge was simply too radiant. Even she, a reborn sovereign, found herself slightly overshadowed in comparison. With the sovereign bone and the fortuitous insights she could gather, it was only conceivable for her to reach the level of Gu Changge at the second layer of the life-will realm during her breakthrough. With a breakthrough of realm strength increases, Gu Changge remarked, glancing at the group of women behind him. As they beheld his flawless profile, the women internally screamed, overwhelmed by his handsomeness. Though slightly youthful, he already exuded an exceptional charm, accompanied by a radiant glow like that of a celestial being. Clad in exquisite black attire, he emanated a captivating allure reminiscent of poppies, coupled with an air of aristocratic grandeur. Even Gu Jing and the other male descendants of the Gu family could only feel reverence, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light shot up into the sky. The divine light rippled, creating waves of energy. This unexpected spectacle captured the attention of everyone within the secret realm. Simultaneously, two distress signals appeared on the command plate. It was a call for help from the teams led by Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Aside from recording scores and checking team and individual rankings, the command plate also possessed a distress signal feature, allowing nearby teams to come to the aid of those in trouble, with successful rescues granting half of that team's score. Gu Changge gazed towards the area where the divine light rippled, then glanced at the command plate, his mind already forming a hypothesis. Now that both Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao had issued distress signals, it was highly probable that the two teams were acting together and had encountered an insurmountable problem. With the two teams combining forces, it was unlikely that they faced beasts at the 4th or 5th layer of the life-will realm, let alone the 7th or 8th layers. Therefore, there was but one possibility. They must have encountered beasts of the 9th layer of the life-will realm, or even those of the divine connection realm. Son, that direction seems to lead to the opportunity in the divine connection realm that I am aware of. Gu Yi, who was knowledgeable about the divine connection realm, produced a jade pendant to sense the area and immediately informed Gu Changge. Is that so? Gu Changge's eyes flickered, and the next moment, he uttered words that shocked everyone. From now on, you need not take action. I shall handle everything. Just keep up with my pace. With that, Gu Changge soared into the air as the crowd watched in astonishment. At that moment, they clearly recognized that their family's son was now a formidable powerhouse of the life-will realm, capable of treading the void and traversing several miles in the blink of an eye. Keep up. Gu Changge stood firm in midair, calling down to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others, as his figure began to fly ahead of the group. In the center of the secret realm, a group of individuals was struggling to run, occasionally casting terrified glances behind them. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao each held a glowing orb, from which a herb and a fruit could be faintly discerned. Both women appeared pale and exhausted, evidently suffering from injuries. Gu Ziyu looked at the Changxing Gu family members following them and quickly urged, "That beast is targeting me and Xiaoxiao. Do not follow us, flee. You can still hunt beasts and monsters within the secret realm. We will provide you with other compensations after the adult ceremony trial." Gu Xiaoxiao also spoke. The beasts of the divine connection realm are beyond our strength to contend with. For now, both Ziyu and I must withdraw from the adult ceremony trial. I sincerely apologize for not being able to continue leading everyone. Indeed, Ziyu and Xiaoxiao, it is entirely our fault. There is no need for apologies, came the response. Xiaoxiao. Gu Ziyu called out to Gu Xiaoxiao. With a nod, the two accelerated immediately. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly dispersed to the sides. There was no alternative, as the beasts of the divine connection realm were utterly beyond their capability to confront. Even with the two sequences combined, as Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao were on the verge of retreating, Gu Jing, Gu Yi, and other members of the 10th team, who followed Gu Changge, were left in shock and numbness, their eyes unfocused as they raced along the path Gu Changge had cleared. They were now alarmingly close to the location where the divine light had erupted moments earlier. In a brief span, they had traversed over 100 miles. Along the way, they encountered countless beasts and monsters from the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms, and even formidable creatures from the life-will realm. Initially, the beasts from the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms posed little threat, but when two life-will realm beasts appeared, tension gripped them. After all, these two life-will beasts were not mere novices. One was at the 3rd layer while the other had reached the 5th layer. Just as they expected Changge to regroup with them for a united front, their divine son, with a grand gesture, summoned an ethereal handprint that swiftly obliterated the approaching beasts of the third and fifth life wheel realms, reducing them to a mist of blood. They gasped in astonishment, goosebumps rising on their skin. What followed was an unstoppable advance. No beast could withstand Changge's might. This display of invincibility left them both awestruck and feeling as though they were gazing upon a deity, their hearts tumultuous with emotions. It was utterly remarkable and overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Changge looked up towards the distant quaking earth, his gaze flickering with realization. Indeed, a beast of the divine connection realm. No wonder the two sequences called for aid. Chapter 24. The battle against the divine connection realm beast is inevitable defeat. Those following Changge gasped at his words. A beast of the divine connection realm. Good heavens. They noted that it seemed to be pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Simultaneously, other members of the Changge family, who had separated from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, caught sight of Changge standing resolutely in the void. Their faces lit up with joy. It's the divine son Changge. How wonderful, we are saved. Immediately, the Changge family members drew closer. Changge, noticing them, inquired, "Are you from the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "Yes, divine son Changge," a member at the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm responded. "And where are Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "They diverted the beast of the divine connection realm to avoid endangering us," the spokesperson quickly explained. "Very well. Stay with my team for now. I will return shortly," Changge instructed, turning to Gu Qingxiu and Gu Jing. "You all wait here and send someone to summon Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao's team to join us." "Understood, divine son," they replied in unison. Gu Qingxiu, amidst the crowd, gazed at the figure of Changge standing above, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, her heart shaken. Had this person truly changed? To take on such a great risk against a beast of the divine connection realm with merely the cultivation of the second layer of the life wheel realm was indeed a perilous decision. Unbeknownst to Changge, Gu Qingxiu's thoughts were tumultuous. He was simply acting according to his own convictions. As the divine son of the Changge family, he was determined to embody the responsibilities that came with that title. Of course, this was predicated on the absence of life-threatening danger. After all, even with a sense of duty, preserving one's life remained paramount. The beasts of the divine connection realm were not necessarily a threat to his life, especially during the adult ceremony trial, where elder members of the Changge family were monitoring from outside. If danger arose, they could simply withdraw. Life-threatening situations were unlikely. However, Changge's actions indeed earned him profound respect and fervor from the gathered members of the Gu family. "I am increasingly impressed with Changge," remarked an elder seated in the celestial realm, observing Changge through a mirror. His unparalleled talent, exquisite appearance, and sense of duty towards his kin make him utterly perfect. Another elder chimed in, "Look at Changge. He seems poised to confront the beast of the divine connection realm pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, and he appears confident." How intriguing. The other elders, upon hearing this, suddenly realized their oversight. They had been so captivated by Changge's outstanding performance that they had forgotten the imminent confrontation he was about to face. This realization left them exchanging glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. A challenge from the life wheel realm to the divine connection realm was a significant leap. While crossing realms in the earlier stages was feasible, the transition from the life wheel realm was daunting. The life wheel realm cultivates the life wheel, compressing spiritual energy into liquid form. A single drop of this liquid surpasses the combined spiritual power of a ninth-layer Rainbow Bridge realm cultivator. Thus, the life wheel realm completely overwhelms the Rainbow Bridge realm. The same principle applied to the divine connection realm against the life wheel realm. The divine connection realm had already birthed its innate divine abilities, which ranged from minor to major divine skills. The major skills derived from the myriad paths of the universe, while the minor skills encompassed various elemental powers, all of which wielded the forces of nature and dealt devastating blows to the life wheel realm. Now, Changge was preparing to confront the divine connection realm beasts. And while the initial layers of the life wheel realm might have some chance, the first and second layers faced an uphill battle. An elder who had previously praised Changge furrowed his brow and remarked, "While Changge's courage in facing challenges is commendable, I fear defeat may affect his spirit and psyche." Another elder echoed, "As long as we're here, Changge's life is not in jeopardy, but I worry that an early setback could influence his resolve." Gu Qing also frowned slightly. No matter, how could Changge's resolve be so easily shaken? To dare confront a beast of the divine connection realm with just the early stages of the life wheel realm showcases his superiority over everyone else in this trial. The 6 elder attendants held little faith in Changge, anticipating inevitable defeat against the divine connection realm beast. Even Gu Qing was skeptical of his victory. However, it was likely that they would soon be proven wrong. Changge's confidence stemmed from his extraordinary abilities, bolstered by his dual pupils and celestial bone. Even at the second layer of the life wheel realm, he possessed the power to defy the odds against the divine connection realm beast. With a thought, Changge transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the beast pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao found themselves in dire straits. The overwhelming aura of the divine connection realm beast nearly suffocated them. They exchanged glances, retrieving their score tokens, and sighed in unison. It seems this is where it ends, Gu Ziyu lamented. We have indeed brought trouble to our team. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. A terrifying roar erupted from behind them, accompanied by a foul breath that swept over them. As they turned to face the approaching beast, their expressions remained calm, prepared to shatter their score tokens to summon the overseeing elder when suddenly, a terrifying streak of light surged forth, colliding violently with the beast of the divine connection realm that was about to pounce. With a deafening explosion, the void erupted in a cacophony of sound, and shockwaves visibly radiated outward. Under the astonished gaze of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, the formidable beast of the divine realm was suddenly sent hurtling away, veering off 100 meters. The abrupt spectacle widened their eyes in disbelief. Gu Ziyu exclaimed, while Gu Xiaoxiao was equally shaken. Who among the younger generation of the Changge family could possibly contend with a beast of the divine realm during the rite of passage? This is not merely the realm of life wheel. Could it be that? Suddenly, an ethereal figure emerged in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind. Gu Ziyu instantly understood. It was Gu Changge. Simultaneously, the impact of Gu Changge's strike against the beast reverberated for hundreds of miles, causing nearby teams to look towards the source of the deafening sound. Their expressions shifted as they hastened towards the noise without hesitation. Gu Yuan, Gu Xuanjian, and the second and third ranks were also en route. As the shimmering light dissipated, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao gradually discerned the identity of their savior. Just as they had surmised, a figure clad in black with golden trim, exuding an air of nobility, appeared before them. The youth radiated an ethereal charm intertwined with a regal presence. His features, though slightly youthful, were strikingly handsome, and he emanated an aura of unwavering confidence. Unperturbed even in the face of a beast from the divine realm, it was indeed Gu Changge. The sight of him stirred profound emotions within Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25. The infernal flame spider. Although they had guessed who had come to their aid, the reality of witnessing his presence was a jolt to their hearts. The impact of the moment was undeniable. After all, Gu Changge had just entered the realm of life wheel. Yet he dared to confront a beast from the divine realm to protect them. An indescribable feeling surged within the two young women. They had always held a favorable impression of Gu Changge, the one who suppressed the younger generation of the Changge family, and now, witnessing him stand before them like a savior, their hearts could not remain unscathed. The infernal flame spider, enraged by Gu Changge's interruption, let out a furious roar. It had almost devoured the two insignificant beings who dared to steal its protective opportunity when Gu Changge interfered. Towering before him was the newly emerged beast of the divine realm, the infernal flame spider. Its entire body was adorned with blood-red markings, massive in size, enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding a potent aura of the divine realm that made the very air feel thick and stagnant. Although the infernal flame spider was considered ordinary among beasts, upon entering the divine realm and awakening its divine abilities, it became a nightmare for those beneath it. Gu Changge observed the infernal flame spider intently, fully aware of its origins. Come forth, let me witness the true capabilities of the divine realm, he remarked calmly, with his hands clasped behind his back. With a thunderous roar, the infernal flame spider lunged forward, its massive form transforming into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it was upon Gu Changge, its razor-sharp legs slicing through the air like blades, aiming to strike him down. Gu Changge remained unflustered, delivering a single punch. His internal energy surged, enveloping his fist in a powerful aura, and he unleashed a force equivalent to 1,500 pounds. The collision of fist and leg produced a terrifying shockwave that echoed like thunder, sending ripples through the air. Gu Changge staggered back several meters, while the infernal flame spider, though slightly shaken, retreated nearly 10 meters. Enraged by being pushed back, the infernal flame spider bellowed in fury. How could a mere ant, weaker than itself, dare to confront it? Gu Changge regarded the infernal flame spider with interest. Indeed, it is merely an ordinary beast. Even upon entering the divine realm, it is not insurmountable. Below, Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Jing watched in astonishment, their pupils contracting. Could Gu Changge truly contend with a beast of the divine realm in physical prowess? What were they witnessing? Such terrifying physical strength. It was widely known that human cultivators rarely matched beasts in raw power, and yet here was Gu Changge, in the realm of life wheel, boldly facing the infernal flame spider. The crowd was in disbelief. Furthermore, wasn't Changge supposed to possess the power of the twin pupils? They were left in shock. However, the infernal flame spider, incensed by Changge's words, launched another assault. With a hissing sound, it unleashed a torrent of flames that distorted the very air. Even from a distance, Ziyu and Xiaoxiao felt dizzy from the intense heat wave emanating from the battlefield. The infernal flame spider's flames are imbued with venom. Qingxiu suddenly warned Changge. Yet, Changge seemed to have anticipated this. As the flames erupted, his clear eyes manifested the power of his twin pupils, revealing countless secrets before him. With a swift movement, he easily evaded the poisonous flames. While dodging the infernal flame spider's attacks, Changge glanced at Qingxiu and nodded. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Qingxiu's heart raced. Why had she felt compelled to warn him? This fellow possessed the twin pupils, which contained various extraordinary abilities, including foresight. He was in no danger. Qingxiu reassured herself, recalling that in his previous life, he had seized her supreme bone, causing her setbacks in the early and mid stages of her cultivation. That warning had been a form of repayment for the recent favors he had bestowed upon her. However, Changge was far too preoccupied to ponder Qingxiu's thoughts. As he evaded the infernal flame spider's onslaught, it roared once more, and a surge of celestial power enveloped the area within 1,000 feet. A blazing domain of fire instantly expanded, causing Changge's brow to furrow slightly as he scrutinized the fiery expanse. Is this the divine power awakened by the infernal flame spider? It appears to be a fire domain. I wonder what specific abilities it possesses. As the infernal flame spider unleashed its divine abilities, it seemed confident of victory, exulting in its impending triumph. Accompanied by its roars, it conjured several terrifying fireballs, each imbued with potent fire venom. Within moments, dozens of these menacing orbs surrounded Changge. Be careful! Ziyu and Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. Each fireball radiated a suffocating force that was evidently extraordinary. With a command, the infernal flame spider initiated its assault, and the fireballs, laden with lethal venom, hurtled towards Changge. The explosions that followed were thunderous. Witnessing this, Ziyu and Xiaoxiao turned pale. The sheer number of such formidable fireballs converging on a single point would surely pose a grave threat, even to a cultivator of the same realm. Changge. Even Qingxiu felt her heart tighten with concern for him. The flames surged and the venom spread. The infernal flame spider, believing its attack had struck true, reveled in its triumph, convinced Changge was doomed. This technique had never failed to eliminate its prey before. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the eyes of those present widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. After the flames dissipated, the scene that many had imagined of Changge being gravely injured or in disarray did not materialize. Instead, he stood as ethereal and graceful as before, perhaps even more like a celestial being. Truly terrifying. Chapter 26. The Illusion of the Celestial King. The light of the heavy eyes slays the divine beast. A colossal shadow loomed behind Changge. This specter was supremely divine, surrounded by a mist of celestial light, with mysterious figures kneeling in reverence, resembling a descending celestial monarch. Simultaneously, Changge was enveloped by a faint glow, forming a spherical shield around him. Faced with the infernal spider's divine attack from the godly realm, Changge employed the heavy eye's foresight, glimpsing countless scenes of the infernal spider's assaults upon him. Immediately, he invoked the celestial king's descent to the ninth heaven, utilizing innate Taisu energy for defensive countermeasures. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The youth stood aloft in the void, akin to a transcendent being amidst the wind, serene and ethereal. Below, Qingxiu, Xiaoxiao, Ziyu, and others gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. How did the son achieve this? With the life realm, he withstood an assault from a divine beast of the godly realm, emerging unscathed? Impossible! The infernal spider screeched, unable to contain its frustration upon witnessing Changge's flawless state. How could a mere ant withstand its divine assault without a scratch? Roaring, the infernal spider summoned its power once more, a massive fireball coalescing above its head. A more terrifying flame gathering. This was the infernal sphere, the most formidable attack of the flame domain. It could not believe that this ant would escape unscathed this time. Changge glanced at the infernal sphere with a cold snort, his eyes brewing with immense dread. Countless mysteries converged within his heavy eyes. The next moment, Changge's eyes suddenly widened. A vast, solidified beam of light erupted, instantly tearing through the void. Boom! This potent beam of light was terrifying. Even the void twisted under its force, rippling with destructive, divine might that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The light of the heavy eyes. Qingxiu felt a jolt within. He could wield this even at the life realm. Around Qingxiu, other long-lived family disciples gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine ability was this? So fearsome. Could it be the might of the heavy eyes? Such a blinding light. Surely the divine beast of the godly realm would be slain by the sun on the spot. As the words left their lips, the infernal spider was struck by the light of the heavy eyes, unable to even unleash its gathered fireball. Bang! The void trembled, ripples cascading. Almost the instant the light of the heavy eyes hit the infernal spider, its massive form erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist and shattered flesh. The divine beast of the godly realm, the infernal spider, perished. Watching the spectacle unfold in the sky, the long-lived Gu family disciples below, those somewhat prepared, and some even predicting Gu Changge would slay the infernal spider, were left dumbfounded when the moment truly came. The difference between words and reality was staggering. Gu Qingxiu lowered his gaze slightly. The demeanor of the king of talents, and indeed, the king among kings. At least the king of talents without awakened divine abilities could never challenge the godly realm from the second layer of the life wheel realm. Yet he could employ the heavy eyes divine ability at the life wheel realm. How is this possible? Compared to his past life, he had advanced an entire realm in speed. Gu Qingxiu's heart was in disarray. However, soon he calmed his tumultuous thoughts. Regardless of Gu Changge's circumstances, she was a reborn supreme. If she proceeded methodically, she would undoubtedly stand atop the 3,000 domains. No one knew of Gu Qingxiu's thoughts, yet the atmosphere erupted. At the same time, the Gu family members who had just arrived to observe were equally unsettled. Gu Yuan, positioned a few miles away on a small hill, felt the fluctuations from Gu Changge's battle with the infernal spider sweeping across the landscape. Thus, when he witnessed Gu Changge manifesting the celestial king's descent and unleashing the light of the heavy eyes to slay the infernal spider of the godly realm, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? To challenge a divine beast of the godly realm from the life wheel realm, this was unfathomable. The true disparities between talents emerge only within the godly realm, where the awakened divine abilities were clear-cut. Yet, Gu Changge could defy the godly realm beast in the life wheel realm. One could only imagine how formidable he would become upon entering the godly realm and awakening divine abilities. The long-lived Gu family disciples behind Gu Yuan were similarly incredulous. My heavens, the sun actually slayed a divine beast of the godly realm while still in the life wheel realm. How powerful! Gu Shuangjian also arrived. Some of the supporters behind him could not help but inquire. Shuangjian, did you not say you would challenge the sun? With so many people here, it would be the perfect opportunity to make a name for yourself. Gu Shuangjian coldly shook his head. I am no match. Defying the godly realm from the life wheel realm, I cannot accomplish that. At this moment, within Gu Shuangjian's dantian, a wheel resembling a longsword shone brightly. Clearly, he too had broken through to the life wheel realm and had formed a sword wheel. The sword wheel bore 8 lines, indicating it was an 8-text sword wheel. The life wheel can consist of standard circular wheels or special wheels, the latter generally possessing supreme physiques. An 8-text sword wheel is on par with a standard 9-text life wheel. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders observe this scene, equally unable to remain composed. Good heavens, Changge has actually defied and slain a divine beast of the godly realm from the life wheel realm. One elder exclaimed in astonishment. Unlimited potential ahead. Another elder spoke with excitement. Gu Qing nodded. It seems our long-lived Gu family has a promising successor. The king of talents, Changge, will surely prevail. Upon hearing the phrase king of talents, the 6 elders' eyes gleamed with intensity. The king of talents. Those who grow to this status are at least in the saint realm. The top-tier kings of talents can even aspire to the emperor realm. Having slain the infernal spider, Gu Changge glanced at his personal information. Roll, Gu Changge strength, second layer of the life wheel physique. Heavy eyes, light of the heavy eyes, foresight. Celestial bone, celestial king's descent to the 9th heaven. Cultivation technique, void scripture, 5th layer 21. Divine abilities, celestial finger, minor achievement 33. Void palm seal, minor achievement 50. Great void technique, beginner 2. Innate Taisu energy, beginner 2. Bound object. Gu Qingxiu, his divine abilities had all seen significant progress. Having pushed through, he naturally employed various divine abilities, rapidly increasing his proficiency in battle. In theory, comprehending divine abilities relies solely on perception. Yet Gu Changge's system not only possesses a return capability, but also adds proficiency, truly remarkable. As Gu Changge descended before the crowd, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and they instinctively wished to draw closer to Gu Changge. As gratitude flickered upon their fair faces, they were about to speak when suddenly a terrifying elephant roar erupted. Chapter 27. The Dragon Elephant Skill Emerges. A 1,000-fold return of the Dragon Elephant's suppression technique. The sudden, terrifying roar stunned everyone momentarily. The next instant, a rift appeared in the clear sky, stretching hundreds of feet, a terrifying blackness that seemed ready to consume everything. Is this a void rift? One long-lived Gu family disciple exclaimed. A great opportunity. Another long-lived Gu family disciple spoke excitedly. Having heard tales of the Void secret realm during our coming-of-age trial, where void rifts occasionally appear, connecting to unknown realms, bringing forth transcendent legacies and rare treasures. It seems it is indeed true. That previous roar undoubtedly heralded a fearsome inheritance. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Gu Qing, upon hearing the roar, brightened. Here it comes. The dragon elephant skill. Although Gu Qing was unaware of how the dragon elephant skill manifested, hearing that roar made it clear to him. Gu Changge, too, had heard the roar. The dragon elephant skill? Gazing into the rift in the void, Gu Changge felt a flicker of anticipation. If he were to acquire the dragon elephant skill and return it, he wondered what rewards might await him. Meanwhile, it was not only Gu Changge who heard the resonant sound. Gu Shuangjian, preparing to depart, as well as Gu Yuan, also sensed the call of opportunity. The two words echoed in their minds. Fortune. Almost instantaneously, their gazes were drawn to the rift that had appeared in the void. The attention of all present was firmly fixed on the towering fissure in the air. Suddenly, a streak of light surged forth from the rift. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and several ambitious members of the Changxing Gu family made their move. They either employed teleportation techniques, soared into the sky, or utilized various mystical treasures. Their focus singularly on that streak of light. As the light descended, Gu Yuan, standing closest, felt a surge of joy and immediately leapt into the air. Simultaneously, some members of his team followed suit. Down, Gu Yuan commanded, stepping onto a massive blade, channeling his spiritual energy into it to rise. An overwhelming aura erupted, pushing back those from the Changxing Gu family who sought to seize the light. Gu Shuangjian flew through the void, witnessing Gu Yuan nearing the light. He unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air. Just as Gu Yuan repelled the approaching members of the Changxing Gu family, he sensed the imminent threat of Gu Shuangjian's sword light. A wave of danger washed over him, and his expression shifted as he deduced the source. Gu Shuangjian, break! Gu Yuan shouted, turning to unleash a powerful punch at the incoming sword light. Boom! The void rippled with the impact. Upon contact, Gu Yuan's complexion paled as he was sent flying, a clear sword mark visible on his fist, blood flowing freely. Lifeful realm! Gu Yuan roared as he was propelled backward. This opportunity is mine, Gu Shuangjian remarked coolly, preparing to grasp the light. However, in the next moment, a tremendous finger emerged from the void, solidifying and seemingly imprisoning him in place. Sky-blocking finger. Gu Shuangjian's expression shifted in shock as he came to terms with the situation. A light even faster than he approached the streak of light. Gu Changge, having bypassed Gu Shuangjian, smiled and declared, "This opportunity belongs to me." With that, he grasped the chance that had descended from the void. Fuyo sword light. Gu Shuangjian barked, his sword emanating a brilliant white glow. The terrifying sword intent piercing the sky as it violently clashed against the descending finger. Boom! Gu Shuangjian managed to sever the finger. But the recoil caused him to cough up blood, his vitality waning. With a single strike, he was lightly injured. Gu Shuangjian, shaken, gazed incredulously at Gu Changge, who had seized the opportunity. Despite being in the life wheel realm, he found himself unable to withstand even a single finger from Gu Changge. How could this be possible? The members of the Changxing Gu family below were equally astonished. Did the son of Changge just defeat Shuangjian with a single finger? They exclaimed in disbelief. I must be seeing things. Wasn't Shuangjian supposed to have broken into the life wheel realm just moments ago? I thought he would claim the opportunity, but instead, he was vanquished by the son of Changge. Gu Yuan, having regained his composure, turned to see Gu Shuangjian's defeat at the hands of Gu Changge, erupting into laughter. Ha ha! Gu Shuangjian, did you think you were invincible just because you broke through to the life wheel? None of us stand a chance against Gu Changge. The sun is supreme. Your defeat is well-deserved. Gu Shuangjian wiped the blood from his mouth, directing a piercing gaze at the laughing Gu Yuan. I have already broken through to the life wheel, while you have not. Need I say more? Gu Qingxiao, initially contemplating intercepting the dragon elephant skill, chose not to act upon witnessing Gu Changge subdue Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. However, she was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of the dragon elephant skill. If the skill could not be obtained as a gesture of gratitude towards Gu Changge, it seemed she would need to seek other opportunities to compensate. Gu Changge held the dragon elephant skill, ignoring the squabble between Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. When he grasped the streak of light, he saw the faint image of a small dragon elephant, at the heart of which lay a scroll. Indeed, the very scroll he now held. The dragon elephant skill was his. This trial of adulthood had concluded splendidly. Gu Changge smiled lightly, storing the dragon elephant skill within his storage ring. In the days that followed, as expected, Gu Changge continued to slay ferocious beasts of the life wheel realm and the divine realm, firmly claiming the top position on both leaderboards. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the trial of adulthood came to an end. Many had garnered substantial resources, and Gu Changge was no exception, having received a sacred weapon as a reward. He chose a sacred bell, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities and the power to instill awe in the hearts of others. Brother Changge. Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge's courtyard, puzzled. Did you summon me for something? Gu Changge, standing by the stone table in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at a verdant tree adorned with a luxurious black and gold robe that exuded an air of nobility, surrounded by ethereal sounds and a faint celestial glow. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's voice, Gu Changge nodded and turned to her. Indeed, I have something to discuss. The Supreme Bone is inherently supreme. It not only cultivates unparalleled divine abilities, but also nourishes the host, enhancing the physical body. The Dragon Elephant skill that I acquired during the trial is a method to strengthen the body, superior to the family's body refining techniques. After speaking, Gu Changge produced the Dragon Elephant skill and tossed it to Gu Qingxiu. She instinctively caught it. Gu Changge smiled. This is for you. As he bestowed the Dragon Elephant skill upon her, a notification sounded. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target, Gu Qingxiu, the incomplete Imperial level skill, Dragon Elephant skill, resulting in a 10,000-fold return, Celestial level skill, Dragon Elephant suppressing prison strength. Chapter 28, The Child of Fortune, Yichen, the sanus of chicken legs, 10,000-fold return. Celestial level skill, Dragon Elephant suppressing prison strength. The revelation containing two critical pieces of information sent a jolt through Gu Changge's heart, swiftly filling him with joy. Excellent. A celestial level skill, this is a direct path to Changshan's legacy. The return is astounding. Though elated internally, Gu Changge remained composed and warm, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the Dragon Elephant skill in his hand. Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Gu Changge would gift her the Dragon Elephant skill, accompanied by a reason she could not refuse. The Dragon Elephant skill should be beneficial to you as well, right? The Dragon Elephant skill. Prior to her rebirth, Gu Qingxiu was well aware of the immense power contained within this legacy. In her mind, there was no better body refining technique. However, since Gu Changge had personally acquired it, she felt reluctant to practice it. Initially, she felt uneasy because Gu Changge had not excavated her bones, and it felt strange that he treated her like a sister. This peculiar sensation made it increasingly difficult for Gu Qingxiu to maintain her composure, as her thoughts of vengeance began to resurface. In her previous life, although she had defeated Gu Changge and severely weakened the Changshangu family, this time around, she was not necessarily devoid of the desire to suppress him once more, possibly even more ruthlessly than before. After all, according to the developments, she too would face the prospect of having her bones excavated. Who could have foreseen that the unfolding events would diverge so drastically from her memories? I have comprehended it. Gu Changge pointed to his own head. The Dragon Elephant skill is already within my mind. So soon? Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, confirming that Gu Qingxiu indeed knew how to cultivate the Dragon Elephant skill. Gu Qingxiu was acutely aware that her words were somewhat problematic, and hastily added, I mean no offense, Brother Shensi. It was just that when I obtained this Dragon Elephant technique in the Void Secret Realm, the phenomenon observed suggested that the technique is extraordinarily rare. It is widely known that comprehending profound legacies typically requires considerable time. Thus, I was rather astonished to hear you claim to have grasped it in such a short span. Listening to the excuse Gu Qingxiu had concocted, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This foolish sister of mine is likely unaware that her true identity has been completely unveiled by my brother, the Sovereign. Moreover, the Dragon Elephant technique nestled in my mind is incomparably superior to the one she possesses. Feigning understanding, Gu Changge nodded. Indeed, the Dragon Elephant technique is quite profound. To comprehend it, one must visualize the dragon and elephant. You are currently at the spirit gestation realm. Prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. In truth, Gu Qingxiu's actual prowess stood at the liquid transformation 6th layer. Gu Changge chose not to expose this fact, casually expressing concern instead. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingxiu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded, saying, I understand. By the way, if you find yourself in need of any resources, do not hesitate to tell me. All right, she thought to herself, having already accepted so much goodwill from Gu Changge. She resolved to repay him when she discovered what he might require next. Watching Gu Qingxiu's departing figure, Gu Changge smiled. As a reborn supreme female, my favorability towards you should be quite high now. With that, he paid little heed and spoke to the system, claimed the Dragon Elephant suppressing prison technique. As soon as Gu Changge's words fell, he was suddenly enveloped by a transformation in his surroundings. He found himself standing in an endless wilderness, an ancient aura of desolation enveloping him. In the next moment, accompanied by a terrifying roar, a colossal dragon elephant ascended into the sky, letting out a fierce howl that echoed through the desolate land. In an instant, the void shattered, the wilderness trembled, stars fell from the heavens, and darkness engulfed the sky. This terrifying scene left Changge utterly astounded. "Is this the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique taking form?" he exclaimed in disbelief. As his words echoed, the towering dragon elephant, roaring towards the heavens, suddenly transformed into countless tadpole-like characters, which, before he could even react, surged into his body. A torrent of information flooded Changge's mind. In the brief span of a breath, he had mastered this celestial-level technique, the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. This technique is a terrifying body-refining method that leads to one of the ultimate paths of strength. It comprises 3 parts. The first layer, giant elephant particles; the second layer, yuan elephant particles; the third layer, dragon elephant particles; and the fourth layer, divine elephant particles. According to the descriptions of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, the human body comprises a total of 840 million microparticles, all of which can be transformed into the aforementioned 4 types of particles through this technique. A single giant elephant particle possesses a force of 100 pounds. Yuan elephants yield 1,000 pounds, dragon elephants 10,000 pounds, and divine elephants 1,000,000 pounds. Simply converting all particles within his body into giant elephant particles would grant him a staggering power of 84 billion pounds. Such strength could undoubtedly allow him to break through any barrier with sheer force. After absorbing the information regarding the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, Changge took a deep breath. Truly, this is a celestial-level technique. The first layer of giant elephant particles alone is astonishing, not to mention the other 3 layers. The cultivation of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique is remarkably straightforward. The first step involves visualizing the dragon elephant to activate the 840 million microparticles within. Following this, one must refine these particles using immense energy, transforming them all into yuan elephant particles. Changge already possessed a strength of 15 million pounds, and he estimated that transitioning to yuan elephant particles would not be overly challenging. Not wanting to rush into cultivation, Changge's mind shifted, and he opened Xianxia's personal information. After binding the target, he could check her information at any time. Now, he had acquired knowledge about her recent fortunes. Nickname: Xianxia. Identity: daughter of the Changge family's branch, reborn supreme. Strength: spirit gestation realm 5th layer, liquid transformation 6th layer. Physique: supreme bone. Cultivation method: Void Sutra. Divine abilities: recent fortune. The dragon elephant technique has ultimately fallen into my hands. Xianxia is cultivating the dragon elephant technique, but due to its immense resource consumption and her reluctance to ask brother Shinsi for assistance, she has decided to seek out opportunities from her memories. In a month, she will journey to the Changge family's ancestral home to obtain the celestial artifact, Gathering Spirit Bottle. Additionally, she will seize the fortune of the fateful child Yichun, the Millennium Spiritual Spring Eye. Along the way, she will rescue the hidden identity of the Ji family's goddess, who has been ensnared by a chicken leg. Chapter 29. Awakening the Giant Elephant Particles. 300 billion pounds of strength. Upon reviewing Xianxia's recent fortunes, Changge was taken aback. Good heavens, a celestial artifact, Gathering Spirit Bottle. And there's even an unexpected name, the fateful child Yichun? His gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the final line. A hidden identity of the Ji family's goddess, captured by a chicken leg? How fittingly peculiar, he mused. Just as he concluded this thought, another prompt from the system appeared. Ding! Detected binding target. Ji family goddess Ji. Location information synchronized. The host can bind the target upon approaching within 100 meters. Oh, a second binding target? Changge regarded the task prompt with keen interest. However, he paused momentarily. Ji, if memory served, she was his cousin. His mother was the previous favored daughter of the Ji family's head. The Changge family and the Changxing family have always maintained a close relationship, and his father, Qing, had married Ji Mingyue, thus giving birth to Changge. Never would he have imagined that the system would bind his cousin as the return target this time. A thought crossed his mind, and information regarding Ji Ryu's location emerged in his consciousness, revealing that she was quite distant from the Changxing family, situated in the southwest direction on the vast map of the heavenly Dao domain. It appeared that his cousin Ji Ryu had not strayed far from home. However, in a month, if she were to encounter Yichun, she must have slipped away. A month would provide ample time to cultivate the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Returning to his chamber, Changge began to sense the 840 million microparticles within him. Following the visualization technique of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, He seated himself as if amidst the vast cosmos, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars, immeasurable in scale, resembled the microparticles of the human body. In his perception, the stars radiating starlight blinked continuously, increasing in number and density. In the next moment, an epiphany struck him as one star instantaneously transformed into a roaring giant elephant of the starry sky. Roaring. The giant elephant's cosmic roar imbued him with a surge of power. The first human microparticle successfully transformed into a giant elephant particle. Continue. He pressed on, converting the second, third, and fourth particles. One by one, the stars morphed into giant elephants, standing tall and roaring in the cosmic expanse. Changge's physical strength surged incrementally, gaining 100 pounds with each transformation. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive funnel above the first sequence mansion, pouring down an abundance of spiritual energy into Changge's location, all of which became his nourishment. The spiritual energy quality of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family was already comparable to that of a blessed land. Not to mention, the first sequence mansion boasted a gathering spirit formation, enhancing the richness of the spiritual energy to unprecedented levels. In the outside world, cultivating within the first sequence mansion was akin to consuming heavenly treasures. Now, as Changge practiced the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, coupled with his unparalleled innate talent, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was nothing short of astonishing. A colossal spiritual energy funnel was already an attention grabber, and in the next moment, a massive dragon elephant let out a thunderous roar from within it, sending terrifying sound waves rippling across hundreds of miles. The entire Xianxiaaudiobooks family heard this resonant call and instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction of the first sequence mansion. What unprecedented divine ability was the sun cultivating this time? The resonance of the elephant's call was awe-inspiring, imbued with an ancient and majestic aura. Was this the legacy the sun obtained within the void secret realm? The sun had grown even stronger. The younger generation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family murmured among themselves. They all knew of Changge's fortuitous encounter within the void secret realm, recalling how he single-handedly subdued Shuangjian and Yuanshi. Many elders of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family also focused their thoughts momentarily, but soon lost interest. If a formidable presence beyond the king realm were to break through, it would cause phenomena visible for thousands of miles, startling even external forces and rogue cultivators. Xianxiao, who was in close proximity to Changge's courtyard, sensed the terrifying ancient aura permeating the air and found it hard to believe. After all, she too possessed the dragon elephant technique. From her supreme perspective, it seemed impossible for such a horrifying disturbance to arise. The aura was even comparable to that of an emperor-level legacy. Was this truly the dragon elephant technique? Xianxiao blinked, contemplating the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hands, pondering why she had not felt such a terrifying sensation when she comprehended it. It seemed merely a notch stronger than more profound body refinement techniques. Could it be due to the celestial light emanating from his chest? Xianxiao speculated. However, Changge's rapid advancement weighed heavily on her. She was a reborn supreme. Currently, her supreme bone had not been extracted, and with Changge's protection, she should theoretically break through faster than him. Yet, Changge's power surged continually while her progress remained less pronounced. First, she would master the dragon elephant technique, then head to the Xianxiaaudiobooks family's origin to acquire that item. At that point, her strength would surely soar. Moreover, with Changge being so amicable in this life, and the Xianxiaaudiobooks family providing her with considerable support, she might as well assist Changge's cousin, Ji Ruyu. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had followed the wrong crowd, leading to the downfall of the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks family. While Yi Chun feigned sorrow for a few days before resuming his frivolous ways with other women. How fortunate for you to have such a good cousin this time, Xianxiao thought. With that, she sat cross-legged on her bed, opened the scroll of the dragon elephant technique, and began to visualize the illustrations within. A month passed. Changge slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, an ancient giant elephant flickered across his gaze, exuding a fierce and primal aura from his jade-like body. The entire room seemed to freeze in place. Sensing the roaring particles of countless giant elephants within him, Changge nodded in satisfaction. Having exhausted all his accumulated resources, Changge's body particles had awakened over half, bestowing him with a colossal strength of 300 billion pounds, rendering his physique comparable to that of a pure-blooded fierce beast's offspring, perhaps even more formidable. His physical strength alone could make Changge invincible within the fateful realm. Among those of the same rank, none could withstand a single punch from him. Coupled with the enhancements from his dual pupil divine bone, Changge could easily contend against even those at the divine connection realm. Chapter 30. Residing in the Sun's Mansion. The Sunset Nine Styles. Possessing 300 billion pounds of strength, he truly achieved the ability to shake mountains and rivers with a single punch, to shatter the sun and moon with a mere strike. His power had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to a month ago. Truly, it was a celestial-level technique. Even before fully mastering it, he had already become so powerful. Changge murmured, feeling a tinge of joy within. He then began to plan his path of cultivation ahead. With his physical body secure, he could now proceed steadily, which would be sufficient to ensure his invincibility. In terms of spiritual power cultivation, the 9 patterns of fate wheel were already commendable, yet to match the ferocity of the dragon elephant suppression technique in body refinement, he must transform the 9 patterns into the heavenly Tao fate wheel. His divine bone was currently releasing mysterious powers, altering Changge's innate and fate wheel qualities. However, this transformation was slow. He did not know how long it would take to make the 9 patterns into a unified heavenly Tao fate wheel. He needed to seek methods to expedite this metamorphosis. Nonetheless, secret techniques for altering fate wheel qualities were not available even within the Changge family. He would have to rely on himself. However, Changge believed that finding techniques related to altering fate wheel qualities through the return system to enhance his fate wheel should not be overly difficult. By the way, as he thought of this, Changge calculated the time. Had a month already passed? He wondered if xianxiao had emerged. A month without triggering the return. What should he use to activate it this time? Suddenly, Changge recalled that he had obtained a high-grade holy weapon, the Falling Star Bow, 2 months ago. Why not trigger it with archery techniques? Gaining a powerful archery inheritance to complement the Falling Star Bow would leave him without any weaknesses, a perfect hexagonal warrior. But he lacked a strong archery inheritance. Yet, upon reflection, Changge chuckled at himself. Just because he didn't have one didn't mean the Changge family or his father lacked it, being the son. Acquiring a powerful archery inheritance would be a simple matter. With this in mind, Changge contacted Guqing through a communication jade talisman. He conveyed his needs to Guqing. Before long, Guqing's voice resonated in the courtyard. Has Changge come out? Come and meet me. Guqing's gentle voice floated through the air. Father? Changge stood up and walked out to see Guqing standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Changge emerge, Guqing looked at his jade-like, ethereal figure, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. It seems your strength has greatly improved. Indeed. Changge smiled, then curiously asked, by the way. Father, why have you come personally? I came to share some matters with you. Your son's mansion has been completed. It spans 50 miles and is located on the side of the main vein. Additionally, I have the archery inheritance you mentioned. I only possess one style, though. I wonder if you will find it to your liking, Guqing said, producing a small iron piece. The Sunset 9 styles. But I only have one style. Upon hearing this, Changge's heart stirred slightly. Guqing was a formidable presence at the King realm. Anything he collected would certainly be extraordinary. One style would suffice. Changge nodded as he accepted it. Even if it was incomplete, the more remarkable, the better. He would use this to trigger the return, not for training. Seeing Changge take the Sunset 9 styles, Guqing curiously asked, what interest do you have in archery all of a sudden? No matter. Just ensure you are prudent. Guqing chuckled, preparing to leave when he suddenly recalled something. By the way, your maternal grandfather has invited you to visit, and your mother misses you. To go over when you have time. All right. Changge was taken aback but nodded, heading toward the courtyard where xianxia resided. A month had passed. xianxia would likely be going out soon, and visiting the Changge family should pose no problem. His memories of Jiruyu were quite vague. He only remembered her as a soft-spoken little cousin who followed him around, calling him brother. However, it seemed that before awakening his innate wisdom, he had been too engrossed in cultivation to pay much attention to her. He felt a bit excited about meeting his cousin again. Changge murmured to himself as he arrived at xianxia's courtyard. The maidservants of xianxia were already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Changge approach, the 2 maidservants immediately brightened, lowering their heads respectfully. We greet the son. Is Sister Xianxia in? Changge smiled and nodded, inquiring if Miss Xianxia was present. I will inform the divine son right away. Shortly thereafter, Xianxia emerged from the courtyard with her maid, ready to greet Changge. Upon entering the yard, Xianxia took the initiative to brew tea for him. As she sized up Changge, whom she hadn't seen for a month, a sense of awe washed over her. Changge had grown even stronger. Despite her supreme knowledge, she felt a profound depth emanating from him, akin to an abyss. Divine brother, may I ask what brings you here unexpectedly? Xianxia queried, her curiosity piqued. It's nothing. I come bearing a gift for you. Changge replied with a cheerful smile, presenting her with the first iron plate of the Sunset 9 styles, freshly acquired and still warm to the touch. Xianxia was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. But divine brother, you've already given me the dragon elephant technique. I cannot accept more. She was puzzled by Changge's unwavering kindness towards her. Did he truly regard her as a sister? Or had he perceived something beyond the surface? Despite possessing the supreme bone and destined to become the pillar of the Changge family, her situation seemed excessive. Take it. It is yours, Changge insisted. Ignoring her refusal, he grasped her hand and placed the iron plate into her delicate palm. It's a joke. If you do not accept, how can you trigger the return? The warmth of his gentle hand sent a jolt of electricity through Xianxiao, who had never experienced such a touch from any man before. A light blush graced her porcelain face as she felt the sensation. Oblivious to her blush, Changge was captivated by the return information. Ding. Gift to the target. Changge. Incomplete Saint-level archery technique Sunset 9 styles. Receiving a 1,000-fold return. Complete Saint-level archery technique shooting the sun. Incomplete Saint-level archery? Truly remarkable. A 1,000-fold return to acquire the complete Saint-level archery shooting the sun. Excellent. Changge was thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Xianxiao stared at the iron plate in her hand. Lost in thought, increasingly perplexed by Changge's benevolence. Archery? As she probed the iron plate with her consciousness, she discerned the intricate inscriptions. Immediately recognizing its contents, a fragment of a saint-level archery technique, the Sunset 9 styles. In the central heavenly domain, archery was one of the supreme paths. Yet it was the least practiced form of attack. The rarity of saint-level archery techniques was on par with imperial-level skills. How could Changge bestow upon her an incomplete saint-level archery technique? Did he not comprehend its value? No, as the divine son of the Changge family. He surely understood the preciousness of even the incomplete techniques. Indeed, I have just learned it. Perhaps you could learn it too, Changge chuckled. Sure, Xianxiao replied softly. In her previous life, to confront the hidden threats lurking in the abyss, she had also studied archery and possessed several complete saint-level techniques in her mind. She planned to take the opportunity to share those techniques with Changge as a token of gratitude for his generous gift. However, a complex feeling stirred within her. It seemed that her debts to Changge were mounting, and he continually offered her kindness without giving her a chance to refuse. By the way, the Divine Son's residence has been completed. You should move in with me in 3 days, Changge remarked, suddenly recalling something as he prepared to leave. This is the Divine Brother's residence. Moving to the Divine Son's estate after already being talked about for going to the first sequence estate. Xianxiao hesitated, wanting to decline. However, before she could voice her refusal, Changge swiftly turned back, smirking. Not everyone in the Changge family possesses discerning eyes. Besides, with your supreme bone, you need not seek my protection. I am merely concerned for my sister. Is there a problem with that? If anyone speaks ill again, let them come to me. After saying this, Changge gently patted her head and finally took his leave. Xianxiao stood there, utterly stunned. Her previously tranquil heart now racing, even causing ripples in her imperial heart. Did he truly care for her so simply? Regardless, she resolved that as long as he treated her well, she would reciprocate when she ascended to the peak once more. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily put aside her thoughts. In the days that followed, surprising news spread through the Changge family. Xianxiao was revealed to be the unparalleled beauty with a supreme bone. And Changge had already recognized her as his sister, treating her as his own kin. Henceforth, anyone spreading rumors would face punishment according to the clan's defamation rules. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire Changge family. After all, only the upper echelon of clan elders and some talented members knew of Xianxiao's supreme bone. It had not been widely disseminated. Yet with Changge's proactive clarification, countless gasps of surprise ensued. So, the Divine Son has been associating with someone possessing a supreme bone. They exclaimed. Ah, no wonder he favored her. She is indeed a prodigy with a supreme bone. It seems the earlier signs of awakening in our branch were indeed hers. The main family head, Qing, smiled at Changge. Thank you, father, Changge replied with a gentle smile. It was our concealment of the truth that led to misunderstandings among some. No problem, Qing waved his hand, teasing Changge, but for such a trivial matter. You came all this way to tell me. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for that little girl, would you? If you truly fancy her, I would have no objections. After all, with her supreme bone, should you two unite, your offspring would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Changge shook his head vehemently, offering another reason. Father, idle talk can be daunting. Some careless rumors could sway our family's unrivaled genius. He continued, moreover, I genuinely regard Xianxiao as my sister. All right, I was merely jesting. If it happens, splendid. If not, it matters not. She will always be a part of the Changge family. Qing responded, understanding his son's perspective. Meanwhile, in her small courtyard, Xianxiao sat on a stone bench, her 2 maids gazing at her with envy and respect. Miss Xianxiao, the Divine Son truly treats you splendidly. Indeed, we used to want to refute the discussions among the inner clan members about you, but you wouldn't allow it. Now, those people must think twice before speaking. Gu Qingxiu, with a steaming cup of tea before her, felt warmth surge through her heart as she listened to the rumors relayed by her maids. A gentle smile graced her already exquisite face. It seems I have troubled my divine brother, she murmured, astonished that her casual remark had struck such a chord with him. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Gu Changge's kindness felt overwhelming. Despite her elevated status due to her supreme bone, the disparity between her and Gu Changge, born from the main family, remained vast. It was no wonder she found herself pondering such thoughts. Gu Qingxiu took a deep breath, shaking her head repeatedly to calm the strange emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to enhance her strength. Once the great era commenced, she would engage in the worldly competition, vying for fortune and once again affirming her path to enlightenment. Meanwhile, outside the Changge family estate, a stunning young girl, seemingly imbued with an ethereal grace akin to that of a woodland sprite, gazed at the boundless land and sky before her. Unable to resist stretching her arms wide and inhaling deeply the fragrance of freedom, at last, she had managed to sneak out, and not a soul was aware. She could finally revel in her independence and explore the world. This lively and spirited girl was none other than Ji Ryu. After expressing her excitement, Ji Ryu cast a cautious glance back at the Changge family estate and swiftly took flight, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she sped into the distance. Reflections on her circumstances could wait. For now, escape was of the essence. Chapter 32. The Son of Heaven Seeks to Gather Bottles? The origin of the Changge family lay in a quaint mountain village, a veritable paradise beyond the reach of worldly strife. The family's ancestor, possessing astonishing talent for cultivation, achieved the divine body and ascended to the rank of an emperor. Henceforth, this humble village became the true ancestral ground of the Changge family. At this moment, many children and adults from the village gathered at the entrance, curiously observing a magnificent palanquin drawn by several snow-white dragon-scaled horses. The palanquin appeared to be crafted from some divine wood, shimmering with an otherworldly glow and exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Is it the Changge family from outside that has arrived? They wondered. Who could it be? The snow-white dragon-scaled horses. They seem to appear only when the family head comes to pay respects to the ancestors. Ah, the family has come. They will surely bring us many delightful treats. The villagers of the old Gu family possessed little talent for cultivation, primarily comprising direct descendants or collateral branches that had made significant contributions without any cultivation abilities. The children, brimming with innocence, excitedly speculated about who might emerge from the noble palanquin. Yet, they shared a common hope whenever the family visited. They always brought an abundance of treats and displayed no airs, treating the villagers with warmth and kindness, devoid of any disdain for their lack of cultivation. Finally, amidst the children's eager anticipation, a young boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, stepped out from the palanquin. His youthful visage was already strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being. Is this truly the old Gu family? Gu Changge mused, surveying the idyllic village with admiration. He smiled as he noticed the children with their wide, innocent eyes, marveling at him, along with the adults from the village. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful appearance emerged from the crowd, bowing respectfully to Gu Changge. May I inquire who you are? The elder who had driven the carriage chuckled. Village chief, this is our new son of heaven from the Changge family. He has come to visit the birthplace of our family and to pay homage to our ancestors. What? The son of heaven? No wonder he seems extraordinary. I have heard that the son possesses extraordinary eyes, the village chief's companions exclaimed in astonishment. The village chief, equally taken aback, said, I had no idea his highness, the son of heaven, would visit us. Please forgive our ignorance. It is quite all right. I am but an individual, and you need not be overly formal. Gu Changge replied gently. Although the main family had always treated the old Gu village kindly, respect was still essential. Seeing Gu Changge's amiable demeanor, the village chief felt both honored and surprised. No need for formality. May I ask how long the son intends to stay with us? I'm not quite sure. It depends on the circumstances, Gu Changge responded. Very well, we have a residence prepared for the family. Would it be suitable for your highness to stay there? Certainly. Gu Changge had come to the Gu village primarily to seek the legendary artifact, the spirit-gathering bottle, which had recently been hinted at in Gu Qingxiu's fortune. Securing this artifact would allow him to return it to Gu Qingxiu, even if only in exchange for a fraction of its power. For it would still be a divine artifact, and one of considerable strength at that. Thus, he had arrived ahead of Gu Qingxiu, keen to initiate the search. After expressing his gratitude to the village chief, Gu Changge turned to the elder who had driven him. Thank you, Elder Lingyun, for personally escorting me here. Not at all. For nearly a century, I have been responsible for the protection of Gu village. It was merely a matter of course. If you require anything, please feel free to inform the village chief, Elder Lingyun added. Upon nodding in acknowledgement, Changge watched as Elder Lingyun departed with the carriage. The dragon-scaled horses were rare creatures, possessing true dragon blood, known for their gentle nature and lack of aggression, capable of soaring through the skies. Typically, only those from powerful factions would keep such noble steeds. As Changge and the village chief made their way to the residence designated for the family, they found it spacious and adorned with luxurious, comfortable decor. After casually selecting a room, Changge turned to the village chief, saying, "By the way, I have come to the village in search of something. If possible, could you gather all the bottles from the villagers for me to inspect?" Bottles? The village chief was taken aback. He had thought Changge was merely visiting the village to explore and would soon depart. Yet, he was indeed searching for something specifically. Bottles? What treasures could possibly remain in their humble village? However, since it was Changge's request, the village chief nodded in acquiescence and left the residents to inform the villagers to bring forth all their bottles. In no time, the villagers displayed curious expressions. Collecting all the bottles from the village? Surely that cannot be right. Perhaps some treasure has been lost in our old Gu village? How could that be? If there were any treasures, the previous family heads and the elders, who were either kings or quasi-saints, would have discovered them long ago. Curiosity buzzed among the villagers. But they obediently gathered all their bottles and brought them to the reception residence. Meanwhile, Xianxiao had stabilized her recently achieved breakthrough, now having ascended to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. However, as she activated her concealing technique, her aura gradually diminished, reverting to the first layer of the liquid transformation realm. Had Changge been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, as expected of the protagonist template, playing the part of a humble figure while concealing her true strength. Finally, she could briefly hover in the air, employing the Void Scripture's divine powers. Even standing against the Wheel of Fate, granting her a sense of security, Xianxiao stepped out of her room, determined to retrieve the spirit-gathering bottle. In her previous life, the reason Xianxiao had advanced so rapidly and managed to catch up with the prodigies of the Zhongtian Dao domain and the 3,000 Dao domains was largely due to the unimaginable contributions of the spirit-gathering bottle. As Xianxiao made her way to the courtyard, she intended to seek out Changge, accompanied by 2 maidservants. However, upon arriving at Changge's quarters, she triggered a barrier and discovered that he was not present. One maidservant remarked, "Miss Xianxiao, the Son of Heaven has already departed. He mentioned that you could act on your own without needing to inform him." Left? When did he leave? About 3 days ago. Is that so? Xianxiao blinked in surprise. Given that neither the Jiaolong ranking nor the True Dragon ranking had yet appeared in the Zhongtian Dao domain, it seemed premature for the worldly competition to commence. Logically, Changge should have been focused on enhancing his cultivation. She had not anticipated that he would venture outside the Changxing Gu family estate. However, after a moment of astonishment, Xianxiao dismissed the thought. It was perhaps for the best. She could now act freely. She simply needed to inform her family of her intention to visit the Gu village. Chapter 33. Securing the Spirit-Gathering Bottle. Xianxiao was already preparing to head to the Gu village. Meanwhile, Changge was meticulously examining the bottles within the village, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into each one he touched, using his celestial bone to sense their nature. If any of them were artifacts, he possessed a celestial physique, and if there were any contact between the two parties, the spiritual energy would be ignited, causing a reaction from both the celestial body and the celestial artifact. Over the past few days, Changge had already sifted through 4 or 5 batches. Initially, he only examined the bottles commonly found in the village, and the villagers assumed that Changge had a peculiar preference, thus selecting only the aesthetically pleasing ones. However, after his thorough examination, he realized the futility of such a pursuit and promptly instructed the villagers to bring any bottle, regardless of its cleanliness. "This one won't do. This one won't do either," Changge remarked as he meticulously inspected the array of grimy, dark bottles that appeared to have been buried in mud or coated in dust for ages, his brow furrowing in concentration. If this batch yielded nothing, it would imply that the celestial artifacts possessed spiritual essence beyond his reach. As he contemplated this, he reached for a long-necked clay bottle. With practiced ease, he infused it with spiritual energy, awakening the celestial physique within him. In the next moment, a mysterious vibration emanated from the celestial bone. And as the spiritual energy flowed into the bottle, a faint glow flickered on its earthen surface, accompanied by wisps of spiritual energy being drawn away. Sensing this change, Changge felt a jolt of excitement, a smile gracing his features. "This must be it," he exclaimed, lifting the long-necked bottle in his hands. The surge of spiritual energy dislodged all the dirt, dust, and grime clinging to it. In that instant, he beheld the true appearance of the bottle. It was adorned with intricate green patterns, which, once revealed from the dirt, seemed almost alive, pulsating with energy as it absorbed the spiritual essence. Within the bottle, it appeared that a liquid was beginning to coalesce. A gathering spirit bottle. Even if it weren't, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Changge mused as he admired the bottle in his hand. To be prudent, he decided to review all the bottles once more, confirming that only the one in his possession was extraordinary. He felt assured about its significance, and he would leave the final judgment to Xianxiao when she arrived. At this juncture, Xianxiao had already rendered a spirit crane from the Changge family and was en route to the old Gu village. The old village chief had again come to greet her, but this time, only a few key figures of the old Gu family were present, in stark contrast to the grand welcome Changge had received from the entire village. Village chief, Xianxiao exclaimed as she dismounted from the spirit crane, her gaze falling upon the familiar figure that stirred memories of the past. She recalled how, in her previous life, after being stripped of her supreme bone and left in the old Gu village by the Changge family, her village chief would often encourage her, instilling hope that as long as she could cultivate, there was still a chance, and she wouldn't fade into obscurity like the others, becoming nothing more than dust after a century. It was during that time that she unexpectedly acquired the gathering spirit bottle, setting her on the path to resurgence. Upon their reunion, though circumstances had changed, Xianxiao would never forget the kindness bestowed upon her in her past life. This young lady, the old village chief remarked. Gazing at Xianxiao, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet still puzzled, he inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed lady? Bottles?" After Xianxiao spoke, the old village chief was taken aback. Were all the young ones from the Changge family in search of bottles? Or had treasures truly slipped from the main family into the old Gu village? But that seemed unlikely. Aside from the occasional ancestral rites, there had been no visitors from the main family. Now, not only had a divine child come, but after just a few days, another was here looking for bottles? Noticing the astonishment on the old village chief's face, Xianxiao felt a tightening in her chest and quickly asked, "What's the matter, village chief?" "It's nothing. Esteemed lady, you needn't address me as grandfather. I am not worthy of such a title. Please, spare me that honor," the old chief replied with a sigh. "Your Highness, the divine child." Changge? Xianxiao was momentarily stunned. Changge had come to the old Gu village and he was searching for bottles? Did he possess knowledge of the gathering spirit bottle? That seemed improbable. She recalled that in her previous life, Changge had never visited, not even once. "Esteemed lady, do you wish to meet the divine child?" "Yes, I do," Xianxiao replied, her brow furrowing at the village chief's words as various thoughts swirled in her mind. Did Changge truly know about the gathering spirit bottle? At this point in her past life, she had been severely injured and bedridden, cared for by the village chief, and was unaware of any visitors to the village. Could it be that Changge had left after failing to find it, thus inadvertently paving the way for her? Lost in her musings, Xianxiao followed the village chief to the reception hall. "Esteemed lady, this residence is designated for the main family as temporary stay. I shall not intrude," the village chief informed Xianxiao. "Village chief, my name is Xianxiao. You may simply call me Xianxiao," she replied. Gazing at the grand residence before her, the village chief hesitated briefly before addressing her. "Very well then, I shall respectfully refer to you as Miss Xianxiao. I cannot explain why, but I feel an unusual closeness to you." "I feel the same, village chief." Xianxiao thought it impossible for the village chief to call her by her first name as he had in her past life. However, she still resolved to treat this kind old man with warmth. She retrieved various gifts from her spatial ring and placed them on the ground. "These gifts are for you, village chief. Please accept them. Do not refuse, as they are merely a token of our meeting." The old village chief was inclined to refuse, but, upon seeing the earnest expression on Xianxiao's face, he sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall accept them." "Thank you," Xianxiao replied with a smile, then turned to the resplendent residence. "Now, I will go and pay my respects to my divine brother. Farewell, village chief." Chapter 34. A hundredfold return of a superior celestial artifact, the gathering spirit bottle. In truth, Changge had already sensed her arrival the moment Xianxiao set foot in the village. Thus, when she expressed her intention to seek him out, he merely tidied his attire and stood quietly in the courtyard, awaiting her arrival. The gathering spirit bottle was of immense significance to Xianxiao and could very well be an essential tool for her rapid growth in the early stages. Now that he had acquired it ahead of time, he was curious to see what means she would employ to persuade him to relinquish it. Changge had contemplated this beforehand. After all, one could not endlessly shower kindness upon another, otherwise one would become accustomed to enjoying the benefits without gratitude. The gathering spirit bottle would indeed be given to Xianxiao, but he would require her assistance in some manner. perhaps serving him tea or sharing stories of fortuitous encounters that could be of use to him. The notion of having a reborn supreme being at his service was a delightful prospect for Changge. As Xianxiao entered the courtyard, she soon spotted a transcendent youth standing at one corner, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of nobility akin to that of an immortal. Despite his tender age, he carried an air of maturity and a subtle pressure. "Greetings, divine brother," Xianxiao addressed him, unsure of the implications behind his words. Did he already know she would come to Gu family village? "Do not stand on ceremony," Changge replied, turning to face her, his eyes brightening. The young lady was clad in a delicate green gown, her figure graceful and her demeanor elegant, radiating an aura of supreme dominance that commanded respect. Though she still bore traces of youth, she resembled an empress in her prime, evoking an irresistible urge to conquer. Xianxiao naturally sensed Changge's scrutiny, yet she paid it no mind. After all, during her peak in her former life, she had endured the fiery and direct gaze of enemies far more blatant than Changge. However, while she despised those hostile glances, she felt no aversion towards Changge's appreciative gaze. Instead, it filled her with a subtle joy and a sense of pride. Did her brother, the divine son, already know I would come here? Without hesitation, Xianxiao directly inquired if Changge was certain of her arrival at Gu family village. "Oh, why do you ask?" "Because the divine son showed no surprise upon seeing me in Gu family village," Xianxiao answered candidly. At this, Changge chuckled inwardly. Of course, he felt no astonishment. After all, his older brother had clearly outlined her future actions and intentions. Although he wished to feign surprise, Changge felt it unnecessary. Indeed, he was aware, but only because his unique eyes had glimpsed a fragment of the future. As he gazed at Xianxiao with a flicker of divine light in his eyes, an overwhelming sensation washed over her. Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback. Could his unique vision truly possess the power to peer into the future? Why had she never witnessed Changge utilizing such abilities in her previous life? In that glimpse of the future, I saw you, frail and pitiful, digging your own bones in Gu family village, struggling to survive until your fortunes changed upon acquiring a mysterious bottle. Driven by curiosity, I came to seek you out and attempt to discover more. It seems my efforts have indeed yielded results, Changge casually fabricated. After all, as long as he possessed his unique eyes, he could weave any tale he desired. The primary goal was to cultivate a fondness in Xianxiao, the reborn sovereign. If she grew to love him, that would be even better. Although bound by the system to her, Changge did not wish to squander his resources on others. Xianxiao remained unaware of Changge's true thoughts, while Changge was oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently revealed everything from Xianxiao's familiar past life. After he finished speaking, Xianxiao fell into silence for a moment before lifting her face and saying, "Is that so? I never expected the divine son to witness such a grim version of me. Yet that was merely a fragment of the future. I never intended to dig out Sister Xianxiao's sovereign bone. I had no such thoughts from the outset," Changge replied with a faint smile. In her rebirth, Xianxiao found herself increasingly perplexed by Changge. Just as her thoughts wandered, a small green bottle was suddenly thrown her way. Instinctively, she caught it. But upon realizing what it was, she stood stunned, for Changge had tossed her the spirit-gathering bottle. A jolt of incredulity surged through Xianxiao as she gazed at Changge. If he had obtained the spirit-gathering bottle, then he must understand that this artifact is a celestial tool. This is indeed a celestial artifact. Throughout the vast realms, such artifacts have appeared only a handful of times, enough to drive even the imperial realms into madness. Yet now, Changge casually tossed it to her. Countless couples in the 3,000 realms had turned into enemies over extraordinary fortunes and heavenly inheritances. It was hard to believe Changge had directly given the spirit-gathering bottle to her. I exerted considerable effort to find this item. It cannot be given away for free. Henceforth, Sister Xianxiao must compensate me with something, an extraordinary treasure or a remarkable opportunity. Furthermore, I plan to wander and relax for a while, so I would appreciate it if Sister Xianxiao could take care of me for a few days as a reward for the bottle. Changge's tone was calm, devoid of any oppressive weight, instead resembling a brother's affectionate care for his sister, seamlessly transitioning past the matter of the small green bottle. Xianxiao's heart raced. The celestial artifact felt almost unbearably hot in her hands. To capture the reborn sovereign with another's destined opportunity, such a feat could only be accomplished by Changge. Very well. Xianxiao hesitated briefly and then nodded. The small green bottle was indeed crucial to her. Changge's request felt almost like a gift. From that moment on, Changge would hold a uniquely cherished place in Xianxiao's heart through the ever-useful small green bottle. As she accepted the small green bottle, a notification from the invincible return system appeared before Changge. Ding! Gifted to the bound target. Celestial artifact spirit gathering bottle. Received a 100-fold return. Your acquired high-grade celestial artifact, Condensing Tao Divine Bottle. High-grade celestial artifact Condensing Tao Divine Bottle contains the essence of yin and yang. Sunlight yields yang liquid. Moonlight yields yin liquid. Merging both creates a drop of condensing Tao Divine Water, which can replace a year of arduous training or contemplation. A simple introduction. Yet its implications were profoundly extraordinary. A day and night of merging the yang and yin liquids yields condensing Tao Divine Water, with a single drop equating to a year of hard work, a year of understanding, essentially granting a day of effort to others who toil for a year. Incredible! Indeed. The invincible return system did not disappoint. This condensing Tao Divine Bottle is simply unbeatable. Clearly, that small green bottle was truly the spirit-gathering bottle. I see. Changge nodded affirmatively. Then why did you give it to me? While this item is indeed invaluable, it holds little utility for me. As the divine son of the Changge family, all resources are naturally directed towards me. Compared to me, you are far more deserving of its use. Xianxiao, you must grow swiftly. Perhaps one day when I face a formidable foe, I may need your sovereign bone's assistance. Changge jested. Xianxiao nodded earnestly upon hearing this. Very well, if Brother Changge cannot defeat them, I shall intervene. Changge replied, not at all, dear sister. I was merely joking. With his unique eyes and celestial bones, along with the support of his older brother, if he could not handle an enemy, Xianxiao would find it exceedingly difficult as well. Yet Xianxiao's attitude pleased Changge immensely. He reached out and ruffled her hair, eliciting a wide-eyed expression from her. Very well, I believe in you, Xianxiao. Now, let us explore other places. By the way, you rode here on a spirit crane, right? This time, let us not take the carriage. The spirit crane is more convenient. Can we share a ride? The sudden intimacy left Xianxiao somewhat flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure. She felt no resistance towards Changge's unexpected touch. Otherwise, her body would have reacted when he reached for her. All right then. If those from my past life who knew my identity as the Supreme Lady were to find out that I, the reborn sovereign, was sharing a spirit crane with another man, their eyes would likely bulge with disbelief. It is essential to note that when Xianxiao truly entered the world to compete, her unparalleled beauty as the sovereign had captivated countless sons of saints and divine beings across the 3,000 realms, even drawing the admiration of sages who longed to bow before her. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Hurry and summon the spirit crane. I've grown weary of lingering here for days, Changge playfully urged, prompting Xianxiao to summon the spirit crane from her beast pouch. The spirit crane, pure white and majestic, spread its wings, revealing a wingspan of nearly 5 meters. Its head bore a striking black hue, while the tips of its wings also shimmered in black, creating an ethereal contrast of black and white. As the spirit crane appeared at the main residence, the village chief and others quickly approached. Changge leaped onto the spirit crane's back before addressing the village chief below. We apologize for any disturbances over the past few days. Now that we have found what we sought, we shall take our leave. Xianxiao gracefully leaped onto the back of the spirit crane, subsequently addressing the village elder below. Grandfather village elder, I too shall depart alongside Brother Changge. Changge did not acknowledge the shift in her affectionate address. Some changes unfold naturally and need not be overly scrutinized. As for her brother, it was Changge who truly regarded him as kin, which lifted Changge's spirits. Is that so? Your Highness, the Divine Son, and Miss Xianxiao, may your journey be smooth. Indeed, Changge nodded. With that, Xianxiao issued a command to the spirit crane to take flight. In the next moment, a gentle breeze appeared, and the spirit crane flapped its wings, rising slowly into the air. The spirit crane's capacity was limited to 2 passengers, seated no more than the width of 2 fists apart. However, Xianxiao's attention was still on the village elder and the small green bottle in her hand. Consequently, the spirit crane wobbled slightly upon takeoff and, in an unfortunate moment, began to tilt backward. Such instability was trivial for someone at the Rainbow Bridge realm. Just as Xianxiao was channeling her spiritual energy to steady herself, a hand gently wrapped around her delicate shoulder. Xianxiao, it's best to remain focused while riding the spirit crane. A fall would be quite unbecoming, Changge teased. The warmth of the large hand on her shoulder radiated a scorching heat, causing her to feel as though her supreme bone within her chest had stirred, akin to being touched by the blazing sun, on the verge of assimilation. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, the progress of her supreme bone's cultivation seemed to advance imperceptibly. Although it was only a minuscule increment, such growth in the supreme bone's abilities typically required an immense expenditure of resources. Yet, in an instant of contact with Changge, it had surged ever so slightly. Xianxiao's heart raced, her cheeks flushing with both astonishment and embarrassment. How could the esteemed Empress of Supremacy find herself unsteady on a spirit crane? Such a revelation would surely invite ridicule. This matter must remain a closely guarded secret. Just as she contemplated this, Changge's hand withdrew from her body, and the previously intense heat dissipated, returning her to normalcy. For reasons she could not fathom, Xianxiao felt a faint sense of loss, as if something about Changge, akin to a poppy, had drawn her in. Was it the essence of the celestial laws contained within his chest? Xianxiao's mind was filled with vexation as she collected her thoughts and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Changge. By the way, where shall we head next? Do you have any particular destination in mind? Hearing this, Changge glanced toward the direction where Ji Ruyu's light had appeared. Let us proceed eastward. Xianxiao was taken aback. East? Isn't that the direction of the Spirit Spring secret realm? That was where Yi Chun and Ji Ruyu first met during the Spirit Spring event. When the millennia-old Spirit Spring I transformed into a dragon of spiritual energy, soaring into the sky, and was ultimately captured by Yi Chun's secret technique. Is this a serendipitous twist of fate? Chapter 35, Rebirth of Yi Chun. Celestial Couple. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu was emerging from a grand city. She had disguised her appearance. Far from the ethereal beauty she possessed upon leaving the Changge family, and clutched a skewer of candied fruit in her hand. Is the Spirit Spring secret realm in this direction? This is my first time participating in a secret realm. I must take a look. Perhaps fortune favors me, and I might obtain that Spirit Spring eye, hee. On another side, a young man clad in gray, exuding a competent aura and appearing to be around 19 years of age, was also making his way toward the Spirit Spring secret realm from a nearby forest. According to his recollection, the Spirit Spring secret realm should be opening soon. The Spirit Spring eye must be acquired. Furthermore, Ji Ryu from the Ji family would also make an appearance. The rebirth stone had already been utilized 3 times. Its energy was entirely depleted. If he could not achieve the status of an emperor this time, hope would be lost. He had to seize every opportunity available. In my second life, I reached the Sage realm. Achieving emperor status in this third life should not be too much to ask. The young man murmured as he hastened toward the Spirit Spring secret realm. Indeed, the rebirth stone had been used 3 times already, leaving him with one last chance. To replenish the rebirth stone's energy, it required energy surpassing that of an emperor. Even if he reached the Sage realm in his second life, it would only provide half the energy needed for the rebirth stone. Theoretically, he could amass energy once more in this life. Above the celestial expanse, on the back of the spirit crane, Xianxiao could distinctly perceive a subtle fragrance emanating from the young man behind her. She was not surprised. Being endowed with a divine eye and celestial bone, Changge's physical form had likely been transformed into an immaculate vessel, his flesh and blood akin to potent elixirs. Changge sat serenely atop the spirit crane, gazing down at the lush green forest below. Is this a forest? Xianxiao, do you have any destination in mind? None. Xianxiao replied, shaking her head. Continuing forward is quite agreeable. This was indeed the destination she yearned for. She silently mused. Oh, Changge nodded, his expression unchanging. As they drew closer to the glowing point, Ji Ryu halted for reasons unknown. Just as Changge pondered this, a terrifying surge of spiritual light erupted into the sky. In the next moment, a colossal mountain appeared in the distance, shrouded in the radiant glow as if it were a mountain of immortals. Is this the blessed secret realm? Changge was momentarily taken aback. It should be. Xianxiao feigned surprise. Who would have thought we would stumble upon the opening of the blessed secret realm by merely choosing a direction at random? Secret realms are classified into 2 types: small space secret realms, known as cave heavens, and then the blessed secret realms. Cave heaven secret realms are the most mysterious, harboring extraordinary opportunities, yet they can also lead to perilous outcomes. Blessed secret realms, on the other hand, reveal various fortuitous lands. For instance, this Spirit Spring secret realm is a highly coveted blessed secret realm for wandering cultivators, abundant in spiritual energy, and rich in elixirs and divine metals, a veritable treasure trove of resources. The primary danger arises from other cultivators. Naturally, first-rate powers like the Changge family show little interest in small blessed secret realms, allowing wandering cultivators to vie for them. Outside the Spirit Spring secret realm, powerful figures materialized like shooting stars within a confined area, alongside other wandering cultivators who had arrived early to await the opening. The highest cultivation level present was merely that of a 9th-level divine connection, indicating that this small blessed secret realm had not attracted significant attention. And due to local power control, its existence had not spread far and wide. Thus, only the most powerful 9th-level cultivators had gathered. The Spirit Spring secret realm has opened. The natural restrictions had yet to dissipate. Entering immediately would only result in getting lost within the blessed land. Waiting for another half hour should suffice. This is an opportunity for us cultivators from Yunlong City. To think a blessed secret realm would appear so close to the city. The various wandering cultivators exclaimed with delight. Naturally, they remained vigilant. Once inside the Spirit Spring secret realm, those who engage in conversation might also be those who would stab you in the back. Jiruyu, who possessed an unremarkable appearance, stood amongst the crowd, gazing at the mountain manifesting from the Spirit Spring secret realm with sparkling eyes. A blessed secret realm. This is my first time actively participating. The joy of freedom. On the other side of the crowd, Yichen was attentively observing the expressions of each individual, searching for Jiruyu's disguised visage from his memories. In truth, had it not been for a 9th-level divine connection cultivator provoking Jiruyu at the last moment, Yichen would not have realized that the jewel of the Changge family had sneaked out to partake in this minor secret realm. This had caused quite a stir in the Zhongtian Dao domain. Yichen scoffed. How could an ordinary person attract the attention of a divine maiden? Only he, the reborn Triquetra, Yichen, could astutely cater to Ji family's divine maiden's tastes. Based on the information from his second life, Yichen understood that Jiruyu yearned for freedom and cherished the notion of liberty, embodying an enchanting and ethereal beauty akin to that of a sprite. All he needed to do was provide her with the sense of freedom she so adored. Thus, it was certain that he would leave a profound impression on her, with the possibility of further developments not being out of the question. However, to his dismay, Yichen searched through the crowd, yet failed to spot the familiar face of Jiruyu, as per his memories. He exhaled softly, contemplating that once the Spirit Spring secret realm was opened, she would vie for a precious herb and utilize a jade talisman of the King's realm. At that moment, their paths would finally cross. Just as Yichen was lost in thought, a sudden cry of a crane drew the attention of everyone present. Moments later, a spirit crane descended from the heavens. Instantly, the expressions of all the scattered cultivators shifted, and they became acutely alert, casting wary glances at the spirit crane. Such a creature was not something an ordinary faction could possess. It could only belong to a first-rate or even an immortal lineage, suggesting that the visitors were likely individuals of considerable stature. This realization dampened the spirits of those present. As the spirit crane gradually landed, the crowd finally caught sight of 2 figures upon its back. When their features became clear, a collective astonishment washed over the assembly. As a singular term echoed in their minds, celestial couple. The 2 youths, appearing relatively young yet exuding an extraordinary and noble demeanor, stood atop the spirit crane, predominantly led by the young man. Chapter 36, The Yin-Yang Divine Body. The other was a young lady of striking beauty, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as fair as congealed fat, and features exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mire. The pairing of these two, in terms of cultivation and prestige, was immediately evident to all who beheld them. Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu guided the spirit crane to land, disregarding the surrounding gazes, and took a moment to survey the assemblage before offering a gentle smile and a cordial nod to the crowd. Among the throng, Yichen's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu's arrival. His pupils constricted as confusion filled his heart. He was intimately familiar with Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. When the True Dragon ranking and the Flood Dragon ranking emerged, the foremost powers, the scions and daughters of immortal lineages, contended against one another. Among these, Gu Changge, adorned with the supreme bone, suppressed the younger generation of the heavenly Dao domain, while Gu Qingqiu, possessing an even more formidable supreme bone, had achieved the status of a great emperor by the time Gu Changge attained the position of a saint. She was an entity he could only admire from afar. However, upon further reflection, a wild idea took root in Yichen's mind. He was a reincarnator, having lived 2 lives. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge of Gu Qingqiu's experiences as a reincarnated empress, he was aware of several pivotal events. If he could forge a connection with this future empress, perhaps he too could ascend to the rank of emperor in this lifetime. In fact, during his second life, he had leveraged the knowledge acquired from his first life to gain the support of several saintesses from first-rate forces, ultimately cultivating to the saint realm. Yet, the circumstances were now different. With the foundation of a saint, he could quickly restore his saintly cultivation with sufficient resources, and even the prospect of reaching the emperor level was not beyond reach. Thus, Yichen expanded his horizons, which was why he dared to covet Jiruyu and even entertained thoughts upon seeing Gu Qingqiu. Jiruyu also noticed the arrival of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of them. Wow, such handsome and beautiful individuals. Is that a spirit crane? I wonder which faction they hail from. Her gaze fixated on Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. However, as Jiruyu directed her attention towards Gu Changge, he, too, noticed her immediately. After all, in his sight, she gleamed with radiance. Ding! The system has detected the host's proximity to a target suitable for investment return. Would you like to view the information? Yes, ding. The system has detected the host's proximity to a target suitable for investment return. Would you like to bind? Yes, the binding information, which had appeared once before, materialized before Gu Changge. A flicker of intrigue crossed his mind as he chose to first examine Ji Ruyu's information. Nickname, Ji Ruyu. Identity, divine maiden of the eternal Ji family, daughter of fortune. Physique, yin-yang divine body, dual cultivation body. Cultivation method, divine king scripture. Divine abilities, divine king si, divine king s finger, divine king s psi, divine king s illusion. Recent fortune, unlockable upon binding. As he scrutinized Ji Ruyu's information, Gu Changge's gaze lingered on her identity. Indeed, all the targets bound by the system were daughters of fortune. And beyond that, his cousin was endowed with the coveted yin-yang divine body, a physique coveted even by saints, facilitating mutual benefits in dual cultivation. Binding, Gu Changge pondered, subsequently deciding to bind Ji Ruyu as his second investment return target. Binding successful, Ji Ruyu's recent fortune unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changge reviewed Ji Ruyu's personal information once more, focusing on her recent fortune. Nickname, Ji Ruyu. Recent fortune, targeted by another child of fortune. Yichen, who initially aimed to leverage the eternal Ji family's status to gain favor, but due to an unforeseen individual, the threat is nullified. However, Yichen remains undeterred and will attempt to win Ji Ruyu's favor by selecting a seemingly flawed stone from the gambling den in Yunlong City 3 days hence, hoping to unveil a yin-yang spirit jade. What a remarkable revelation. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed as he absorbed Ji Ruyu's recent fortune. Truly, she was a child of fortune, yet he wondered what means this child of fortune possessed. Was he blessed with some extraordinary ability? It was evident that he had likely discerned Ji Ruyu's identity, compelling him to take every possible measure to win her favor. Not to mention that she was my binding return target. Just because she is my cousin, I cannot allow your schemes to succeed. Yichen, is it? Heh. Let me see how many secrets you hold. Gu Changge mused inwardly. Coincidentally at that moment, Ji Ryu also caught Gu Changge's gaze, prompting her to hastily lower her head. Is he looking at me? Could he have seen through my disguise? Impossible. My disguise pill is of the highest quality. And I have also donned a treasure that obstructs divine sense detection. How could it be penetrated? Ji Ryu thought anxiously. Yet, in the next moment, she realized that she indeed had caught the attention of the young man who had captured the crowd's focus upon his arrival. Because Gu Changge approached her directly, accompanied by a curious Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu also regarded Gu Changge with interest, then scrutinized the disguised Ji Ryu. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned the clues. A saint-level disguise pill? And a treasure that obstructs divine sense detection? Ji Ryu? Gu Qingqiu surmised the identity of the young woman before her. After speaking, Gu Qingqiu was slightly taken aback, glancing at Gu Changge, unsure how he had made such a discovery. As a reincarnated sovereign, she would not have noticed the subtleties without meticulous observation. Yet Gu Changge strode directly towards Ji Ryu. Was it due to his dual pupils? Little did Gu Qingqiu know. It was the strength of her elder brother. Chapter 37, The Eternal Lineage. Ji Ryu gazed upon Gu Changge as he approached her. As he drew near, his ethereal and handsome visage became increasingly captivating, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Yet, she was perplexed. Her disguise should have rendered her unremarkable. So why would he approach her directly? I did not expect to encounter you here, cousin. Have you sneaked out? Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Ji Ryu looked at the celestial youth before her, observing the faint smile upon his handsome face, her mind buzzing. From the depths of his abyss-like eyes, it felt as if she glimpsed another pair of mystical and sacred eyes. Dual pupils? As the name Gu Changge surfaced in Ji Ryu's mind, she suddenly remembered that in a distant realm, within a prestigious family of the 3,000 Dao domains, she indeed had a cousin. This cousin was born with divine qualities and possessed dual pupils. During her occasional visits to the Changge family, she often delighted in trailing after this cousin, playing together. This encounter marked their reunion after several years. Gazing at Gu Changge before her, Ji Ryu felt as though she was once again in the presence of the brother she had cherished in her youth. Brother Changge? She instinctively uttered. Indeed, I have not misjudged. Gu Changge nodded, smiling. Though I've grown a little, I remain much the same as before. At his words, Ji Ryu felt a flicker of joy within. It seemed her beloved cousin had not forgotten her. She lifted her small face, beaming. Brother Changge, how did you come to be here? And how did you see through my disguise? Of course, my eyes do not deceive. Gu Changge pointed to his eyes. As for my presence here, I was merely seized by a whim to wander outside for a while. I happened to notice this place, where a blessed land has emerged. So I came to take a look. What a coincidence! Ji Ryu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Nearby, Yichen observed Changge, Xingxiao, and Ji Ryu. Upon seeing Ji Ryu's transformed appearance, Yichen's heart sank. It was indeed Ji Ryu. He had not anticipated that she would know Changge. It made sense, considering the Changxing family and the Changxing family were united by marriage. However, with Changge present, it would be challenging for him to gain Ji Ryu's favor, as any attempts to orchestrate chance encounters would likely be noticed by either Changge or Xingxiao. He needed to strategize carefully, as Yichen contemplated. A figure from the Li family, a patriarch at the 9th level of the divine connection realm, descended from the void and approached the trio of Changge. Frowning, he respectfully inquired, "May I ask where the three of you hail from? What brings you to this small blessed land? You need not concern yourselves with us." Changge replied, turning to face the Li family patriarch. "You may continue to vie for opportunities as you please. We shall rely on our own abilities." "Very well." The patriarch conceded. From the demeanor of Changge and Xingxiao, it was evident they were not individuals to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu, who stood beside them, appeared ordinary, yet her ability to address Changge as brother hinted at an extraordinary background. Her current appearance might very well be a fade. The other wandering cultivators in Yunlong City exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement. The fact that Changge did not exert his influence was a relief. It meant they still had a chance. After a brief exchange with the Li family patriarch, Changge turned his attention back to Ji Ryu, gently patting her head. "No need to present yourself in this guise before me. Quickly return to your true form." "Oh," Ji Ryu pouted playfully, a radiant glow shimmering around her. In the next moment, a stunningly vivacious young girl appeared before everyone. The girl exuded an enchanting vibrancy, her waist-length hair danced in the wind, and her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat. Her clear, spirited eyes sparkled with life, and her petite figure was surprisingly voluptuous. She and Xingxiao each possessed their own unique allure. Many who witnessed this transformation felt a jolt of astonishment. Indeed, the presence that drew Changge and Xingxiao close was anything but ordinary. They had not expected the seemingly plain girl to possess such breathtaking beauty beneath her disguise. Some of the wandering cultivators who had previously stood near Ji Ryu could hardly believe their eyes, regretting not having engaged her in conversation earlier, as they could have established connections with Changge and Xingxiao. How mischievous! Yet, you cannot claim to have slipped away unnoticed, considering you have someone following you without your knowledge, Changge remarked with a chuckle. Ji Ryu blinked in surprise, but the realization dawned on her a moment later. Pouting, she looked skyward and called out, "Which uncle is following me? Come out at once." As her words fell, a robust, towering figure emerged before Changge, Xingxiao, and Ji Ryu. "Elder Jihao," Ji Ryu exclaimed upon seeing the elder, her brows knitting together in irritation as she placed her hands on her hips. "Why have you been secretly following me without telling me? If I had told you, would you have enjoyed yourself as much?" Jihao retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Ji Ryu before turning his attention to Changge, assessing him with admiration and awe. "Son of Changge, as Miss Chuyua mentioned, you have been conferred the title of son by the ancestor of the Gu family and have awakened your second innate talent. It is evident that you are indeed extraordinary. This young lady by your side is not to be underestimated either. I truly envy the Changxing Gu family. Greetings, senior." Changge smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Jihao's sudden appearance sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. They had not noticed his arrival at all. Not even the patriarch of the Li family at the 9th level of the divine connection realm. In the context of Yunlong City, he was a top-tier powerhouse. Yet within the central Heaven Dao domain, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Now, in the presence of the mysterious Changge and Jihao, he felt a surge of trepidation, cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, they observed that Changge and Xingxiao were not ordinary beings and had not caused them any trouble. Otherwise, they might have met with dire consequences. "When I left, my father also mentioned this. It was precisely my intention," Jihao declared. "Changxing family! Changxing family!" The gathered onlookers, a multitude of wandering cultivators and forces from Yunlong City, felt their scalps tingle at the revelation. Changge and his companions were indeed representatives of the Changxing family. The mere thought of an ordinary cultivator encountering a member of the Changxing family felt akin to a mortal stumbling upon a celestial being. The disparity in status left them with no choice but to look up in awe. Jihao's appearance signified the conclusion of her foray into the world. However, these few days of freedom had been delightful. In truth, Ji Ryu had prepared for this. Her stealthy escape could not have gone unnoticed by the family as powerful guardians, who had presumably permitted her to enjoy a brief respite. Indeed, this was the case. "Let us have something to eat," Gu Changge suddenly suggested. Oh, yes, Brother Changge. What delicious treats do you have prepared? Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired. I have prepared some specialties, he replied. Additionally, we shall have some barbecue. Barbecue? What is that? Ji Ryu asked curiously. It is a special dish I read about in a novel. I hunted some beasts of the Divine Connection realm and the Void Secret realm, and I brought back the finest meat for a barbecue. I also collected some seafood from the Monarch realm, which we can grill together. Having awakened his innate wisdom, Gu Changge was well-versed in the culinary delights of his past life. In the 3,000 Dao domains, cultivators held the highest status, and those at the Fate-Will realm often abstained from mundane meals. Only a few spiritual chefs would experiment with spiritual vegetables. While these spiritual dishes were indeed enjoyable, they paled in comparison to the delectable flavors of the grilled delicacies he remembered. Knowing that Ji Ryu would soon be swept away by Yichen and a chicken leg, he thought it best to introduce her to the true essence of camping barbecue. Gu Qingxiu, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback by Gu Changge's words. She had never known him to possess such culinary skills. He had only focused on cultivation and overwhelming his contemporaries. After reaching the Fate-Wheel realm, he had seemingly turned away from earthly pleasures. The changes were astonishing. Gu Changge's remarks sent beads of cold sweat down the brows of the wandering cultivators from Yunlong City. The mention of Divine Connection realm beasts and Monarch realm seafood was beyond their comprehension. This illustrated the terrifying nature of the Changxing family. They were beings that could command respect, while others could merely become their meals, utterly helpless. Gu Changge paid no heed to the opinions of others. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a plush carpet upon which several icy jade boxes landed. The flesh of a beast from the King realm made the patriarch of the Leaf family's eyes widen in astonishment. Consuming such flesh could potentially elevate him to the realm of enlightenment. However, even with 100 lives, he would not dare to partake. As Gu Changge unveiled the ingredients, Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Next, he produced a makeshift grill along with some high-quality spiritual charcoal. Placing the charcoal on the grill, he ignited it with a flick of his wrist, and the heat gradually intensified, emitting a soft glow without any smoke. Curious, Ji Ryu approached the grill and asked, Is the heat from the spiritual charcoal being used to cook these ingredients? Indeed, Gu Changge replied with a slight smile. But this is merely the process. The focus lies in these seasonings. Allow me to demonstrate. After Ji Ryu sampled the dish, she would surely find it unforgettable. Gu Qingxiu blinked with curiosity. It was her first time witnessing such a culinary method, which was quite different from the typical approach to spiritual vegetables. The flesh of a king realm beast, even when merely boiled, would be considered a top-tier dish. Suddenly, an incredibly rich aroma began to waft outside the secret realm. Yichen, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Was the Changxing family this advanced? Even their culinary techniques were so diverse? Previously, he had endured hardships, directly slaughtering beasts to roast and consume. But in comparison to the fragrant dish before him, that had been akin to chewing wax, Ji Ryu transformed into a little glutton, eagerly asking, Brother Changge, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Very soon. Just a taste, Gu Changge assured her. The moment the food touched her mouth, an explosion of rich, unprecedented flavor enveloped Ji Ryu. She let out a soft moan, her fair face flushing a deep crimson as her large, watery eyes widened. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, this is amazing. Seeing Ji Ryu's reaction, Gu Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. Gu Changge sliced off a piece and offered it to her, saying, You should try it too, Qingxiu. All right. Curious about its flavor, she took a bite. Just like Ji Ryu, the tantalizing taste exploded across her palate, wrapping her in an indescribable sensation. Her cheeks flushed, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. This is truly delicious. Meanwhile, Ji Hao observed the scene with eagerness, secretly wishing to taste the dish himself. However, as an elder, he felt it inappropriate to join the younger generation. Yet, Gu Changge had not forgotten him and cut a piece for Ji Hao as well. After tasting it, Ji Hao was utterly captivated by this thing called barbecue. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded outside the secret realm, where a group of onlookers watched as a few individuals grilled food amidst an atmosphere filled with the aroma of exquisite cuisine. Yet none dared to approach or disturb them. Gu Changge took a bite and chuckled at Ji Ryu. Isn't this delicacy far superior to a mere chicken leg? What chicken leg? Are you referring to those ordinary grilled chicken legs? They pale in comparison to your barbecue, Brother Changge, Ji Ryu replied, her cheeks puffed up, stumbling over her words. Could it be that Gu Changge's dual pupils have revealed something? Indeed. Here, have another bite, he said, offering her a piece of meat from a beast of the transcendent realm, seasoned to perfection. Ji Ryu's eyes gleamed with joy as she took a bite. Ji Hao, having just finished his piece, expressed his surprise. I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills, Changge. It was merely something I tinkered with during moments of boredom. He replied casually. That's good to know. Remember, cultivation is paramount. Do not let your focus wane, Xiao advised. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Changge nodded, when suddenly boom. The spirit spring's secret realm trembled violently. Ethereal light soared into the sky, and the hazy veil that had shrouded the spirit spring vanished, revealing a magnificent immortal mountain, cloaked in mist and snow, a sight that seemed dreamlike. Yet, everyone present knew that the spirit spring realm had opened, allowing them to step inside in search of opportunities. Strangely, none moved. Instead, their gazes were fixed on the space surrounding Changge and his companions, who were enjoying their barbecue. Changge scanned the cultivators around him and said, Feel free to seek your own opportunities, rely on your own abilities. At his words, the crowd rejoiced, relieved that Changge would not monopolize the area. With such an invitation, they felt free to pursue their fortunes. The patriarch of the Li family, who had initially approached Changge, bowed and swiftly entered the spirit spring realm, followed by others in eager haste. Once the majority had entered, Changge and his companions finally finished their meal. After washing his hands in the spirit spring water, Changge turned to Ji and Xianxiao, smiling gently. Let us enter as well. If anything piques your interest, reach out and take it. Yay. Ji clapped her hands, while Xianxiao nodded in agreement. Xiao, witnessing this, also vanished from sight. The spirit spring realm's most significant treasure was the spring itself. If the earlier crowd had seen Changge using the coveted spring water to wash his hands, their expressions would surely have been priceless. On another side, Yichen, possessing the soul of a sage and having visited this place in a previous life, was first to seize several important resources within the spirit spring realm, reaping substantial rewards. However, the best treasures, particularly the eye of the spirit spring, would not reveal themselves for another day. Thus, that night, Yichen planned to rest temporarily, intending to claim the eye of the spirit spring in the morning before departing. As for Changge, Xianxiao, and Ji, with Changge by their side, it would be challenging for Yichen to approach either of the two young women. He could only feign a chance encounter. Additionally, he recalled that Ji was rumored to possess the legendary dual cultivation physique of yin and yang. It was said that a yin-yang spirit jade had been unearthed in the gambling stone residence of Yunlong City. If he could obtain that jade, it would naturally attract Ji-Ryu's attention, given her unique constitution. Just as Yichen plotted his next move, a familiar and melodious voice suddenly chimed in from nearby. Brother Changge, there are people here. Yichen paused, turning toward the sound. 3 figures approached him, and as they drew near the campfire, the leading youth, exuding an ethereal presence and regal aura, immediately caught his attention. Accompanying him were 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, whose captivating beauty was unforgettable at a mere glance. They were none other than Changge, Xianxiao, and Ji. Upon noticing Yichen, Changge narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed the traits of a protagonist within him. His countenance was unremarkable yet slightly refined, his demeanor resilient and unwavering, and his expression calm, exuding a sense of confidence. That night, by the campfire, Yichen thought to himself, what a surprise. He had initially assumed that Ji would miss encountering the fateful child, yet here they were, serendipitously brought together. Such luck was undeniable. He could scarcely believe it was coincidence. After all, the 3 of them were representatives of the Changge faction, embodying great fortune. They had spent the day enjoying themselves within the spirit spring realm and were now seeking a place to rest, which led them here. Indeed, there are people. Changge affirmed with a nod. Shall we join them? Ji hesitated before querying Changge. However, her gaze fell upon a tantalizing chicken leg, glistening under the firelight with a mouth-watering sheen. She was hungry and craved to eat it. Had it not been for Changge and Xianxiao's presence, Ji would have likely rushed over to claim the chicken leg. No problem, Changge said with a smile, as he too was interested in interacting with Yichen, the favored child of fortune, to discern the nature of his extraordinary abilities. Seeing Changge and the others approach, Yichen's heart leaped with joy. Yet he feigned indifference until he clearly recognized their appearances. Upon realizing who they were, he was taken aback and quickly greeted them. I have the honor of meeting you 3. You're too polite. Rather, we are intruding upon your space, fellow Taoist, Changge replied with a warm smile. Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling. So it is Yichen. I did not expect to encounter him in such circumstances. That chicken leg. Her gaze fixated on the chicken leg sizzling before Yichen. Let us not linger on pleasantries. I am delighted that you 3 have come, Yichen insisted. Shaking his head, his eyes drifted towards Changge before discreetly assessing Ji and Xianxiao. The 2 women were breathtakingly beautiful, igniting a fervent desire within him to win the hearts of such unparalleled beauties. After some small talk and the exchange of names, Changge, Xianxiao, and Ji seated themselves across from Yichen. He casually toyed with the chicken leg, which caught Ji Ruyu's attention, her eyes widening with desire. She felt an inexplicable curiosity towards Yichen, pondering why he was alone. He appeared to possess considerable experience and adventure. Eating the chicken leg while listening to his tales of adventure would surely be entertaining, she mused. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she recalled Gu Changge's earlier words echoing in her mind. A delicacy cannot compare to a chicken leg. In an instant, her burgeoning curiosity about Yichen dissipated, replaced by a puzzled scrutiny. Initially, she had found him somewhat appealing, but in comparison to her brother Changge, he seemed utterly ordinary, like a mortal beneath the gaze of an immortal. The chicken leg, too, appeared rather unremarkable. Brother Changge, barbecue. I want to eat. Ji Ryu clung to Gu Changge's arm, shaking it eagerly. Chapter 40. Truly terrifying? Yichen had noticed that Ji Ryu had been eyeing his freshly grilled chicken leg, and he was about to offer it to her when she suddenly turned to ask Gu Changge for barbecue instead. This simply would not do. Such an opportunity for conversation could not be missed. Miss Ji, my chicken leg is freshly grilled. If you're hungry, do have a taste. Though it may not compare to young Master Gu's barbecue, it is still palatable, he offered, extending the glossy chicken leg towards her. As he did so, Yichen adorned his face with a smile he considered charming and appropriate. Yet, Ji Ryu glanced at the chicken leg he presented, her delicate brow furrowing. Just moments ago, she had felt a spark of curiosity towards Yichen, but now, with clarity, she discerned that he had been focused on her all along, eager to present his chicken leg in a bid for camaraderie. A chicken leg could not compare to exquisite delicacies, let alone the barbecue prepared by her brother Changge. No. Thank you. Ji Ryu waved her hand dismissively, glancing at Gu Changge. I do not wish to eat chicken legs. My brother Changge will prepare barbecue for me. All right. I shall make it for you, Gu Changge replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring, a cut from a formidable beast, and began to grill it. Seeing this, Gu Qingxiu became increasingly certain that Gu Changge had spotted something noteworthy. Yet this was for the best. She need not intervene. As for Yichen, he was akin to a toad yearning for a swan's meat. Before his rebirth, he had caused the Changxing family considerable misfortune, yet he managed to cultivate to the saint realm with the support of a prominent family, despite his meager talent. Only someone like Ji Ryu, who had recently emerged from the Changxing family and was still naive, would be captivated by such a person. In the outside world, individuals like him were commonplace. Now, with Gu Changge's brilliance overshadowing him, Yichen was rendered inconsequential. Gu Qingxiu's thoughts remained unknown to Gu Changge. Yichen, upon receiving Ji Ryu's rejection, felt an acute embarrassment, coupled with a hint of gloom. One day, you shall learn whether you enjoy chicken legs. Soon, a rich aroma began to waft through the air, and Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the skewers of grilled meat in Gu Changge's hands. Give it to me. Thank you, brother Changge, she exclaimed, taking the skewer and planting a kiss on Gu Changge's cheek before indulging in the food. Startled by the sudden kiss, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, as was Gu Qingxiu, who watched with a mix of surprise and an inexplicable pang of bitterness. This is yours, Gu Changge said, handing another skewer to Gu Qingxiu. Thank you, brother Changge, she replied, accepting it while glancing at his handsome face. Thoughts of Ji Ryu's earlier gesture made her cheeks flush with a faint hue of red. Gu Qingxiu pondered whether she should express her feelings as well. But the thought quickly vanished, replaced by the desire to offer her own skewer to Gu Changge. Brother Changge, why not have mine? Very well. Across from them, Yichen could only watch in discomfort, feeling as if he were being bombarded with their affection. What was this? Were these three simply flaunting their affection in front of him? Moreover, Gu Changge was basking in the attention of two stunning women, while Yichen felt as though he was the destined child of fortune. Now, Gu Changge's brilliance incited a wave of resentment within him. Gu Changge was acutely aware of Yichen's discomfort, noting the expression of someone who had swallowed a fly, and sensed the underlying hostility emanating from him. He silently condemned him to a grim fate. Once I have drained this fellow of his opportunities, he shall meet his end. With that thought, Gu Changge took a bite of the barbecue skewer handed to him by Gu Qingxiu. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qingxiu was lost in thought, staring at the skewer he held, having just recalled that she had already eaten from it. As they continued to enjoy their meal, Yichen felt increasingly out of place. In fact, he mused that it might be better not to encounter Gu Changge and the others at all. He realized he was an outsider, dwarfed by their identities, rendered utterly insignificant in comparison. His self-reflection was but a product of his own delusions. Just as Gu Changge and the others finished their meal and prepared to enjoy some spiritual wine and fruits, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly reverberated throughout the Spirit Spring's blessed land. Upon hearing this roar, the eyes of Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, Ji Ryu, and Yichen brightened. Is the Spirit Spring Xi transforming into a dragon? Ji Ryu exclaimed in excitement. Gu Qingxiu added. The transformation of the spirit springs eye into a dragon is at least of the 10,000-year caliber. If tamed, it would provide an inexhaustible source of spiritual water. A treasure even saints might covet. Yichen remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on a certain spot, already clutching the prepared tools to tame the spirit spring's eye. At that moment, Changge turned to Ji Ruyu, cousin Ruyu. It has been so long since we last met, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Allow me to offer you this transforming dragon spirit spring eye as a token. What? Ji Ruyu was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a wave of dragon-shaped spiritual light surged skyward. Almost as soon as the dragon form appeared, a powerful aura resonated from the Cloud Dragon City's various factions. The spirit spring's eye is mine, the patriarch of the Li family exclaimed coldly, as a massive hand of spiritual energy surged forth towards the dragon-shaped spiritual light. Humph. Li Feng, you shall not succeed. Another leader from the forces of Yunlong City interjected. Suddenly, a colossal figure, 1,000 feet tall, loomed in the sky, radiating celestial light. Surrounded by ethereal shadows that seemed to kneel in reverence. At some point, a youthful boy had appeared in the void, hands clasped behind him, surveying the surroundings. I desire the eye of the spiritual spring, Changge declared, his feet seemingly treading upon the air, surrounded by a shimmering aura, with the shadow of a celestial king standing behind him. His dual-colored pupils resembled those of a celestial being, making him appear as a divine offspring descended to the mortal realm. The onlookers, including the patriarch of the Li family, halted their actions, gazing at Changge, who emanated an aura of merely the second layer of the life wheel realm, yet displayed an extraordinary presence. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. For even though Changge's energy was merely that of the second layer, it exerted an immense pressure upon them. It was unimaginable that someone at the second layer of the life wheel realm could pose a threat to those at the ninth layer of the divine connection realm. Was this truly the true dragon of the launching forces? How terrifying. Among those who controlled a faction, who was not a master of cunning, Changge spoke. And without hesitation, they all expressed their acquiescence. Since the young master desires the eye of the spiritual spring, we shall not contend any longer. Indeed, the patriarch of the Li family, with a glint in his eye, respectfully addressed Changge. I am Li Feng, the patriarch of the Li family in Yunlong City. I dare to assist the young master in subduing the eye of the spiritual spring. Without waiting for Changge to respond, Li Feng raised his hand and reached for the dragon-shaped eye of the spiritual spring that was now bound by the aura of the crowd. As this unfolded, Yichen below became anxious. What nonsense was this? He had anticipated that the forces of Yunlong City would vie for the eye of the spiritual spring, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. Yet, as soon as Changge appeared, everyone shrank back. Even worse, someone was proactively capturing the eye of the spiritual spring for Changge. Damn it. Was this the advantage of the launching forces? Various emotions flickered in Yichen's eyes as he watched Li Feng seize the eye, which transformed into a luminous orb, exhaling a heavy sigh of resignation. In such circumstances, he had no chance to snatch it away. Otherwise, without Changge lifting a finger, the others present would likely kill him to claim credit. Damn it. However, Changge remained unaffected by Yichen's thoughts. The patriarch of the Li family, with the eye of the spiritual spring in hand, approached Changge with an ingratiating expression and presented the eye, bowing deeply in reverence. A formidable figure at the ninth layer of the divine connection realm. In Yunlong City, such a being was at the pinnacle of strength. Yet here he was, bowing before what appeared to be a mere boy. The scene was undeniably strange. But no one present found it difficult to accept. In fact, many secretly scolded Li Feng for being a crafty old fox. They had missed the opportunity to forge a connection with the launching forces. Changge then produced a Tao Enlightenment Pill from his hand. This is a Tao Enlightenment Pill. Upon consumption, one can attain enlightenment and break through to the Tao realm, he stated calmly, as if the pill were mere candy. It was known that a single Tao Enlightenment Pill could incite chaos throughout Yunlong City. Even elsewhere, its value was immeasurable. Yet now, Changge effortlessly offered such a precious pill to an ordinary person. Li Feng gazed at the Tao Enlightenment Pill floating before him, breathing rapidly, his face flushed. This was indeed a Tao Enlightenment Pill, capable of allowing one to break through to the Tao realm, an invaluable treasure that could establish a sect in a region. Countless individuals remained stuck at the ninth layer of the divine connection realm, unable to attain enlightenment. The Tao Enlightenment Pill was a legendary item. Now, this member of the Longshangu family was offering him one. Li Feng felt an intense desire for it, but ultimately, he summoned his willpower and averted his gaze from the pill, saying, "Young master, you are too kind. This is merely a casual gesture. I believe there are countless ways for you to obtain it easily. I, Li Feng, have overstepped. You have a good mind. Keep it." "I do not wish to owe anyone a favor," Changge replied, understanding that Li Feng sought to connect with the Longxing Gu family behind him. Yet, a mere main city faction? Offering a Tao enlightenment pill was already a monumental favor. One must know their place. Thank you, young master. Li Feng sighed internally before finally accepting the Tao enlightenment pill. The surrounding onlookers were envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy. How outrageous. To secure the eye of the spiritual spring for another, and exchange it for a Tao enlightenment pill. It was no wonder they felt envy. Beside them, Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ruyu were unfazed. As a member of the Longxing Gu family, once their identity was revealed, many would seek to curry favor, including stunning beauties who would throw themselves at him. There was no surprise there. As for opposing the Longxing Gu family, believe it or not, they could easily track down your ancestors for generations and annihilate you. After receiving the eye of the spiritual spring, Gu Changge descended before Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ruyu. He felt a tinge of regret. It would have been wonderful to engage with ordinary beings of the divine connection realm. His dragon elephant suppression technique had just been initiated, and he longed to unleash his immense strength. As a greeting gift, Gu Changge handed the eye of the spiritual spring to Ji Ruyu. Without hesitation, she received it with a bright smile. Thank you, Brother Changge. Excellent. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly. At the moment he handed the eye to her, a return message appeared before him. Ding. Post gifts the bound target Ji Ruyu. Eye of the spiritual spring. You have received a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained Eye of the celestial spring. Eye of the celestial spring. From the upper realms celestial spring, imbued with mysterious power. Prolonged use of the celestial spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter cultivation aptitude. The eye of the celestial spring. Gu Changge's heart trembled as he read the return message. Another item representing the divine, the celestial bone, was already extraordinary. And the eye of the celestial spring was no different, enhancing both the physical body and aptitude. Truly worthy of a 10,000-fold return, remarkable. As Gu Changge departed, the great cultivators of Yunlong City in the spiritual spring-blessed land exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Li Feng. Without a doubt, this time, Li Feng had reaped the greatest reward, a Tao enlightenment pill. However, they dared not act in broad daylight, for that was a gift from Gu Changge to Li Feng. Who knew if something were to happen to Li Feng in plain view? Would Gu Changge's wrath be directed at them, a scion of the Longxing forces? If angered, a single word could reduce Yunlong City to ashes. Yichen watched the trio leave, slowly unclenching his tightly clenched fists. There was still hope. If he could obtain the Yinyang spirit jade, perhaps he could attract Ji Ruyu's attention. A glint of coldness flashed in Yichen's eyes. Gu Changge, do not meddle this time. Otherwise, Yichen had already developed a dislike for Gu Changge. If not for Gu Changge's arrival, Ji Ruyu would undoubtedly have been by his side, allowing him ample time to win her over. As night fell and they settled into the cloud sky tower, Gu Changge began to tally his gains for the day. The Tao condensation divine bottle and the eye of the celestial spring. These two items, if presented in the outside world, would incite fierce competition even among the Longxing families and the eternal Holy Lands. Yet he had acquired both in a single day. He was simply invincible. Most importantly, he had gained another target for returns, which was excellent news. The Tao condensation judgment contained the yin-yang transformation. Sunlight could yield yang liquid, while moonlight could produce yin liquid. When combined, they formed a drop of Tao condensation water, which, when consumed, could replace a year of arduous cultivation and comprehension. The eye of the celestial spring, originating from the divine realm, harbors enigmatic powers. Prolonged use of the celestial spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter one's cultivation aptitude. With these two treasures, it would be astonishing if my cultivation progressed at an extraordinary pace. Moreover, they can fortify my body and transform my innate talents. Indeed, Gu Changge extracted a pot of celestial spring using the eye of the celestial spring, subsequently heating the spring water with spiritual energy, infusing it with divine tea, and began to savor it with closed eyes. Chapter 42. A meeting with Yichen again. The Source Heavenly Book. Upon tasting the celestial spring tea, Gu Changge instantly felt a warm current coursing through his body. Upon introspection, it seemed that his vital energy and physical form were subtly enhancing due to this warmth. Furthermore, at this moment of cultivation, the efficacy appeared to yield results with half the effort, and his mind was remarkably clear. Goodness, the effects are comparable to enlightenment tea. Indeed, a marvel of the celestial spring. Gu Changge gazed at the teapot beside him, brewed with celestial spring water, his eyes brimming with delight. This celestial spring is undoubtedly infinitely more precious than ordinary spiritual springs. Next, he turned his attention to the Tao condensation divine bottle. A long-necked jade vessel of similar size to the spirit gathering bottle, a flicker of anticipation crossing his gaze. Regrettably, It was inconvenient to unleash the Tao condensation divine bottle to absorb the sun's radiance during the day. Otherwise, even now, he would release it to absorb the moonlight. However, this sufficed. A night passed in silence. Through several days of cultivation, Changge's spiritual energy had reached full development, nearing the third layer of the Fate Will realm. It is worth noting that he had only recently broken through to the second layer of the Fate Will realm, making his cultivation speed exceedingly formidable among fellow prodigies. Brother Changge. Ji Ryu had arrived early to knock on the door. Changge opened it to find Ji Ryu's exquisitely lively face, akin to that of a sprite. Good morning. Changge greeted her. Morning. Ji Ryu stepped forward, linking her arm with Changge's, exclaiming with eagerness, in 2 days, we shall depart. Let us go explore now. Sure. Where do you wish to go? I inquired with the innkeeper this morning. He mentioned that the nearby stone gambling venue is quite entertaining, and one might even uncover ancient treasures or exceptional spiritual stones, or perhaps even acquire celestial stones. The odds you speak of are likely negligible. Come on, let's take a look. All right, let us go check it out. By the way, let us also invite Xianxiao. Sure, I'll go fetch Sister Xianxiao, Brother Changge. Please wait for me downstairs. After Ji Ryu finished speaking, she dashed off to summon Xianxiao, leaving Changge at the door. On the first day at the stone gambling house, Ji Ryu was brimming with enthusiasm, yet with Changge beside her. She restrained herself from acting impulsively and merely observed with curiosity. However, the trio's striking appearance did attract some attention. The following day, Ji Ryu could no longer contain herself. In stone gambling, 10 bets lead to 10 losses. Changge chuckled at Ji Ryu. I have a feeling you will incur losses. Humph, I'm not afraid. I possess ample spiritual stones. Brother Changge, do you wish to try? No, thank you. Changge shook his head. For he had been searching the stone gambling house for Ji Ryu's recent fortune insights, but found nothing but seemingly worthless stones. On the second day, Ji Ryu lost over 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Finally, the third day arrived. This time, I am certain I will uncover something good. Ji Ryu had been repeating this sentiment throughout the day. However, as the trio entered the stone gambling house on the third day, an unexpected figure appeared before Xianxiao and Ji Ryu, Yichin, with whom they had previously crossed paths in the celestial spring-blessed land. Yichin, upon seeing Ji Ryu, experienced a flicker of surprise, and the sight of Xianxiao, standing beside her, caught his eye as well. As for Changge, Yichin did not show any inclination to pay attention, yet the latter's extraordinary aura was hard to ignore. What a coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you all. Yichin approached them with a friendly demeanor. You are the person we met in the celestial spring-blessed land. Ji Ryu exclaimed in surprise. Are you here to gamble on stones as well? Indeed. I possess a modicum of understanding. Yichin nodded slightly. At this moment, the owner of the stone gambling house approached with a smile. He had already taken note of the distinguished trio over the past 2 days and recognized Yichin. Seeing him conversing with Changge's group piqued his interest, prompting him to engage. Brother Yichin is not merely knowledgeable. He possesses the inheritance of the source technique. His expertise in stone gambling is unparalleled. The owner, Wang Qing, continued. Before you esteemed guest arrived, Brother Yichin was raking in profits at our gambling house. And he's also a guest elder here. Is he truly that formidable? Ji Ryu gazed at Yichin in astonishment. Changge, upon hearing this, understood why Yichin could uncover the yin-yang spiritual jade. It turned out he possessed the source technique. The source technique is akin to a geomancer in another world, imbued with various mysterious powers, with stone gambling being merely one of its capabilities. Yichin, noticing Ji Ryu's attention, endeavored to present his best self. Yet, his common visage remained unremarkable regardless of his efforts. Even without any overt actions, Changge naturally drew the focus of all present after everyone had finished speaking. Ji Ryu directed her gaze toward Changge. Having knelt for 2 consecutive days, she pondered if it was time to seek assistance from a source technique practitioner. With the introduction from the owner of the stone gambling house, Yichin confidently stated, Esteemed guests, Wang is overly complimentary. My source technique is rather ordinary. However, I would be bold enough to offer some advice and select a few source stones for you. Yichin then turned his gaze toward Ji Ryu, aware that there was a yin-yang spiritual jade within the gambling house, knowing that with his source technique, he could surely locate it. At that moment, he planned to find an excuse to gift the source stone to Ji Ryu, convinced that she would be grateful. However, as soon as Yichin finished speaking, Changge, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and said, No need, there's no trouble for Brother Yi. I also possess knowledge of the source technique. Upon speaking, Changge retrieved a jade slip containing the source technique inheritance from his storage ring and lightly tapped it against Ji Ryu's head. Ouch! The sudden pain caused Ji Ryu to pout, covering her head with a puzzled expression as she looked at Changge. Here, This is the source technique inheritance. You shouldn't always trouble others. If you like this, practice it. The source technique inheritance, yay? Ji Ruoyu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted it. Changge smiled at her as he awaited the system's reward. Ding. Host has gifted the bound target Ji Ruoyu a royal-level source technique inheritance. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations. You have acquired the imperial-level source technique inheritance, source heavenly book. Accompanied by the system's prompt, a torrent of information surged into Changge's mind. The techniques and divine abilities rewarded by the system could be comprehended instantaneously, while practicing them would require training. The source technique, however, was different. Understanding its intricacies allowed immediate application. Thus, Changge could now utilize the various capabilities within the source heavenly book, unimpeded except by his cultivation level. In essence, within mere moments, Changge had become a figure with an imperial-level understanding of the source technique. Chapter 43. Do you think you are worthy to compete with me? In addition, Changge inherited a divine ability from the source heavenly book, source heavenly perception. This allowed him to sense the grand currents of the world and see through source stones. When combined with the dual pupils, it would be nothing short of perfect, flawless. Meanwhile, Yichen frowned upon hearing Changge's statement. Your Highness also practices the source technique? Yichen had never previously heard of Changge's proficiency in the source technique. I occasionally learn a bit, Changge replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing, who was serving nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. It seemed that the relationship between Yichen and Changge was not as friendly as one might have imagined. Instead, when Yichen attempted to ingratiate himself, Changge flatly rejected him. Not only that, but Changge's demeanor towards Yichen was notably indifferent. Was it possible that he had misjudged the situation? Yichen and Changge were hardly acquainted. In truth, Wang Qing had made a somewhat accurate observation later on. Changge was not merely unfamiliar with Yichen, they were essentially strangers. Your Highness, the source technique I inherit is a king-level source technique. Yichen subtly reminded Changge, while also showcasing his own abilities. Was a king-level source technique really that impressive? Changge cast a fleeting glance at Yichen. Wang Qing, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. Indeed, it was formidable. The inheritance of a king-level source technique, if revealed, would likely incite a frenzy among top-tier powers in the Changxing clan. The technique that Brother Changge bestowed upon me is a king-level source technique as well? It doesn't seem particularly rare. I have several at home. At that moment, Ji Ruoyu suddenly spoke, her tone causing Wang Qing to sweat even more. A casual display of a king-level source technique by such an individual was truly daunting. Wait, could these three be the young prodigies from the Changxing and Ji families who had recently appeared in the Lingquan Blessed Land? My heavens! Xianxiao, observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She had already noticed Yichen's darkening expression. Yichen felt a surge of anger. How dare he flaunt such a prestigious background? As expected, the two fairies hailed from the exceptional Changxing clan. A king-level source technique within the Zhangtian Dao domain could indeed stir up a tempest. Would you care to compete with me? Changge cast a dismissive glance at Yichen, a flicker of indifference passing through his dark, profound eyes. Unfortunately, Yichen remained oblivious to this slight. Very well. Yichen nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Changge. As a reincarnator, he had already perfected the king-level source technique in his previous life. Changge was merely a young talent from the Changxing clan. He had no reason to fear a contest of techniques. However, the words that Changge uttered next nearly provoked Yichen to lash out. What are you, to even be worthy of a competition with me? Changge spoke calmly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Wang Qing felt his scalp tingle with dread. Indeed, Yichen, this fellow, was not at all the good-natured friend he had imagined him to be with Changge. If the Gambling Stone Pavilion were implicated, it would spell disaster. Yichen glared furiously at Changge, his chest heaving, an aura of the fate wheel erupting around him, briefly drawing the attention of Ji Ruoyu and Xianxiao. Upon sensing Yichen's audacity to unleash his aura, Changge's eyes glimmered with a faint light. In an instant, a voice thundered into Yichen's ears, resonating like rolling thunder. A mere ordinary loose cultivator dares to emit an aura towards me. In an instant, a sound akin to a bell exploded in Yichen's mind, causing his spirit to tremble and blood to spew forth. One mere sentence had left Yichen injured. He staggered back 2 steps, his eyes wide with shock. Changge continued to regard him with a calm demeanor. Yichen's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, under Changge's icy gaze. He slowly lowered his head and clasped his fists in apology. I was presumptuous. I hope your Highness can show mercy. Recognize your own station. Changge glanced at the bowed Yichen. Had Yichen not had some utility, he would have slain him on the spot. A mere child of fortune, even possessing secret treasures, could not hope to stand before him. I'll grant you some face, so make good use of your worth. Perhaps it may prolong your existence. Should you dare to overstep, I would not hesitate to end you. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, witnessing Yi Chen's provocation of Gu Changge, felt as though his soul had nearly left his body. Were it not for Gu Changge's presence, he would have reprimanded Yi Chen on the spot, urging him to leave the Gambling Stone Pavilion. Previously, he had admired Yi Chen solely for his exceptional source techniques. But now, he had offended a prodigy from the Changxing clan? Was he courting death? Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow and, seizing the moment while Gu Changge was occupied with Yi Chen, quickly approached him with a respectful bow. Your Highness, esteemed ladies. Yi Chen is a guest of my Gambling Stone Pavilion. I sincerely apologize for his offense. Today, we would like to offer each of you 3 source stones as a gesture of goodwill, free of charge, as an apology from the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge cast a glance at the bowing Wang Qing, finding it amusing. Naturally, she had no reason to decline such a generous offer. Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu looked towards Gu Changge, having unconsciously begun to regard her as their leader. Gu Changge nodded to both women. Then let us express our gratitude to the shopkeeper. Ji Ruyu blinked, her voice brimming with delight. No need for formality, no need for formality. Wang Qing waved his hands repeatedly. Gu Changge addressed Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. Come, let us select some unopened source stones. Leading the 2 women into the Gambling Stone Pavilion, their striking appearances and charismatic presence immediately caught the attention of many, drawing astonished and curious gazes. They had grown accustomed to such attention. We get to choose 3? Brother Changge, how should we go about selecting them? Ji Ruyu eagerly surveyed the neatly arranged unopened large source stones, brimming with excitement. Gu Qingxiu looked at Gu Changge with curiosity. Brother Changge, can you truly master source techniques? Of course. Gu Changge answered succinctly, activating the source heaven divine sense. An enigmatic wave emanated from her, causing the surrounding scenery to dim, replaced by a clear vision of the arranged source stones, some shimmering with golden light, varying in intensity. As Gu Changge activated the source heaven divine sense, the entire Gambling Stone Pavilion's treasures were unveiled within her perception, and her eyes appeared to glimmer with hints of golden light. The mysterious aura radiating from her enhanced her ethereal beauty, evoking an air of nobility and mystique. Yi Chen sensed this aura in an instant, astonished. The aura of source techniques. From the essence of the source techniques, it became evident that they transcended Yi Chen's comprehension. The caliber of such techniques was at least of saintly level. Impossible. This cannot be. Cultivating source techniques is exceedingly arduous, even in his previous 2 lives. Yi Chen had spent countless hours achieving success. How could Gu Changge possibly have mastered a saint-level source technique at such a young age? He refused to believe it. Even if the Changxing clan possessed substantial resources, achieving such an unfathomable feat was utterly implausible. As Yi Chen grappled with disbelief and struggled to compose himself, Wang Qing, observing him with a cold expression, spoke. Yi Chen, you were far too impulsive just now. When I saw you conversing with these 3, I assumed you were friends. And I came to support you. I never anticipated that you would defy that noble lady and even provoke her. Wang Qing's tone was laced with palpable discontent. How petty. Yi Chen internally scoffed at Wang Qing's demeanor. However, was this not the norm? In the 3,000 realms, among countless beings, which cultivator was not driven by self-interest? Those who lacked ambition would scarcely progress, perhaps even leaving no trace behind. What exactly does Wang shopkeeper mean? The cooperation we previously discussed may have to be abandoned. Wang Qing stated. Naturally, during these days, Brother Yi Chen, your remuneration for overseeing my Gambling Stone Parlor will be settled in full. From this point forward, you and my Gambling Stone Parlor shall have no further connection. Are you certain? Yi Chen's expression darkened significantly. Certainly. Wang Qing observed Yi Chen's gloomy demeanor without a hint of concern. Do you know who those 3 individuals are? Of course, they are merely members of the Changxing family. Just because of a minor conflict, you intend to terminate our collaboration? Yi Chen retorted coldly. Wang Qing scoffed disdainfully. They are merely from the Changxing family. How is it that I could not see your arrogance before? The Changxing family is one of the top forces in the Dao domain. Should they wish to eliminate you, they need not lift a finger themselves. There are plenty who would be eager to do so, treating you as a mere stepping stone. You ought to temper your disposition. I know you have your strengths, but even your strengths are insignificant compared to the Changxing family. That is all I have to say. Please leave the Gambling Stone Parlor. Very well. Yi Chen was truly enraged. I did not expect the manager Wang to be merely a sycophant. With my king-level source technique, I shall never lack for alliances wherever I go. Let the Gambling Stone Parlor take care of itself. With that, Yi Chen stormed away. Having been humiliated in such a manner, he no longer cared for the Yin-Yang spiritual jade, wishing only to leave this disgraceful venue immediately. He had etched this humiliation in his heart, vowing to repay Gu Changge and the Gambling Stone Parlor tenfold in the future. Wang Qing sneered with disdain. Indeed, possessing a king-level source technique is remarkable, but you are not the only one capable of such techniques. If news of your offense against the Changsheng family spreads, who would dare to offer you refuge, Yichen? Once Yichen vanished, Wang Qing turned his attention to Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. He quickly approached to attend to the three. Your Highness, esteemed ladies, may I inquire which source stones have captured your interest? Would you like me to recommend some? While I am not well versed in source techniques, I do have knowledge of which stones are of higher quality. Wang Qing said eagerly. Gu Changge had witnessed everything that transpired with Wang Qing. Gu Qingxiu was also observing, feeling quite satisfied with Wang Qing's actions. Gu Changge was right. Yi Chun was indeed unworthy. How dare a mere insect challenge my brother Changge to a contest? Ji Ruyu had already approached a pile of source stones. Her gaze fixed on those of exorbitant prices. Though the most expensive source stones might not necessarily be the best, they certainly had the most appealing appearances. For instance, the stones adorned with divine patterns that faintly radiated spiritual light, or those revealing a hint of high-quality spirit stones, were among the most coveted. Selecting the best must surely mean choosing the most expensive, Ji Ruyu mused. Wang Qing's lips curled slightly. However, to curry favor with these three prominent figures, sacrificing a little was no burden at all. Just then, Gu Changge interjected to assist Wang Qing. While it is true that the more expensive, the better is a valid notion, not all costly stones guarantee quality. The third stone from the left in the front row, the first stone in the second row, and the fourth stone in the third row are the ones you should take. Oh, is that so? Ji Ruyu looked at the three source stones, realizing they appeared rather unremarkable and paled in comparison to the other stones that radiated spiritual light. However, since Gu Changge claimed to possess knowledge of source techniques, she decided to take them. No payment required, free of charge, delightful. It was now Gu Qingxiu's turn. Gu Changge turned to her, smiling, and said, the fourth stone in the first row from the west, the sixth stone, and the 10th stone in the third row. Soon, Gu Qingxiu had also retrieved the source stones selected by Gu Changge. Wang Qing observed this scene with gratitude, feeling that Gu Changge was truly a benevolent person, sparing him from significant losses. Nevertheless, he still respectfully addressed Gu Changge. Your Highness, would you like to select 2 more stones of better quality? No need. 1 is sufficient. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Once these source stones are opened, I wonder if you will still wish for me to select 2 more. The 3 of them were extraordinary, and with Wang Qing personally attending to them, many had already recognized Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. Although they were prodigies of the Changsheng family, their casual selection of source stones for gambling seemed too indifferent. They could take them for free. What was the harm in selecting at will? Even if they bought the entire gambling stone parlor, it would likely take no more than a mere gesture. Each prodigy from the Changsheng family was a dragon among men, a true child of destiny. Observing their appearances, demeanor, and grace, it was as if they belonged to an entirely different species. The disparity was immense. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, many speculated that Gu Changge's chosen source stones were likely random selections, probably yielding nothing but refuse. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the source stones selected by Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu were prepared for opening, 7 stones in total. Chapter 45. Each one contains treasures. Snatching the yin-yang spiritual jade. Open mine first. Ji Ruyu raised her small hand, beaming as she looked at Gu Changge. Let's start with hers. Gu Changge nodded. Very well, young master. The stone-opening master nodded, took a deep breath, and began to manipulate the stone-opening tools with spiritual energy, applying them to Ji Ruyu's first stone. Swish. As a silver light flashed, Ji Ruyu's first stone was cleaved in 2. It was an ordinary stone, devoid of any spiritual stone or other treasures. The crowd erupted in silent laughter at this sight. As expected, it was a random selection. How could anything of value emerge? Wang Qing, standing nearby, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He hoped for something valuable to be revealed. Otherwise, if Gu Changge and the others were displeased, the gambling stone parlor would be in jeopardy. Such is the peril of serving a powerful master. Continue cutting. Gu Changge's voice rang out. The stone-opening master nodded. Just because the first cut yielded nothing does not mean there is no treasure hidden within. It may lie within one of the other 2 stones. The stone-opening master continued his work. Ji Ruyu's anticipation remained undiminished. Until the final moment, no one could know what treasures the stones might conceal. Swish. 2 more silver lights appeared. As the second silver light emerged, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from that second half-stone. The dazzling white light caused an uproar among the crowd. Something has emerged. Amidst the exclamations, the white light transformed, replaced by wisps of vapor streaming forth from the stone, creating an astonishing spectacle. What an anomaly! Could it be a flowing cloud jade? a knowledgeable cultivator suddenly exclaimed. The stone opening master continued his work. Soon, a piece of white jade, resembling a small cloud, fell from the stone, emanating a radiant glow on the table. It was indeed flowing cloud jade. This remarkable treasure is one of the primary materials for crafting flying artifacts. This piece of flowing cloud jade, the size of a palm, is worth at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Flowing cloud jade, a rare treasure, occasionally revealed by spiritual clouds that have absorbed abundant spiritual energy. Jiryu had not anticipated that the first stone would yield a piece of flowing cloud jade worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. We have opened something, Brother Changge, and it is worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. My heavens! Jiryu covered her small mouth, her face alight with excitement. After a few more rounds, Changge smiled at the sight. This is merely the beginning. Further surprises await. Xianxiao, observing this scene, found her eyes sparkling. Changge, what on earth has changed within you? Not only has your character transformed dramatically, but your knowledge has also expanded, and your mastery of source techniques is astonishing. As the first stone yielded a treasure, those who had earlier dismissed Change's selections were left speechless. Their faces turned awkward as they exchanged glances, only to be replaced by an even stronger curiosity, all eyes now fixed on the spiritual stones Changge had selected. Something valuable has emerged. Splendid. Wang Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Flowing cloud jade is indeed precious, a rare sight to behold, yet it occasionally appears in the gambling stone parlor, enhancing its reputation and bolstering business. However, the situation took a turn as Wang Qing and the onlookers became utterly astonished. With a single stroke on the second stone, a crimson light surged upwards, accompanied by waves of heat that spread through the air, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd. Upon revealing the stone, a fiery red pearl emerged. This gem, perfect for forging fire-type divine weapons, was undoubtedly worth at least several tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones. Next came the third stone. Unsurprisingly, it too yielded a remarkable find, earth bamboo, an exceptional material for crafting wood-type divine weapons. With all three stones proving fruitful, the patrons of the Gambling Stone Pavilion could no longer contain their astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Changge. After all, it was Changge who had selected these stones for Jiryu. Wow! Jiryu exclaimed, holding the three treasures in her hands, her admiration directed at Changge. Brother Changge, we've struck it rich. Beside her, Wang Qing was left speechless, his mind racing as he glanced at the remaining four stones selected by Changge. Anxiety gnawing at him. Could it be that all four remaining stones would also yield treasures? If so, it would mean that Changge had claimed all the divine materials from the Gambling Stone Pavilion. While it might initially seem beneficial, once the customers seeking to buy stones found nothing, it would severely impact the Gambling Stone Pavilion. The prospect of replacing all the stones would lead to devastating losses. Changge merely nodded in response. The stone master was equally astonished, gazing at the three divine artifacts in Jiryu's possession. In all my years of stone opening, even renowned source artisans do not guarantee a yield from every stone. This young master is truly extraordinary. The stone master exclaimed in awe. Let us continue. Changge signaled for the stone master to proceed. At this moment, Wang Qing was on the verge of tears. If possible, Xianxiao stepped forward. Let us open my three stones. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what treasures Changge had selected for her. As the three stones were unveiled, time passed. Three beams of spiritual light surged skyward from the Gambling Stone Pavilion, capturing the attention of cultivators throughout Yunlong City. After all, this amounted to 6 beams of spiritual light in total. Who could this formidable figure be, opening stones at the Gambling Stone Pavilion? Outside the pavilion, a crowd had gathered, eagerly discussing Xianxiao's findings, which matched Jiryu's in value. Collectively, the two women's 6 stones had yielded treasures worth around 7 to 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. It is essential to note that these were medium-grade spirit stones. In terms of lower-grade spirit stones, this would equate to 7 to 8 million. The grading of spirit stones is categorized as lower, medium, upper, and supreme, with a ratio of 1:10. Wang Qing wore a strained smile, tears threatening to spill over. The last one is mine, Changge stated, casting his gaze upon the stone he had chosen. I shall open it myself. He gestured for the stone opening implements to be brought forth. The stone master, having recognized Changge's extraordinary status, promptly produced a brand new set of tools. Young master, these have never been used, he remarked as he presented them to Changge. Changge paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. As he manipulated the stone opening tools, a silver light swept across the stone he had chosen. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of black and white energy erupted, creating ripples of energy that expanded outward. while the black and white spiritual light soared into the heavens, illuminating the entirety of Yunlong City. As the black and white energy radiated, the gambling stone pavilion and the cultivators of Yunlong City erupted in chaos. Countless individuals gazed in awe at the black and white spiritual light, their eyes filled with shock as they rushed towards the gambling stone pavilion. A supreme treasure had emerged. Chapter 46, Extraordinary. Breakthrough to the third layer of the fate wheel. That night, Changge sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the Yin-Yang spirit jade that he had unveiled earlier in the day. The Yin-Yang spirit jade contained pure Yin-Yang spiritual energy, which could be directly absorbed by cultivators to accelerate their cultivation progress, thus shortening training time and allowing the bearer to advance rapidly on their path of cultivation. Moreover, it could nourish the soul of the wearer. Most importantly, it could unlock the Yin-Yang divine body. Changge recalled the moment the Yin-Yang spirit jade manifested. Noticing the subtle waves of Yin-Yang energy emanating from Ji Ruyu, as well as the longing reflected in her eyes. Clearly, Ji Ruyu was aware of the jade's significance to her. However, she may have refrained from directly asking for it, perhaps due to the fact that it was Changge who had unveiled it. Had events unfolded normally, Ji Ruyu would have likely encountered Yichen outside the Spirit Spring blessed land, their bond deepening over a few days, and later, Yichen might have obtained the Yin-Yang spirit jade through his source arts. Ji Ruyu, being the little princess of the Changxing family, would undoubtedly possess numerous treasures to exchange for it, and given her relatively unfamiliar relationship with Yichen, such a trade would not have been difficult. However, once the transaction was successfully completed, Yichen would likely have gained a lasting impression on Ji Ruyu, thanks to the Yin-Yang spirit jade. But for now, Changge mused as he toyed with the Yin-Yang spirit jade. This jade must eventually be given to Ji Ruyu, but not just yet. Perhaps tomorrow. Since I have already utilized today's return opportunity, I wonder what rare materials the Yin-Yang spirit jade will yield in return for me, ideally something of a higher multiplier. Additionally, after a day of anticipation, news of the Supreme Treasure's unveiling spread through Yunlong City like wildfire. Concurrently, the events that transpired within the Gambling Stone Pavilion were also disseminated. Upon learning that Changge had selected 7 stones, all of which had proven fruitful, many were left in awe of his formidable source arts cultivation. Even some seasoned veterans could not compare. Countless individuals expressed their astonishment, and those privy to the details recognized that Changge, Xianxiao, and Ji Ruyu hailed from the prestigious Changxing family, further amplifying their admiration. The descendants of the Changxing family were indeed extraordinary, at such a young age, possessing such prowess in source arts. Yet, the question lingered, just which branch of the Changxing family did they belong to? Meanwhile, Yichen, listening to the discussions surrounding the Gambling Stone Pavilion, was enveloped in shadows of despair. So Changge has indeed obtained the Yin-Yang spirit jade? He seethed. Just wait. Once I acquire the opportunities one seek, no matter how talented you are as a Changxing family prodigy, I will catch up to you and even surpass you, leaving you beneath my feet. I am eager to witness your expression then. In Ji Ruyu's room, she wore a conflicted expression, her face buried in her knees as she hesitated. The Yin-Yang spirit jade. Who would have thought that Brother Changge would unveil such a treasure? Would it be inappropriate to directly ask him for it? Should she offer something in exchange? But did Brother Changge truly lack anything? It seemed he had no deficiencies. Yichen's reactions and Ji Ruyu's thoughts were unknown to Changge, who stood by the window, observing the condensing Dao divine bottle on the table absorbing the moonlight. Streams of moonlight essence visibly flowed into the bottle, which emitted a faint glow, appearing extraordinarily mystical. After a day of accumulation, the third drop of condensing Dao divine water was imminent, with 2 drops already refined. Changge's cultivation was now exceedingly close to the third layer of the fate wheel, with the refinement of the third drop of condensing Dao divine water. Breaking through to the third layer of the fate wheel was but a matter of time. Drip! A sound echoed from within the condensing Dao divine bottle. Changge's expression brightened slightly. Has the condensation succeeded? With the aid of the condensing Dao divine bottle, my cultivation speed has skyrocketed. Especially with the infusion of the divine spring water, my progress is indeed rapid. With a wave of his hand, Changge retrieved the isolation array flag from his storage ring, setting it up within the room as he prepared to break through to the third layer of the fate wheel. Gazing at the drop of crystalline, jade-like condensing Dao divine water, which seemed to contain endless divine radiance, Changge opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the condensing Dao divine water entered his body, a gentle yet overwhelming surge of pure spiritual power erupted within him. In an instant, the vast spiritual sea beneath his fate wheel, stretching to 999 zhang, surged with tremendous waves. As the spiritual energy from the condensing Dao divine water was continuously crushed by Changge's 9-pattern fate wheel, It transformed into droplets of spiritual liquid that flowed into the spiritual sea beneath the fate wheel. The spiritual sea rippled continuously, emanating waves of ethereal light. A dull thud resonated within Changge. The originally expansive spiritual sea, measuring 2,999 zhang, surged forth once more, swiftly reaching 3,000 zhang. It continued to expand, hitting 3,100 zhang, then 3,200 zhang, until it finally settled at 3,300 zhang. Changge's breath surged from the second layer of the fate wheel realm to the third, completely stabilizing. With this elevation and cultivation, Changge felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as the colossal particles within him multiplied, augmenting his physical strength by 100 billion, bringing it to 400 billion. Moreover, his cultivation foundation remained steadfast, devoid of any signs of instability. The Tao fruit of condensation was indeed formidable, a treasure birthed from a superior, celestial artifact. Changge sensed the 3,300 zhang of spiritual sea within him, feeling a rush of excitement. It had been merely half a month since leaving the Changxingu clan, yet he had already ascended from the second to the third layer of the fate wheel, solidifying his growth while acquiring several supreme treasures. It was evident that wandering outside was beneficial. After thoroughly comprehending the unique aspects of the third layer of the fate wheel realm, Changge began to contemplate his divine abilities. After all, while cultivation was crucial, divine abilities were equally paramount, serving as techniques for combat. Changge resolved to delve into the Great Void technique, a method capable of manipulating foes at will and an excellent means of escape. Despite being the scion of the Changxing family, one could never predict whether formidable adversaries or ancient foes would show mercy during confrontations. He was unwilling to entrust his life and fortune into the hands of others. A night passed in silence. Changge's celestial bones solidified slightly as he sat cross-legged amidst the celestial light, his internal spiritual energy circulating, with waves of extraordinary phenomena manifesting within his chamber. As morning dawned, Changge opened his eyes, his sacred dual pupils exuding an extraordinary aura. Surrounded by the radiance of celestial sound, he resembled an ethereal being perched elegantly upon his bed. System, check information. Changge commanded as he rose from his bed. The returns had refreshed. It was time to deliver the Yin-Yang spiritual jade to Ji-Ryu. Character, Changge strength, third layer of the fate wheel physique. Heavy pupil, light of the heavy pupil, foresight. Celestial bone, celestial king descends to the ninth heaven, technique. Void scripture, fifth layer 30. Dragon elephant suppression technique, colossal elephant 60. Source heavenly book, source heavenly perception, divine abilities, sky severing finger, minor success 30. Great void hand seal, minor success 30. Great void technique, beginner 1. Innate Taishu vitality, beginner 2. Sun shooting, beginner 1. Bound objects. Xianxiao, Ji-Ryu chapter 47. A fortuitous encounter. A thousandfold return of the 5 elements, Tao fruit. Changge's personal strength had undeniably undergone a monumental transformation. He had acquired 2 supreme techniques, the divine elephant suppression technique and the source heavenly book, as well as advancements in divine abilities. His combat prowess had metamorphosed dramatically. With 400 billion pounds of colossal strength, heavy pupils, celestial bones. In the third layer of the fate wheel, he could contend even with divine beings. Such steady progression, coupled with further mastery of divine abilities, could potentially elevate him to battle at even higher tiers. All of this was attributed to his diligent efforts. Changge rose and exited his room. After delivering the Yin-Yang spiritual jade to Ji-Ryu, he planned to visit his mother at the Changxing family and also check on the recent fortunes of Xianxiao and Ji-Ryu, which he presumed had refreshed. Eager to uncover any opportunities that lay ahead, as he stepped out of the door, he encountered Xianxiao, dressed in green, with flowing black hair and an exquisite visage. Her youthful face began to reveal her enchanting beauty. "Good morning, Brother Changge," Xianxiao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Where are you headed?" "I instructed the staff to prepare breakfast, hoping to call you down after the Ines preparations. But now, there is no need. Let us have Ji-Ryu join us for breakfast downstairs before heading to the Changxing family," Changge replied. He then remembered to ask Xianxiao, by the way, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Had this been before, it was highly likely Xianxiao would have joined him. However, now that she possessed the gathering spirit bottle, she was on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. This was not her only reason. The imminent opening of a certain place required her strength to reach the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm for a chance of survival. Oh, Changge's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to check Xianxiao's personal information. Nickname, Xianxiao. Identity, daughter of the Changxing family branch. Reborn Supreme. Strength, Liquid Transformation Realm, 1st layer, Rainbow Bridge First Layer. Physique, Supreme Bone. Technique, Void Scripture. Divine Abilities, Recent Fortune, Smooth Sailing, Rapid Progress. With the Gathering Spirit Bottle S Enhancement, expected to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm within a month, preparing to condense the Fate Wheel. Xianxiao recalled one of the heavenly fortuitous encounters she learned of in her past life, the Fate Wheel patterning method, yet to be acquired. She plans to retrieve it from the chaotic rift appearing in the Tianlan sect of the Middle Sky North region. After returning from serious injuries, she will successfully break through the Fate Wheel, condensing a 9-pattern Fate Wheel from her Supreme Bone. The Fate Wheel patterning method may not have been utilized, but she has given it to you. The Child of Fortune, Yi Chun, knows that the female Supreme, Xianxiao, possesses the Fate Wheel patterning method, and he must acquire this method. He will act when Xianxiao goes to the Bronze Celestial Palace to gather the Tao rhythm to nurture her Supreme Bone. The first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Changge was astounded upon seeing this. Xianxiao had only been cultivating for a few months, seemingly since he obtained the system. Yet now, she had reached the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm, an extraordinary feat. Was this the cultivation speed of a reborn female Supreme? Furthermore, Changge paid close attention to Xianxiao's recent fortunes. A month to advance from the 1st to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm was indeed outrageous. However, within a month, he too might break through to the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel. Progression from the Rainbow Bridge to the Fate Wheel was significantly more challenging. He feared that by then, Xianxiao's speed of breakthrough would slow down. As compared to himself, his pace of advancement was not slow either. 2 months to ascend from the 1st to the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel was indeed remarkable. Next, what awaited him was the Fate Wheel patterning method. A question mark appeared above Changge's head. If such a divine method truly existed, the Changge family and the Undying Sacred Land would likely engage in a fierce battle over it, igniting an immortal conflict. Finally, upon seeing Xianxiao heading to the Bronze Celestial Palace to gather the Tao rhythm for nurturing her Supreme Bone, Changge furrowed his brow. The main concern was that Yi Chun, this Child of Fortune, had his sights set on Xianxiao after he had intercepted him, hindering his acquaintance with Ji. You have already sealed your fate. Nevertheless, this Child of Fortune was indeed formidable, possessing knowledge akin to Xianxiao. Could he also be a reborn individual? Furthermore, he would enter the Bronze Celestial Palace alongside Xianxiao. The Tao rhythm would be immensely beneficial for him as well, and he intended to act in concert with Xianxiao. No matter how remarkable this Child of Fortune was, under the oversight of the system, every move he made would be laid bare. What's wrong? Xianxiao queried, noticing Changge's contemplative expression. Nothing. Let us go and summon Ji. Changge waved his hand, leading Xianxiao towards Ji's room. Upon reaching Ji's door, Changge knocked twice but received no response. Observing this, he directly opened the door and entered. The room was tranquil and elegant, with incense wafting gracefully in the air. Not far from the bed, Ji lay wrapped in her blanket, her cherubic face adorned with a blissful expression, occasionally pursing her lips, clearly still lost in a beautiful dream. Xianxiao chuckled softly at this sight, feeling a twinge of envy for Ji's carefree existence. The more one knew, the harder it was to relax. Changge also found it amusing as he approached Ji's bedside, gently patting her cheek. Time to wake up. Not yet. I want to eat, Brother Changge. I want roasted meat, with plenty of spices. Ji turned over, still nestled in her cozy cocoon. Upon witnessing the scene, Xianxiao immediately reached out to touch the collagen on her face. Feeling the movement on her cheek, Ji, still lost in slumber, drowsily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of an ethereal and handsome man whose features were exquisitely perfect. Brother Changge, Ji cooed, her voice sweet and soft, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish her. Good morning. Ji suddenly awoke, and as she spoke, her eyes darted. Can I not? Upon hearing this, Ji's expression visibly dimmed. By the way, Changge produced the yin yang spirit jade when this item was unveiled yesterday. It seemed as though 2 energies were swirling around you. This treasure must have a connection with you, so I am giving it to you. With that, he tossed the yin yang spirit jade to Ji. Caught off guard, Ji fumbled to catch it. And upon clearly seeing the yin yang spirit jade in her palm, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The yin yang spirit jade. After exclaiming, she turned her gaze back to Changge. Are you really giving it to me, Brother Changge? At that moment, Changge received a notification. Ding. The host has bound the target Ji yin yang spirit jade. You have received a 1,000-fold return. You have obtained the Tao rhythm treasure, 5 elements Tao fruit. Changge's eyes sparkled upon reading the description of the 5 elements Tao fruit. It contained rich Tao rhythms, capable of nurturing others' physiques or cultivating items that required Tao rhythms. Looking at Ji Ruyu, who was somewhat dazed by the yin-yang spirit jade, he assured her, "Of course, if you can use it, then do so." His gaze shifted from the return notification and nodded at Ji Ruyu. "Wow, thank you so much, Brother Changge," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her cherubic face radiating pure joy. Without hesitation, she dashed to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. In addition, Gu Changge felt the warmth of Ji Ruyu's generous heart. Gu Qingxiu observed this with some surprise, never expecting Gu Changge to bestow the yin-yang spirit jade upon Ji Ruyu. In her recollection, Gu Changge had always been somewhat self-centered. It seemed that something had changed. She could not pinpoint when Gu Changge's demeanor had shifted in her mind. The actions he had taken recently were not reminiscent of the selfish Gu Changge she had known in her past life. As she recalled how Gu Changge had given her the celestial artifact, warmth spread through her heart. Yes, he was no longer the Gu Changge she remembered. This was a positive change. Or perhaps it all began when he chose not to take my supreme bone. "Thank you, Brother Changge," Ji Ruyu said, her brows curving beautifully as she looked at him. "I wouldn't treat anyone else this way. This is to express my gratitude to you." Simultaneously, she added in her heart, "Only Brother Changge deserves such affection." From the moment she laid eyes on him, Ji Ruyu felt a deep fondness, especially considering his culinary skills and vast knowledge. Compounded by his gift of the yin-yang spirit jade, this affection had slowly blossomed from their childhood experiences together. Gu Changge looked at Ji Ruyu with an amused expression. "Your gratitude is quite something. Perhaps you could express it a few more times." "Okay, I've received your gratitude," he replied, as Ji Ruyu gleefully followed him. While descending the stairs, Gu Changge took the opportunity to assess Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes. Upon examining her prospects, he furrowed his brows. The awakening of her yin-yang divine body had attracted the attention of numerous forces within the central celestial domain. It was understandable. The yin-yang divine body was a dual cultivation physique. Once a Tao partner was formed, their cultivation would soar, and a marriage with the Changge family would yield multiple benefits. It was no surprise that many factions were intrigued. And then there was Yichun. If he succeeds, I shall transcend right before his eyes. Although my relationship with Ji Ruyu has only just begun, I have grown fond of her during these past few days. Most importantly, she is my binding target, first coveting Gu Qingxiu and now Ji Ruyu. This Yichun, I must seize an opportunity to eliminate him, perhaps during Ji Ruyu's participation in the cave trial or at the Bronze Immortal Palace. As Gu Changge contemplated this, the trio had already reached the ground floor. After breakfast, Gu Qingxiu bid farewell to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, watching their departing figures. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with flickering emotions. "He has forsaken my supreme bone and the celestial artifact, yet he treats me so well. Should I still seek revenge?" In her previous life, Gu Qingxiu had already avenged herself. She had anticipated the need to endure the same experiences as in her past life, leading her to harbor an innate dislike for Gu Changge. However, his unexpected actions had caused her initial thoughts to waver. A sense of panic began to rise within her as her interactions with Gu Changge deepened, and being cared for by him made this feeling increasingly pronounced. After all, in her past life, she had been embroiled in conflict and deceit. Never had anyone treated her with such earnestness. "Never mind, he treats me well, and I shall reciprocate. The rest shall unfold as it may." Gu Qingxiu reassured herself as she turned to leave. Brother Changge, are you going to visit Aunt Shuidan this time?" "Yes." Gu Changge nodded. "Mother has asked me to visit the Changxing family whenever I have the chance, and since she is there, I shall go and spend some time." "No wonder. Speaking of which, Aunt Shuidan has been at the Changxing family for over a month. What has she been up to?" Gu Changge inquired curiously. "Oh, you will find out when we arrive." Suddenly recalling Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes, he reminded her, "By the way, when you refine the yin-yang spirit jade, let your father protect you." Okay." Although Ji Ruyu was puzzled as to why Gu Changge said this, she obediently nodded. Gu Changge's mother hailed from the Changxing family, already mentioned before, named Ji Shuidan, a powerful female cultivator at the 9th layer of ascension, just a step away from reaching the realm of kings. Their romance blossomed during her time in the outside world, and given their complementary backgrounds, it became a celebrated tale within the central celestial domain. Ji Hao discreetly ensured their safety. It was not until Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu arrived at the entrance of the Changxing family that he reappeared. "I have already notified the family head and Miss Shuidan. They will come out shortly," Ji Hao said with a kind smile as he stroked his beard. Looking at Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, as soon as Ji Hao finished speaking, a cheerful voice resonated. A young woman, soft and graceful as flowing water, emerged from the gates of the Changxing family. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding elegance, and bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changge. This was Ji Shui Dan, Gu Changge's mother. Having inherited the beauty of both Ji Shui Dan and Gu Qing, Gu Changge was undeniably handsome, just as Ji Shui Dan was equally captivating. Mother. Upon seeing Ji Shui Dan, Gu Changge's face lit up with joy as he called out. With the awakening of his past memories, he felt no resistance towards his mother, for he still retained all the memories of her kindness before his awakening. Ji Shui Dan took 2 or 3 steps to stand before Gu Changge, admiring her son, who resembled a celestial being. Her heart swelled with pride. Our Changge has grown even more handsome. I heard you shone brilliantly during the adult ceremony trials. You are now a man. Not at all. I will always be your son, Gu Changge chuckled in response. At that moment, Ji Ruyu leaned closer to Ji Shui Dan and grasped her hand. Aunt Shui Dan, I'm here too. You can't just focus on Brother Changge. You still dare to say that? If I hadn't kept a close eye on you, you would have dashed out without a care. Thankfully, your brother Hong Yuan sensed your departure and had Ji Hao follow you. Otherwise, if the hostile forces of the Ji family found out, you would be in danger. I'm sorry, Ji Ruyu pouted playfully, sticking out her little tongue. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from within the door. As the sound faded, a tall figure emerged from thin air. Ji Hong Yuan, with a smile in his eyes, lit up upon seeing Gu Changge, marveling internally. What a remarkably handsome young man. Moreover, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Gu Changge, Ji Hong Yuan was taken aback. Has he broken through to the life wheel? And it seems he has not merely at the first layer, but at least the third. Though Gu Changge wore a treasure that concealed his cultivation, Ji Hong Yuan could still sense something. Indeed, Uncle Hong Yuan. Gu Changge nodded. At 16 years old, to be at the third layer of the life wheel, tut. Even that boy how you cannot compare to you at this age. Ji Hong Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Moreover, Changge, you possess the heavy eye. And I've heard you've awakened a second affinity as well. I can foresee that you, as a member of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family, will lead your generation to the pinnacle of the Zhongtian Dao domain. How you? The Ji family's prodigy, Ji Haoyu, was known to be a god-king body, already cultivating to the divine sense realm, and had manifested the vision of the moon rising over the sea. Rumored to possess 3 parts of genuine intent, truly terrifying, although Ji Haoyu had yet to enter the world to compete. His name had already spread throughout the Zhongtian Dao domain. However, given the close ties between the Xianxiaaudiobooks family and the Xianxiaji family, Gu Changge's rivalry with Ji Haoyu would not affect their relationship. Perhaps they would even assist one another. But that was a matter for another time. Gu Changge, hearing this, humbly replied, Uncle Hong Yuan, you jest. Cousin Haoyu has already reached the divine sense realm. I am far from that. All right. Let us go inside and talk. Watch out at the door. Ji Shui Dan covered her mouth with a laugh, urging them to enter the estate. Upon entering Ji Hong Yuan's residence, Gu Changge spotted a long-haired man in a white robe, standing under a green pine tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Frowning deeply, his expression one of sorrow. Despite this, he exuded an extraordinary presence, as if the heavens centered around him, making it impossible not to notice him. Haoyu? Ji Shui Dan called out to Ji Haoyu. The distinguished man nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze shifted to Ji Shui Dan, Ji Hong Yuan, and Ji Ruyu, landing on the slightly familiar Gu Changge. Beneath Gu Changge's ethereal appearance, Ji Haoyu felt a sense of familiarity. Could this be my cousin Changge? Brother Haoyu? Gu Changge smiled and nodded. A smile appeared on Ji Haoyu's previously troubled face. Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. 6 years ago. You were not like this. Now you are so extraordinary. Once you step into the world, I wonder how many celestial maidens will be captivated by you. Isn't that true for you as well, Brother Haoyu? Gu Changge teased. On the side, Ji Shui Dan and Ji Hong Yuan watched the playful exchange, smiling gently. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was highly likely that Ji Haoyu would assume the role of family head for the Changxia family, while Gu Changge would do the same for the Xianxiaaudiobooks family. Their good relationship would bode well for both families in the future. Ji Ruyu, hearing this, stepped forward and linked her arm with Ji Haoyu's. Brother Changge wouldn't fall for those superficial women. He would choose someone like me instead. Ji Haoyu rolled his eyes at his sister. How can you say that? You snuck out even after I told you not to. If something had happened, your father would have worried enough. Ji Ruyu puffed out her cheeks, feeling that the fuss made over her brief outing was excessive. Ji Haoyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Earlier, upon seeing Ji Haoyu, Gu Changge sensed that he seemed troubled, and Ji Hong Yuan, though smiling, occasionally revealed a hint of concern in his eyes. Ji Shui Dan also appeared somewhat fatigued. Noticing this, Gu Changge inquired curiously, has something happened? When I saw cousin Haoyu earlier, he looked troubled, and Uncle Hong Yuan seems the same. Mother, you also appear quite drained. Ji Ruyu widened her eyes. glancing at Ji Haoyu, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shuidan. She couldn't understand why they seemed unfazed by any issues. Ji Haoyu, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shuidan exchanged glances, surprised that Gu Changge was so perceptive, detecting the unusual atmosphere upon their first meeting. What has happened? Why wasn't Ti informed? Ji Ryu quickly asked. Brother, father, and aunt, why did you keep this from me? Ji Hongyuan responded with exasperation. What good would it do to tell you? You are just a child. It's better for you to be carefree. I'm not a child. I'll be attending the adult ceremony next year. Ji Ryu retorted angrily. Ignoring her, Ji Hongyuan turned to Gu Changge. Indeed, something has occurred, but it's not serious. It should be resolved quickly. We just need to seek assistance from the Buddhas in the western regions. Seek the Buddhas? Gu Changge was taken aback. In the Zhongtian Dao domain, the western regions were predominantly for Buddhist practitioners, and seeking the Buddhas was no trivial matter. Yes, Dao Ling encountered ancient malevolent energy while training in an ancient cave. And it's quite troublesome. The Buddhas are those who have reached the quasi-saint level or even saintly status in their cultivation. This highlighted the severity of the ancient malevolent energy encountered by Ji Dao Ling. Ji Ryu gasped. What? Cousin Dao Ling was supposed to have gained great fortune in the ancient cave. How did she end up with ancient malevolent energy? However, as soon as she spoke, Ji Ryu realized the truth. Clearly, Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyu had kept this from her. What should have been a great opportunity turned into an accident due to the interference of hostile forces during the fortune-gaining process. Ji Hongyuan spoke solemnly. That is correct. Ji Haoyu nodded. That is why we've advised you to stay close and avoid any unforeseen incidents. If you had just told me the truth, I wouldn't have run out. Ji Ryu protested angrily. Fine, we'll let you know next time. Ji Haoyu chuckled, shaking his head. I'm not a child anymore. Father, brother, if you keep hiding things from me, I want to talk to you. Ji Ryu huffed, sulking. Gu Changge, understanding the situation, deduced, so, mother, you came here to assist cousin Dao Ling? Ji Dao Ling. She seems to be a talented member of the Ji family. Slightly less capable than Ji Haoyu, possessing a heart of 7 apertures, adept at comprehending divine abilities as if aided by a deity, and handling matters with remarkable finesse. If all goes well, she could become a pillar of the Changsheng Ji family and achieve great heights in the outside world, possibly breaking through to quasi-saint or even saint status. No wonder Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyu appeared so troubled. Indeed, Changge, your mother has cultivated the great purity technique, which has a strong suppressive effect on ancient malevolent energy. Our 7th ancestor of the Changsheng Ji family has already gone to the western regions to request the Buddha's assistance. However, it is quite challenging to persuade the Buddhas to intervene. However, given the prominence of the Changsheng Ji family, it should suffice to expend some resources. And perhaps even to receive a favor from others is not out of the question. Ji Hongyuan turned to Ji Shuidan and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Shuidan, for your assistance. Otherwise, Dao Ling might have already succumbed to the path of evil. It has been arduous for you to cast spells every day for the past month. Speaking of this as kin, Ji Shuidan shook her head. Gu Changge curiously inquired, where's my cousin Ji Dao Ling now? May I see her? In the back room. She is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Ji Hongyuan nodded, and they all proceeded to the room where Ji Dao Ling lay in temporary slumber. Upon entering the chamber, Gu Changge beheld a young woman clad in white, her delicate brows furrowed as she lay upon the bed. Her complexion was pale, and a sinister aura seemed to swirl around her features, creating a somewhat terrifying appearance as ominous energy radiated from her being. Furthermore, she was an exceedingly rare beauty, with soft and exquisite features that exuded a gentle aura, clearly embodying the essence of femininity. Dao Ling's sister, Ji Ryu exclaimed upon seeing Ji Dao Ling in such a state, unable to contain her shock. It appeared that the darkness within Dao Ling was deeply rooted. Gu Changge frowned. Possessing the source heavenly book, he discerned Ji Dao Ling's condition at a glance, and the sinister energy was likely emanating from the imperial corpse. Under such circumstances, it was likely that within half a month, she would fall into the path of evil, transforming entirely into a malevolent entity. Changge, you possess a natural divine gift. What do you perceive? Ji Hongyuan inquired, astonished by Gu Changge's words. Ji Haoyu, Ji Shuidan, and the shocked Ji Ryu also turned their gaze towards him. Gu Changge shook his head. I can only sense certain clues. However, he felt a hint of confusion within himself. When he beheld Ji Dao Ling, he was overwhelmed by a sense of fear emanating from her sinister aura. Indeed, it was fear. Yet, this malevolent energy possibly stemmed from a great terror. What could possess such fear towards him? The innate divine? Or perhaps the residing within him? The former was unlikely, though that was extraordinary. It held no advantage against malevolent forces. Thus, it could only be the latter, a mysterious and transcendent from beyond this realm. Yet, whether this were true remained to be seen. What must be done? Ji Hongyuan asked urgently. I must attempt something. It may yield results. Gu Changge replied. How will you proceed? Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu gazed at him with curiosity. Gu Changge smiled and explained. I believe you are aware that I have awakened a second divine anomaly, right? The others nodded. In truth, the second divine anomaly I have awakened is a. I sense that mine may have the power to suppress this sinister energy. Gu Changge spoke candidly, knowing that those present were his blood relatives, and he had nothing to conceal. Of course, the matter regarding his brother was his greatest secret, one that no one could be told, only he could know. What? Ji Hongyuan was taken aback. Ji Haoyue's pupils narrowed sharply, while Ji Shuidan gasped, covering her mouth. The weight of those two syllables alone was enough to convey their terrifying significance. Gu Changge already possessed the, once it matured, it could dominate the world. Let alone with the addition of the potential for Gu Changge's future achievements was unfathomable. Ji Ryu was equally shaken. Brother Changge has awakened as well. My heavens. Indeed. Gu Changge confirmed with a nod. That is why I wish to try. I never imagined you would awaken as well. The alone could place you among the elite of the true dragon ranking. Now, coupled with, you surely possess the potential of a great emperor. Ji Hongyuan gazed at Gu Changge in astonishment. Talent is merely an added value. To succeed, one cannot rely solely on talent. Gu Changge replied with a smile and a slight shake of his head. Ji Haoyue fully endorsed Gu Changge's sentiment. Countless prodigies traverse the realms, akin to carp crossing the river. Yet, in the end, only a few stand atop the summit of existence. Hence, while talent is undoubtedly crucial, the heart for the path cannot be overlooked. Ji Haoyue fixed a fervent gaze upon Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, let us spar when time permits. As a divine king physique, he naturally harbored aspirations to compete with such an extraordinary talent as Gu Changge. All right, Gu Changge responded to Ji Haoyue before turning his attention back to Ji Hongyuan. Ji Hongyuan, seeing this, expressed his anticipation. Then, Changge, give it a try. If it does not work, do not force it. The arrival of the Western region Buddha can also provide a solution. I understand, Gu Changge replied, gazing at Ji Daoling, who lay upon the bed. Her demeanor ethereal and her beauty striking, yet appearing vulnerable at this moment. He approached her and extended his hand towards her third eye. Chapter 51. Suppresses the malevolent entity. Ji Daoling felt herself enveloped in a shadowy abyss. Here, demonic energy surged, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Yet she could faintly sense a terrifying presence lurking in the darkness, coldly observing her. Was she not just inhaling a wisp of black mist that had escaped after breaking the seal? As Ji Daoling attempted to gather her thoughts, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from all directions. Who? Ji Daoling's vigilance heightened as she scanned her surroundings. I am a member of the Changxi family. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions against me? The Changxi family. The chilling laughter vanished, replaced by a tone of disbelief and disdain. A mere descendant of a later Changxi family dares to flaunt before me? Once I devour your soul, this era will witness my might. With that dismissive proclamation, piercing howls erupted around her, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of numerous beasts moving about. Pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, fixated on Ji Daoling. In the next moment, one pair of blood-red eyes came forth, revealing a massive, fearsome beast resembling a leopard, dripping with foul saliva, entering Ji Daoling's line of sight. Beast. Ji Daoling's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly conjured a longsword. Although her movements were restricted in this place, she realized that her power had not entirely vanished, which allowed her to maintain her composure in the face of the current predicament. What followed was an onslaught from the beasts, too many, an endless tide. Ji Daoling lost track of how long she battled in this dark realm, feeling a sense of numbness wash over her. Gradually, she became distracted, and tendrils of black mist silently infiltrated her body. The chilling laughter surrounding her seemed to grow louder. As the battle raged on, Ji Daoling appeared to glimpse a towering figure, reminiscent of a demonic god, gradually materializing within this world. Those demonic eyes seemed to devour all. Surrender, abandon your resistance, and become my physical form. You shall gain invincible power. The demonic voice echoed in her ears, causing Ji Daoling's attacks to slow. At that moment, a blinding light tore through the endless darkness. Subsequently, under Ji Daoling's dazed, vacant gaze, a figure radiating golden light, exuding an ethereal and majestic aura, gradually stepped into her view, extending a hand towards her. Upon witnessing this, Ji Daoling was momentarily taken aback. The golden figure, with a gentle voice, spoke to Ji Daoling instinctively. She placed her hand within the outstretched palm of the golden figure. In the next instant, A resounding explosion echoed as the terrifying golden light surged forth. The golden radiance, pure and untainted, obliterated every beast and shadow that it touched. As the golden light reached the hidden figure in the darkness, a shriek erupted from the last remnants of shadow. What is this? How is this possible? It is neither a Buddhist purification nor an imperial-level cleansing method. How can it purify my power? I will remember this aura. In the final, reluctant notes of a haunting melody, the darkness of Ji Daoling's world was completely purified. In the outside realm, Gu Changge's chest emanated an ethereal aura. With a hazy figure resembling him seated within, its eyes opened, seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space, its gaze falling upon Ji Daoling's forehead. As strands of celestial power merged with Ji Daoling's spirit, the malevolent energy that had invaded her soul and body was rapidly dissolved by the celestial essence, allowing for swift recovery. However, the process of expelling the malevolent energy from the Emperor's corpse consumed an immense amount of Gu Changge's strength. The vast spiritual sea, originally over 3,000 zhang, began to dry up at a terrifying rate. As the wheel of fate spun rapidly, the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a funnel, continuously pouring into Gu Changge's body. This scene left the four onlookers in stunned silence. To simultaneously cast spells while drawing upon such formidable spiritual power for replenishment was truly astonishing. If he devoted himself solely to cultivation, the resulting phenomena would be unimaginable. Nonetheless, the four were filled with joy as they witnessed Gu Changge cleansing the malevolence, causing the dark aura shrouding Ji Daoling's delicate face to gradually dissipate, her complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. After a full quarter of an hour, Gu Changge finally exhaled in relief. The malevolence had been thoroughly purified. Its origins were undoubtedly formidable, and that ancient cave should remain sealed off to prevent further intrusion. Good. Ji Hanyuan, seeing Ji Daoling return to normal while also noticing Gu Changge's considerable exhaustion, quickly produced various elixirs to restore his spiritual energy. Ji Shuaidan, observing her son's contributions, nodded approvingly. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu expressed their gratitude with delight. In a moment that felt as if encased in cotton, Ji Hanyuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Gu Changge also looked at Ji Daoling in surprise. Recalling the words he had spoken to awaken her from the brink of slumber, could it have been those very words that stirred her? Ji Daoling slowly opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, she beheld the indistinct figure that resembled Gu Changge, her lips parting slightly as she spoke with a hint of joy and gratitude in her raspy voice. It's you. It is I, Gu Changge nodded. At that moment, Ji Hanyuan and the others approached as Ji Daoling awakened. Daoling, you have finally awakened. Ji Hanyuan exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. Ji Haoyue agreed. Ji Ryu leaned over to Ji Daoling's bedside, gazing at her pale face. Sister Daoling, thank goodness you are all right. Father and brother said you had been in a coma for over a month. I was in a coma for over a month. Ji Daoling was taken aback. Attempting to sit up from the bed but realizing her spiritual sea had dried up, her divine seeds withered, and her body was exceedingly frail, resembling someone on the brink of death. Recalling the events in her dream, or rather, they were not dreams, she understood that she had indeed been eroded by the malevolence from the ancient cave. Fortunately, someone had come to her rescue. Ji Daoling turned her gaze towards Gu Changge. His eyes, reminiscent of an immortal, penetrated her very soul. They were as if they contained boundless sanctity, and she felt as though she could glimpse a towering figure within them. Chapter 52, The Buddha of Restraint. The 13th ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Zhao. The moment Ji Daoling's gaze met Gu Changge's, her heart raced as if struck by lightning. Upon seeing Gu Changge's flawless visage, her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly realized that she was holding his hand in plain view of everyone. Ji Daoling quickly released her grip. I apologize, and thank you for saving me. Who are you? Suppressing her embarrassment, she curiously inquired about Gu Changge's identity. This is cousin Changge. Ji Ryu explained to Ji Daoling. He is the son of Aunt Shuaidan. The son of Aunt Shuaidan, Gu Changge of the Changxing Gu family? The name of Gu Changge, known for his celestial bone, was widely recognized, even if he remained reclusive. So Ji Daoling was not surprised. Indeed, Ji Ryu affirmed. Daoling, how do you feel now? Ji Hanyuan asked Ji Daoling. The malevolence has been completely cleared by cousin Changge. Ji Daoling assessed her condition, but I still feel quite weak. By the way, regarding the events in the ancient cave. Before Ji Daoling could continue, Ji Hanyuan interrupted. Let us not discuss that now. Focus on recovering your health. The Changxing Ji family will not let the perpetrators of this heinous act go unpunished. Ji Daoling nodded in agreement. Naturally, she could not overlook those who had plotted against her. She harbored her own desire for retribution. Rest well, Daoling. We will address everything once you have recovered. Ji Haoyue added in agreement. Ji Daoling nodded again. She was indeed very weak and needed time to recuperate. As everyone left the room, Ji Daoling watched them depart, her gaze lingering on Gu Changge's retreating figure before she began her cultivation to regain her strength. In the courtyard, Ji Haoyue turned to Gu Changge, about to speak when suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from the void. "Oh, are there guests?" As the voice faded, an elder with an ethereal demeanor stepped forth from the void, the air rippling around him, seemingly unfathomable. Beside him stood a monk clad in robes, holding a string of prayer beads, his expression kind and benevolent. "Indeed, I have invited the Buddha of restraint from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. This time, the malevolence within Daoling should be thoroughly eliminated," the 13th ancestor of the Changxi family, Ji Zhao, said with a smile. "Amitabha." The Buddha of restraint chanted a sutra and nodded at Ji Honyuan and the others. All present exuded an air of nobility, appearing extraordinarily remarkable, especially Ji Haoyue, Ji Ryu, and Gu Changge, who looked like dragons and phoenixes among men, surpassing even the disciples of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha of restraint mused in his heart. Truly, the Changxi family is exceptional, producing talents one after another. If this were before, Ji Honyuan would surely be overjoyed. But now that Ji Daoling's malevolence had been unexpectedly cleansed by Gu Changge, it seemed the Buddha might have made a trip for naught. "What is the matter?" Ji Zhao inquired with a frown. "Has the situation worsened?" "Not at all, ancestor. It is that Daoling's malevolence has been unexpectedly purified," Ji Honyuan replied truthfully. Ji Zhao was taken aback. The Buddha of restraint beside him looked astonished at Ji Honyuan and the others, then furrowed his brow as he gazed toward where Ji Daoling was. "I sensed a terrifying malevolence emanating from that room when I arrived. One that could render anyone below the saintly realm powerless. How did you all manage to dispel it?" The Buddha of restraint spoke with a gentle tone. "It is not that I doubt you, but I fear the malevolence may be concealed. If not confirmed, the consequences could be dire." Ji Honyuan frowned, casting a glance at Gu Changge. The matter of Gu Changge possessing celestial bones was information that could not be disclosed to outsiders. Gu Changge, noticing Ji Hongyuan's hesitation, stepped forward and smiled at the Buddha of restraint. "Buddha of restraint, it was I who dispelled the malevolence afflicting cousin Daoling. As for the method," Gu Changge did not elaborate further, but instead activated his celestial bones. The existence of his celestial bones would eventually be revealed. Moreover, with only the Buddha of restraint present, who was connected to the Western powers and had been invited by Ji Zhao, revealing a glimpse of the truth would not pose any harm. As Gu Changge's chest radiated a hazy celestial light, it appeared as if a celestial figure was seated within, mysterious and extraordinary. Upon witnessing the figure within Gu Changge's celestial light, the Buddha of restraint's pupils constricted sharply, and Ji Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Supreme Bone!" The Buddha of restraint and Ji Zhao exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with shock. "Wait, this does not bear the oppressive might that subjugates all under heaven. Rather, it exudes an ethereal aura, as if transcending the mundane, a sensation even more sacred than Supreme Bone," the Buddha of restraint pondered. Ji Zhao felt similarly intrigued. "Celestial Bone?" The two characters resonated in the minds of Ji Zhao and the Buddha of Jedre. They turned to Gu Changge and were immediately struck by the sight of his unique eyes. "You are Gu Changge," Ji Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. "So, it is the divine scion of the Changxi family." The Buddha of Jedre, upon hearing this, found it difficult to remain composed. Could it be that this celestial bone is the second gift that awakened some time ago? Indeed, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. Ji Zhao and the Buddha of Jedre both gasped in disbelief. The dual pupils combined with the even more mysterious celestial bone? My heavens! Is such an existence truly possible in this world? Amitabha! The Buddha of Jedre marveled. If this is indeed a celestial bone, then its power is unfathomable. Gu Changge can certainly purify malevolent energy without any issues. It seems I need not expend my faith this time. Ji Zhao sighed in relief and turned to the Buddha of Jedre with a smile, saying, "Buddha of Jedre, since you have come to assist the Changxi family, rest assured, your visit will not be in vain. The promised relic of the Buddha will be bestowed upon you." Amitabha! The Buddha of Jedre chanted again. "If Ji Zhao has further need of my assistance, I shall lend my strength to the Changxi family once more." The Buddha of Jedre had now reached the pinnacle of the saint realm. However, with the malevolent energy unexpectedly dispelled by Gu Changge, it seemed that the relic need not be given to himself. Ji Zhao recognized the Buddha's needs and thus registered a personal favor. The Buddha of Jedre was a formidable presence in the saint realm, a being capable of shaking the world. Exchanging a relic for the favor of a saint was highly advantageous. Subsequently, the Buddha of Jedre glanced at Ji Daoling. Chapter 53, The Sound of Calculation. After confirming that there were no issues, Ji Zhao welcomed the Buddha of Jedre. After all, the guest had just arrived. It would be discourteous to send him away without any concerns. In the courtyard, the Buddha of Jedre marveled at Ji Zhao. "Your Changxi family possesses a divine king body, while the Changxingu family is even more extraordinary, not only featuring dual pupils, but also the celestial bone embodied by Gu Changge. I have heard there is also a hidden supreme bone. What does our Changxingu family have? Merely from the talents Gu Changge has displayed thus far, one could assert that he is the foremost among the 3,000 realms. Indeed, yet strength is not solely defined by talent. The heart of the path is equally crucial. The Buddha of Changge concurred while presenting another perspective. Ji Zhao smiled. I sense that this child, Gu Changge, possesses a steady heart, unlike those who are arrogant and prideful. Indeed, the future achievements of Gu Changge are boundless. The Buddha of Changge fully acknowledged Ji Zhao's sentiments. At that moment, Ji Zhao remarked, the land of 10,000 Buddhas is also impressive. With the rebirth of arhats and the emergence of innate Buddhas, rivaling our Changxingu family and the Changxingu family. The Buddha of Changge exclaimed, Ba. It seems another golden era is about to dawn. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded. The two exchanged glances, a spark of intrigue in their eyes. Was the divine king body of the Ji family poised to compete with the dual pupils and celestial bone? The Buddha of Changge laughed. Who do you think will prevail? Ji Zhao inquired. This humble monk cannot say. The divine king body is supreme. In ordinary times, a single divine king body could dominate an era. However, facing the dual pupils and celestial bone of Gu Changge, the outcome is uncertain. After speaking, Ji Zhao waved his hand. When it comes to extraordinary talent, it seems the Buddha of Changge believes that Hao Yue would surely lose, correct? Ba. The Buddha of Changge chuckled in the same realm. It is likely that none can rival Gu Changge. Oh, then let us await the outcome. At the martial arena of the family estate, Ji Hongyuan set up a confinement formation to protect the entire arena and then curiously gazed at the scene within. Beside him, Ji Ruyu glanced back and forth between Ji Haoyue and Gu Changge, unsure of whom to cheer for. Ji Shuidan looked at Gu Changge and sighed. In the blink of an eye, Changge has grown up, even possessing dual pupils and a celestial bone. It seems the Changxingu family will advance under his leadership. Is that truly a good thing? Ji Hongyuan remarked, looking at Ji Haoyue. Haoyue is in the same era. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for him remains to be seen. All prodigies have their pride, especially those of unparalleled talent. Should he be overshadowed, it would be detrimental to Ji Haoyue's growth. Ji Shuidan rolled her eyes at Ji Hongyuan's words. They are merely sparring, as long as it isn't a life and death battle. How could it easily affect them? Haha, true enough. Haoyue and Changge would never engage in a life and death contest. Ji Ryu interjected, rolling her eyes. Father, you are setting a flag for them. Enough, enough. Ji Hongyuan's expression darkened, urging Ji Ryu to be quiet. In the martial arena, Ji Haoyue's gaze was intense, filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, I will suppress my cultivation to match your 3 cycles of the fate wheel. Do not hold back. Let us spar to our heart's content. Very well. Gu Changge nodded, his own fighting spirit rising. This marked the first time he faced a prodigious rival of equal standing since awakening his innate wisdom and enhancing his strength with the help of his brother. Gu Changge was naturally filled with anticipation. In that case, I shall not be polite. Ji Haoyue's battle intent surged, exuding an aura as if he were the pinnacle of existence. He formed a seal, sealing his divine realm cultivation to 3 cycles of the fate wheel. In the next moment, a divine king seemed to sit within the depths of his pupils. As the divine king opened his eyes, a beam of divine light erupted from his gaze, enveloping profound spiritual patterns that surged towards Gu Changge with terrifying ripples. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow at this strike. His cousin was indeed serious, launching the Ji family's signature technique, the Divine King's gaze. The power of this attack could likely severely injure or even kill an ordinary practitioner at the 6th or 7th cycle of the fate wheel. However, while formidable, this strike posed no threat to Gu Changge. He could withstand it with sheer physical strength. Roaring, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted within Gu Changge, akin to an ancient giant elephant's roar. Nearly 40 billion giant particles within him resonated in unison, unleashing unparalleled might. Facing the divine light emanating from Ji Haoyue's eyes, he casually swatted it aside. As Gu Changge's blood surged, Ji Haoyue gasped, this vitality. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous explosion of spiritual power erupted, crashing against the confinement array set by Ji Hongyuan, creating a thunderous roar. The explosive spiritual energy detonated, and Ji Haoyue's expression tightened. In the next moment, a towering divine king phantom stood behind him, its presence dominating the arena as if it were a celestial pillar. The aura of the divine king phantom was instantly sensed by the elders of the Changxingu family. Buzzing, streams of light rushed towards the arena, and they quickly noticed that Ji Haoyue was engaged in battle with Gu Changge. Ji Hongyuan, witnessing this, advised the elders, Haoyue and Changge are merely sparring. You need not concern yourselves. If you wish to observe, feel free to stay. The elders of the Changge family were momentarily taken aback. Changge? Could it be Changge of the Changge family? They gasped. What brings Changge to our Changge family? And he is competing with the divine scion. With dual pupils and a divine king body, this promises to be thrilling. Upon recognizing Changge's identity, the elders decided to remain and watch the spectacle. Beside Jihangyuan, Ji Ryu noticed Ji Haoyue's seriousness and furrowed her brow. Brother is being too much of a bully, although he is suppressing his cultivation. His spiritual power quality is far superior to that of a true three-cycle fate wheel, and he is taking it so seriously. Ji Haoyuan rolled his eyes at her. He had witnessed Changge's casual strike. If Ji Haoyue did not take it seriously, he would likely face a devastating defeat. Ji Shuedan turned to Ji Ryu, her gentle eyes sparkling. Oh, that sounds delightful. Ji Ryu's eyes lit up in agreement. Meanwhile, Ji Haoyuan rolled his eyes again, looking exasperatedly at Ji Shuedan. Sister, your calculations have not gone unnoticed. In the arena, Changge burst forth from the explosive surge of spiritual energy. Even when confronted by the towering avatar of Ji Haoyue, he refrained from employing any spiritual techniques. Instead, he unleashed the formidable strength of his physical form, charging forward like a ferocious beast, his fist aimed directly at Ji Haoyue. Chapter 54. The crushing might of the body against a fellow god king. Ji Haoyue felt a chill run down his spine. Cousin Changge, your physical prowess is truly monstrous. As he spoke, the massive fist of the god king avatar swung downwards, resembling a small mountain, poised to crush Changge. Not bad. Changge gazed at the descending fist with a slight smile, his hair billowing in the wind as he struck back with his own fist, colliding fiercely with the god king's manifestation. To the astonished onlookers from the Ji family, Changge astonishingly withstood the blow of Ji Haoyue's god king avatar solely with the strength of his body. Boom. The training ground collapsed, creating a massive pit of around 100 feet deep. Had it not been for Ji Hongyuan's earlier precautions, the battle might have spilled beyond the confines of the arena. In the eyes of the spectators, the contrast between Changge's diminutive fist and Ji Haoyue's colossal one was stark, yet the scene was utterly breathtaking. Changge's youthful form boldly resisted a punch from the god king's avatar. Excellent. Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit surged. Without even utilizing my heavy, immortal bone to match me in a direct confrontation with just his physical strength, Cousin Changge is far more terrifying than I anticipated. Talent can be formidable, but true terror is only revealed once one engages in combat. Ji Hongyuan, witnessing Changge withstand the god king's avatar with sheer physical prowess, found it hard to believe. He envisioned a peerless prodigy rising, capable of suppressing myriad realms and outstanding talents. Ji Haoyue, his eyes narrowing, warned, Cousin Changge, be cautious. Buzz. Mysterious vibrations emanated from Ji Haoyue. In the next moment, the god king avatar retracted its hand, and with a pointed finger from Ji Haoyue, the towering avatar mirrored the gesture. Boom. The void trembled, appearing almost distorted. The finger descending from the god king avatar radiated terrifying divine light, as if it would tear apart the fabric of reality, bearing down with the weight of the heavens. Even Changge felt the pressure of this attack. Yet it was merely pressure, not danger. The elders of the Ji family were astonished. They had not expected the son of Haoyue to unleash such a powerful god king's finger. Surely, even someone at the 9th level of the fate wheel realm would perish facing it. As they speculated, Changge's eyes shimmered with endless mysterious rhythms. Heavy eye. Foresight. Within this foresight, Changge envisioned himself utilizing the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique to withstand the god king's finger. He foresaw the ground shattering around him, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, suffering minor injuries from the reverberations. Upon witnessing this, Changge decisively dismissed the idea of purely relying on physical strength. For he, confident in his invincibility, would never allow the battle to inflict harm upon him. Realizing that mere physical strength would not suffice, he resolved to employ additional techniques. Heaven-defying techniques. Not limited to Ji Haoyue alone. Ji Haoyue, having profound insights into the god king scripture, could unleash a finger with power that could obliterate even a typical 9th-level fate will practitioner. Changge dared not underestimate it. Thus, a faint ripple surged before Changge as the god king's finger fell. In an instant, his figure transformed into a flash of light, reappearing beside Ji Haoyue. Now, Cousin Haoyue, take a look at the void scripture of the Chang family. Within him, billions of particles roared. Changge unleashed a punch, akin to an ancient divine mountain crashing forward. Ji Haoyue, already wary of Changge's void techniques, reacted instantly as Changge appeared beside him, unleashing his own god king punch. Boom. The void erupted like thunder. Almost at the moment their fists collided, Ji Haoyue was sent flying like a streak of light. Bang! Ji Haoyue crashed violently against the barrier set by Ji Hongyuan, his fist dropping in shock as he stared at Changge. The onlookers, including Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Ruyu, and the elders of the Ji family, were left dumbstruck. They had not anticipated the battle to conclude so abruptly. Wait, the elders felt their scalps tingle. Just how terrifying was Gu Changge's physical strength? He had merely utilized the Great Void technique to traverse space and appear beside Ji Haoyue, ending the battle with a single punch. He hadn't even employed any of the various heaven-defying techniques from the Void scripture, such as the Great Void Hand Seal or the Heaven-Cutting Finger. Unbelievable. I concede, Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyue, helping to straighten his disheveled attire, smiling. Cousin Changge, your physique, if you claim to possess the strength of some divine body or holy body, I would believe it. Ji Haoyue was left speechless. That punch was likely your true physical strength, exerting at least 300 billion pounds of force. After speaking, Ji Haoyue observed Gu Changge with a peculiar expression. Moreover, even without the Great Void technique, you could withstand it with just your physical power. Where did the blood come from? As a God King body. Employing the heaven-defying God King's finger against someone of the same realm, you merely experienced a bit of blood flow and shock. How disheartening is that? Ji Haoyue felt a pang of discomfort, his heart aching. Brother lost. Ji Ruyu was bewildered. Ji Haoyue was the invincible son of the Chang family in this generation. Yet he had so swiftly fallen to Gu Changge. How could this be? Ji Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Ji Shuidan, however, was filled with joy, her gaze brimming with pride for Gu Changge. Look, that is my son. Invincible. Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan departed from the Chang family. At the entrance, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ruyu watched as the Chang family battle vessel ascended into the sky. Their expressions varied. Ultimately, Ji Ruyu chose not to accompany Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan to the Chang family, wanting to stay with Ji Daoling, who had been injured. After all, Ji Daoling had always been the one to care for her the most since childhood. Haoyue, did you really hold back against him in the same realm? Ji Hongyuan inquired. Gazing at the departing vessel, Ji Ruyu immediately turned to Ji Haoyue, her eyes filled with curiosity and seriousness. No, Ji Haoyue replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of divinity. Cousin Changge is genuinely terrifying. His physical form may very well surpass that of some divine or holy bodies. Should he further master the Chang family's void techniques combined with the heavy eye? I cannot fathom who could rival him when he steps into the world to compete. Foresight from the heavy eye, instantaneous movement from the void scripture. Not to mention, Gu Changge also possessed the immortal bone, enhancing his unrivaled physical form. This is undoubtedly a humanoid monster. Chapter 55, a month at the 5th level of the Fate Wheel. 500 billion pounds of might. Is that so? Ji Hongyuan nodded, deep in thought. According to Haoyue, Cousin Changge's future achievements will surely place him among the world's giants, especially since he is my sister's son, the future head of the family, essentially family. Moreover, judging by recent events, Ji Ruyu seemed to harbor a fondness for Gu Changge. With this in mind, Ji Hongyuan smiled and remarked, Ruyu seems to like Changge. Encourage her to visit the Chang family more often, and you too should foster a closer bond with him. I naturally will grow closer to Cousin Changge, but father, if you want Ruyu to join, it won't be. I said nothing. Ji Hongyuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but chuckle. However, if Ji Ruyu could win Gu Changge's affection, he would not mind at all. After all, and Shuidan is indeed the younger sister of Gu Changge's father, and he gladly accepts the role of brother-in-law. The benefits should remain within the family. Initially, there was not much to speak of, but when Du Qing heard that Gu Changge had withstood the formidable strength of a divine king's body through sheer physical prowess, and subsequently defeated the same using only the void scripture and a single fist, his joy was uncontainable. Truly, he is my son. The future holds great promise for him, as he possesses the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge, however, felt little excitement, for this was not a life-and-death struggle. Ji Haoyue had not exerted her full strength, having sealed her power, rendering this sparring match rather casual. The outcome bore little significance. A month later, Gu Qingxiu was set to venture to the chaos rift that had appeared at Tianlan's sect, seeking the method to enhance her life wheel. One could only wonder what she would return with after handing it over to Gu Qingxiu. It could be said that one utilizes another's opportunity for the benefit of yet another, and indeed, it would be Gu Changge who would reap the rewards. Based on previous experience, the items returned would likely belong to the same category. If there were techniques capable of accelerating the transformation of the 9-pattern life wheel, that would be even more splendid, regardless of the cost involved. The Tao of Heaven life wheel. Gu Changge's eyes gleamed with depth. With the aid of the spirit-gathering bottle, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he certainly would not lag behind. After all, Gu Qingxiu, in his eyes, was akin to his sister. It would be unacceptable for her cultivation to surpass his, especially with the aid of the spirit-gathering bottle. However, it was improbable that she could outstrip him. After all, he possessed a condensing Tao divine bottle, which was even more formidable than the spirit-gathering bottle. Besides that, he had the eye of the celestial spring, along with an abundance of rare materials. Thus, a month later, as Changge stood atop the spirit sea, the nine-pattern life wheel radiated immeasurable divine light, slowly rotating. As the last vestiges of the condensing Tao divine water were crushed, they transformed into spiritual power that cascaded into the spirit sea. In an instant, the spirit sea, which had already expanded to 5,999 zhang, erupted with a resounding roar. It expanded anew, reaching a new level, life wheel tier 6. The spirit sea grew to 6,000 zhang. A month had seen him break through from the third layer of the life wheel realm to the sixth layer, an astonishing feat. If other prodigies were to learn of his rapid cultivation speed, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded, their minds buzzing in disbelief. Prior to the Rainbow Bridge realm, achieving 3 realms in a month was not extraordinary. However, after the life wheel, expanding the spirit sea required immeasurable resources. Moreover, once the spirit sea reached its limit, it would require extensive refinement before further expansion could occur. Failure in this endeavor would lead to severe repercussions. Nevertheless, Changge defied this principle, witnessing an absurdly rapid rise in his cultivation. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Changge felt the satisfaction of his 6,000 zhang spirit sea and nodded approvingly. Indeed, he had reached the 6th layer of the life wheel realm. When the time came to compete in the world, his cultivation would align with the foremost echelon. Figures like xianxiaaudiobooks and other unparalleled prodigies from the eternal life sacred land had begun their cultivation a year or two before him. Most now at the divine connection realm. Changge's current aim was to catch up with the likes of xianxiaaudiobooks. It should not pose a challenge. Moreover, as he clenched his fist, the 500 billion giant elephant particles within him roared. His blood and energy nearly bursting forth from his divine body, 500 billion pounds of force. This month, Changge had not only elevated his cultivation, but also enhanced his physical strength. After all, while cultivation is vital, a robust physique is equally crucial. His battle with xianxiaaudiobooks had made him acutely aware of the importance of a formidable body. He needed just 300 billion particles to complete the foundational training of the divine elephant suppression technique, after which he would convert the giant elephant particles into primordial elephant particles, resulting in an alarming increase in power. Having not seen Xianxiao for a month, it was high time to pay her a visit and perhaps seize some advantages. Changge left his chamber, heading straight to the courtyard where Xianxiao resided. Your Highness. Upon reaching the entrance of Xianxiao's courtyard, 2 maidservants' eyes brightened as they hurriedly bowed in respect. As they lowered their gazes, for white jade-like peaks captivated their attention. Changge nodded and inquired, has Xianxiao emerged from her seclusion? Miss Xianxiao has just exited her retreat, but it seems she is packing her belongings in preparation for an outing. An outing? I shall seek her directly. Changge, having an inkling of Xianxiao's intentions, smiled and stepped past the 2 maidservants into the courtyard. As Changge's tall figure entered, the maidservants exchanged glances before lowering their eyes to their chests. Dingxiang. It seems His Highness has little interest in us, one commented. Is that surprising? Only someone as stunning as Miss Xianxiao can hope to accompany His Highness. We should feel fortunate to have even captured His Highness's gaze, replied the other, Yu Shui, with no sense of disappointment. Changge entered the courtyard and immediately spotted Xianxiao seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Upon noticing Changge's arrival, she appeared somewhat surprised, setting down her cup. Brother Changge, what brings you here? I came to see how your month of seclusion has fared. As Changge approached, he noted the increasingly noble and aloof demeanor of the young woman before him. The regal aura reminiscent of her past as a female sovereign began to manifest. One could not deny that Xianxiao stirred within Changge a desire for conquest. Indeed, she was captivating. Occasionally, there are gains, Xianxiao replied with a serene smile. Occasionally, it seems more than that. Changge raised an eyebrow, having already perused Xianxiao's information prior to his arrival. Life Wheel Realm. Indeed, you have successfully advanced to the Life Wheel Realm. He could only describe the cultivation pace of the female sovereign as terrifyingly impressive. By the way, since you have just broken through to the Life Wheel, you should find use for this elixir. Changge produced several vials, inscribed with the words Pattern Origin Pill. The Pattern Origin Pill is a 4th-tier elixir, the finest among its tier, only available to first-rate forces and top-tier families for assisting cultivation. As a divine offspring, Changge had limitless access to such elixirs. The Pattern Origin Pill accelerates cultivation and stabilizes realms, making it incredibly beneficial for those who have just broken through to the first layer of the Life Wheel realm. as well as for those aiming for the second and third layers. Seeing Gu Changge provide her with resources once more, Gu Qingqiu pursed her lips and reluctantly accepted. Brother Changge, with you constantly providing me resources, I worry I will never be able to repay your kindness. I never asked you to repay? That cannot be. Gu Qingqiu shook her head in protest. In response, Gu Changge reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. What is wrong with that? You are my sister, and it is only right for a brother to care for his sister. The female sovereign would find it challenging to escape Gu Changge's grasp this time. From initially being encouraged to call him brother, she now showed no resistance, even allowing him to affectionately ruffle her hair. Such a change was likely unnoticed by Gu Qingqiu herself. Now that you've just broken through, take the pattern origin pill to solidify your foundations. By the way, I hear you're going out? Where to? I just emerged from seclusion as well. We can go together. Gu Changge said to Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu hesitated. She was headed to the Chaos Rift, a place fraught with danger. In her past life, even she had to tread carefully there, if she brought Gu Changge along. However, before she could voice her refusal, Gu Changge had already departed. Gu Qingqiu sighed. Very well. Since Brother Changge treats me like family, I suppose it is best to go together. Perhaps with Gu Changge's current prowess, the two may achieve even greater rewards. As Gu Changge departed from Gu Qingqiu's courtyard, the expression of hesitation on her face elicited an involuntary smile from him. She wishes to embark on an adventure without me? No. That cannot be. Shortly thereafter, Gu Changge recalled the information regarding the return of the he had just given to Gu Qingqiu, which had not been triggered for a month. Ding. The host has gifted the bound target, Gu Qingqiu, a bottle of 4th grade. You have received a 500-fold return. You have obtained a bottle of 4th grade Supreme Elixir, Daoyan Dan. Daoyan Dan. Could it possibly contain the essence of Dao? Alas. It is only of the 4th grade. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled, though he felt a tinge of regret. With his celestial bone awakening, he was in dire need of abundant Dao essence for nourishment. The celestial shadows within his celestial bone were on the verge of solidifying. Once completed, the manifestation of celestial techniques would be all the more formidable. He held a glimmer of hope for this bottle of Daoyan Dan. Refining it would indeed allow the celestial shadows within his bone to solidify further. When he unleashed the Celestial King's descent upon the 9 heavens, the amplification would likely multiply several times. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that when he visited Gu Qingqiu yesterday, he had forgotten to invite her to move to the Divine Sun's residence. He promptly sent someone to notify Gu Qingqiu to relocate before continuing his seclusion. Days later, within the secret chamber of Gu Changge's room, surging celestial light cascaded from his chest, spreading into the void like a tidal wave. A brilliant mass of celestial light blossomed, seemingly nurturing a divine entity within. As the celestial radiance reached its zenith, a figure of ethereal beauty and extraordinary grace emerged, seated amidst the luminous glow. Previously, the celestial shadow had been indistinct, but now it clearly revealed Gu Changge's features, albeit still shrouded in illusion. The mere manifestation of his countenance represented a significant advancement. With the invocation of the Celestial King's descent upon the 9 heavens, in an instant, a spectral figure identical to him manifested behind, majestic and shrouded in celestial light, akin to a transcendent deity. With the execution of the Celestial King's descent upon the 9 heavens, Gu Changge felt the spiritual sea within him enveloped by celestial light. Every strand of spiritual power enhanced by an enigmatic force, enabling a more terrifying display of strength. This enhancement, the 9th layer of the life wheel or the realm of divine powers, is not for ordinary cultivators. It is reserved for prodigies like himself. If he were to engage in battle with an ordinary practitioner, even one at the 9th layer of the divine realm, Gu Changge would stand a chance. A prodigy of his caliber transcends conventional metrics for cultivators. Upon concluding his seclusion, a jade talisman soared from his storage ring. Gu Qingqiu's voice resonated from within. Brother Changge, I am ready to set off for Tianlan's sect. You may find me directly upon your exit from seclusion. The secret realm of Tianlan's sect opens in 7 days. If you have not emerged by then, I shall proceed on my own. Is it time to depart? Gu Changge calculated the time and sighed in relief, realizing he had only been in seclusion for 3 days. With 4 days remaining until the chaotic fissure of Tianlan's sect appeared, thus alleviating his urgency. Rising from the secret chamber, Gu Changge set out to find Gu Qingqiu. After 3 days apart, Gu Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Changge again, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Brother Changge seems to have undergone another transformation. I too have made some progress, Gu Changge jested in response. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, surprised that Gu Changge would use her words against her. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Shall we head to Tianlan's sect? Let us set forth. Gu Changge chuckled at Gu Qingqiu's dazed expression. gesturing for her to follow him. Brother Changge, are you truly coming with me? That secret realm is an opportunity one inherited from the predecessors of my branch. It may contain dangers unknown. Gu Changge turned his gaze towards Gu Xianxiao, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you think I would shy away from danger? No. Then let us not dwell on it. Let us go. However, we must approach discreetly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. We should take an elder from our clan to accompany us, allowing him to facilitate our dealings with Tianlan's sect. Agreed. Chapter 57. The Saintess of Tianlan's sect, Mu Qinghua. In the northern region, Tianlan sect stands as a premier force. Throughout the expanse of the northern region, it ranks among the most formidable entities, governing vast territories and countless trillions of beings under its dominion. However, today, Tianlan's sect welcomed esteemed guests. Within the sect, the elders who typically held high positions were present. Bowing respectfully to the venerable leader of Tianlan's sect, a formidable figure of the King realm. If this scene were witnessed by those inside and outside Tianlan's sect, it would undoubtedly send shivers down their spines. What kind of being would compel a near-hegemonic entity to bow in deference? Before these individuals stood an astonishing sight. The one they bowed to was a youthful boy. Indeed, standing before the leaders and elders of Tianlan's sect was none other than Gu Changge. Beside him stood Gu Xianxiao and an elder of the Gu family, a powerhouse of the King realm. I apologize for the trouble during my stay at Tianlan's sect. Gu Changge addressed the leader. The leader of Tianlan's sect promptly lowered his head, courteously responding, "How could that be? It is our great fortune to host the divine son of the Gu family. Please keep my arrival confidential. I shall depart in a few days." Of course. The leader of Tianlan's sect nodded fervently, understanding the significance of the divine son of the Gu family. In the presence of such a paragon, Tianlan's sect was but a minor entity. Seizing this opportunity to curry favor was paramount. "Please arrange for my accommodations," Gu Changge remarked, observing the leader's demeanor, once again feeling the formidable strength of his background. It was no wonder those top-tier forces' sons and daughters often sought to flaunt their status. "All right, Qinghua, please escort the divine son to the Misty Peak." Misty Peak is the most breathtaking mountain within Tianlan's sect, typically accessible only to the sect leader or the supreme elders, with the exception of the woman named Qinghua, who is the sect's saintess. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghua nodded and then turned her striking face towards Gu Changge. Mu Qinghua was exceptionally beautiful, with ice-blue heterochromatic eyes as clear as the sky and icy blue hair, exuding an aura of frosty elegance akin to an ice mountain snow lotus. Such a woman incites a powerful desire for conquest at a mere glance, leaving one yearning to witness her unravel. Gu Changge glanced at Mu Qinghua and nodded. "Lead the way. Divine son, please follow me," Mu Qinghua replied, her tone icy yet tinged with a rigid formality. It was evident she understood the underlying intentions behind the sect leader's request to accompany Gu Changge, and he was aware as well. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He was merely here to seize an opportunity. The leader of Tianlan's sect and the esteemed elders watched as Gu Changge departed until the figures of the four vanished from sight, at which point they wiped the sweat from their brows. "Leader, what does the divine son of the Gu family seek from us?" one elder inquired. The leader shot him a glare. "If you ask me, who should I ask? I too wish to know. However," he continued, his gaze intense, "whatever his purpose, encountering the divine son of the Gu family provides us an invaluable chance to curry favor. Ensure that our disciples do not offend him." "Understood." The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions grave and serious. Subsequently, the sect leader of Tianlan dispatched the senior elders, turning his gaze toward the direction where Mu Qinghua had just departed with Gu Changge, murmuring, "Qinghua, an opportunity has been created for you. You must seize it." Atop the ethereal peak, Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing contentedly at the boundless sea of clouds before him. Truly worthy of its name, the ethereal peak is indeed breathtaking. Gu Xianxiao, however, felt little emotional turbulence. Having once been an unrivaled supreme in the imperial realm, he had witnessed countless majestic landscapes far more grandiose than this. Mu Qinghua stood behind Gu Changge, observing the scion of the Changxing family before her. The notion of the Changxing family scion and goddess had been mere whispers to her ears. She had long believed that only when the dragon ranking of the Middle Heaven domain was revealed would she have the chance to encounter such extraordinary figures. To her astonishment, she found herself face to face with a true scion today. He embodied every aspect of the image she had conjured in her mind, gentle as jade and exuding an aura of nobility. Not only that, but he also possessed immense power, his presence akin to that of a formidable beast, even without releasing any aura. The sheer force he emanated left Mu Qinghua feeling as though she were being choked. At this moment, she had already reached adulthood and attained the 9th layer of the life wheel realm, just a step away from entering the divine connection realm. Yet, Standing before this Changxing scion, she felt as if confronting an insurmountable mountain, truly terrifying. Suppressing her astonishment, Mu Qinghua bowed and said, "If the divine son has any commands, please contact Qinghua, and I shall arrange matters without delay." She stepped forward, presenting a communication jade pendant. Changge accepted it with a nod. "Very well. Then Qinghua will take her leave," she replied, lowering her head and turning to depart. Qingxiu observed the scene quietly, and once Mu Qinghua had left, he turned to Changge, blinking playfully. "Brother Changge, this Tianlan sect saintess is quite beautiful. Do you not have any thoughts on her?" "What thoughts?" Changge replied, puzzled. Qingxiu smiled knowingly. "Surely, if you were to express your desires, it would be simple for her to serve you, no? Not interested. A mere sect saintess? If I, Changge, were to seek a partner, even the divine daughters of the Changxing family or the holy maidens of the undying sacred grounds would one day kneel before me. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, even celestial beings will have to bow down. What is Mu Qinghua, after all?" The northern territories were in close proximity to the central region where the Changxing family resided. Utilizing the interdomain array, they would arrive in just 2 days. Thus, only 2 days remained before the chaos fissure would open. During this period, speculation arose within the Tianlan sect, as the disciples of the law enforcement hall were busily patrolling, and any minor conflict was met with stern reprimands from the elders. At the base of the ethereal peak, a strikingly handsome man with an air of sanctity gazed at the peak, then lowered his head, frowning at the 2 individuals blocking his way. "We are here on the sect leader's orders to guard the ethereal peak, without the sect leader's direct command or the consent of those above. Even if it is the Daozi or the Saintess, we cannot allow passage. If the Holy Son wishes to ascend the ethereal peak, please allow us to inform our esteemed guests." Hearing this, the Tianlan sect's Daozi was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Since when has the Tianlan sect become someone else's territory? Do you not know that I, the Daozi, will one day be the sect leader? Get out of my way. I shall ascend first. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility." The Daozi, frustrated by his inability to break through to the divine connection realm, sought solace in the ethereal peak's beauty. Yet, he found himself impeded by his own sect's members at the foot of the mountain, a situation that was utterly absurd. In his rage, he strode toward the ethereal peak, while the guarding disciples exchanged worried glances, sensing that trouble might ensue. They hurriedly decided to inform the sect leader, hoping it would not be too late. As the Daozi advanced, he swiftly ascended several zhang in an instant. Soon, he reached the summit of the ethereal peak, where the picturesque scenery still captivated the eye, with mist swirling and the wind gentle, resembling a celestial paradise. Under normal circumstances, the Daozi would have felt at peace here. However, his mood soured upon seeing 2 figures seated beneath the ethereal pavilion, engaged in cheerful conversation and sipping tea. These 2 were the esteemed guests visiting the Tianlan sect. Their identities must have been significant for the sect to forego its pride and grant them residence at the ethereal peak. Suppressing his fury, the Daozi made his way to the ethereal pavilion, which was built atop the peak for temporary respite. For the past 2 days, Changge and Qingxiu had been taking a break in the pavilion, after reaching the realms of the Rainbow Bridge and Life Wheel. Going a month without sleep was not a challenge. Taking a brief respite for a couple of days was hardly an issue. I sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space growing increasingly apparent. It seems that changes may occur within an hour or 2. Changge remarked to Qingxiu with a smile. "Indeed, when the time comes, Brother Changge must accompany me," she replied. Of course, Changge understood that Qingxiu, a reborn Supreme, sought opportunities in this familiar terrain. It would be unwise to stray from her side, for danger could lurk. Just as Qingxiu was about to speak again, her brow furrowed suddenly. Changge glanced up, surprised to see a man approaching the ethereal pavilion. "Is there something the sect leader wishes to discuss?" Changge inquired, his demeanor calm as he assessed the man approaching. The Tianlan sect's Daozi scrutinized Changge, noting his extraordinary bearing and the air of nobility that set him apart from the ordinary. His brow furrowed deeper. In the northern territories, there should not be anyone as young and distinguished as Changge. Could it be that he possesses a remarkable background? As this thought crossed his mind, the Daozi's previously boiling anger began to subside. As a holy son, he was not blind to the obvious. Rather, he was more discerning. His earlier actions at the foot of the peak had merely been an expression of his frustration. Had Changge and Qingxiu been ordinary, he might have sought to teach them a lesson, but now it seemed wiser to refrain. He could risk a slap in the face. "I am Lin Xingjian, the Daozi of the Tianlan sect. May I ask your name?" Lin Xingjian inquired, bowing politely with a warm expression. "Just a passerby, here for a matter." "Staying for 2 days," Changge replied. "Ah, so you are the Daozi of the Tianlan sect. Your demeanor is indeed fitting. Gu Changge mused internally. But he was also curious about the man's purpose for coming over. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing much. Merely curious about the esteemed guest residing at the ethereal peak of my Tianlan sect. Lin Shijian smiled. At this moment, Gu Qingxiu turned to face Lin Shijian, recognizing him. She recalled that during her previous visit to the Tianlan sect, as she entered the Chaos Fissure, she had encountered this Lin Shijian. However, she had heard that he met a tragic fate due to the Tianlan sect saintess, with the instigator being Yi Qin. As Gu Qingxiu recalled Lin Shijian's history, Lin Shijian caught sight of her as well, taken aback by her stunning beauty. Her brows, as delicate as willow leaves, and her eyes, resembling twinkling stars, paired with a nose like a jade and almond-shaped eyes, combined to create a visage that seemed sculpted by the hands of the divine. Her entire demeanor exuded a hint of dominance, evoking a sense of subjugation among all races. Such a woman, akin to Mu Qinghua, effortlessly incited a desire for conquest. Lin Xingjian found himself profoundly intrigued by Gu Qingxiu, realizing that she must be a paragon of beauty. If he cultivated a good rapport, she might assist him in his pursuit of greatness. My sister, Gu Changge remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xingjian, whose face was illuminated with astonishment. He then discreetly conveyed to Gu Qingxiu, a beauty is indeed a source of calamity. It seems I have captivated the saintess of Tianlan sect, while you have ensnared the sect's disciple. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Since you are the esteemed sister of the sect's disciple, may I inquire about your origins and the purpose of your visit to Tianlan sect? Should you require assistance, I hold some influence here and would be glad to help. Lin Shijian offered, taking a seat beside them before Gu Changge or Gu Qingxiu could respond. A charming smile graced his handsome face, though it would have been more pleasant had he not been so fixated on Gu Qingxiu. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Tianlan had just received a communication from the disciples stationed at Piaomiao Peak. Upon learning that Lin Xingjian, the sect's disciple, was furiously ascending the peak, he hurriedly made his way over. The sect leader, visibly distressed, thought to himself, Shijian, please refrain from any reckless actions. Do not provoke those two esteemed individuals. Chapter 59. A finger shatters the disciple's heart of Tao. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Qingxiu's beauty had already captured Lin Shijian's heart. If fate permitted, he would not mind welcoming her into his abode to appreciate the allure of such an extraordinary woman. Furthermore, judging by the poise of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, it was evident that they were anything but ordinary. Lin Xingjian aspired not only to win the favor of the beautiful maiden, but also to gain the support of the forces behind Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. However, after Lin Xingjian spoke, neither Gu Changge nor Gu Qingxiu engaged in conversation, leading to an abrupt chill in the atmosphere. Gu Changge calmly sipped his tea, elegantly ignoring him. Noticing their lack of response, Lin Shijian's previously warm smile faltered slightly. Who was he? He was the disciple of Tianlan sect. In the hierarchy, he stood above countless elders and disciples. Yet, these two strangers dared to disregard him so brazenly. From the outset, their indifference had instilled in him a sense of being belittled. Suppressing his displeasure, Lin Xingjian resolved to test them. If he could discern their capabilities and the forces backing them, it would not be a challenge. If they were mere impostors, he would not hesitate to take action. Rising from the stone chair, he coldly addressed Gu Changge. You and this fair maiden, I have taken it upon myself to offer assistance. Yet your attitude is exceedingly unbecoming. While I am still in good spirits, I suggest you leave. Gu Changge merely rolled his eyes at Lin Shijian's words. He had no intention of entertaining someone who was essentially setting himself up for embarrassment. How bold! Lin Shijian, unable to contain his anger, glared at Gu Changge and retorted. What if I refuse to leave? Do you think you can expel me from this sacred ground? Then let us see you try, Gu Changge replied, setting down his teacup. He pointed a finger at Lin Xingjian. In an instant, intricate Tao patterns materialized, and a fearsome hand emerged from the patterns, forcefully striking toward Lin Xingjian. The gesture felt as though it could sever space and seal all things. As the finger of doom struck, the void rippled with energy, radiating divine brilliance. However, upon witnessing Gu Changge's audacity to attack him, Lin Shijian laughed heartily. You dare to strike me? I am a prodigy of the Northern Domain. At merely 18, I have reached the 9th level of the Fate Wheel, a step away from transcendence. You appear younger than I. How could your cultivation surpass mine? Kneel before me. With a boisterous laugh, he unleashed a palm strike, gathering spiritual energy into a colossal hand aimed at Gu Changge's formidable finger. Lin Xingjian was confident that, even if a talented individual from a powerful sect faced him, they could not possibly be his match, especially considering his status as a disciple of Tianlan sect. The clash between the mighty finger and Lin Xingjian's palm unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sending debris flying and shattering trees. Yet, as the collision transpired, Lin Xingjian's expression shifted dramatically. The finger effortlessly shattered his attack and barreled toward him with overwhelming force. What? Lin Xingjian could only gasp in astonishment before being struck hard by the finger. Boom. His protective artifact materialized, encasing him in a spherical energy shield. Although it preserved his life, the backlash was insurmountable. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was hurled like a comet, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom. The stone shattered, burying Lin Xingjian beneath the rubble. Ninth level of the Fate Wheel? A disciple of a first-rate sect? Surely he possessed extraordinary capabilities, a figure to be revered among mortals. Yet before him stood Changge, whose unparalleled physique and celestial heritage enabled him to wield 400 billion pounds of force with ease. Not to mention his 6th level of Fate Will cultivation. What could Lin Xingjian possibly offer in comparison? Xianxiao, witnessing the scene unfold, felt no surprise. It was perfectly reasonable for Changge to defeat Lin Xingjian. Boom. The debris exploded as Lin Xingjian, covered in dust and dirt, staggered to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face. This is impossible. You even shattered my protective artifact. How could you possess such strength? Who are you? Changge merely glanced at the disheveled Lin Xingjian before directing his gaze elsewhere. Ask your sect leader. Lin Xingjian, momentarily taken aback, followed Changge's gaze and spotted the familiar figure of the Tianlan sect leader, accompanied by the Sanus Mu Chigua. The sect leader's expression darkened as he approached Lin Xingjian, bowing slightly to Changge before stepping forward. Master, Lin Xingjian attempted to inquire, but a resounding slap interrupted him, leaving his head spinning and stars dancing before his eyes. Recovering, he gaped in disbelief at the sect leader. Master, how dare you strike a noble guest of Tianlan sect? Did no one warn you? Why did you force your way up Piamiao Peak? It seems you no longer wish to remain a disciple. Enough. Come with me. We must see the elder. Your position as disciple is hereby revoked. The sect leader, exasperated, declared. Lin Xingjian's mind raced. This was absurd. He had merely retaliated in defense and had not even fully engaged before facing such severe consequences. Changge observed the enraged sect leader with amusement, finding his words merely entertaining. There was no way they would easily dismiss a disciple cultivated over many years. Such a statement was merely a means of saving face. Master, please escort him away and handle the matter accordingly, Changge suggested with a smile. Thus, it is best not to let him obstruct the view of the divine son Changge any longer. The leader of the Tianlan sect nodded towards Changge then, with a flick of his sleeve, enveloped Lin Xingjian and transformed into a streak of light that shot upwards into the sky. A voice lingered behind. Qinghua, please take good care of my matters and convey my apologies to the divine son on behalf of our sect. I shall first discipline this unworthy disciple. Chapter 60. The chaotic rift opens. At this moment, Mu Qinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Changge within the ethereal pavilion, her heart stirring with emotion. Is this the terrifying might of the divine son from the Chongqing family? Their Tianlan sect's disciple, at the 9th level of the life will realm, was but a step away from entering the divine connection realm. Yet he could not even withstand a single strike from his opponent and was sent flying, even though Lin Xingjian had not exerted his full strength. How inferior could he truly be? On the contrary, if Lin Xingjian could strike casually, was Changge not equally formidable? The sensation of suppressing a prodigious disciple of a major sect with a mere finger was simply beyond belief and commanded overwhelming reverence. Mu Qinghua felt her heart racing swiftly, recalling the leader's instructions before leaving. She gracefully approached the ethereal pavilion and slightly bowed to Changge, saying, I apologize, divine son, for the disturbance caused by our disciple. Not at all. It is a trivial matter, Changge replied, having never taken it to heart. The other party had shown him enough respect, and he had no reason to bear a grudge. He was not the type to retaliate for every slight. Lin Xingjian had forcefully intruded upon the misty peak, and there had been disciples stationed below to prevent others from wandering in. Yet Lin Xingjian disregarded the obstacles. The leader and I arrived at the earliest opportunity. I have already said it is fine. He is of no concern to me. Mu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback by his words, then bowed her head deeply once more. Such demeanor, such tone, in a world where strength reigns supreme. It was truly overwhelming, especially given Changge's extraordinary background and unparalleled grace. Mu Qinghua could not deny that she felt a stir of emotions towards such an exceptionally remarkable man. Divine son, allow me to brew tea for you. As an apology from our Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua said, her voice soft and compliant. Beside her, Gu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Changge, intrigued, replied, since you wish to, then so be it. Thank you, divine son, she responded gratefully. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianlan sect brought Lin Xingjian to the grand hall of the sect, where Lin Xingjian was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Rising from the floor, Lin Xingjian's face was still etched with disbelief. Leader, has our Tianlan sect fallen to such a lowly state that we must bow to other forces? I heard you refer to that individual as the Divine Son. Which family does he belong to? I, Lin Xingjian, shall seek revenge for this grievance. His chest heaved with fury, his tone filled with wrath. The leader of the Tianlan sect, seething with anger, retorted, "Do you not understand? I brought you here to provide you with an opportunity for survival. Do you not comprehend what it means that the Divine Son was able to suppress you with a mere finger?" As the leader spoke with imposing authority, Lin Xingjian felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him stunned. How could he not understand the implications? It was simply that he dared not believe it. He was the disciple of the Tianlan sect, a genius. Yet, he could not even withstand a single finger from his opponent. How could he accept this? Seeing Lin Xingjian's silence, the leader coldly continued. I have heard that you have been in seclusion for a month without breaking through to the divine connection realm, leading to your pinned-up frustrations. Therefore, this incident shall not be blamed on you. Go to the tranquil pond for 3 months of reflection, or break through to the divine connection realm, and you may be released. I understand. Lin Xingjian stood still for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. Soon, this news reached Gu Changge. At this moment, Mu Qinghua respectfully stood beside Gu Changge, serving tea. Her figure was tall and graceful. As she lowered her head to serve, her curves were accentuated, and the faint fragrance from her silk dress wafted past Gu Changge. If the disciples of the Tianlan sect were to witness their dream goddess serving someone so obediently, one could only imagine the shock it would evoke. After sipping the hot tea, Gu Changge chuckled. The leader of the Tianlan sect has indeed made a mountain out of a molehill. I truly do not mind. The leader is reasonable. Even if the Divine Son does not mind, the appropriate punishment shall not be overlooked. This time, the fact that Lin Xingjian can retain his position as a disciple is likely due to the leader's understanding of the Divine Son's lack of intent to pursue the matter. Mu Qinghua spoke softly, her voice as clear as spring water, devoid of the aloofness she initially exhibited. Gu Qingqiu observed Mu Qinghua attending to Gu Changge, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, as if she disapproved of anyone getting too close to him. This feeling left her somewhat flustered. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed from somewhere within the Tianlan sect, akin to a cataclysmic eruption from the depths of the void. This deafening sound startled the entire Tianlan sect. Numerous elders and accomplished disciples soared into the sky, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at a particular point in the void. Above the Tianlan sect, a colossal rift in space opened slowly, reminiscent of a fearsome beast ready to devour, as if it intended to engulf the entire sect. Activate the mountain protecting formation. The leader of the Tianlan sect, astonished by the sudden appearance of the rift, immediately commanded the elders and disciples within the sect. A rift in space. Such a terrifying rift could signify either great peril or immense opportunity. The leader pondered, suddenly recalling Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. A thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the divine son of the Chongqing family and that lady have come here for this? The leader was correct. Boom. A regal presence enveloped the area. The elder of the Gu family, who had accompanied Gu Changge, appeared before them. Gu Xiangyan looked down upon the multitude of Tianlan sect disciples below and declared, "This rift in space is of my Chongqing Gu family's design. We kindly request your sect not to interfere. Once the divine son emerges, we shall take our leave." Gu Xiangyan's voice resonated throughout the Tianlan sect, leaving countless disciples momentarily stunned, before an uproar of astonished exclamations erupted. At last, the disciples of the Tianlan sect understood who the esteemed guests were that had visited them days prior. The Chongqing Gu family, the renowned family from Zhongzhou? The divine son? Could it be that the divine son of the Chongqing Gu family had arrived at our Tianlan sect? No wonder the sect had sealed the news, had this information spread. Other forces would have likely stormed their gates by now. My heavens, the divine son of the Chongqing Gu family? Had I known, I would have sneaked over to the Misty Peak, even if I were not favored by the divine son. Merely witnessing his presence would have been enough for me to boast. Chapter 61. The Chaotic Void Beast. The River Without Roots. The disciples of the Tianlan sect were in a frenzy. Meanwhile, within the sect, the leader and elders exchanged looks of surprise and realization. The leader addressed the elder in the sky, "Rest assured, we shall not interfere with the divine son." "Excellent." The elder from the Gu family nodded with a smile. On Misty Peak, Gu Changge stood, ready to depart. "It is time," he said to Gu Qingqiu beside him. Gu Qingqiu nodded. Mu Qinghua, gazing at the terrifying rift in the sky, finally comprehended that Gu Changge had come specifically for this rift. "Divine son, please be cautious." As Gu Changge prepared to enter the ominous rift, Mu Qinghua inexplicably called out softly to him. Gu Changge looked at Mu Qinghua in surprise, then nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Saintess." With that, Gu Changge turned to Gu Qingxiu, then stepped forward, soaring into the air. Gu Qingxiu followed closely behind. In truth, Gu Qingxiu had been somewhat perplexed, as she had never disclosed her recent breakthrough to the fate wheel. Yet, just a few days prior, Gu Changge had independently bestowed upon her claiming she had just transcended the fate wheel. How did he know? However, Gu Changge remained silent. And Gu Qingxiu refrained from inquiring further, leaving the matter as it was. Two beams of light soared into the sky. The disciples of Tianlan's sect, noticing the radiance ascending from the direction of the mysterious peak, instantly fixed their gazes upon it. However, the light flickered and vanished, preventing them from discerning the figures within, leaving many feeling regretful. The elder of the royal clan, summoned by Gu Changge, observed Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu entering the spatial rift without any concern. Instead, he meditated in the void to prevent others from intruding. As Gu Changge ventured into the rift, even if danger lurked, there was no need for him to intervene. For a terrifying protector, capable of shaking the very realms, was concealed in the shadows. Traversing through the pitch-black spatial rift, a sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. And once their vision restored, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu felt solid ground beneath their feet. The silence here was eerie, as if the sound of their own blood flowing and heartbeats could be distinctly heard. Strangely, in this void devoid of any substance, there should be no light. Yet, the land beneath them emitted a faint glow, appearing both extraordinary and enigmatic, indicating that this place was far from ordinary. Is this a fragment of a shattered continent? Gu Changge surveyed the surroundings and inquired of Gu Qingxiu. Indeed, Gu Qingxiu nodded. This land is said to have descended from the higher realm, though I cannot confirm its authenticity. Brother Changge, stay close to me. There are dangers here, and chaotic void beasts may emerge. The fate wheel realm is not strong here. Gu Qingxiu, ever cautious, offered this warning to Gu Changge. Fear not. This is a place of opportunity that you are well acquainted with. You possess more knowledge than I. So let us explore together, Gu Changge replied with a smile. Gu Qingxiu was eager, for she spoke no falsehood. This continent indeed harbored chaotic void beasts, terrifying creatures adorned with chaotic patterns, possessing immense physical strength and lacking any form of sight. In her past life, when she unexpectedly arrived here and encountered one of these beasts, even her enhanced physique, reborn from the supreme bone, had struggled against it. Let us proceed in the direction where I found the method to enhance the fate wheel in my previous life. Gu Qingxiu chose the path she had taken before. Very well. The two then set forth. The luminous continent appeared vast, yet utterly lifeless. Within the darkness, the terrain was rugged and uneven, with bizarre rock formations that evoked an indescribable sense of unease, as if these mountains were malevolent spirits lying in slumber, merging with the earth. However, dangers abounded along the way, as numerous chaotic void beasts lurked. Gu Qingxiu recounted all her encounters from her past visit to Gu Changge. Quite detailed. Gu Changge remarked with a chuckle. Gu Qingxiu, a bit flustered by his comment, averted her gaze. Yes, that elder must have visited here as well, hence the detailed knowledge. Then let us hasten. Indeed, we may soon encounter chaotic void beasts, so let us tread carefully, Brother Changge. Understood. The two drew closer, nearly brushing against each other's arms with every slight movement. Yet, they had no time to dwell on this. Sure enough, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a terrifying presence suddenly surged from the nearby mountains. In the next moment, a colossal creature, resembling a small mountain, leaped from the void before Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. A fearsome beast, entirely black and adorned with strange white patterns, with limbs as thin as withered branches and devoid of eyes, roared at them. The terrifying roar reverberated, sending shockwaves that rattled the ground. Is this the chaotic void beast? Gu Changge gazed in astonishment at the creature before him, perceiving through his soul that it bore no energy within, yet its bizarre body was immensely powerful. The patterns on its form seemed to resonate with the pitch-black void, drawing forth formidable strength. This chaotic void beast possessed a physical prowess of at least the 5th layer of the fate wheel. Indeed, it is a chaotic void beast. Gu Qingxiu recalled her previous encounter with this familiar creature, her fists tightening. Approximately at the 5th layer of the fate wheel. Allow me to handle this. Let us swiftly acquire the opportunity you seek, Gu Changge declared, stepping forward. The 5th layer chaotic void beast, sensing Gu Changge approaching, unleashed its claw, transforming into a silver flash as it lunged at him. The claw was enormous, spanning several feet, and descended like a massive blade. Yet, in the face of this attack, Gu Changge remained unfazed, merely pressing a finger downwards. A profound pattern emerged in the void. Immediately, a colossal finger, imbued with a terrifying sense of pressure, descended upon the towering chaotic void beast. Sensing the imminent threat, the beast redirected its attack towards the enormous finger, but as its claw collided with it, A resounding crack echoed through the void. In the next instant, a thunderous boom erupted as the colossal finger descended, stirring up billowing clouds of dust. Chapter 62. The Changsheng Lai Family. Lai Tianyang. The fifth-layer chaotic void beast was instantly reduced to a puddle of snow and mud. Let us go. After effortlessly subduing the chaotic void beast with a single finger, Changge turned to Xianxiao. Xianxiao, witnessing the beast being subdued, felt a shiver within her but managed to suppress her astonishment, nodding in agreement. The chaotic void beasts within this rift rivaled some pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the outside world. Yet, before Changge, even a single finger was insurmountable. At that moment, Xianxiao perceived that Changge had grown exponentially stronger compared to the Changge she had known before her rebirth. His demeanor, character, and even combat prowess had transcended all previous measures, rendering it hard to believe. At times, Xianxiao found herself wanting to ask Changge, "Are you truly the Changge I once knew?" They continued onward, initially believing they would face arduous battles. However, whether it was chaotic void beasts at the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th layers of the fate wheel, against Changge, they could withstand no more than 2 strikes before being obliterated. Let me showcase my skills. Utilizing the techniques from the void scripture, Changge had not even needed to employ the great void hand and had already reached the rootless river, where the lifeless willow awaited, as described by Xianxiao. It doesn't seem too difficult, Changge remarked upon observing the dark willow tree, reflecting on the chaotic void beasts they had encountered along their journey. Xianxiao replied, "It is not that it's not difficult, but rather that Brother Changge is simply too strong." Hearing Xianxiao's meek tone, Changge couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly the same aloof and noble lady of the Supreme clan he once knew? This combination of her appearance and her timid tone brought a sense of delight. This is precisely the effect I desired. What shall we do next? Changge inquired for Xianxiao's input. Chop down the willow, and we can use it across the river. Very well. As Changge and Xianxiao prepared to fell the willow tree to cross the rootless river, the immense black rift in the outside world, despite Tianlong sect's efforts to obstruct it, had attracted numerous powerful beings from the surroundings. How could the spatial rift appear above Tianlong sect? Surely, Tianlong sect would not allow such a void to manifest above their own domain? If they were inadvertently drawn into the void, the disciples within would likely face certain death. Look, there seems to be someone meditating before the rift. Is that a guardian? From the scattered cultivators and the powerful beings of the divine realm, they gazed at the sky where the elder of the Changsheng family stood vigil over the rift. Suddenly, a formidable aura of the 9th level of the feather transformation realm descended from the heavens, followed by the emergence of a colossal warship breaking through the cloud cover. At the ship's bow stood an entity radiating the same potent aura. The immense vessel cast a shadow over the land, prompting the remaining scattered cultivators and minor powerhouses to retreat hastily from its path. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, a flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the powerful characters Jiotian, exuding an air of grandeur. This signified the arrival of the Jiotian sect, which was not unexpected given its proximity to the Tianlong sect. The Jiotian sect, a first-rate power in the northern region, had long been at odds with the Tianlong sect. Upon learning of the spatial rift appearing above the Tianlong sect, they swiftly assembled their forces to navigate their warship here, for it could potentially harbor unparalleled opportunities. With the emergence of an opportunity rift above the Tianlong sect, I wonder if the friend from the Tianlong sect dares to explore within, proclaimed the leader of the Jiotian sect, unleashing his aura towards the Tianlong sect, which had activated its protective array. The Tianlong sect master, upon recognizing the familiar voice, furrowed his brow, but then turned to the figure seated before the rift, his expression shifting from one of concern to a relaxed demeanor accompanied by a hint of cunning amusement. Esteemed elder, the Jiotian sect has traditionally been at odds with my Tianlong sect. They likely covet the potential opportunities within the spatial rift. I shall attempt to dissuade them, though it may be counterproductive, and perhaps your intervention would be more effective. Not at all. Elder Gu Hui waved his hand dismissively. Rising from his meditative state to gaze down upon the great warship, he fixed his eyes on the Jiotian sect master and stated coldly, "I am Gu Hui, an elder of the Changsheng family. Jiotian sect, begone." As he uttered the final word, the sheer force of his voice, bolstered by spiritual power, resonated like a terrifying sonic wave that rippled for thousands of miles. In the wake of Gu Hui's declaration, silence enveloped the area for 1,000 miles as all present absorbed the gravity of his words. Changsheng family? Is it the one from Zhongzhou? How could such a prestigious lineage grace the Tianlong sect? Is it due to the rift above? Could it possibly conceal earth-shattering opportunities? A storm of speculation swept through the minds of many, yet none dared to question the veracity of Elder Gu Hui's claim. The Changsheng family was a name not to be trifled with. Many had previously sought to exploit their reputation, only to meet with disastrous fates. The top-tier powers of the Changge family and the undying sacred grounds commanded a respect that deterred any from misusing their names. Upon hearing Gu Hui's words, the Jiutian sect master felt his smile falter, replaced by a pallor of disbelief. Could it truly be that a member of the Changge family is present here? He gasped. But then, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced into the ship's cabin, his eyes glinting with a flicker of anticipation. If the Tianlan sect had a noble guest from the Changge family, then surely the Jiutian sect could not be without its own. Changge family. Why has the Changge family, which should be residing in Zhongzhou, come to my northern region? Before the Jiutian sect master could voice his concerns, a youthful voice rang out from the Jiutian's warship, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In the next moment, a tall figure ascended from the vessel, exuding an air of distinction. His striking features were framed by a mane of crimson hair that danced in the wind, evoking a sense of wild abandon. A fiery divine pattern blossomed on his forehead, marking him as extraordinary. Who are you? Elder Gu Hui inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded the newcomer. I am Lai Tianong from the Changge Lai family of the northern region, the young man replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of intimidation in the presence of a fifth-level sovereign like Gu Hui. Chapter 63, Lai Tianong wishes to spar. In Zhangzhou, the Changge family and the undying sacred grounds were numerous, but not all clans and sacred grounds resided there. Some, for various reasons, established themselves in the four corners of the world. The Lai family of the northern region was one of the two prominent Changge families in that area, having deep ties to the region due to the abundant source stones. Ah, so it is a member of the Lai family. Elder Gu Hui's demeanor softened slightly at this revelation, though he still stroked his beard and replied coolly. My Gu family has already sent forth our prodigy to seek opportunities within. I kindly ask that the young master refrain from interference. The onlookers were stunned, astonished that another scion of a Changge family had appeared following the arrival of the Gu family. The presence of Elder Gu Hui suggested that the Gu family must possess significant standing, as it took an elder to guard their prodigy. Intriguingly, they wondered if they might witness a contest of prodigies before the dragon and true dragon rankings were revealed. Your Gu family prodigy? Who might that be? Lai Tianyong inquired. His interest piqued. That is classified information, but I can assure you, young Master Tianyong, their identity is of considerable importance and not for you to inquire. Elder Gu Hui replied, a smile gracing his lips, as if to imply that Lai Tianyong lacked the standing to know. Oh, Lai Tianyong chuckled. Had you not mentioned that, I might have turned a blind eye to your family's presence here in the northern region. But since you have said so, I am all the more curious about the identity of your prodigy who has ventured into the rift. According to the customs of the middle domain, sparring among peers is customary, so I hope you shall not obstruct it, Elder Gu Hui. Upon hearing this, Gu Hui cast a sidelong glance at Lai Tianyong, nodding slightly. Then I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Regret? Ha! Lai Tianyong laughed once more. In the middle domain, where prodigies had yet to emerge, he was already one of the most renowned figures in the northern region. In the past, those who made a name for themselves before entering the world were typically destined to rank among the top 80 on the True Dragon ranking. Lai Tianyong was certainly one of those exceptional prodigies destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Gu Changge remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, harnessing his spiritual energy. He grasped a freshly felled willow log and tossed it into the rootless river. With a splash, the willow floated serenely on the surface, an impressive feat, as it appeared to defy the norm of sinking. However, in a fantastical world where beings could soar through the skies and pluck the sun and moon, such a phenomenon was not particularly surprising. Let us proceed, Gu Changge said, leaping onto the willow. He called to Gu Qingxiu on the opposite bank. All right, she nodded, following suit. Yet, as she landed on the floating log, she found it slightly unstable, causing her to wobble. Gu Changge instinctively reached out to steady her delicate arm. Thank you, Brother Changge, she murmured, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush at the unexpected contact. No problem, let us cross to the other side, he replied, releasing her once she regained her balance. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the willow glided smoothly toward the opposite shore. Standing before the rootless river, Gu Changge assessed its width, approximately 30 zhang. In the realm of fantasy, such a river seemed rather trivial. To Gu Changge's astonishment, endowed with the innate divine double pupils, he gazed into the rootless river, only to be met with an abyssal darkness. The water itself, an inky black, bore an ominous quality. This river likely harbors great secrets, he murmured. Indeed, it does, Gu Qingxiu responded, surveying the rootless river before them. The elder who granted me my fortune once said that the rootless river is devoid of roots and drift, encompassing all realms. Thus, witnessing anything within its depths should not be surprising. In her past life, Gu Qingxiu had aspired to explore this very river after breaking through to the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, ever since she acquired that extraordinary inscription technique, the spatial fissures had ceased to manifest. In her previous life, pursued relentlessly, she had no choice but to enter one of these fissures, her cultivation still too low to discern anything clearly. Even now, with an emperor's perspective, she could only ascertain that the rootless river was extraordinary. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's words, Gu Changge cast her a sidelong glance. Amusement flickering in his heart, it seems the elder you refer to is none other than yourself. Of course, he would never voice this thought. However, Gu Qingxiu's assertion piqued his curiosity further. Activating his double pupils, Gu Changge's gaze transcended into chaos as the dual energies of yin and yang manifested, revealing the profound truths of the universe, the mysteries of creation unfolding before him. Peering into the depths of the rootless river, an instant later, blinding light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The terrifying force made Gu Changge's double pupils shudder. He instinctively closed his eyes and looked up at the pitch-black sky. "Are you all right, Brother Changge?" Gu Qingxiu inquired with concern. Gu Changge shook his head. "What did you see?" To be honest, Gu Qingxiu was exceedingly curious. "A dragon," Gu Changge asserted, his tone resolute, his heart filled with awe. Legends spoke of an era when the realms were undivided, where celestial beings soared, true dragons roamed the clouds, and phoenixes soared high. However, since then, only the descendants of true dragons existed, with no true dragon materializing in the world. Gu Changge never anticipated witnessing a true dragon in this rootless river. True dragon. Gu Qingxiu gasped, astonished to learn that the river concealed such a being. Initially, Gu Changge assumed she was already aware, but her reaction revealed otherwise, causing his heart to race. "This is too terrifying. We should hasten our departure." He quickly increased the speed of his wooden vessel. "All right," Gu Qingxiu nodded. The terrifying secrets surrounding true dragons were not something they, as mere cultivators, could afford to meddle with. They needed to secure their treasures and make their exit. Indeed, avoiding the truth spared them from danger. Fortunately, no further anomalies emerged from the rootless river, and both Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu safely reached the opposite shore. As the wooden vessel was still in use, Gu Changge collected it after disembarking, allowing Gu Qingxiu to lead the way. Compared to the earlier path they traversed, the rootless river resembled a fortified moat. Chapter 64. The Inscription Technique Acquired. The return of the Fate Transformation Technique. Now, they beheld remnants of crumbled structures, the air thick with decay and ruin. "Is this our final destination?" Gu Changge surveyed the surroundings, his vigilance heightened due to their encounter with the rootless river. "Yes, we should head this way, Brother Changge," Gu Qingxiu affirmed, as if familiar with the area, casting a quick glance before selecting a direction to proceed. Gu Changge feigned indifference and followed closely beside her. Perhaps due to the protection of the rootless river, they encountered no dangers after crossing to the other side. As they journeyed, a solitary, towering mountain soon came into view, its imposing presence stark amidst the surrounding destruction. This lone peak stood out, exuding an extraordinary aura, especially against the backdrop of darkness and a dim sky, as if it radiated a subtle glow, hinting at hidden treasures within. At the foot of the mountain, a prominent stone tablet caught Gu Changge's attention. This stone tablet. He approached it, observing the myriad cracks adorning its surface, along with the tip of a broken sword embedded within. The fissures were clearly a result of the sword's presence. It should have borne the mountain's name, once exuding a terrifying essence of the Tao, but the inscription had long been obliterated by the sword's edge. With her keen insight, Gu Qingxiu immediately recognized the tablet's significance. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the stone tablet lacked any extraordinary qualities, given the loss of its Tao inscription. However, recalling tales from his past, he pondered how protagonists often unearthed remarkable treasures from places deemed worthless by others. The very fact that this sword tip could erase the inscription made it formidable in itself. With this thought, Gu Changge reached out to touch the edge of the sword tip embedded in the stone. At the moment of contact, a faint sting ignited a thrill within him. There truly is a treasure. His corporeal form, tempered with the might of a divine elephant, possessed an unmatched defensive power, though he was merely at the fate wheel stage. He knew that the sword tip could potentially pierce through his defenses, making it a lethal artifact even at this level. With determination, Gu Changge extracted the sword tip. To his surprise, it remained brilliantly silver, its gleam undiminished despite the passage of time. This indicated its extraordinary nature. "This sword tip is indeed a treasure," Gu Changge mused, playfully examining it. Gu Qingxiu watched in astonishment. In her previous life, she had also encountered this sword tip but had overlooked it, hastily ascending the mountain's peak. Now, it was evident that this broken sword tip was exceptional, as even her current insight could not discern its material. Fortune truly favored the destined. Although she witnessed Changge claiming the treasure, she remained unbothered, congratulating him. Congratulations, Brother Changge, on being the first to acquire a treasure. A mere trinket. Let us move on to secure the real opportunity. Very well. Along their journey, Changge and Xianxiao encountered no further anomalies. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the mountain, gazing upon the ancient palace still shrouded in protective formations, Changge's interest was reignited. Is the fateful inscription technique truly derived from here? Upon entering this land, he sensed the weight of ancient time, surely a remnant of a bygone era. Yet, despite countless ages, this ancient palace remained guarded by formations, a testament to its defiance against the passage of time. How intriguing. I wonder what formidable force once resided here, capable of safeguarding such a transcendent method as the Fate Wheel inscription technique. This is merely a dust-clearing barrier, not a protective formation. We can enter directly. Xianxiao informed Changge. All right. Changge nodded, and the two entered the ancient palace. Inside, silence reigned, and countless years had left the space untouched by dust. Appearing remarkably pristine, the ancient palace revealed itself in its entirety. Most striking was the offering platform at the forefront, upon which rested a scroll, exuding an aura steeped in antiquity and incense. Surrounding the platform were several offering vessels, though the items they once held had vanished, likely lost to time. Yet, any discerning eye would recognize this as a treasure. Xianxiao's gaze lingered on the scroll upon the offering platform, a fleeting look of daze crossing her features. This artifact remains, but this time I am not alone, nor am I fleeing for my life. Instead, it feels so serene, devoid of danger. Unlike the past when I risked my life to slay chaotic beasts. Seeing Xianxiao lost in thought, Changge approached the altar, took down the scroll, and tossed it to Xianxiao, saying, "Isn't this treasure the reason for our visit?" Xianxiao instinctively caught it. However, as she grasped the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique, she came to her senses and shook her head, replying, "This time, it should be you, Brother Changge, who takes action. This opportunity is more suited for you. Aren't you curious about what is recorded on this scroll?" "Not curious," Changge replied as he returned to Xianxiao, gently smoothing her hair, smiling as he added, "As long as you find it useful." Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably racing, overwhelmed by emotions she had never experienced before as the esteemed female sovereign. After Changge handed the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique back to her, the long-anticipated return notification finally arrived. Ding. Host grants the bound target Xianxiao, Wheel of Fate enhancement technique. You have triggered a 1,000-fold return critical hit. You have obtained Wheel of Destiny transformation. Wheel of Destiny transformation. One life, one destiny. The Destiny Wheel. Where destiny lies, even without becoming an emperor, one is still an emperor. Looking at the return information before him, Changge felt a jolt of excitement. The Wheel of Destiny. Could this truly be the legendary name of the Heavenly Tao's Wheel? The items returned by the system were treasures so extraordinary that even the top-tier forces like the Changge clan could hardly possess them. This trip to retrieve the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique from Xianxiao had indeed been worthwhile. The Wheel of Destiny. The 9-pattern Destiny Wheel was already deemed invincible. How extraordinary must the Wheel of Destiny be? Would you like to claim the reward? Changge sensed an oddity in the atmosphere, deciding to wait until he exited before claiming the Wheel of Destiny transformation. The introduction of the Wheel of Destiny indicated that it was indeed immensely powerful, and achieving its transformation would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. But that was acceptable. Forging a truly invincible foundation required overcoming difficulties. In the end, Xianxiao handed the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique over to Changge for inspection, and he pretended to examine it before returning it to her. As for why, it was simply because it would not be of use to him. Not to mention, the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique could only enhance wheels with 9 patterns or fewer, and each enhancement required top-tier materials, rare treasures. Even the Changge clan might struggle to gather the resources necessary for even a single enhancement. To put it plainly, this technique seemed tailor-made for the progeny of fortune, as one would find it nearly impossible to collect the requisite materials without being such a child of destiny. Changge's conjecture was not unfounded. In his previous life, Xianxiao had been left with insufficient foundation due to her supreme bone being extracted, resulting in her only forming an 8-pattern wheel. The Wheel of Fate enhancement technique would assist her in solidifying a 9-pattern wheel. However, in this lifetime, Xianxiao no longer required it, for her wheel was already 9-patterned. The purpose of retrieving this technique was merely to ascertain its utility for Changge, which, as it appeared, was evidently of no use to him. Furthermore, Xianxiao felt a twinge of regret at the thought of this extraordinary technique falling into the hands of another. before the exit of the chaotic rift. Since neither of us can make use of this, we shall hand it over to the family, Changge said with a smile to Xianxiao at his side. This will also enhance your standing within the clan. Xianxiao initially wished to refuse, suggesting that Changge submit it as a form of gratitude. Yet, before she could utter another word, Changge decisively declared, "It's settled then." With that, he stepped out of the chaotic rift. Xianxiao, seeing this, bit her lip in frustration and stomped her foot, hastening to keep pace with Changge. Unbeknownst to Xianxiao, she was displaying a girlish demeanor in front of him. Outside, when Lai Tianong loudly called for a duel with the Changxing clan's prodigy, the news spread rapidly, drawing the attention of surrounding forces and various powerful cultivators. After all, the prodigies had yet to reveal themselves, and everyone was still quietly cultivating in anticipation of the true dragon list and the emergence of the dragon list. Now, hearing that a prodigy from the Changxing clan was willing to spar, their curiosity was piqued. It was common knowledge that the Changxing clan was exalted and shrouded in mystery, with their nurtured prodigies being beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Such a duel of prodigies was an event they could not miss. A subtle spatial fluctuation suddenly captured everyone's attention. A tall figure clad in a black robe with golden edges stepped forth from the rift. His long, dark hair flowed behind him, radiant and flawless skin exuded an ethereal aura, and he embodied a noble and transcendent quality. Upon his appearance, it seemed as though heaven and earth had centered around him, drawing in the essence of creation. Following him was a woman of striking beauty, youthful yet beginning to display an enchanting allure. Her pure aura resembled a flower on the verge of blooming, akin to a lotus emerging unstained from the mud, captivating all who beheld her. Together, they resembled celestial beings, each would stand out in their own right, but together, they were simply awe-inspiring. The Changxing clan's prodigies had arrived. Indeed, the Changxing clan's prodigies are breathtaking, their appearance and demeanor akin to celestial beings. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Changge and Xianxiao. Meanwhile, Lai Tianyong's gaze fixated on Changge, his eyes gleaming with fervor, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, filled with a fierce battle intent. Upon seeing Changge, Lai Tianyong was certain he had placed his bets wisely. The first Changxing clan prodigy to emerge was undeniably extraordinary, his demeanor and appearance confirming him as a peerless talent, one who could validate his own prowess rather than merely being a minor character to overpower. This would surely create a stir. However, when he laid eyes on Xianxiao, a flicker of admiration crossed his gaze, but he quickly dismissed any deeper thoughts. No matter how beautiful a woman, she would merely be a fleeting moment of allure. Once one achieved mastery, countless beautiful women would be within reach. Lai Tianyong had faith in his own resolve, yet he was uncertain if he could withstand the potential blow to his confidence should he be overwhelmed by Changge. Son of Changge, the elder of the Gu clan, Gu Hui, approached Changge to greet him. Elder Gu Hui, what has transpired? Changge inquired with curiosity, while Xianxiao cast a questioning glance. Elder Gu Hui gestured towards the distant worship of the Jiotian sect, indicating Lai Tianyong, young master. From the Northern Domain Changxing Lai clan, Lai Tianyong has challenged you. The Northern Domain Changxing Lai clan? Changge followed Elder Gu Hui's gesture. Upon noticing Changge's gaze, Lai Tianyong stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light to stand before him, hands clasped behind his back, smiling. You must be the prodigy from the Changxing Gu clan who has come to my Northern Domain? Changge assessed Lai Tianyong from head to toe before inquiring with interest. What relation do you have to Lai Xianyong? Oh, you know my brother? Lai Tianyong responded, intrigued. It seems you hold a significant position within the Changxing Gu clan. Realizing Lai Tianyong was his brother, Changge nodded in acknowledgement. His knowledge of Lai Xianyong stemmed from tales of him being a sun god body, known for his breakthrough of the destiny wheel, which had created a celestial phenomenon that enveloped the land. However, Changge was unaware of Lai Tianyong's abilities in a competitive setting prior to their emergence. And who might you be? Lai Tianyong inquired. If you defeat me, I shall reveal my identity, Changge replied with a smile. Huh, excellent. Your demeanor suggests you are indeed one of the Changxing Gu clan's strongest prodigies. A duel among prodigies shall help me establish my name and solidify my resolve. Lai Tianyong laughed heartily, and in the next moment, a terrifying heat emanated from him, causing the air to sizzle without the presence of flames. A duel among prodigies? Changge scrutinized Lai Tianyong, then shook his head. Seeing this, Lai Tianyong's smile faltered. What do you mean by shaking your head? However, Changge slowly uttered words that twisted his expression into a scowl. No, you are not a prodigy. Arrogant. Great sun hand. Lai Tianyong roared, his face flushed as he unleashed his fury. Though he could not match his brother, Lai Xianyang's, he was still a prominent seedling within the Changxing Lai family, well known throughout the northern region. It was an unprecedented humiliation for him to hear Changge declare he was not a prodigy. Chapter 66. Turning the Tables. The Changxing family possesses a true dragon. The onlookers among the cultivators witnessed this scene, their gazes sharpening in astonishment. It began. What could the prodigy from the Gu family have said to incite such wrath in Lai Tianyang? The Great Sun Hand, an exclusive divine ability of the Lai family, was indeed a formidable technique, and this man was surely Lai Tianyang. It was rumored that Lai Tianyang's elder brother, Lai Xianyang, was the divine son of the Lai family, his great sun body capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, causing a cataclysmic phenomenon that spanned miles upon breaking through the destiny wheel. Truly terrifying. Lai Tianyang was formidable in his own right, having reached the 9th level of the destiny wheel and nearly ready to breach the divine realm. If not for his pursuit of the optimal manifestation of divine abilities, he would likely have already attained that level. In terms of true combat prowess, Lai Tianyang might even surpass Lin Shijian, the disciple of the Tianlan sect. Ordinary cultivators of the divine realm would find themselves utterly defeated before him. Yet, at this moment, he faced Changge. Not a bad move. Changge glanced at the great sun hand reaching for him and stepped forward. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, the great sun hand struck the very spot where Changge had stood, erupting into a terrifying inferno that illuminated the sky like a blazing sun. However, Lai Tianyang felt no joy, for the surrounding sounds of astonishment began to rise. He traverses the void. Could it be the Grand Void technique of the Changxing family? The Grand Void technique was indeed fearsome. Even in the Tao understanding realm, I could not discern how he moved. Changge had already positioned himself on the opposite side of Lai Tianyang, his hand radiating divine brilliance. You've made your move. Now, behold my attack. Lai Tianyang had some strength, being a half-step into the divine realm. Changge grasped with one hand, summoning a massive hand of purple starlight, radiating terrifying spatial waves, descending like a mountain upon Lai Tianyang. The Void Hand Seal. Lai Tianyang's expression shifted as he beheld Changge's technique. In an instant, he conjured the Void Hand Seal, foregoing even the need for a hand seal. This was at least a manifestation of the Void Hand Seal mastered to a high degree. Despite Changge's youth, he had cultivated the Void Hand Seal to perfection, emanating an aura of at least the 5th level of the Destiny Wheel. At that moment, Lai Tianyang realized Changge must be a top-tier seedling within the Changxing family. However, just as he deduced Changge's exceptional identity, his face paled drastically. The Void Hand Seal had traversed through a violet spatial wormhole, appearing before him in an instant. This is bad. Lai Tianyang's complexion turned ashen. There was no time to defend. The Changxing family's reputation as one of the premier immortal powers in the central continent relied on the horror of their void scriptures. The combination of the Void Hand Seal and the Grand Void technique allowed them to slay foes far beyond their level with ease. And coupled with their divine bodies and treasures, they could elevate their kin to the heights of prodigious talent. Bang! Lai Tianyang was violently suppressed by the Void Hand Seal, crashing into the ground. In the eyes of the spectators, a purple streak of light fell to the earth, producing a thunderous roar. Upon the ground below, the purple Void Hand Seal gradually dissipated, leaving behind a massive handprint of 100 zhang deep. Those present gasped in astonishment at the sight. The brother of the divine sun, Lai Xianyang, once a renowned quasi-prodigy in the northern region, had been utterly subdued by a single Void Hand Seal from the prodigy of the Changxing family. Many turned their gazes away from the ground, now fixed upon Changge, who remained serene in the air. Who is this person? He appears to be no more than 18 years old yet possesses the power to suppress Lai Tianyang with a single hand. Lai Tianyang is a 9th-level Destiny Wheel cultivator, on the verge of entering the divine realm. Ordinary cultivators of the divine realm would surely fall before him. The Changxing family truly has a dragon among them. Even if this individual does not become a divine son, he will surely rank among the elite of the Changxing lineage. The surrounding cultivators murmured in awe, observing this scene. The elder Gu Hui felt a sense of pride and cast a scornful glance at Lai Tianyang below. I warned you not to regret it. It remains uncertain whether Lai Tianyang now feels remorse. A divine son is not someone a mere underling can provoke. Above the Tianlan sect, the sect master regarded Changge as he subdued Lai Tianyang, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Truly a prodigy. The divine son of the Changxing family seems barely of age yet possesses such terrifying combat strength. Atop the ethereal peak, Mu Chi stood upon a bolt of lightning, her snow-white hair dancing in the wind, her flawless visage revealing a hint of admiration and reverence. Is this the charm of the divine son of the Changxing family? It is captivating. While the Tianlan sect may be prominent in the northern region, it pales in comparison to the broader expanse of the central Tao domain, where it likely does not even rank. As the saintess of the Tianlan sect, Mu Chi would inevitably enter the fray when the dragon ranking and flood dragon ranking are unveiled, and for a woman of her beauty, it is best to find a reliable follower to accompany her. Choosing the right follower not only smoothens her path but also ensures protection. After all, the competition will not be limited to human prodigies. Fierce beasts and myriad races will also take action. However, at this moment, I fear I lack even the qualifications to follow the divine son, Changge. I must become stronger. Before entering the world, I shall break through to the divine realm and awaken my divine body, and then seek out the divine son, hoping to follow in his footsteps. Mu Qinghua's expression was resolute. After these few days of interaction, she had come to understand that Changge was undoubtedly her greatest opportunity in this life. Missing such a peerless prodigy would surely lead to profound regret. Time passed, and over a month had elapsed. Ji had likely awakened her yin-yang divine body by now, though it remained uncertain whether she had heeded her initial counsel to conceal the manifestation of her abilities within the clan. Moreover, after awakening her yin-yang divine body, Ji would participate in her family's cave trial, with that Yuchen still lurking ominously. As for the reason for resting at the Tianan sect for a day, it was simply that Changge sought to claim the rewards of the destiny transformation technique. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. It was reported that a prodigy from the Changxing family of the central continent had taken residence within the Tianan sect, and that Lai Tianyang of the Changxing Lai family had challenged the prodigy, only to be utterly suppressed and defeated. This news sent ripples of astonishment through countless individuals. The Changxing family might truly harbor a dragon in this generation. Chapter 67. The treasure transforms into the destiny wheel. Changge successfully imparted the destiny wheel engraving technique to Xianxiao, returning the destiny transformation technique, a method even more astonishing than the engraving technique. On the other side, Yichun had faced a series of misfortunes ever since his defeat in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land. Everything he attempted seemed to be met with mysterious obstacles, a string of ill fortune that saw opportunities snatched away just before his grasp. Especially after offending Changge in Yunlong City, the news had spread, and no one dared to associate with Yichun thereafter. He even found himself without a refuge, ultimately forced to seek out life in another city. In response to this outcome, Yichun felt a tumult of anger and frustration within. The Changxing family. One day, even the Changxing family would have to grovel and tremble beneath his feet. Changge, he vowed to remember. Tiannan City. After departing from Yunlong City, this new grand city was in close proximity to the Changxing family. Primarily, he intended to join a sect here to seize an opportunity to enter the Ji family's secret realm. Moreover, Yichun was determined to seize this chance to deepen his bond with Ji. This time, success was imperative. Shuiwei sect. After joining this sect, he aimed to ascend to the inner sect within half a month to contest for a spot in the secret realm, thus ensuring a smooth journey with the Ji family. This time, Changge should not appear, right? As long as Changge was absent, success was guaranteed. Yichun exhaled. His experiences in Yunlong City had instilled a deep resentment towards Changge. His gaze sharpened as he made his way towards Shuiwei sect. At the moment Yichun set forth, the once clear heavens suddenly dimmed. In the next instant, a celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon appeared in the sky, illuminating a vast expanse of thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. However, this phenomenon lasted merely a few seconds before being obscured by an overwhelming aura. What could this phenomenon be? My heavens! The sun and moon standing together in the void, could it signify the emergence of an unparalleled treasure? Who knows? This phenomenon vanished in mere seconds, leaving no chance for exploration. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Many speculated, while Yichun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. And then his expression transformed into one of ecstatic realization. Could it be that Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body had awakened? The yin-yang divine body. Yichun licked his lips. This was a dual cultivation body. Each session of dual cultivation would significantly enhance both parties' cultivation levels, solidifying their foundations without any sense of superficiality. If he could dual cultivate with Ji Ruyu, Yichun's breath quickened. With Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body and the resources of the Changxing Ji family, he could hardly fathom how swiftly his strength would rise. Initially, Yichun only sought to obtain the Ji family's secret realm opportunity. But now that Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body had awakened, he was acutely aware that she would surely participate. This opportunity, it was even more coveted than before. Ji Ruyu had summoned powerful protectors from her family. Otherwise, this phenomenon would not merely have been confined to a radius of 10,000 miles. It would have shocked the heavenly Dao domain, much like Changge's awakening of his celestial bone. At that point, any probing by various factions would inevitably lead to troubles akin to those faced by Ji Ruyu. However, the situation had been mitigated, although it stirred a considerable commotion. The Changxing Ji family could easily veil the news. Changxing Ji family, yin-yang divine body. Ji Zhao gazed intently at the courtyard where Ji Ruyu resided. Was that piece of yin yang spirit jade gifted by Changge? Indeed, Ji Hongyuan nodded. Ruyu mentioned as such. Ji Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Changge actually had the generosity to bestow the yin yang spirit jade upon Ruyu. It seems he holds her in high regard. Now that Ryu's yin yang divine body has awakened, coupled with Changge's prodigious talent, I believe our Xianxiaji family can resume our alliance with the Xianxiagu family. Ji Hongyuan wholeheartedly agreed. I too have been of this mindset. The fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. The Xianxiagu family, with Changge's extraordinary celestial bone and a prodigious supreme bone, is destined to ascend to the heavenly Dao domain, if not the peak of the 3,000 Dao domains. We must seize the moment to strengthen our ties. Ruyu is an excellent match. Previously, without her divine body awakened, she could not set any terms. Now that her yin-yang divine body has awakened, this alone would attract countless admirers. Ji Zhao nodded slightly. In that case, you should reach out to Shui Dan regarding the Xianxiagu family. After all, Changge's mother is still a jewel of our Xianxiaji family. Haha. Ji Hongyuan laughed heartily. Ji Zhao also chuckled openly. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Changge was unaware of the external upheaval. At this moment, he was immersed in his consciousness, comprehending the destiny transformation will technique. Almost instantly upon engaging with the technique, a thunderous resonance of profound truths reverberated in his ears, as if countless celestial principles were inscribed into his soul. If it were not for the divine abilities returned by the system, where techniques were instantly grasped. With Gu Changge's current cultivation level, comprehending such an extraordinary technique would surely require painstaking effort over an extended period. However, that was no longer necessary. At the moment Gu Changge touched upon the essence of the destiny transformation will technique, countless golden tadpole-like characters began to rise and fall within his sea of consciousness, subsequently converging toward his conscious, embodying his soul, and merging within. Uncertain how much time passed, when Gu Changge finally reopened his eyes, they sparkled with countless floating golden characters. And his unique pupils radiated a faint glow. He had finally comprehended it. To his astonishment, the destiny transformation will technique was indeed formidable. To transform the destiny will require the 5 element treasures, combined with the yin-yang energies, to evolve the wheel of destiny into a brand new Dao grinding wheel. 5 element treasures. That means when I previously gave the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ruyu, the system returned the 5 element Dao fruit. Fortunately, I did not use it. Otherwise, gathering the 5 element treasures would have taken considerable time. As for the yin-yang energies, based on current developments, my dear Ruyu should have awakened her yin-yang divine body. No treasure of yin-yang energies could compare to those manifested from the birth of the yin-yang divine body. How secure. Gu Changge smiled. Everything was unfolding even more smoothly than he had anticipated, flowing with a natural ease. Chapter 68. The Saintess's heart is with the son of destiny. You are all my wings. Having acquired the destiny transformation will technique, while others find it immensely challenging to locate a single piece of the 5 element treasures, he had obtained the 5 element Dao fruit ahead of time, and fortuitously hadn't he used it. The yin-yang energies were also embodied in the presence of the yin-yang divine body. Now it was time to seek out Ji Ruyu. He could immediately begin to condense the Dao wheel of destiny. After all, this time, he had decisively humiliated the Changsheng Lai family, effortlessly suppressing one of their prodigies. While Lai Tianyang might not be regarded as a prodigy in Gu Changge's eyes, he was undeniably seen as one by the world in the northern region. Rising, Gu Changge exited the secluded chamber prepared by Tianlan's sect. Upon stepping out, he encountered Gu Qingxiu, Elder Gu Hui, and the Tianlan sect master, as well as the saintess of Tianlan's sect, Mu Qihua, waiting for him. Congratulations, son of destiny, on your significant advancement in strength. The Tianlan sect master greeted him with a radiant smile, extending his congratulations as Gu Changge emerged. Typically, a secluded retreat either meant comprehending divine abilities or gaining substantial insights, leading to a further enhancement in strength. Although the Tianlan sect master felt that the encounter between Gu Changge and Lai Tianyang hardly constituted a battle, prodigies were not measured by ordinary standards. The sentiment of congratulations remained unchanged. Mu Qinghua also regarded Gu Changge, blinking her beautiful eyes and slightly lowering her gaze. Congratulations, son of destiny. No need for formalities. Absolutely. The Tianlan sect master realized that he had caught Gu Changge's attention and had effectively secured a foothold with the Changxingu family. Moreover, during Gu Changge's stay in Tianlan's sect, both he and the sect had reaped significant benefits. Gu Changge's arrival was indeed a boon for them. Aside from the incident with Lin Xingzhan, who sought his own demise and got beaten, there were no other issues at hand. Gu Changge nodded. After bidding farewell to the Tianlan sect master, he and Gu Qingxiu ascended the sedan carried by Elder Gu Hui, heading towards the cross-domain teleportation array. At the entrance of Tianlon's sect, Muqing stood gracefully, her beauty setting her apart from the world, akin to an ethereal white lotus. Her long, snow-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her flowing white dress gave her an appearance that transcended that of ordinary women. The enchanting scenery has undoubtedly captivated the gazes of countless male disciples of the Tianlon sect, reviving their souls. However, little do they know that their dream goddess has long departed with a man. I am aware, replied Muqing softly. I see you know. Yet you choose to remain oblivious, she said, turning to the sect master of Tianlon. I shall go cultivate now, sect master. Once I achieve breakthrough to the divine connection stage, I intend to awaken my divine body in the forbidden grounds of our sect. She did not elaborate further. Yet the sect master likely understood her intentions. Foolish child, sighed the Tianlon sect master, astonished that Changge's brief visit had so easily captivated the heart of their sect's holy maiden. Initially, he had hoped for Muqing to interact with Changge for a different outcome. Upon learning that Changge had effortlessly subdued Lai Tianyang, Qing smiled and nodded. No matter, our Changxing clan does not concern itself with trifles, and besides, you have not acted unfairly. It was merely the little one from the Changxing Lai family seeking trouble. By the way, what have you been up to in the Changxing Gu family? And the awakening of the yin-yang divine body in that child Ruyu, does it relate to you? It seems he could not escape his father's keen observation. Changge smiled slightly. I gifted my cousin Ruyu a yin-yang spirit jade, perfectly suited to her constitution. Ah, the yin-yang spirit jade, a supreme treasure, Qing exclaimed, scrutinizing Changge with renewed interest. Noticing his father's gaze, Changge inquired, What is it, father? Nothing, just that I can't believe how much you've grown, Changge. Your demeanor is poised and extraordinary, and with your remarkable talents, it seems you are destined for a veritable forest of romantic prospects. Changge's lips twitched, followed by a resolute shake of his head. I aspire for longevity. Matters of romance shall unfold naturally. Very well, let them unfold as they may, Qing replied cheerfully. What do you think of Ruyu? She has awakened the yin-yang divine body. If you are unaware of its merits, allow me to enlighten you. The Changxing family has reached out to your mother, encouraging frequent visits. It seems they have taken a liking to you. Changge listened as Qing rambled on about the benefits of the yin-yang divine body, praising it extravagantly. It dawned on Changge that his father and Shui Dan likely wished to unite him with Ruyu. Indeed, Ruyu's yin-yang divine body was alluring. However, he had no such intentions. In this life, he sought the path of longevity. But then again, pursuing love might not hinder that pursuit. Now bound to the system's objectives, Xianxia was a reincarnated supreme being, her beauty and grace undeniable. The second was Ruyu, a daughter of the Changxing family, possessing a dual cultivation divine body, equally stunning. It appeared that since the binding began, he was destined to be entangled with them. You all are my wings. Are you not? He mused, chuckling inwardly before shaking his head. If it were to be, he would not hesitate. Furthermore, since the binding commenced, he had likely already deemed them as his destined companions. Chapter 69, The Ancient Yin-Yang Sect, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The following day, before an exquisitely ornate carriage, Changge and Shui Dan bid farewell to Qing and Xianxiao. Shui Dan winked at Qing, smiling brightly. Rest assured, this visit is likely just for a chat. There should be no other matters at hand. Though Qing voiced his agreement, the exchanged glances between the two spoke volumes. And Changge could easily discern their unspoken communication. All right, Xianxiao replied, slightly taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. Their encounters with Changge had indeed yielded unexpected rewards, suggesting they had yet to completely move on from past events. I shall take my leave, Changge waved as he stepped into the carriage. Observing the interaction between Shui Dan and Qing, he remarked, whether this will come to fruition depends on Changge himself. As parents, we respect his wishes, after all. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Indeed, we shall do our utmost, Qing nodded, gazing at Changge's retreating figure. If Changge and Ruyu were to unite, it would elevate the relationship between the Changxing Gu family and the Changxing Ji family to new heights. This era also saw the presence of Jihaoyue, a being of the divine king physique. If successful, it would significantly bolster Changge's standing in this life. Regarding his potential, Changge's talents were already formidable, surpassing even the top prodigies of the 3,000 Dao domains. Hence, the expectations from the Changxing Gu family had risen considerably. Changge's future achievements would undoubtedly be nothing short of extraordinary, a potential unrivaled emperor. Farewell. Should any issues arise, I will reach out. Understood. At the Changxing Ji family, Ruyu stood in a picturesque courtyard alongside Jihaoyue, both gazing at the sky, each lost in thought. Ruyu, Now that you have awakened your yin-yang divine body, our divine king's lineage may not suit you anymore. Is it not true that our clan possesses a cave heaven from the ancient yin-yang sect? It is said that the inheritance there has yet to be retrieved. Xiaoyue smiled as he spoke. The ancient yin-yang sect, once a renowned and formidable longevity force in ancient times, mysteriously collapsed overnight, scattering its legacy. Some say it was due to their greed for the secret of immortality, leading to a forbidden reckoning, while others claim it was destroyed by the wrath of celestial beings. In any case, the ancient yin-yang sect was a formidable force capable of touching upon the secrets of eternal life, and its legacy was undoubtedly exceptional. The Changge family controlled a cave heaven from this ancient sect. If Changge were present, he would immediately recognize it as the family cave heaven that Ji Ryu had mentioned regarding her upcoming participation. The ancient yin-yang sect, Ji Ryu murmured, the name itself evoking the dual paths of yin and yang. With Xiaoyue's recommendation, it seemed credible. She had heard of this name before, so she did not decline the offer. When will the yin-yang cave heaven open? Ji Ryu inquired curiously. Perhaps in a few days. However, the cave was initially discovered and reported by several subordinate factions of our Changge family, so they will also have quotas. We can go together, Xiaoyue explained. Then shifted the conversation, asking Ji Ryu, by the way, what are your thoughts on our cousin Changge? Huh? Ji Ryu blinked innocently, unsure why Xiaoyue suddenly posed this question. Since her recent emergence from seclusion, both Ji Hanyuan and Ji Zhao, alongside other close clan elders, had been praising Changge's excellence. They mentioned that if a member of the Changge family could form a union with Changge, it would be a tremendous boon for both the individual and the family. If it were anyone else, they might have quickly grasped the implications of such remarks. But Ji Ryu, with her youthful face and mature figure, remained blissfully unaware. What do I think of Brother Changge? She pondered. Her cherry lips pursed as the image of Changge, ethereal and otherworldly, flickered in her mind. She recalled their initial encounter, the feelings he evoked, and the care he showed when he entrusted her with the yin-yang spirit jade. All these moments lingered in her heart. Suddenly, Ji Ryu seemed to have an epiphany. Her fair complexion flushed with embarrassment as she shyly remarked, Brother Changge is truly remarkable. I doubt there is anyone in the entire 3,000 domains as exceptional as him. Xiaoyue was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Xiaoyue thought that as long as there were no issues on Changge's side, the plans he and his father contemplated were likely to succeed. To Xiaoyue, Changge was undoubtedly the perfect match for Ji Ryu. Their previous encounter had deeply impressed Xiaoyue with the terrifying potential Changge possessed. Just then, Changge's voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Cousin Xiaoyue, Sister Ryu. Huh? The two siblings turned to face Changge, and Xiaoyue exclaimed in delight. We were just discussing you, Changge. I never expected you to appear so suddenly. Discussing me? Changge replied with interest. Xiaoyue nodded. Yes, Ryu has expressed her admiration for you. By the way, what do you think of Ryu? Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu felt an inexplicable nervousness. Her large eyes discreetly glanced at Changge, while her small hands anxiously fidgeted with her dress. What do I think of Ryu? She's quite wonderful. Quite wonderful. Xiaoyue was elated, stepping forward to pat Changge on the shoulder. However, as he made contact, he felt the surging vitality beneath Changge's clothing, reminiscent of a pure-blood beast cub, causing a slight tension to grip Xiaoyue's previously joyful expression. He quickly withdrew his hand, stepping back to scrutinize Changge. Goodness, Changge, in just over a month, you seem like a completely different person. Your aura is simply astonishing. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyue realized that Changge's cultivation had reached an extraordinary level, likely having progressed significantly in the life will stage. More importantly, the vitality emanating from his physical form was exponentially more formidable than before. Chapter 70. A rematch with Xiaoyue. This was nothing short of monstrous. Witnessing Changge's dramatic transformation in such a brief period ignited Xiaoyue's fighting spirit. During their last encounter, he had sealed his cultivation, believing it would be an evenly matched battle, only to be caught off guard by Changge's overwhelming physical prowess. Though he had lost, Xiaoyue was not one to admit defeat easily. Now, seeing Changge again, and recognizing his ever-increasing strength, the lingering dissatisfaction from their previous match was rekindled. With a fierce determination, Xiaoyue gazed intently at Changge. Changge, it's been a month and a half since our last duel. Last time was too rushed. I didn't have the chance to truly enjoy it. Why not have another spar? Cousin Xiaoyue, are you sure? Changge asked, intrigued. The last time Xiaoyue had not suppressed his cultivation, he had felt a formidable threat. But now, facing Xiaoyue, Changge sensed only a faint aura of intimidation. Of course, let us head to the training ground. Haoyue replied, casually striding towards the arena. Sister, Ji Ryu exclaimed, at a loss for words. Gu Changge chuckled. It's fine. Since cousin Haoyue wishes to spar, I shall accompany him. With that, Gu Changge beckoned Ji Ryu to follow Ji Haoyue's swift pace. Ji Haoyue seemed to deliberately quicken his steps, disappearing from view in an instant. Gu Changge shook his head in bemusement, finding his cousin's intentions all too obvious. However, he decided to go with the flow. Compared to their first encounter, Ji Ryu now exuded an ethereal beauty. Her complexion even more radiant, and her lively spirit enhanced with a captivating allure, resembling a fairy. Her flawless skin and youthful features radiated an aura of purity, particularly accentuated by her unexpectedly voluptuous figure, a veritable embodiment of temptation. Thank you, Brother Changge, for providing me with the yin-yang spirit jade and for foreseeing my awakening of the divine body, which allowed my family to arrange for our ancestor to conceal it. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament, Ji Ryu expressed gratefully. I'm glad everything has gone smoothly. Your successful awakening of the yin-yang divine body will indeed be beneficial to me. Ji Ryu looked at Gu Changge in surprise. And as she recalled the implications of the yin-yang divine body, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Brother Changge, if I can be of use to you, I am very happy. However, doesn't this seem a bit too soon? I mean, not that it's too soon, but I feel that such matters should be approached with a bit more subtlety. It feels rather direct. Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He was not a child and understood that Ji Ryu had misunderstood his words. You're overthinking it. When I said you would be useful to me, I meant the yin-yang divine power that will manifest within you after your awakening. I have acquired a remarkable technique that requires the balance of yin and yang energies. So that's how it is, Ji Ryu stammered, her embarrassment deepening as she realized her misunderstanding. After I finish my exchange with cousin Haoyue, could you help me? Of course, Gu Changge replied, and after their conversation, they arrived at the training ground. It was the same arena as their previous encounter, but it had been refurbished and reinforced with formations, surrounding the area with protective barriers. Seeing Gu Changge approach with the slightly flushed Ji Ryu, Ji Haoyue's smile widened. As Gu Changge stepped onto the training ground, Ji Haoyue inquired, Changge, if I may be so bold, what is your current cultivation level? I will suppress mine to match yours. 6th layer of the life wheel, Gu Changge casually responded. What? 6th layer of the life wheel? I recall you were at the 3rd layer last time. Indeed. I've made some progress over the past month and a half. Goodness, you're only just coming of age. And you're 2 years younger than I am. 16, and at the 6th layer of the life wheel? What incredible talent! Ji Haoyue exclaimed, astonished. Losing the initial imposing aura he had when he first encountered Gu Changge. In Gu Changge's presence, Ji Haoyue felt utterly dwarfed, both in appearance and talent. He never expected to experience such a feeling of being completely outclassed. After all, he was hailed as the most outstanding prodigy of the Ji family in millennia. Born with the awakened divine king physique and training at an astonishing pace. In just 2 years, he had broken through to the divine communication realm and awakened the divine king phenomenon. Such talent would be considered exceptional even among the 3,000 domains. Yet, compared to Gu Changge, he felt utterly inadequate. Gu Changge had already reached the 6th layer of the life wheel, and at this rate of progression, he would likely attain the divine communication realm within a year. A 17-year-old in the divine communication realm? Unbelievable. Not to mention Gu Changge's formidable physical strength, akin to that of a pure blood beast cub, or perhaps even more terrifying. But above all, Gu Changge's true strength lay in his ancient divine lineage. Coupled with the awakening of his second innate gift, the celestial bone. The cumulative effect of these factors left Ji Haoyue at a loss for words. Struggling to describe the extraordinary being standing before him, Gu Changge observed Ji Haoyue lost in thought and kindly reminded him, Cousin Haoyue, I believe it would be best if you refrain from suppressing your cultivation. Let us engage in this spar freely, as it is merely an exercise, without full effort. It would lose its significance. Ji Haoyue, however, insisted on maintaining an equal footing in their duel, stating, since you, Changge, are at the 6th level of the fate wheel, I will suppress myself to the same level. With that, Ji Haoyue's aura diminished to match the 6th level. Seeing Ji Haoyue's determination, Gu Changge conceded. Though he pondered how much strength he should exert. Previously, he had inadvertently defeated him in just a few moves. He considered the need to be considerate of Ji Haoyue's pride, as the Gu family and the Ji family shared a strong alliance. As Ji Haoyue suppressed his cultivation, he looked earnestly at Gu Changge and said, Changge, in this equal realm, please do not hold back. Otherwise, it would be unsatisfying. All right, Gu Changge replied, not holding back? He feared he might knock Ji Haoyue out with a single punch. Nevertheless, since his elder cousin had said so, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. In this realm, Changge dared to claim the title of the strongest. Upon hearing Changge's affirmation, Xiaoyue became fully focused, signaling him to begin. Without hesitation, Changge stepped forward. Great void technique. In an instant, he appeared before Xiaoyue as if teleporting. His right fist clenched, and the immense power within him roared, coalescing into a strike that seemed ready to shatter the void itself. Xiaoyue was utterly unprepared for the level of mastery Changge displayed with the great void technique at such a young age, executing it without the need for hand seals or incantations. Alarmed, Xiaoyue managed to channel his spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of him. But the ensuing explosion sent him flying from the arena, crashing into a nearby structure. As he slid down the formation, Xiaoyue knelt, trembling hands betraying his shock. He looked up at Changge, who stood in the arena, an embarrassed expression on his face, and exclaimed, "Changge, your great void technique, its power must be at least at the minor accomplishment level." "Indeed," Changge acknowledged, contemplating Xiaoyue's state. Xiaoyue was stunned. "And your physical strength has increased exponentially compared to a month and a half ago. How have you trained?" Rising to his feet, Xiaoyue realized that their earlier spar had clearly shown the disparity in their abilities. As a son of the Ji family endowed with the God King's body, he found himself without a chance to retaliate against Changge. Despite the element of surprise in Changge's technique, Xiaoyue understood that even activating his God King body would not suffice against Changge. Moreover, this was merely a demonstration of the void technique and physical prowess. Changge still had his heavy eye and immortal bone unutilized. In a true battle, he surmised that even among the elite of his generation, he would struggle to withstand 10 strikes from Changge. After a brief exchange, Xiaoyue, contemplating Changge's prowess, felt a shiver run down his spine. "Just train normally," Changge mused, noting that while his training was indeed regular, the opportunities he encountered were extraordinary treasures. In sparring with Xiaoyue, Changge realized that his power was now sufficient to stand against the leading talents of his generation, who were a year or two ahead of him. If he were to reach the same level, he would be invincible, although some exceptional talents might surpass Xiaoyue slightly. He believed he could contend with 10 or even 20 of them at the same level. "I find your idea of normal training quite extraordinary," Xiaoyue quipped, though he felt joy and satisfaction as he regarded Changge, becoming increasingly fond of him as a potential brother-in-law. "Let's continue. I should have listened to you and sparred with my full strength." Xiaoyue leapt back onto the arena, channeling his sealed spiritual energy once more. A powerful aura enveloping the surroundings as he released his cultivation seal. As he stood there, bathed in divine light, an overwhelming presence emanated from him, his dark hair billowing as if he were a true God King. Changge sensed the threat emanating from Xiaoyue and narrowed his eyes, nodding seriously. "I will also give my all. Cousin Xiaoyue, there is no need for concern. We both have our life-preserving trump cards and can control our strength." "Then I shall not hold back." Xiaoyue, having faced defeat at Changge's hands multiple times, felt the pressure build. This time, he was prepared to confront Changge at the 6th level of the fate wheel, determined to claim victory. A terrifying phenomenon enveloped the arena, and in an instant, an oceanic vision materialized, shimmering waves reflecting the surroundings, with mountains rising nearby. Most astonishingly, accompanied by a thunderous roar of tidal waves, a massive moon, hundreds of feet wide, ascended from the ocean's surface behind Xiaoyue. This vision of the God King body at the level of the divine realm, the moon rising over the sea. Standing before the moon, Xiaoyue resembled an immortal, exuding immense pressure. Below, Xiaoyue, witnessing this, felt compelled to comment, "Brother Xiaoyue, you are being too shameless. Battling Brother Changge at the divine realm level is one thing, but using a phenomenon is quite another." A bit embarrassed, Xiaoyue cleared his throat, breaking his own majestic demeanor. "Ryue, I had no choice. Changge is simply too strong. If I don't go all out, he won't enjoy himself either." "Humph. No matter. It's just cheating. Go for it, Brother Changge." Xiaoyue had initially debated whom to cheer for but now made her choice clear. "Very well." Changge smiled at Xiaoyue before turning his serious gaze upon Xiaoyue, who was now cloaked in the divine phenomenon. At that moment, Changge felt an overwhelming presence surrounding him, each movement laden with immense pressure. Xiaoyue, hovering in the air, looked down at Changge and warned, "Cousin Changge, be careful." With that, the moon behind him trembled, unleashing waves of silver light that formed an invisible force of annihilation rushing toward Changge. Seeing this, Changge swiftly activated the Great Void technique, evading the moon's deadly assault and positioning himself opposite Xiaoyue. The God King body in the divine realm, the moon rising over the sea, renowned across 3,000 domains. "I have long been curious," Changge exclaimed, "Cousin Xiaoyue. I shall not hold back." With that, his eyes widened slightly, and intricate patterns emerged within his pupils, seemingly containing profound mysteries. A breath later, a beam of divine light shot forth from his eyes, piercing the void and coalescing into two weapons of divine might, aimed directly at xianxiaaudiobooks. The 9 turns of the bright moon, chaos unleashed. The massive moon behind xianxiaaudiobooks began to rotate ominously. Boom! 2 beams of moonlight shot forth from the full moon, colliding instantaneously with the radiant light of Changge's dual pupils. The air above the martial arena erupted with a deafening roar, akin to a thunderous explosion resonating in the depths of the void. In that fleeting moment, the spiritual energy surged, creating ripples that spread outward, accompanied by fragments of divine weapons formed from moonlight and celestial brilliance cascading down. Truly, the body of a divine king shattered my dual pupils' light with a mere turn. Changge seemed to have completely forgotten that xianxiaaudiobooks was a being of the divine realm, towering over him by an entire realm. Changge's foresight through his dual pupils had already glimpsed the previous scene. He appeared to stand invincible, launching an assault towards a vulnerable point in xianxiaaudiobooks' defenses with a mere flick of his hand. Yet, every extraordinary phenomenon bears its weaknesses. My dual pupils possess the unparalleled ability to see through illusions, revealing weaknesses and glimpsing the future. The void handprint. Terrifying patterns of the Tao manifested beside xianxiaaudiobooks, as a massive purple hand emerged from the symbols, crashing down towards him with ferocity. Gazing at the colossal purple hand descending like an eclipse, xianxiaaudiobooks let out a light laugh as hundreds of feet of moonlight surged behind him, coalescing into a silvery barrier before him in an instant. Boom! The purple hand struck the silvery barrier, unleashing a tremendous force that reverberated through the shield, causing it to tremble. Yet, not a single crack appeared, steadfastly blocking the purple hand's onslaught. Talent alone is insufficient without the support of formidable cultivation, otherwise, it remains an illusion. Moonlight's second transformation. As Changge and xianxiaaudiobooks engaged, it was as if they were philosophizing. Amidst their banter, terrifying divine abilities manifested, each directed towards the other. The entire martial arena had been reduced to ruins under the full force of their clash. Despite the protective formations surrounding the structures, many had crumbled significantly. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks had already reached the 6th transformation of the moonlight, while Changge had utilized all his powers save for his celestial bone. His physical strength, the might of his dual pupils, and the techniques of the void were all unleashed. Up until now, neither side had emerged victorious. Xianxiaaudiobooks was thoroughly astonished. The tangible silver light rippled from the full moon behind him, casting a celestial glow upon him, as if he were a deity. And the moon behind him seemed truly radiant. Changge, how many more trump cards do you have left? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, a mix of amusement and frustration in his tone. He had already reached the 6th transformation of the moonlight, and if he were to exceed that, the ensuing power would not be easily controlled. Such strength was reserved for life and death battles. That's about enough, Changge replied nonchalantly. Xianxiaaudiobooks nearly choked on his frustration. He had exhausted all his trump cards and was now relying solely on his remaining strength as his final act. However, Changge's tone suggested he still had more up his sleeve. Upon reflection, Xianxiaaudiobooks realized that Changge had not yet employed his celestial bone in battle. He had relied solely on the techniques of the void and his formidable physique, augmented by his dual pupils. Realizing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a pang of disappointment. Fine. It's probably enough now. I think I'll stop. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to accept the outcome. The manifestations behind xianxiaaudiobooks gradually dissipated, and he no longer had any desire to test Changge further. It was simply too costly. Should he injure his Tao heart before truly entering the world, it would likely spell the end of his future. How could that be? If this continues, it is certain that cousin xianxiaaudiobooks will emerge victorious. Changge shook his head, his own aura also gently fading. The two descended from the air. Seeing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks approached Changge, her beautiful eyes glancing teasingly at xianxiaaudiobooks. Brother Changge, you need not go easy on my brother. After all, a being of the divine realm is already at a significant advantage over the cycle of fate realm. Now that it's evenly matched, one could argue that Brother Changge has already won, with no other explanations needed. Xianxiaaudiobooks rolled his eyes in response. Changge, upon hearing this, playfully flicked Xianxiaaudiobooks' smooth forehead. Yes, your brother. Why are you siding with me? Who told him to be so shameless first? Xianxiaaudiobooks covered her forehead and playfully stuck her tongue out at the rolling-eyed Xianxiaaudiobooks. You still dare to speak? Seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks not giving him any face, Xianxiaaudiobooks shot her a glare before waving his hand. All right. After this bout with Changge, I've gained much. I'll take some time to consolidate my gains. Perhaps I can break through to the second layer of the divine realm. Ryu, please entertain Changge. Leave it to me. Xianxiaaudiobooks patted her chest, sending ripples that astonished all who beheld them. A gentleman watches the game in silence. Following this, Ji Ryu took it upon herself to entertain Gu Changge. Unbeknownst to the trio, in the void above, Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shuidan stood observing the scene below. Ji Zhao remarked, "A being of the sixth layer of the cycle of fate is already comparable to Haiyua's divine realm. The Changxing family is surely about to produce an invincible prodigy. Sister Shuidan, you have truly given birth to a marvel for the Changxing family," Ji Hongyuan added, a hint of envy in his tone. Ji Shuidan's gentle, watery features reflected her joy, and upon hearing Ji Hongyuan's teasing, she smiled at her brother. But isn't Changge also a member of the Ji family? Upon this revelation, Ji Hongyuan's expression softened immediately. Indeed, bringing Gu Changge to the Changxing Ji family was meant to foster connections. Ji Hongyuan's demeanor grew serious as he declared, "Well, with Sister Shuidan's endorsement, I have firmly decided on Changge." At this moment, Ji Ryu led Gu Changge to the small courtyard they had occupied earlier. "Brother Changge, I've just awakened my divine body, and it's quite challenging to mobilize the primordial yin-yang divine power within me. If you wish to extract the yin and yang forces, it may be a bit troublesome." As she spoke, Ji Ryu stuttered somewhat. "What trouble?" Gu Changge furrowed his brow and then added, "If it will harm you, there is no rush. We can wait until you have fully mastered your divine body. I want you to be harmed, but the extraction of the yin-yang forces is complex. Yin and yang are inherently opposing yet complementary. It will require some time to restore the essence." Ji Ryu replied, her cheeks flushed. "The supreme yin-yang forces will transform into primordial chaos and void upon emergence. There are two methods for extraction. One is through dual cultivation, the other is through the mouth." Chapter 73, Consolidating the Heavenly Tao of the Cycle of Fate. Upon hearing Ji Ryu's words, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Ji Ryu possessed a yin-yang divine body and had activated it with the yin-yang spirit jade he had given her. Logically, extracting the yin-yang energies should have been a straightforward matter. However, he never anticipated that the final step would require such an unconventional approach. Cough. Gu Changge cleared his throat, realizing the implications. Just as he was about to continue, he found himself at a loss for words. Dual cultivation was certainly out of the question. How could he even broach the subject of the latter method? As Gu Changge grappled with his thoughts, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, drawing his attention. He looked up to find Ji Ryu had somehow approached him. The young girl's skin was flawless and fair as jade, and her alluring curves became more pronounced as she drew near. "Brother Changge, this is my voluntary choice. I am truly happy to assist you," Ji Ryu said. Her cheeks flushed. After speaking, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Gu Changge's neck, leaning in for a kiss. Flushing with embarrassment, Ji Ryu swiftly ran away, leaving Gu Changge alone in the courtyard. As he sensed the black and white energies floating above his dantian, he recalled the earlier scene and felt his face heat up. He had never had a woman take the initiative before. How embarrassing. Next time such an opportunity arises, he must be the one to take action. Quickly, Gu Changge's fleeting thoughts of fantasy faded, replaced by the need to address the matters at hand. Now that he had acquired the yin-yang energies, along with the 5 elements treasures, in a fleeting motion, Gu Changge conjured a resplendent white jade fruit, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The rich essence of the 5 elemental powers emanated from the fruit, and a single inhalation of its fragrant aroma sent one into a euphoric state, unmistakably revealing its status as a treasure. This was none other than the 5 elements Tao fruit, returned by the system when he previously gifted the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ryu. Originally, Gu Changge intended to use it to nourish his celestial bones, but he hesitated due to the lengthy process of refinement, which ultimately led to its timely utility now. Thus, everything is indeed intertwined by fate. Upon entering the chamber, he set up protective barriers and seated himself upon the bed to regulate his breath. Once his spiritual energy stabilized and his mental clarity reached perfection, the method of the heavenly Tao's fate will began to materialize in his mind. In the grand tapestry of heaven and earth, all beings possess a fate wheel. Some are born with it, while others cultivate it through experience. The method of transforming fate into a wheel was inspired by Gu Changge's insights gained from observing the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. As he perused the comprehensive text on the method, certain revelations astonished him. He could not fathom the origins of these techniques within the system. It was astonishing that even the primordial chaos was referenced. With such thoughts, Gu Changge continued his study, confirming his comprehension of the method. He then turned his focus inward to his dantian. To condense the heavenly Tao's fate wheel was both a simple and arduous task, primarily requiring the gathering of precious insights and the dual energies of yin and yang. Subsequently, These treasures would be absorbed into the dantian. With the fate wheel as the core, supported by the 5 elemental treasures, and the yin-yang energies catalyzing the primordial chaos, he would thereby acquire a mysterious force known as the azure chi of creation to nurture his ascension. Upon hearing of the azure chi of creation, Guchanga's heart raced with excitement. The existence of such a power implied the method was extraordinarily powerful. It was no wonder that only one prodigy could emerge with a fate wheel in an era. Surely, the azure chi of creation was not merely a means to elevate the fate wheel. However, now was not the time for such musings. Guchanga suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp glimmer flashed within his dual pupils. With a mere gesture, the 5 elements Dao fruit floated before him. He opened his mouth and inhaled it in an instant, the fruit vanishing into his mouth and directly entering his dantian. Once inside, the fruit seemed to resonate with the yin-yang energies surrounding the 9-pattern fate wheel, causing ripples to surge throughout the entire dantian spiritual sea. Suddenly, the chamber echoed with the sound of crashing waves. At that moment, Guchanga commanded the fate transformation method to commence. He knew it was time to coalesce the heavenly Dao's fate wheel. As he harnessed his soul power, the 9-pattern fate wheel suspended above the spiritual sea began to spin slowly. In that fleeting moment, waves of dizziness and pain assailed him. Yet, standing steadfast in the spiritual sea, Guchanga remained unperturbed. The gathering of a fate wheel was no trifling matter, akin to a dance with death. Moreover, the fate wheel was fundamental to one's being. The sensations accompanying its rotation were no surprise to him. With unwavering resolve, he continued to rotate the wheel. Once the wheel transformed into the Tai Chi diagram, the yin-yang energies could enter the wheel, thus opening the gates of chaos and flooding the spiritual sea with chaotic energy. At that point, the 5 elemental treasures would spring into action, evolving all phenomena: wind, fire, water, and earth, among others. The 9-pattern fate wheel's rotation quickened, twisting in agony as Guchanga's soul body began to contort in pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ultimately, after nearly a quarter of an hour, the wheel hovering above the spiritual sea transformed into the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Yin-yang energies, go. In the chamber, Guchanga produced a drop of condensation water and swallowed it, plunging his consciousness back into the spiritual sea to further evolve the fate wheel. Within the spiritual sea, the black and white yin-yang energies, enveloped by Guchanga's soul power, collided fiercely with the corresponding eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within Guchanga's body. The previously rapidly spinning Tai Chi diagram bizarrely froze upon the infusion of the yin-yang energies, no longer in a state of indistinctness. Crack! A sharp sound suddenly emanated from the Tai Chi diagram, causing Guchanga's expression to shift, momentarily fearing an accident, though he soon relaxed. For upon the Tai Chi diagram, the yin-yang energies' infused eyes gleamed with white and black light, and the central lines of the diagram abruptly parted. A dense stream of chaotic energy surged forth like a gushing spring. Standing atop the spiritual sea, Guchanga's soul body reveled in the embrace of the chaotic energy, akin to enjoying a soothing breeze, while his soul power surged at an alarming rate. Chapter 74, Thunder Tribulation Shocks the G Family. Moreover, Guchanga's spiritual sea was undergoing an unimaginable transformation under the baptism of chaotic energy. Boom! Outside, within the courtyard of Guchanga, the heavens suddenly erupted with thunder. Thick dark clouds began to gather, gradually expanding to 10, 100, and even several hundred feet. The unexpected commotion captured the attention of several elders and younger members of the G family, who gazed at the ever-thickening clouds above with expressions of astonishment. "Is this a thunder tribulation?" one elder exclaimed in disbelief. Thunder tribulations do not arise without reason. They are either the result of a treasure gaining sentience or an ancestor breaking through the sage realm to challenge the emperor realm. Yet, there were no reports of any ancestors nearing their end, preparing for a desperate struggle. Could it be that the son of the moon has made a significant breakthrough, thus attracting the thunder tribulation? As the elders speculated, some began to feel they were inching closer to the truth, exclaiming that the Ji family had promising successors. Above the courtyard where Guchanga resided, Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu had all gathered. Thunder tribulation. Ji Zhao's gaze flickered as he regarded the gathering storm clouds, his voice tinged with surprise. Changge has just finished battling with Haoyue. What has he achieved to summon a thunder tribulation? Ji Honyuan inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue shook his head, looking bewildered at the dark clouds above. "I have no idea. We merely engaged in a normal spar, and father, don't tell me you weren't watching." Although Ji Haoyue could not sense Ji Hongyuan and the others at that moment, he knew they were undoubtedly observing. Upon hearing this, Ji Hongyuan and the others exchanged glances. Ji Shuidan looked worriedly down at the courtyard. What is Changge doing to have summoned a thunder tribulation? He said he was in seclusion. Yet this is quite a startling closure. Beside her, Ji Ruyu recalled the events preceding Gu Changge's seclusion, her cheeks flushing with warmth. And she felt an inexplicable shyness in Ji Shuidan's concerned gaze. However, seeing Ji Shuidan worry for Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu stepped forward to offer reassurance, saying, "That brother Changge actually asked me for a drop of yin-yang energy before his seclusion. The ability to utilize yin-yang energy must signify great fortune. I believe we need not worry." As Ji Ruyu spoke, she instantly captured the attention of Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, Ji Shuidan, and Ji Haoyue. "Changge asked you for yin-yang energy?" Ji Zhao confirmed with an inquisitive tone. Indeed, Ji Ruyu nodded. With discerning eyes, Ji Zhao stroked his white beard, pondering. Those who can utilize yin-yang energy are either refining treasures or practicing extraordinary techniques. The yin-yang energy possesses profound resonance, and when infused into treasures, it can easily give rise to sentience. It is quite possible that a treasure has gained sentience, resulting in the thunder tribulation. Alternatively, it could be that Changge is undergoing a transcendent transformation, thus inviting the thunder tribulation as a trial. Having seen much in his time, Ji Zhao deduced numerous insights from the mention of yin-yang energy. Beside him, Ji Hongyuan found the argument quite compelling. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuidan let out a slight sigh of relief with Ji Zhao's words. There was an 80% chance that this thunder tribulation was indeed a great boon for Gu Changge, cultivating an extraordinary method, refining a supreme treasure. Both prospects were immensely enticing. Having already attained such strength, if you were to successfully cultivate an extraordinary method or refine a treasure requiring both yin and yang energies, it was unfathomable to consider how formidable Changge would become by the time the True Dragon and Xiao Dragon rankings were unveiled. Ji Haoyue exhaled, a profound sense of urgency enveloping his heart. He had resolved to no longer compete with Gu Changge. Yet witnessing the latter's rapid progress involuntarily spurred him to strive for advancement as well. As the radiant light dissipated, several elders from the Ji family appeared before Ji Zhao and the others. Having greeted Ji Zhao and the family head, the elders bowed respectfully to Ji Shuidan and Ji Ruyu, saying, "Greetings, Miss Shuidan. Miss Ruyu, what brings you here?" Ji Honyuan regarded the elders with curiosity. Just as this third-tier king realm elder was about to suggest that the thunder tribulation was triggered by Ji Haoyue's breakthrough, he suddenly noticed Ji Haoyue standing slightly behind him, which left him momentarily stunned. "Why is the son of Haoyue here?" Ji Haoyue questioned the elder, Ji Dao, with confusion. Ji Dao, one of the most formidable elders of the Ji family, was renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, having once been a paragon in the celestial domain of Gaia. The other accompanying elders were equally perplexed. This thunder tribulation was not instigated by the son of Haoyue? Then who could it be? Indeed, it cannot be the son of Haoyue. Who else in our Ji family possesses such capability? The elders began to murmur once more, their gazes collectively shifting toward Ji Honyuan. Realizing the situation, Ji Honyuan helplessly remarked, "I had hoped that Haoyue would trigger the thunder tribulation for a breakthrough, but unfortunately, it is not Haoyue but rather the esteemed guest from the Chongqing family, Gu Changge, who has invoked it." "What? It's actually the son of Changge?" the elders exclaimed in surprise. "Enough, the thunder tribulation is about to commence. Everyone, please be quiet and observe closely. This thunder tribulation is the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, and when it descends, it presents the best opportunity for enlightenment. If one can grasp its essence, it may well save decades of effort and pave the way for further advancement." Ji Zhao spoke at the opportune moment, emphasizing the significance of witnessing the thunder tribulation. The tribulation not only tests prodigious talents, but also offers a substantial opportunity for those who observe it. Upon hearing this, Ji Dao and the other elders immediately adopted serious expressions, turning their attention to the courtyard below. A rumble of thunder echoed above Gu Changge's head. Within the confines of the small courtyard, Gu Changge's spiritual sea had transformed into a miniature chaotic realm, with his dantian filled with dense chaotic energy. The first and second steps had been successfully accomplished. The next step was to open the chaotic heavens and summon the celestial purple chi, the fruits of the 5 elements. Gu Changge's voice resonated within his dantian like that of a divine being, and with his gentle incantation, the fruits of the 5 elements were instantly crushed by the overwhelming chaotic energy, transforming into 5 strands of colorful essence. "Open the heavens." Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the heavenly mandate transformation technique to cleave the chaos within his dantian. A thunderous explosion echoed as if a bolt of lightning had detonated within his dantian. In that instant, chaos re-emerged. The heavens cleared, and the earth darkened, with pure energy ascending and turbid energy descending. As the chaos clarified, an immense, majestic wheel of destiny adorned with mysterious patterns appeared before Changge, evoking a sense of insignificance akin to standing before a colossal celestial body. Changge gazed in awe at the wheel of destiny. Is this the wheel of heavenly law? Chapter 75, Yichen, an inner disciple of the Shui sect. When the wheel of heavenly law materialized before Changge, a wave of destructive energy abruptly locked onto him. The heavenly tribulation. Changge had not anticipated that the manifestation of the heavenly law would summon the tribulation. It was said that such tribulations heralded the emergence of prodigies and supreme treasures. Have I also entered the realm of prodigies? Changge amused. Whether he was deemed a prodigy or not was inconsequential to him. With his superior background and current foundation, he was already equipped with unparalleled potential. Stepping forth, Changge soared from the room into the void. Upon his emergence, Ji Shuidan, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Zhao, and Ji Haoyue all fixed their gazes upon him. Has he succeeded in cultivating the extraordinary method? Ji Zhao stared intently at Changge, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. It seems so. Ji Hongyuan nodded, having not seen any supreme treasure. As Changge appeared, the thunderclouds above seemed to have found their target, unleashing a cacophony of thunderclaps while bolts of terrifying lightning flickered within the dark clouds. The wheel of heavenly law within Changge emanated an aura of immortality and sanctity. It had transformed from its previous size, now hovering above his spiritual sea. The entire wheel nearly enveloped the spiritual sea, and the spiritual energy had transitioned from its clear, pristine state to a pale gold, appearing even more extraordinary. The wheel spun. Intricate and profound patterns densely adorned its surface, resembling the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. With a rumble, the thunderclouds trembled. In the next moment, the clouds coiled into a spiral, and a thick silver lightning bolt, akin to a massive barrel, descended, aiming directly at Changge. Witnessing this, Changge raised his fist and struck out, unleashing a torrent of power from the colossal particles within him. Boom! The collision between his fist and the lightning generated a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that surged outward. Observing this, Ji Zhao and Ji Hongyuan found no surprise in Changge's physical prowess, as they had previously witnessed his battle against Ji Haoyue. However, the elders of the Ji family were completely unaware of this. Gazing at Changge, who was able to withstand the lightning with sheer physical strength, Ji Dao and the other elders collectively gasped in astonishment. This is merely the aura of the Wheel of Destiny. That punch's power could likely injure even an ordinary deity with a single blow. To withstand the heavenly tribulation with physical strength, indeed, the qualification of the son of Changge was truly extraordinary. To invoke such a tribulation must indicate that he was a prodigy beyond compare. One could only imagine the impact he would have when he entered the world to compete. It was remarkable that he exhibited such prowess even before entering the world. It was difficult to fathom what kind of spectacle he would present when the true dragon rankings were revealed. The elders of the Ji family regarded Changge, then turned their eyes to Ji Haoyue, secretly speculating about the outcome if Changge were to face their own son. In the same realm, it would surely be perilous. However, they remained oblivious to the circumstances of the earlier sparring, or they would not have harbored such thoughts. As the thunder tribulation intensified, silver lightning bolts, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, relentlessly struck Changge as if tearing through the void. At first, Changge could withstand the strikes with his body. But as the power of the thunder grew, he began to employ the techniques of the Void Sutra. It was at this moment that Ji Dao and the other elders gained a renewed understanding of Changge's strength. At such a tender age, barely having reached adulthood, Changge had already approached mastery in the application of the Void Arts and the Great Void Handprint, demonstrating an astonishing level of proficiency that could only be described as extraordinary. Finally, after Changge shattered a purplish lightning bolt with a single palm strike, the thunderclouds above dispersed completely. Simultaneously, upon shattering the final bolt of lightning, the wheel of heavenly law within Changge seemed to undergo a profound transformation, with the patterns upon it appearing even more ancient, as if he were witnessing the very rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, the function of the wheel of heavenly law became evident within Changge's mind. Now fully formed, the wheel of heavenly law was akin to the reincarnation eye and the supreme bone, becoming the foundation of Changge's innate talent. It was no less formidable than the reincarnation eye or the supreme bone, devouring the spirit, golden spiritual energy, enhanced comprehension. Oh, the Wheel of Destiny has bestowed upon me a power equivalent to 3 innate talents, coupled with my heavy pupil and celestial bone. I now possess a foundation that instills fear within me. Truly, it is worthy of being the Wheel of Destiny that only one can achieve in a lifetime. Changge felt a surge of joy in his heart, while Ji Zhao and the others, having witnessed Gu Changge endure the tribulation, were eager to inquire about his current state, yet refrained from approaching as he seemed to be recuperating. As Gu Changge's strength advanced further, Yichen, as anticipated, revealed a fraction of his power and successfully became an inner disciple of the Shui sect. From here, securing a spot in the Yinyang cave through competition would signify that his plan was halfway to success. Have you heard? It seems that the Changge family also has a prodigy accompanying us to the Yinyang cave. Yes, I've heard that the elders have specifically instructed us to cooperate with that Ji family prodigy to obtain the cave's legacy. I wonder if the Changge family's companion will be male or female. If female, then perhaps I could win her over with my looks. Heh, junior brother. Perhaps you should first take a look at your own reflection. If she is indeed a woman, the women of the Changge family are undoubtedly of unparalleled beauty. Yichen, listening to the discussions of the surrounding disciples in the martial arena, couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. These cultivators, lacking any remarkable talents, actually dared to covet Jiryu? How laughable. The greatest victor in the Shui sect will undoubtedly be me, Yichen. Once I secure my position and accompany Jiryu to the Yinyang cave, we can casually wander together for 10 days to half a month. Even if Gu Changge has left an impression on her, with my previous life's adventures and insights, I am confident I can win her heart. The resources of the Changxing family. I am eager to acquire them to enhance my cultivation. Next, Yichen faced off against Ma Xiao. A disciple of the Shui sect at the Wheel of Fate realm leaped onto the arena, looking down and laughing heartily. Which one of you is Yichen? Come up quickly, let us settle this swiftly. Yichen is in trouble. Indeed, facing senior brother Ma Xiao, who is ranked 10th among the inner disciples of our Shui sect. The disciples below the arena murmured among themselves. Hearing this, Yichen wore a charming smile. A genius? That is precisely who he intends to confront. Gu Changge remained unaware that Yichen was about to undergo the classic narrative of a hidden prodigy, suddenly revealing his brilliance. At this moment, as he condensed the Wheel of Destiny and overcame the tribulation, he felt immense joy in understanding the wheel's function. With the help of the Wheel of Destiny, his rate of cultivation enhancement would likely multiply several times over. Moreover, the quality of his spiritual energy, due to the wheel's peculiarity, could absorb and transform spiritual energy into golden spiritual energy, which was vastly superior to what Gu Changge had previously possessed. Simply put, this translates to a direct enhancement in combat prowess. Were it not for the Wheel of Destiny, Gu Changge would have had to rely on his celestial bone to contend with the peak Jihaoyue, but now, without employing the celestial bone, merely utilizing his heavy pupil and void sutra would suffice. It is terrifying how formidable one can become. It is worth noting that Gu Changge is currently only at the 6th level of the Wheel of Fate realm, while Jihaoyue has already manifested divine phenomena at the divine realm, making him an exceptional prodigy. Changge, are you alright? Ji Shuidan inquired anxiously upon seeing Gu Changge open his eyes again, as he was her most cherished son, a piece of her own flesh. I am well. Thank you, Mother, for your protection. Gu Changge smiled at Ji Shuidan. Ji Zhao and Ji Hanyuan approached as well, examining Gu Changge with admiration tinged with regret. They admired Gu Changge's extraordinary talent, which surpassed their expectations, even more so than Jihaoyue. Yet, it was regrettable that Gu Changge was not a true descendant of the Ji family. What kind of extraordinary technique did you cultivate to invoke a thunder tribulation? Jihaoyue asked curiously. A legacy that fundamentally enhances one's foundation, Gu Changge replied with a smile. It can strengthen the Wheel of Destiny. Although Gu Changge felt it was unlikely, he spoke cautiously. Enhancing the Wheel of Destiny. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao, Ji Hanyuan, and the others were taken aback. The Wheel of Destiny represents innate talent, with many destined from birth, and only the Changxing family has the potential to improve the quality of the wheel, albeit at a tremendous cost. Figures like Jihaoyue and Jiryu had almost reached the pinnacle with their wheels, nearly at the 9th pattern. Gu Changge, without a doubt, was also at the 9th pattern, yet it could still be further enhanced. Indeed, it was an extraordinary technique. Ji Zhao, Ji Hanyuan, and even Jihaoyue gazed at Gu Changge with keen interest, pondering what would transpire if he were to share this knowledge. Gu Changge, fully aware of their thoughts, chuckled and said, "This technique can only be cultivated by one person in a generation. Sharing it would be futile, and you would not comprehend it anyway. Such methods cannot be casually disclosed." All were left feeling regretful, as this extraordinary technique indeed possessed various restrictions, and they had encountered the most vexing of them all. However, it was precisely this that underscored the terrifying nature of such a legacy. After a brief conversation with Ji Zhao and Ji Hanyuan, Gu Changge bid farewell as they left with Ji Shuidan. As Ji Shuidan departed, she winked at Su Zhe, signaling, We are aware of your intention to seek the yin-yang energy from your sister Ryu. You must express your gratitude to her. By the way, your sister Ryu is going to the yin-yang cave to obtain a legacy, so accompany her as a gesture of thanks. Without allowing Gu Changge a chance to respond, Ji Shuidan slipped away. Beside them, Ji Ryu looked at Gu Changge with anticipation. Seeing her expression, Gu Changge chuckled, for even without Ji Shuidan's prompting, he would have accompanied Ji Ryu. After all, whether to assist Yi Chun or to rescue Ji Ryu, he would gladly join her. Most importantly, it seemed that attempting to exploit the system's loopholes would be impossible, as it had been clearly stated that one could not use system rewards to continue accumulating benefits. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ryu. It will be a good opportunity to clear my mind after the breakthrough, Gu Changge remarked, gently stroking Ji Ryu's smooth hair with a smile. Great. The yin-yang cave will likely open in 3 days. We shall go together, Ji Ryu exclaimed. Then turned her gaze towards Ji Haoyue. Initially, Ji Haoyue had intended to join them. However, upon witnessing Gu Changge's recent advancements in strength, he lost all desire to participate. With Changge accompanying you, I need not intrude. I shall retreat to cultivate, Ji Haoyue stated seriously, waving his hand and leaving without a trace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Gu Changge tested the enhancements brought by golden spiritual energy, which, as expected, proved to be at least 3 times stronger than his previous spiritual energy. He also experimented with the Wheel of Destiny's ability to devour spiritual energy, resulting in a funnel of energy stretching over 10,000 meters. This commotion startled the entirety of the Changxing Ji family. Even Ji Hanyuan initially thought a sage was about to break through, only to be left both amused and astonished upon realizing it was Gu Changge. Additionally, the tranquility within the Shueiyue sect had been disrupted. Most notably, a terrifying prodigy had recently emerged among the inner disciples, who, starting from the 10th rank, had been advancing through the ranks with unprecedented speed, capturing the attention of the sect leader himself, who personally took Yichen as his disciple. Truly, it can be said, in the eyes of the disciples of the Shueiyue sect, Yichen was nothing short of a legend, having ascended through the ranks in a remarkably brief period to reach the pinnacle of their lives. Yichen had no choice. While he initially wished to keep a low profile, he understood that only by becoming a senior member of the Shueiyue sect could he draw closer to Ji Ryu. Otherwise, he would be unable to approach her at all, let alone travel together. If he were to be like the others, merely holding a nominal position, he would likely only catch a fleeting glimpse of her at the beginning, with the rest of the journey seeing them separated entirely. Yichen, I never expected your comprehension to be so extraordinary. You've even mastered a king-level source technique. Indeed, your source technique alone is sufficient to elevate our Shueiyue sect to new heights. You have also made initial progress in the Shueiyue Heart Sutra. If you continue to cultivate diligently, it is not inconceivable that you will place on the dragon and serpent ranking, astonishing the world. Should you perform well, the position of the Shueiyue sect's young master may very well be yours. Chapter 77. Yichen, do not come any closer. Yichen chuckled at this remark. Yet, little did he realize that he merely scoffed at the notion. The position of a mere young master of the Shueiyue sect could hardly compare to being the son-in-law of the Changxing clan. Not to mention merely making it onto the dragon and serpent ranking. His true ambition was to reach the true dragon ranking, and to claim the top spot at that. As long as he adhered to his plan and seized the prophetic opportunities, even someone as formidable as Gu Changge would be no match for him. As for the others, they were of no concern. The notion that the Shueiyue sect leader could entertain the idea of him bowing to their authority was utterly absurd. Thus, he patiently awaited the passage of the day. 4th day. Today marked the opening of the Shueiyue Cave Heaven. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu made their way to the Shueiyue Cave Heaven, while the Shueiyue sect and other factions submitted their yin-yang Cave Heaven to the Changxing Ji clan, arranging for their disciples to gather at the designated meeting point. At the assembly point, the disciples led by the Shueiyue sect engaged in lively discussions, occasionally casting curious glances toward the sky. The yin-yang Cave Heaven was finally set to open, and they wondered whether the Changxing clan's attendees would be male or female. It was said they were of the direct lineage of the Changxing clan, undeniably precious. If they could catch the eye of such individuals, it would surely mean a swift rise to prominence within their own sect. What a fanciful dream. The direct descendants of the Changxing clan would hardly deign to notice us, some remarked, while others remained more grounded. Regardless, everyone present eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Changxing Ji clan. A full quarter of an hour passed. As the time elapsed, no elders or disciples from any sect exhibited any signs of agitation. Instead, it felt entirely as it should be. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky seemed to part as if pushed aside by a colossal entity. Among the clouds, a massive ancient ship unfurled its formidable sails, descending slowly before the astonished gazes of the Shui sect and other factions. The worship of the Changge clan. What level of nobility was this that warranted the dispatch of a warship? It was known that warships were only commanded in times of conflict for the Changge clan. The crowd gasped in awe, their expressions painted with shock. Meanwhile, some of the sect leaders, aware of the implications, displayed expressions of excitement, eagerly gazing toward the ship. At last, would they see the legendary goddess of the Changge clan? Yichen too felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the descending ship. His thoughts turned to Ji, whose pure and captivating beauty resembled that of a pristine lotus. His heart raced, especially upon learning that her yin-yang divine body had awakened. He was now impatient to claim her for himself. With a sudden gust of wind, the ship finally steadied in midair. A terrifying aura of a king emanated from the vessel, akin to a true dragon awakening, pressing down upon the chests of the gathered disciples like an immense mountain. Has everyone arrived? An authoritative voice reverberated through the air, and a towering phantom emerged, coalesced from spiritual energy, before the assembled factions. Leading the group was none other than the elder of the Ji-Dao clan. It is indeed Elder Ji-Dao. We are all present. The Shui sect leader respectfully bowed to the phantom, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Very well, then. You may board the ship. Elder Ji-Dao's voice was devoid of emotion. Yes. The disciples of the Shui sect and other sects responded in unison, promptly turning to call their peers. Hurry, board the Ji clan's warship at once. We are setting off for the Yinyang Cave Heaven. Upon hearing their elders' calls, the disciples were momentarily taken aback before a wave of excitement washed over them. They would actually be able to travel aboard the warship? They had anticipated trailing behind the ship instead. One by one, beams of light soared into the Ji clan's warship. Upon their arrival, they were immediately captivated by the ethereal figures that graced their sight. At the forefront was a youth who appeared youthful yet possessed a commanding presence. Exuding an extraordinary aura, clad in black with golden trimmings, his long hair was tied back with a golden ribbon, and his eyes bore the semblance of dual pupils. Imbued with a sacred radiance, revealing a strikingly flawless demeanor. Beside him stood a stunning maiden with youthful features and a voluptuous figure, radiating charm and lively energy. Akin to a sprite. Upon witnessing these two individuals, the disciples from various sects were momentarily rendered speechless. So beautiful, exclaimed a disciple of the Shui sect, unable to contain his admiration for Ji-Ryu. And that young man is so handsome. Some of the female disciples gazed at Changge with starry eyes. Yichun ascended the warship alongside the Shui sect leader. The moment he laid eyes on Ji-Ryu, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. But upon noticing Changge standing beside her, his expression darkened, turning ashen. Changge. Yichun whispered the name, each syllable escaping his lips like a chilling wind through a crevice. Yichun stared incredulously at Changge, who stood beside Ji-Ryu. This was not right. Why was Changge here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Changxingu clan? As Yichun stared at Changge in disbelief, Changge, too, noticed him. However, he made no move, merely casting a meaningful glance toward Yichun, causing Yichun's heart to race and his gaze to drop in concealment. Yichun's heart raced. Ever since encountering Changge, he felt as though he was perpetually thwarted. Everything he attempted went awry. Now, Changge was present for this expedition into the Yinyang Cave Heaven. Damn it. If I fail again this time, I shall pay any price to eliminate this one. What of his dual pupils? He is merely a fledgling genius. Once I obtain that item, any explosion below the king realm would spell his doom. Little did Changge know that he had been marked as a target by Yichun, who had resolved to eliminate him. Yet, even if Changge were aware, he would likely dismiss such a notion as trivial. A mere rogue cultivator. How could he compare to himself, the scion of the Ji clan? With his dual pupils and divine bone? The Shui sect leader, noticing some of his disciples growing restless, quickly cautioned, do not disturb or offend those two. They are noble figures of the Changxing clan. The young lady is Ji Hanyuan's daughter, Ji-Ryu, and the young man, though unknown, likely possesses an extraordinary demeanor and could very well be the Ji clan's divine offspring, Ji Haoyue. You would do well to avoid courting disaster. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the other sections. The glances directed at Changge and Ji-Ryu grew even more fervent. While their nobility was evident from the first glance, the confirmation from their leaders only heightened their intrigue. Chapter 78, Assassin Strike. Why does Changge appear multiple times? As the crowd harbored their own schemes, Ji-Ryu found herself troubled by the fervent gazes surrounding her. In a fleeting moment, a familiar glance caught her attention, revealing Yichun. Oh, Brother Changge, look. That seems to be the person we saw in Lingquan Fudi, Ji-Ryu suggested, gesturing for Changge to observe Yichun. Changge had already noticed him and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. Ji Ryu pondered. How could he possibly be here? That faction appears to be disciples of the Shuiwei sect. Recalling the events that transpired in Yunlong City, Ji Ryu discerned that Yichen was evidently not a virtuous individual. Having provoked Gu Changge, and his gaze towards her felt unsettling. She sensed that Yichen harbored ulterior motives towards her. Moreover, what was the source of this persistent, ominous feeling? As time passed, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu traveled alongside disciples from various sections. However, a series of peculiar incidents unfolded. The disciples often engaged in sparring, eager to showcase their prowess, while some female disciples deliberately drew near, striving to exhibit their charms in hopes of capturing Gu Changge's attention. Unfortunately, both Ji Ryu and Gu Changge remained oblivious to these advances, engrossed in their own conversation, which led the female disciples to envy Ji Ryu and the male disciples to admire Gu Changge. Meanwhile, Yichen seethed with resentment, especially during the sparring matches where he brazenly offended several top disciples from various sects, defeating them with ease. His intention was to garner Ji Ryu's attention. Yet despite his newfound notoriety, she did not even spare him a glance. All his efforts were in vain. Yichen's heart darkened. So, only Gu Changge holds your gaze? What sets me apart from him, other than my inferior background? Yet, he quickly dismissed his frustrations, a cold smile creeping across his face. Very well. Soon, the adversaries of the Xianxiaji family will surely make their move. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted as several terrifying pillars of light surged upwards from the vicinity of the Ji family warship, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, rendering the space remarkably stable, causing many commonly used treasures for escaping to vanish entirely. Oh no! Ji Dao, seated atop the warship, abruptly opened his eyes as the pillars ascended. A glint of blade intent flashed in his gaze as he declared in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, Ji Dao, the elder of the Ji clan, soared into the sky, his terrifying blade intent mingling with the might of a king, sweeping across the realm. The sound of blades resonated through the heavens, as if he were about to cleave the very sky and split the earth. Ji Dao's heart sank as he glanced at the formation, realizing its profound complexity. Even he, a being of royal might, could not discern its secrets. The formation possessed the ability to imprison the void, suggesting that the assailants had come prepared. Who dares? Ji Dao shouted, surveying the area warily. I am Ji Dao of the Xianxiaji family. Do you dare to strike against us? Are you not afraid of our retribution? As he spoke, he discreetly transmitted a message to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. Young Master Changge, Miss Ryu, I will create a rift in this formation shortly. You must flee at once. The rest will have to fend for themselves. Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu's concern deepened as she looked towards Ji Dao. Elder Ji. Gu Changge nodded, surveying the formation. With his mastery over the Source Heavenly Book, he could easily identify the formation's weaknesses, despite not knowing its name. I shall employ the Source Heavenly Sense and Mai to dismantle it. However, Gu Changge hesitated to reveal his abilities too soon, wishing to uncover the identities of those behind the attack on the Xianxiaji family. The other sect leaders, elders, and disciples were in a state of panic, astonished that anyone would dare to assault the Xianxia family. How could this be possible? Unfortunately, the presence of Gu Changge complicated matters. Just as Ji Dao's words faded, three powerful figures emanating royal might appeared, their forms shrouded in divine light, obscuring their features. However, the aura they exuded was undeniably on par with that of Ji Dao, suggesting they were top-tier experts among the royal ranks, comparable to the head of the Xianxia family or the sovereign of the Undying Holy Land. Haha. We are here to slay your Xianxiaji family members. Indeed, once we deal with you, we shall claim your divine maiden with the yin-yang body for our young master. They bellowed. A terrifying force shattered the surrounding void, causing the spiritual energy to emit mournful cries. Ji Dao's expression darkened as a fierce killing intent surged within him. You seek death by coveting my family's divine maiden. With a thunderous roar, Ji Dao unleashed his blade intent, momentarily disrupting the operation of the formation. In a flash, a dazzling beam of blade light cleaved through the void, striking a corner of the formation near Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. The ground trembled, and the heavens fractured as Ji Dao's overwhelming blade prowess carved an opening in the formation. Quickly go, he shouted to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. The three royal assassins targeting the Xianxiaji family exchanged glances, smirking as they thought, trying to escape? Not a chance. Just as they prepared to strike, Ji Dao unleashed three arcs of blade light, cutting through the void with a resonant hum. Ji Dao, a prodigy of Gaia's generation, stood tall. Even those of royal might, seemingly equal to him, felt their hair stand on end and had no choice but to abandon their assault on Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. Let us go. Gu Changge urged Ji Ryu. She nodded, and together they flew towards the breach in the formation created by Ji Dao. Yichen hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, the Shuai sect leader and others watched the unfolding events, and upon witnessing Ji Dao's breach, they rejoiced, shouting, "Quickly, everyone! Let us flee this formation." Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu, and Yichen successfully escaped the formation, but those from the Shuai sect were not so fortunate. In that brief moment, the three royal figures who had clashed with Ji Dao were now free to target them. Chapter 79. The son of the pure blood Yazi. With a cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy, a colossal hand, spanning 100 feet, descended upon the disciples and elders from various sects attempting to follow Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu's lead in escaping the formation. In the next instant, a deafening explosion reverberated, akin to something shattering in the void. Sensing the disturbance behind them, Yichen quickened his pace, matching the speed of Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, who had already exited the formation. The royal figure who had made the attempt to strike expressed displeasure, noting, Ji Ruyu and the person beside her have escaped, along with a junior sect disciple. That is of no consequence. Another royal figure interjected, having been repelled after clashing with Ji Dao. Our young master is outside. They cannot escape. Furious, Ji Dao, who was still engaged with his final opponent, seethed, "What force are you? How dare you assault my Xianxiaji family's divine maiden? You seek death." Humph. The two conversing royal figures scoffed, their expressions cold. "First, you must pass through us." They had heard tales of Ji Dao, the unparalleled blade master who had suppressed foes a millennium ago, and they were eager to test his strength. "You shall pay for this." Within the formation, a titanic battle erupted, shaking the very foundations of existence. The terrifying fluctuations threatened to destabilize the grand formation, leaving the various factions within it in a dire state. Lords, elders, disciples, those who were alive lamented, while many had met their demise. In the midst of a battle between extraordinary powers, they appeared as mere ants, their lives entirely beyond their control. The realms of life wheel, divine communication, enlightenment, and ascension might signify strength in the outside world. However, in the eyes of the formidable beings of the sovereign realm, particularly those from the eternal families and the immortal sanctuaries, they were akin to insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave of a hand. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu managed to escape the grand formation. In truth, there was no need for such an escape. Should Gu Changge find himself in peril, his guardian could effortlessly eliminate any threats. However, the guardian was not a trump card, but a precautionary measure. Should every situation require the guardian's intervention, even the most terrifying prodigy could never truly flourish. Even if one were to achieve great heights in cultivation, they would merely be a decorative vase. Brother Changge, the individual I mentioned earlier has been following us, Ji Ruyu indicated behind them, remaining close to Gu Changge. Indeed. I noticed, Gu Changge nodded, coming to a halt, prompting Ji Ruyu to do the same. Yichen, having discreetly followed Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu out of the formation, knew he could not escape their notice. Thus, upon seeing them stop, he approached with a smile, greeting them. "Son of Changge, Fairy Ruyu, we meet again. It seems you have keen eyesight to have noticed my presence." Gu Changge regarded Yichen with an inscrutable expression, sensing that Yichen was seemingly aware of their every move. This feeling was reminiscent of his experiences with Gu Qingqiu, leading him to harbor a vague understanding of Yichen's true nature as a child of fortune. Nevertheless, verification was necessary. If this were indeed the case, he would need to capitalize on this reborn individual, who differed from Gu Qingqiu, his kin and binding counterpart. Yichen was a child of destiny, an individual who seemed to be at odds with him. Such a potential asset, Gu Changge would surely seek to extract every ounce of benefit before ultimately eliminating him. To simply kill him would be a waste, especially if he possessed extraordinary treasures as a reborn individual. Such artifacts undoubtedly represented his ultimate trump card, with myriad unpredictable powers. Should the time come to strike decisively, preparations would need to be made to ensure Yichen had no escape, leaving him to await his demise. Feeling the weight of Gu Changge's scrutiny, Yichen was overcome with unease, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. He recognized this was no mere illusion. Gu Changge was likely employing his unique ocular abilities to observe him. Suppressing his anxiety, he forced a smile. I had already sensed that the son of Changge and Fairy Ruyu were extraordinary. In perilous situations, it is only prudent to remain close to you for survival. Now that you have emerged, should we not part ways? Gu Changge showed no courtesy, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Yichen's smile faltered, and Ji Ruyu remained steadfast, wholly supportive of Gu Changge's decision, particularly in driving away someone like Yichen, who harbored ulterior motives. Yichen's mind raced, without Ji Ruyu at his side. How could he present himself? Cursed be the day Gu Changge had appeared. Finally, he devised a response, his face tinged with trepidation. "Son of Changge, we are all fugitives now. The assailants were clearly targeting Fairy Ryu. They may have set their sights on you as well. Keeping me around could bolster your strength. And perhaps I could assist you in confronting the enemy. My apologies, but your assistance is unnecessary, Changge replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yuchen. Moreover, those who could benefit from your help are unlikely to be my equal. Yuchen felt the sting of Changge's words. Was he truly so insignificant? What of the eternal families? Were they inherently superior? He was a reborn individual, possessing the rebirth stone, and if only given time. His breath quickened, eyes bloodshot with determination. He would confront Changge, revealing his hidden cards, seeking to vent his frustrations. Just as Yuchen prepared to act, a mocking voice interjected from the side, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Oh, I heard the elder mention that the G family's goddess had escaped. I thought you had fled, yet here you are, engaged in idle chatter. The voice dripped with condescension. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged, adorned with black horns and crimson eyes, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. A being resembling a dragon, the son of Xian stepped forward, his gaze fixed greedily upon Ji Ryu. Chapter 80. The Overwhelming Xian. Under Xian's gaze, Ji Ryu felt a wave of discomfort and ultimately sought refuge behind Changge, casting a look of disdain at him. Yichun, witnessing Xian's arrival, felt a mix of excitement and anger. The excitement stemmed from the fact that, in his previous life, Ji Ryu should have been fleeing at this moment. The anger arose from the presence of Changge, whose imposing demeanor rivaled that of Xian. Moreover, Yichun was decidedly displeased with the way Xian regarded Ji Ryu, for in his heart, she was already his chosen one. You are the young master mentioned by the assailants? Changge inquired, sizing up Xian with raised eyebrows. Indeed, and who might you be? Why are you accompanying Ji Ryu? Xian's curiosity piqued, for he sensed that Changge, like Ji Ryu, was no ordinary individual. Perhaps he was even a talent from the Ji family. Changge, was the succinct reply. Xian repeated the name, recognition dawning upon him. In the next moment, his eyes lit up with terrifying battle intent. You are the born divine, the dual pupil wielder, the son of the eternal Gu family, Changge. Changge nodded. Haha. If this news spreads, my name shall resonate across the myriad factions. Changge observed Xian's exuberance, his lips twitching slightly at the display of youthful bravado. Yet, Changge found himself intrigued by Xian. He had heard Ji Ryu mention that Xian's lineage was of pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and he was curious about the nature of his powers. And you, who do you represent? Changge countered. Xian refrained from revealing his identity outright, maintaining a cautious demeanor towards Changge, the son of the eternal family. With a sinister smile, he replied, you will learn when you are on the brink of death. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of the divine realm enveloped the area. Xian unleashed his full strength without restraint. This display was not merely an act of vengeance against the eternal Ji family, but also a bid to capture Ji Ryu, who had just awakened her yin-yang divine body. With her assistance in dual cultivation, his progress would be exponential. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the eternal Ji family, necessitating a complete eradication of all witnesses. Everyone, except Ji Ryu, was to perish. Even if Changge was the son of the eternal Gu family, his life would mean nothing in the face of death. A tumultuous sea of blood engulfed everything around, reminiscent of a colossal tsunami. Changge, Ji Ryu, and Yichun appeared as mere leaves adrift on this crimson ocean, poised to be swallowed by the surging waves of blood at any moment. The thundering sound of the waves echoed through the air. In the next instant, Xian stood atop the towering sea of blood, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. The palpable aura of death almost solidifying the very fabric of reality. With a wave of his hand, Xian conjured a massive bloodied hand from the sea of corpses, directing it toward Changge with a singular intent. Ji Ryu, witnessing this, was about to rush forward to aid Changge, but he restrained her. Stepping forward with a smile over his shoulder, no need for your intervention. This fellow pales in comparison to your cousin, Haoyue. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. In the next moment, Changge unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable strength of his physique erupted, his vitality surging skyward. In that instant, he resembled an ancient, colossal elephant. With a single strike, he shattered the blood hand conjured by Xian. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, the proud expression on his face frozen in shock. What? He bellowed incredulously. How could his full force be so effortlessly countered by Changge? It was unfathomable. He was a peerless prodigy of the Ya clan, a pure-blooded descendant. And yet his attack had been dismissed so casually by Changge. In the past, even a ninth-layer loose cultivator from the human race would have been sent reeling by such a blow. Impressive strength, Changge remarked, gazing at Xian atop the sea of blood. No need to introduce yourself. I can discern your lineage from your actions. You hail from the Yi clan, known for their vengeful nature. It seems their reputation holds true. You indeed seek revenge. The Changge family appears to have many grievances with your clan. Yet, I did not anticipate you would attempt to abduct a goddess of the Ji family, who said one with it cannot cultivate their physique. Changge cast a sidelong glance at Yixian, his eyes shimmering with. In the next moment, an aura of celestial light enveloped him, his voice resonating like thunder. As he ascended over the blood sea, he stood defiantly against Yixian. But since you have expressed your intent to kill me, I shall not hold back. In fact, I never intended to let you leave alive. Extraterrestrial prodigies are not worthy of mercy. Ha ha ha, your physical prowess is indeed surprising, but do you truly believe that strength alone, coupled with your, can capture me? Yixian attempted to mock Changge. Yet, Changge offered him no opportunity for retort. Employing the Great Void technique, in an instant, Changge was beside Yixian. Startled by the sudden appearance of Changge, Yixian instinctively recoiled. However, the next second, he felt a hand firmly grasping his throat. It was indeed a powerful, violet hand, gripping him tightly. Why do you find this impossible? Who instilled such audacity in you? Changge's appeared like an abyss, calm and unyielding, sending shivers down Yixian's spine. In Chapter 81, the suppression of Yixian commenced. Yixian struck at the violet hand clutching his throat. A transparent wave of energy erupted, showcasing the immense power behind it. Yet, the violet hand shattered into countless fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Yixian leaped back, creating distance between them. Changge did not pursue but instead stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing Yixian with indifference. Ji Ruyu, witnessing Changge's commanding presence, felt a surge of admiration. Yixian, in her view, was hardly inferior to her brother, Ji Haoyue, yet he was swiftly overpowered by Changge in every aspect, speed, demeanor, and authority. Too magnificent, Ji Ruyu thought gleefully, while Yichen's expression darkened. Watching Changge steal the spotlight and Ji Ruyu's admiration, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! If you possess the ability to defeat him, why not finish him off immediately? Surely, you are not afraid of the Yi clan's retribution. Yichen wished for Changge to eliminate Yixian, believing that such an act would draw the Yi clan's ire upon the Changge family, thereby solidifying an alliance against a common enemy. However, Yichen noticed that Changge was locked in confrontation with Yixian, and Ji Ruyu stood unguarded. Seizing what he perceived as a perfect opportunity, his eyes lit up as he glanced at Ji Ruyu, whispering, Fairy Ruyu, Changge is currently engaged in battle. There may be hidden dangers nearby. I possess an innate sensitivity to such threats. If you were to encounter peril, it would surely distract Changge. Perhaps we should retreat for now, and he can follow afterward? Ji Ruyu, engrossed in observing Changge, furrowed her brow upon hearing his voice. Casting a glance at Yichen, with the weight of his words, she mentally condemned him, placing him on her blacklist. My brother Changge is fighting fiercely to protect me against a formidable foe. How dare you suggest abandoning him to flee first? You treacherous coward. Do not presume that others share your treacherous nature. Disgusted by Yichen's suggestion, Ji Ruyu dismissed his words, remaining focused on Changge. Yichen, noticing her gaze shift toward him after his transmission, felt a flicker of hope. Fairy Ruyu? Did you hear me? Yet, the essence of his voice dissipated as it neared her, repelled by an unseen force. Seeing this unfold, Yichen's face turned ashen. Damn it! Wasn't she supposed to be naive? Why would she refuse something so evidently beneficial? How infuriating! Meanwhile, facing Changge, Yixian recalled the brief moment of distraction he experienced under Changge's pressure, igniting a fierce anger within him. So, that truly reveals one's weaknesses. I have experienced the Great Void technique firsthand. It humiliated me by exposing my flaws. This grievance shall be avenged, Yixian resolved. Understanding that the humiliation could potentially foster a lingering psychological scar, he determined to retaliate immediately, wishing to eradicate this shadow of doubt. Just because you are a year or two older and possess some talent, you think you are invincible among the younger generation across the myriad realms? Revenge? That depends on your capability. As Changge's manifested, waves of void energy radiated from him. With a mere gesture, a violet hand emerged from the void, reaching toward Yixian. Yixian, witnessing the approaching hand, roared, summoning a protective barrier of blood to shield himself. As the hand struck the barrier, it unleashed a cacophony of tumultuous waves and a terrifying surge of crimson energy. Some talent, indeed. You dare make such claims. I see you are merely at the 6th layer of the life wheel realm. How do you intend to contend with me in the divine transformation realm? Thus, the battle continued, the stakes rising ever higher. Yashuan waved his hand, dispelling the oppressive handprint descending from the void. He formed intricate seals with his fingers, And as terrifying Tao patterns spread across the blood sea, a colossal crimson figure, towering 100 feet, materialized behind him. Yaxuan unleashed his innate divine ability, crafting a blood body through an extraordinary phenomenon, each of his movements imbued with earth-shattering power. With a thunderous crash, the 100-foot blood giant stomped down, causing the ground to cave in. He swung his fist, the giant leaning forward, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that nearly suffocated. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Changge merely lifted his gaze slightly and with a single step, appeared before Yaxuan. Get lost. Yaxuan, unperturbed by Changge's sudden appearance through the Great Void technique, gathered the power of the blood sea into a blood fist, aiming to send Changge flying into the giant's attack range. Changge scoffed, raising his fist, and with a roar of colossal particles, he struck out. Boom. The terrifying blood aura instantly enveloped both Changge and Yaxuan. At that moment, the blood giant Yaxuan had conjured transformed into torrents of crimson, surging towards Changge, enveloping them in a space akin to being submerged in blood. Brother Changge, Ryu gasped at the sight. Yichen was elated. Good, just like that. Finish Changge inside. Yaxuan, in your past life, you were among the top 30 on the True Dragon list, the 29th True Dragon prodigy. Although Changge ranks 5th, he has yet to mature. You can definitely defeat him. However, before Ryu's voice faded and before Yichen could fully form this thought, a sudden explosion erupted from the blood sea. In the next moment, a figure plummeted from the blood sea, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ryu's heart tightened at the sight, but when she recognized who had fallen, she was stunned. It was Yaxuan. Chapter 82, the Guardian of the Yinji clan. Beside her, Yichen's eyes widened in shock as he saw Yaxuan tumble from the sky. No, the outcome was decided so quickly, and he was defeated by someone else. Is Yaxuan really that weak? What on earth happened up there? Lying on the ground, Yaxuan spat out blood, his red eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Changge, stammering. How is this possible? What did you do just now? Yaxuan's words left Yichen in utter astonishment. Even the principal actor was unaware of how he had been vanquished by Changge. Was this a joke? Ryu, meanwhile, did not dwell on such thoughts. Seeing Yaxuan gaze up in horror, she looked towards the heavens and found Changge still exuding an aura of calm, like an immortal standing amidst the mortal realm, which relieved her greatly. After witnessing Changge ensnared in Yaxuan's blood sphere, she had nearly acted on impulse. Reflecting on her previous panic, Ryu felt a desire to knock some sense into herself. Why did she become so impulsive at the mere sight of danger befalling Changge? Changge remained suspended in the void, gazing down at the astonished Yaxuan. Before taking a step forward, swish. The elusive nature of the Great Void technique was employed flawlessly by Changge, and in an instant, he stood before Yaxuan, who was visibly weakened and in disarray. Changge smiled faintly. If you wish to know, you may inquire below with those I have defeated. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, unleashing a terrifying purple radiance from his fingertip. Yaxuan's pupils constricted in response to the overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, fear washing over his face as he sensed Changge's intent to kill. You, Changge, let us speak civilly, Yaxuan hastily exclaimed. Yet, Changge's finger did not waver. As it drew nearer, Yaxuan's bravado crumbled into a desperate plea. You cannot. I am the pure-blood son of the Yinji clan. Do you know how esteemed pure-blood beasts are among the alien tribes? Should you slay me, it would be akin to offending my Yinji clan like the Changge family. Do you wish to make an enemy of us? As Yaxuan spoke, Changge's finger hovered just a couple of centimeters from his brow, finally pausing. Sensing the lethal intent just before him, Yaxuan swallowed hard, relief washing over him. Right, rest assured, after this battle, I shall no longer be your foe. I will exact my vengeance on you, but since your guardian has appeared, I will reluctantly spare your life. Senior, could you grant me this favor? Changge's words left Yaxuan momentarily speechless. Ryu and Yichen, upon hearing this, were equally astonished. However, Yichen quickly turned his gaze to Changge's side. Indeed, an elderly figure with a head full of white hair and a youthful visage stood beside Changge, having arrived unnoticed. Once a sage, he was highly attuned to the aura of such beings. With a single glance, he discerned that the figure standing next to Changge was a quasi-saint, not a full sage. Yet, in the current context, a quasi-saint was an entity to be revered, especially since they were still in their formative phase. A sage represented the ancestral figure of a long-lived family, as did a quasi-saint. Yaxuan, having a quasi-saint as a guardian, truly lived up to his past reputation as the 29th True Dragon prodigy on the True Dragon list. Yet, after this battle, his heart would be scarred, potentially limiting his future potential. Thoughts turned, and Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Gu Changge. If Yaxuan had a quasi-saint guardian, what about Gu Changge? Who was his protector? A quasi-saint? Or perhaps a sage? Or even an emperor? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Chen felt a twinge of envy. Although he despised the powerful factions and prodigies of the Changsheng family and the undying sacred land, he could not deny that such advantageous backgrounds were truly enviable. They were born into privilege, never needing to fight for resources. Their lives catered to them, allowing them to focus solely on cultivation. With top-tier guardians watching over them, they never had to fear lethal dangers. How could one not be envious? Ji Ryu also noticed the quasi-saint of the Yinji clan standing beside Gu Changge. She gazed at him with deep admiration, exclaiming, "The human race often produces unparalleled prodigies and astonishing geniuses. Now, the son of Changge is among them. Common prodigies would likely be no match for you in a single strike. Though the human race is inherently weak, their potential is indeed a cause for concern even for our fierce beast clans. You flatter me, senior. After this battle, Yaxuan has lost." The quasi-saint Yayu shook his head in disappointment as he looked at the defeated Yaxuan slumped beside Gu Changge, to have diminished before even entering the world. It seems his future achievements will be limited. However, despite this, Yaxuan's innate talent still warranted cultivation. He simply could not reach the pinnacle. "Senior, I am afraid I cannot allow him to leave so easily." Gu Changge remained assertive in the face of the quasi-saint. Yayu frowned. Does the son of Changge have more to say? His expression darkened. As a quasi-saint, he had already extended considerable courtesy by praising Gu Changge and personally intervening. Was that not enough? Yu Yinji clan plotted to abduct the Ji family goddess, Ji Ryu, and even intended to kill me. Now he has been defeated by my hand. Senior, if you say he can leave, then others might think that the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family fear your Yinji clan? Yayu's expression darkened at those words, but Gu Changge's reasoning was undeniably sound. What conditions do you propose? Speak freely. Yayu conceded. Recognizing that Gu Changge must have someone backing him, his quasi-saint instincts sensed a threatening aura locking onto him from the surroundings. Let him vow before heaven that he will bow and give way in the future whenever he sees me and will no longer make a move against the goddess of the Ji family. Your Yinji clan must not act against the Changsheng Ji family again. Gu Changge spoke calmly, yet the implications of his words were explosive. Yi Chen's expression turned vivid at the sight. Would a pure-blood scion of the Yazi lineage lower his head and make way for you? What an audacious notion. The Yazi clan is inherently bloodthirsty, driven by a relentless desire for vengeance, brimming with arrogance. It seems that Gu Changge is destined to face the reckoning from this quasi-saint protector. Haha. Ji Ryu was equally astonished, yet her heart swelled with emotion. This act not only safeguarded herself, but also aided the Changsheng Ji family. Yayu sneered. Son of Changge, do you truly believe your proposed terms hold any merit? In the vast domains, who does not know that my Yazi clan never submits? If we are unsatisfied, we are fully prepared to engage in battle. The reason for our defiance is merely the absence of a fearsome presence to contend with. Do you yield? Gu Changge turned his gaze towards Yixian. Upon encountering Gu Changge's contemptuous stare, Yixian felt a rush of blood to his head. Yet, the words that followed from Gu Changge froze the boiling blood within him. If you refuse to yield, I shall slay you on the spot. And even your quasi-saint protector shall be of no use here. Chapter 83. Who said I would spare Yixian? Yixian could not muster a single word. Meanwhile, the expression of the quasi-saint Yu darkened. This Gu Changge had the audacity to threaten his own protector's charge right before him. How brazen. Just as Yu was about to speak, a suffocating aura suddenly enveloped him, as oppressive as celestial wrath. It felt akin to an ancient mountain pressing down upon him. Despite his quasi-saint cultivation, in the face of this presence, Yu felt as though he were gazing up at an insurmountable figure. There were only two possibilities for such a situation, either a saint above the quasi-saint level or a quasi-emperor, regardless of which. They were entities he could never hope to confront. Initially, this endeavor was already unjustifiable, lacking righteousness. Even if he were to be slain, he could only seethe in impotent rage. Cold perspiration beaded on Yu's forehead as his mind twisted in torment. Damn it. How could I have encountered a Gu Changge? What was that? Gu Changge regarded Yu with indifference. Beside them, Yixian seethed with fury, yet felt at a loss as to how to react. For there loomed another presence he greatly feared, watching him closely. Simultaneously, Yu could only hope that Yixian would show some semblance of humility and back down, allowing him to unleash his wrath and flee. However, before that thought could fully form, Gu Changge's next action left him wide-eyed. You seem quite resistant. In that case, do not blame me. You were destined to die? With a wave of his hand, Gu Changge summoned an ethereal hand that seized Yixian's head. No. Yixian barely had time to utter a word before his head exploded. This sudden turn of events left Yi Yu in a state of shock. While Yi Chun and Ji Ryu were equally taken aback, unable to fathom that Gu Changge would strike with such abruptness. In truth, Gu Changge had never intended to spare him. What a jest! After committing to such a lethal course of action, would he simply allow his opponent to swear an oath and escape? His previous actions were merely to lower the guard of this quasi-saint protector, forgiven Gu Changge's cultivation. To slay one whom a quasi-saint sought to protect under their watchful eye was no trivial feat after all, despite Gu Changge's formidable talent. He was yet merely at the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm. Well done. Ha ha ha. The Changxingu family shall certainly have the Yazi clan keeping a close watch. Yi Chun exclaimed in delight upon witnessing this scene, particularly eyeing the quasi-saint protector Yi Yu. Hoping that in his wrath, he would take it upon himself to eliminate Gu Changge, ensuring his opponent would have no place to rest. Yi Yu was momentarily stunned. But the next instant, an overwhelming fury filled his chest. You seek death. Boom. The terrifying aura of the quasi-saint surged, akin to a true dragon awakening, causing the very void to tremble and the heavens to darken. Even Gu Changge, Ji Ryu, and Yi Chun felt as though a primordial divine mountain weighed heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. Yi Yu, in a fit of rage, was about to strike, but the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened, his complexion turned ashen, and his quasi-saint aura vanished without a trace. The diminutive Yazi clan, when did they dare to strike against the scion of the Changxingu family? A calm voice resonated through the heavens. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Yu's brow as he gazed in terror towards the sky. Is it wrong for me to be enraged after Gu Changge slayed a pure-blood scion of the Yazi clan first? Indeed, it is wrong. In the 3,000 domains, it has been privately agreed that the younger generation shall contend, while the elders shall not intervene. Moreover, given that your Yazi clan initiated the ambush, what of it if I kill a pure-blood Yazi cub? Not only shall I slay him, but I shall also sever your own arm. A chilling voice reverberated through the firmament. Yi Yu, in a state of panic and fury, exclaimed, How dare you? Do you intend to incite a war between the Yazi clan and the Changxingu family? If you possess the capability, then summon your Yazi clan. The voice in the sky scoffed, and before Yi Yu could react, one half of his body suddenly erupted. Boom. Yi Xian shrieked, his face turning pale. Beside him, Yi Chun observed this scene, his lips trembling. Indeed, the Changxingu family were not to be trifled with. Was this what you meant by severing an arm? You nearly obliterated half of him. Very well. Should you utter another word, you shall remain here. The indifferent voice seemed to understand Yi Yu's temperament. And before Yi Xian could speak, the murderous tone rendered Yi Yu speechless. Yi Yu fell silent, stepping into the void and vanishing. In an instant, a quasi-saint had been reduced to half a body. Yi Chun comprehended the extent of Gu Changge's protector's cultivation. It surely exceeded the 5th level of sainthood. Even at his peak in a past life, he had never attained such heights. Gu Changge was indeed accompanied by a high-tier saint protector. How enviable. These top-tier forces inspire both admiration and resentment. Once Yi Yu departed, Gu Changge turned his gaze to the heavens. Offering a slight bow, I never anticipated that Ancestor Gu Yang would aid me. I am profoundly grateful for your protection. Changge, if I do not protect my Changxingu kin, should I then shield outsiders instead? Ancestor Gu Yang laughed heartily, stepping forth from the void. Unlike the supreme aura exuded by Yi Xian, Ancestor Gu Yang had returned to simplicity, resembling an ordinary mortal. Even saints are but mortals. There once were supreme beings who spoke thus. Yet only those who have truly traversed the realm of saints comprehend the depth of this statement, something Gu Changge was currently unaware of. Greetings, Ancestor Gu Yang. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Ji Ryu approached Gu Changge, respectfully bowing to Ancestor Gu Yang. For our first meeting, allow me to present you with a small token. I hope you do not find it lacking. Ancestor Gu Yang regarded Ji Ryu as though he were gazing at the future bride of the Changxingu family, producing a jade pendant adorned with yin-yang fish swimming within. This yin-yang fish pendant was a trinket I discovered during my travels. It is perfectly suited for you. It can autonomously transform spiritual energy into yin-yang energy, accelerating your refinement speed. It also has the capability to store yin-yang energy, enabling you to engage in prolonged combat. Furthermore, it possesses protective properties. It is yours. Ancestor Gu Yang presented the pendant to Ji Ryu. Upon receiving the pendant, Ji Ryu looked to Gu Changge, who nodded with a smile. Accept it, as it is a gift from the ancestor. Very well. Ji Ryu nodded, deeply bowing to Ancestor Gu Yang as she accepted it. Thank you, Ancestor. Upon acquiring the yin-yang fish pendant, Ji Ryu felt an immediate sense of compatibility, thoroughly satisfied. After bestowing the gift upon Ji Ryu, Ancestor Gu Yang turned his attention back to Gu Changge, narrowing his eyes as he smiled. I thought you would spare Yi Xian. I did not expect you to strike so suddenly. If I had spared Yi Xian, Would not the ancestor have been disappointed? Gu Changge replied with a faint smile. Chapter 84. The Unrelenting Yichun. A template for humiliation of the protagonist. Guyang nodded upon hearing this. Naturally, the Changxing family has never feared any adversity nor any formidable powers. If you were to spare that pure-blooded Yazi offspring this time, I would indeed question my judgment of your character. However, your final intervention took me completely by surprise. I suspect you acted as you did, seemingly lenient, solely to ensure absolute certainty. Am I correct? Gu Yang's expression conveyed his unwavering conviction. Indeed, he had not misjudged. After all, the quasi-saintly prowess was far beyond Changge's current reach. I am well aware that there are protectors behind me. Should the opponent take action, the ancestor would certainly not stand idly by. My unexpected strike would catch their protectors off guard, just as the ancestor was equally astonished. Gu Changge's words elicited a hearty laugh from Gu Yang. A remarkable talent, unflappable in the face of circumstances. Not only that, but you also exhibit a graceful demeanor towards your kin, fostering harmony. You are undoubtedly the finest candidate to steer the Changxing family. Truly, my discernment has proven correct. It is not solely your extraordinary talent that makes you the chosen one of the Changxing family. He continued, well, I shall not intrude upon your youthful affairs any longer. You must promptly attend to the Inyang cave. With a chuckle, Guyang turned to gaze at the grand formation behind him. Within the formation, the atmosphere outside was tumultuous with quasi-saintly energy. Ji Dao and the others had long ceased their skirmish, focusing instead on the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the emergence of Yu's protector, Ji Dao's expression shifted, preparing to summon an ancestor with a jade talisman. However, as Guyang revealed his aura and locked onto Yu, Ji Dao's anxiety dissipated. At that moment, Guyang's gaze seemed to pierce through the formation, landing squarely on the three formidable monarchs of the Yazi clan surrounding Ji Dao. This is bad. The three monarchs felt an icy chill envelop them, as if they were being targeted by death itself. They gasped in terror and immediately transformed into streaks of light, attempting to flee. Alas, Guyang merely glanced at them, and after a flash of inscrutable runes in his eyes, their bodies exploded without so much as a whimper. Witnessing Guyang effortlessly dispatch three monarch-level adversaries, Gu Changge's eyes flickered with astonishment. The might of a saint is indeed terrifying. I can only hope to reach such heights soon. After eliminating the three monarchs, Guyang's figure melded into the void, vanishing from sight. It was at this juncture that Ji Dao approached. I must extend my gratitude to the son of Changge, he expressed earnestly. It is no trouble. It is the ancestor's merit, Gu Changge replied, shaking his head. Ji Dao marveled. I did not realize that the son of Changge had a saint protecting him. Truly remarkable. As Ji Dao spoke, he hesitated. For figures like Ji Haoyu and Yu were merely quasi-saint protectors. After all, within the Changxing families and the immortal sacred grounds, there were many quasi-saints. Yet true saints numbered fewer than a third of that. Each one represented the profound heritage of their clan. Deploying a saint for 24 hours of protection is an infrequent occurrence throughout the ages of the 3,000 realms. Only those recognized as young emperors or exceptional prodigies could command such attention. Gu Changge clearly belonged to this elite category. The Changxing family has placed significant trust in Gu Changge, he mused with a smile. As the discussion reached its conclusion, the recent battle had inflicted substantial losses upon the various sects accompanying the Changxing family. The Lord of Shui had nearly succumbed to the chaos, almost departing this world. Ji Dao gathered the disciples of the various sects and declared, "This calamity has been thrust upon you without cause. Once our expedition to the Inyang cave concludes, the Changxing family shall endeavor to compensate you generously. Elixirs, divine weapons, and methods of cultivation shall all be provided. You need not accompany us further. You may depart at your leisure." The Lord of Shui and others nodded vigorously, relishing the prospect of compensation without further involvement. Though they had lost many, the prospect of reparation from the Changxing family rendered their losses bearable. Those affected by the battle could only lament their unfortunate fate. However, amid the joy of the sect leaders, elders, and disciples, Yichun found himself in dismay. Was this journey truly coming to an end? Where was the imagined scenario of adventuring alongside the goddess, igniting sparks of connection? Even the opportunity to showcase his valor and broaden his horizons had vanished. It was all Gu Changge's doing. Yichun's mood soured, his initial anger and embarrassment morphing into resentment. He perceived Gu Changge as a persistent nightmare. Wherever Gu Changge appeared, misfortune followed. Yet, despite his frustration, Yichun could only endure, for provoking Gu Changge might lead to dire consequences. Son of Changge, like the celestial maiden, I possess the extraordinary ability to assist both of you in swiftly locating treasures within the Inyang cave. Yichun boldly recommended himself. Initially inciting Ji Ryu to escape with him, he now shamelessly sought to promote himself. This audacity drew Gu Changji's attention, prompting an impressed glance. Goodness, you truly have no sense of shame. At the same time, the Lord of Shuiwei was pleasantly surprised to see Yichen boldly introducing himself in front of Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. Especially with such a rare talent for treasure-seeking. Perhaps this disciple, taken in unexpectedly, was indeed exceptional. No need, Gu Changge replied dismissively, glancing at Yichen. Yichen had not anticipated such a decisive rejection from Gu Changge. How absurd. To not act decisively would only invite greed for his woman. Only a fool would do such a thing. Ji Ryu. Yichen turned to Ji Ryu, his eyes filled with expectation, silently pleading for her agreement. I trust in Brother Changge, she replied, leaving Yichen in a state of panic. Was there truly no chance left? I genuinely possessed the ability to locate treasures. The Lord of Shuiwei, initially pleased with Yichen's self-promotion, grew increasingly displeased as he witnessed Yichen's relentless pursuit of Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. His expression darkening. How dare you persist in offending the esteemed ones after they have clearly declined your advances? Do you believe they lack temperance? The presence of these two formidable figures meant that should one become irate, they could easily dispatch a quasi-saint to obliterate the Shuiwei sect. Yet, Yichen remained oblivious to the mounting displeasure of the Lord of Shuiwei and the disciples, who were increasingly vexed. Just as he prepared to display his skills, the elders and disciples of other sects could no longer contain their disdain. Where did this bumpkin come from, daring to offend such dignitaries? Is he out of his mind? Quickly, someone take him away before he brings shame upon us. Hearing the murmurs around him, the Lord of Shuiwei's expression darkened further. However, recalling Yichen's talent, which rivaled that of certain notable factions, he decided to intervene. Approaching Yichen, he reprimanded him sharply before turning to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. His demeanor instantly brightening. Apologies, esteemed ones. My misguided disciple may have been overly eager to impress, thus losing his senses. Gu Changge merely smiled at Yichen. No matter, I do not take offense. Certainly, how could someone of your caliber concern himself with an ordinary individual? The Lord of Shuiwei nodded repeatedly. This display nearly drove Yichen to the brink of fury. How dare this old fool decide for him? Yet, recognizing his current inferiority to the Lord of Shuiwei and the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, he ultimately subdued his anger, lowering his head in silence. Very well. We shall not disturb the young master. Yichen bowed his head in acquiescence. Ji Dao did not intervene. Having encountered many individuals like Yichen who aspired to ascend the social ladder, if he became displeased, he could simply eliminate him. Currently, with the leader of the Shuiwei sect escorting Yichen, Ji Dao chose to show a measure of respect, as the Shuiwei sect remained steadfastly loyal to the Changxing family. Although there had been casualties this time, the compensation from the Changxing family was indeed quite favorable. After all, assisting in the Yin-Yang cave would be a reward in itself, and any opportunities derived would depend solely on one's own efforts, particularly in aiding Ji Ryu in acquiring the Yin-Yang cave's legacy. In comparison, the value was crystal clear. Gu Changge's gaze shifted toward the departing Shuiwei sect, his eyes reflecting a stirring ambition. He was already contemplating the assassination of Yichen. By applying immense pressure on Yichen, he could compel him to exhaust every known advantage, which Gu Changge would then seize for himself, relishing in the triumph. Even if he failed to kill him, he could not allow Yichen to frolic so freely before him. Brother Changge, I feel we should maintain a distance from that Yichen, Ji Ryu remarked, gazing in the same direction. He seems to have ulterior motives regarding you. Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu blushed, turning to Gu Changge with bashfulness. If anyone were to seek me, it should be someone like Brother Changge. Ha ha, Gu Changge chuckled. Meanwhile, Ji Dao averted his gaze, choosing to ignore the exchange. However, Gu Changge approached Ji Dao. Senior Ji Dao, I may need your assistance in concealing our presence for a while. What is amiss? Ji Dao inquired, puzzled. Conceal our presence? Are we to follow Yichen? That Yichen claims to possess an extraordinary treasure-finding technique. How could the Shuiwei sect have such a legacy? This man likely harbors significant secrets. The main concern is that I sensed a murderous intent directed toward me from him. Earlier, with the Ji family's affiliated forces present, I refrained from acting. Now, eliminating him would likely draw no suspicion toward the Ji family, Gu Changge said calmly. Ji Dao chuckled darkly. Such audacity. A mere disciple of the Shuiwei sect dares to covet the attention of the esteemed Changge, and even has designs on the young lady. His crimes are unforgivable. Very well. I shall escort young Master Changge and Miss Ryu, after which we shall proceed to the Yin-Yang cave, with the token to access the cave in Ji Dao's possession. A delayed visit posed no issue. Boom. A radiant beam ascended into the heavens. Elsewhere, after departing with the leader and other disciples of the Shuiwei sect, Yichen felt a seething rage threatening to consume him. Yet, the Shuiwei sect leader continued to lecture him. You must learn patience. It is not so simple for individuals of such stature, like the young master and Miss Ryu, to notice others. Understand that once we capture their attention, we shall soar to great heights. There will be other opportunities. Let this one pass. I understand, master. Yichen feigned calm, but inwardly he held utmost disdain. How dare a mere insect, who had yet to reach the level of a king, lecture him? He had encountered more trials in his 3 lifetimes than this individual had tasted treasures. Very well, you comprehend. Focus on your cultivation. The time for the prominent heirs of the Changsheng families and the immortal sanctum to compete is drawing near. I understand. Master, I wish to find a place to release some pent-up frustration. Very well, you may go, the Shui sect leader nodded, permitting Yi Chen to leave. As some bystanders witnessed Yi Chen's departure, they assumed he had angered the Shui sect leader and had been expelled from the sect, prompting them to mock him. He doesn't even recognize his own worth, daring to curry favor with those 2 nobles. Indeed, he believes himself remarkable due to a modicum of talent. Yet in comparison to those 2, he is but a flickering firefly against the full moon. Yi Chen, hearing the jeers, silently catalogued their faces in his mind. Yet, their mockery only fueled his indignation further. Boom, boom, boom. In a secluded area, Yi Chen unleashed a torrent of formidable attacks, the earth crumbling and forest ablaze. His power rivaled that of an average deity. Yet, Yi Chen himself was merely at the lifeful stage. The child of fortune possessed his advantages. Were it not for Changge's incessant interference, Yi Chen would have leveraged Ji Ruyu's identity and the opportunities behind her to swiftly ascend and catch up with the foremost prodigies. Changge, you shall pay dearly for this. I will kill you. Yi Chen bellowed, releasing his fury into the heavens. Chapter 86. Who do you wish to kill? Injured. On the brink of death, the treasure escapes. After a fierce cry, Yi Chen's breath grew labored, his eyes icy. Very well. This setback shall not be my end. Other opportunities await. Since Changge is allied with Ji Ryu, I shall target Xianxiao. This woman possesses a supreme bone and will likely soon venture into the Bronze Immortal Palace. Only after she has entered will the world know of her miraculous manifestations. The Bronze Immortal Palace is said to be located within the central state. A month remains. This woman had a tragic past, at odds with the Changsheng family. Although unaware of the current circumstances between her and the family, she will likely follow the same path as in her previous life, entering the Bronze Immortal Palace for opportunities. I shall join her then. I refuse to believe I cannot succeed even once. As Yi Chen pondered the forthcoming events, in the sky, Ji Dao, cloaked in the concealed presence of Changge and Ji Ryu, sensed Yu Chen's long howl and his eyes glimmered with a chilling malice. This youth must die. Indeed. He deserves to perish, Changge concurred. Ji Ryu, her petite face flushed with anger, glared at Yi Chen below. Is he deranged? We have never provoked him. Yet he continues to harass us. Now that we wish to disregard him, he still seeks to harm you, Brother Changge. He is nothing but a malevolent cultivator. Ji Ryu struggled to articulate her disdain, employing every derogatory term she could muster against Yi Chen. Upon witnessing this, Changge smiled lightly. Some individuals, when faced with adversity, will indiscriminately lash out at those associated with the situation. Do not be surprised. Yi Chen clearly embodies the vengeful type of the favored child of destiny. Friends are used and discarded. Enemies are annihilated. Changge represented the latter, deeming the former unnecessary. Such extreme self-interest renders one hollow upon reaching the pinnacle of power. Humph. He is simply infuriating, Ji Ryu huffed. Changge found her reaction amusing, glancing at Yi Chen below before addressing Ji Dao. Senior Ji Dao, I implore you to take action. This individual possesses significant secrets and likely extraordinary treasures. Go all out. Understood. Without needing further persuasion, Ji Dao was already prepared to act. In the next moment, Ji Dao stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of the king enveloping Yi Chen below like an ancient divine mountain. His voice, cold as eons of ice, carried a murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very air. Who do you wish to kill? Below, having resolved his intentions, Yi Chen was poised to discreetly depart the Shui sect to seize other opportunities. He aimed to elevate his strength to the divine realm by the time the Bronze Immortal Palace opened, allowing him to rise alongside the foremost prodigies and gain favor in Xianxiao's eyes. However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura of the royal realm enveloped him, causing his body to feel as though it were plunging into an icy abyss. Particularly, the voice held an unsettling familiarity. The Ji blade of the Changsheng family. Yi Chen abruptly raised his head to gaze skyward. Indeed, hovering 100 feet above him was an elderly man of extraordinary demeanor. His terrifying presence fixated upon him like a corpse. Behind him stood Changge and Ji Ryu, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. You dare to strike from the shadows. With a sneer, Ji Dao formed his fingers into a blade and unleashed a powerful wave of blade energy toward Yi Chen below. You dare to accuse us of ambush when you seek to kill the son of Changge? Die. The dreadful blade energy, reminiscent of a force capable of cleaving the very fabric of the void, bore down upon Yi Chen, whose senses nearly succumbed to the pressure. Feeling as though he were being bisected, his soul froze, his blood stilled. Break. In such dire circumstances, Yi Chen merely lost his focus for an instant before breaking free from Ji Dao's royal blade intent. Although he had freed himself from Ji Dao's influence, he was still merely at the life will realm. With a sickening sound, an arm was severed and sent flying. Ji Dao raised an eyebrow in astonishment, recognizing that a mere disciple of a minor sect at the life wheel realm had managed to escape his blade intent. You possess a significant secret. Die. Ji Dao exclaimed, launching another fierce attack, this time extending over 100 meters, with the blade light nearly obscuring the very colors of the heavens. Ah, old dog, I will remember you. Yi Chen seethed. Changxing Gu family, Changxing Ji family, Gu Changge, one day I shall break down your family gates and make you grovel before me. The chasm between the life wheel realm and the royal realm spanned 4 major levels. As Ji Dao's blade light threatened to reduce Yi Chen to powder, a white jade stone, imbued with an aura of overwhelming Dao, erupted from Yi Chen's brow. Before Ji Dao could react, the stone enveloped Yi Chen and vanished into the void. Moreover, as the white jade stone tore through the fabric of space, it exhibited a faint crack. Enveloped in the white light of the stone, Yi Chen's face contorted in pain upon hearing the sound of the stone cracking. Casting a fierce glance at Gu Changge before resolutely plunging into the void. In an instant, he traversed thousands of miles. The ensuing commotion drew the attention of mighty beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles as the royal aura surged forth, even attracting the presence of quasi-saint energies. Gu Changge gazed at the spot where Yi Chen had vanished, his dual eyes shimmering with insight. He had confirmed that Yi Chen was indeed akin to his earlier conjectures, a reborn individual like Gu Qingxiu. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It is no wonder this is a world of fantasy. As an awakened transmigrator, I have encountered 2 reincarnated natives. Yet, neither Gu Qingxiu nor Yi Chen poses a threat to me. In fact, I have already completely subdued Gu Qingxiu. As for Yi Chen, with my innate talents, coupled with the advantages of the Changxing family and knowledge of my opponent's trump cards, if I cannot triumph, I might as well take my own life right here. Chapter 87. Only under pressure can one become a qualified treasure hunter. How could he escape? Ji Ryu exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. The Ji Dao clan elder has exerted his full strength. Clearly, this Yi Chen is no ordinary foe. However, to activate such a treasure at the life wheel realm likely exacted an unimaginable cost from him. Furthermore, he is grievously injured. Ultimately, it is my failure to act effectively. Ji Dao apologized to Gu Changge. I sincerely regret not being able to eliminate this adversary, allowing such a formidable foe to remain at large. Not to worry, Gu Changge replied, shaking his head. He had never anticipated that Ji Dao would successfully slay Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was the favored child of fortune in this world. If he were indeed a reincarnated being, his luck would be immense, making him difficult to eliminate. As long as we make him pay a sufficient price, that suffices. Each time we compel him to bear a cost, it weakens him. As mentioned before, only by applying adequate pressure can Yi Chen become a qualified treasure hunter for me. Let us proceed, Elder Ji Dao. Gu Changge suppressed his thoughts, smiling as he spoke. We should head to the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Thousands of miles away, with a crack, a bloodied and weakened Yi Chen fell through a rift in the shattered space. His right arm severed, his clothes and face splattered with blood. He felt the irreversible damage inflicted upon his holy soul by the use of the rebirth stone. The road to recovery would require an indeterminate time for his soul to mend. This would directly impede his cultivation speed, his ability to seize opportunities, and even his future plans, for he had intended to break through to the divine connection realm and enter the bronze immortal palace alongside Gu Qingxiu, thereby encountering the invincible female sovereign of his previous life. Yet now, it seemed unlikely he could even recover his soul's injuries before Gu Qingxiu entered the bronze immortal palace, let alone achieve a breakthrough. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Yi Chen coughed heavily, acutely aware of his severed arm and the grave injuries to his soul. His eyes blazed crimson with fury as he gritted his teeth. Gu Changge, I shall not rest until this vengeance is avenged. With determination, Yi Chen struggled to rise. Although his right arm was severed, with sufficient miraculous treasures, it could still be restored. However, the forced activation of the rebirth stone to escape and evade Ji Dao's royal attack had left his soul grievously wounded. The immediate priority was to find a soul treasure to mend his soul's injuries. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate, leading to potentially irreversible harm over time. With this in mind, Yichen leaned against a nearby tree, enduring the pain as he retrieved medicinal pills to begin his recovery. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. This location lay within the domain of the Changge family, a place where extreme yin and yang converged, originally under the jurisdiction of the Shuiwei sect. Upon discovering its anomalies, the Changge family was summoned for investigation and subsequently took control, allowing various nearby sects to obtain entry quotas for exploration. The Yin-Yang Pool. The water here is frigid, profound, and unfathomable. Strangely, the surrounding area is shrouded in thick mist due to the terrifying fusion of yin and yang forces, preventing sunlight from penetrating, while at the center of the Yin-Yang Pool, it seems a great sun is hidden within. This marks the entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Since entry into the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is limited to those below the Divine Connection realm, the next phase depends on the abilities of the son of Changge and you. Mississippi. However, rest assured, aside from the areas of Yin-Yang inheritance that you cannot explore, all other dangers have been mostly eradicated. Just be cautious when entering the inheritance area. Son of Changge and Mississippi Ji Dao cautioned them, his tone quite serious. Understood, Gu Changge nodded. With a smile, Gu Changge replied, you are the main character. I am merely passing through. It is you, brother Changge, who bears the true burden. Hee. Ji Dao chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Upon entering the pool, one could see the entrance at the bottom. As Ji Dao spoke, a token flew above the Yin-Yang Pool. In an instant, the sun and moon converged, and yin and yang fused. A beam of spiritual light shot upwards from the Yin-Yang Pool. Let us go, Gu Changge called to Ji Ruyu, leaping into the Yin-Yang Pool. Ji Ruyu quickly followed suit. Upon entering the Yin-Yang Pool, the anticipated chill did not manifest. Instead, a gentle warmth enveloped them. Even more wondrously, while the pool appeared unfathomably deep from the outside, once inside, they could see the bottom, where the spiritual light was rich and vividly visible. The Yin-Yang Pool is not particularly deep. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu descended, only taking a few breaths before reaching the bottom. Gazing at the shimmering entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu exchanged glances, and together they soared into its depths. A sensation of transmission enveloped them. And as Gu Changge's vision momentarily warped, it swiftly corrected itself. Before them lay a verdant forest, rich with spiritual energy, and most astonishingly, the sky above was adorned with both a bright moon and a radiant sun, a celestial display of the coexistence of day and night. Ji Ruyu too sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. Is this truly the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? It feels rather comforting, she remarked, blinking as she felt the vibrant Yin-Yang divine energy within her. Do you sense anything else unique? Gu Changge inquired. The Yin-Yang Cave Heaven has always existed, and the place of inheritance has remained unexplored, perhaps awaiting a fated individual. Without question, Ji Ruyu, with her Yin-Yang divine body, is the most fitting candidate. Special sensations? Indeed. It seems as though something familiar is calling to me, Ji Ruyu replied, her expression one of surprise as she looked at Gu Changge. Brother Changge, how did you know? Do you also feel this special calling? Gu Changge shook his head. Not quite. I merely sense that the inheritance of the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven remains unopened, possibly due to the absence of a suitable person. And you, Ruyu, with your Yin-Yang divine body, are indeed the perfect match. His words weren't entirely fanciful, but they weren't wholly truthful either. With all the novels I've read, I would be remiss not to recognize these tropes. Oh. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Gu Changge. He appeared far from an inexperienced prodigy of the Changge family, having never ventured into the world before. His knowledge and insight were reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. Brother Changge, you are truly impressive. Ji Ruyu finally expressed her admiration. Which direction do you feel it coming from? We shall head there directly, Gu Changge asked. As for Ji Ruyu's praise, it brought him a touch of joy, but nothing more. In that direction, Ji Ruyu replied after closing her eyes to sense again, pointing behind her. Let us go, Gu Changge said, using his spiritual power to envelop Ji Ruyu, lifting her into the air as they shot toward the direction she had indicated. In a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven that had been explored by countless individuals, Gu Changge was only interested in the inheritance, as was Ji Ruyu. They rushed towards the source of the inheritance, intent on obtaining it. After flying a mere 100 miles, they beheld a desolate expanse of crimson earth, devoid of life. Gu Changge paused, realizing that this terrain exhibited the forces of water and fire. Water and fire are incompatible, yet with a clever arrangement of formations, they can give rise to a terrifying power. This kind of terrain is considered to be mid-tier in the Source Heavenly Book, often employed by top-tier powers. Right ahead, Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu alerted, feeling the intensity of the calling urging her to move swiftly. Patience. Here lies a celestial force. After so many years, it has likely birthed something extraordinary. I think I understand why disciples from the Water Moon sect have been unable to claim the inheritance. Changge smiled knowingly. Celestial force? Ryu was taken aback, then recalled Changge's formidable talents and his mastery of source techniques, which were indeed formidable. Thinking of this, Ryu found Changge even more dazzling, akin to a shining figure of great power. Indeed, observe this place. The duality of yin and yang is strikingly evident. Changge pointed to a barren area nearby, which resembled scorched earth, stating, that region represents the yang aspect, though beneath the surface lies a profound mystery. As he spoke, he pressed down with a finger. Boom. The ground nearby collapsed. Instead of the expected hollow, it resembled pastries falling apart, revealing a series of crimson magma channels. These channels were abundant and aligned, growing denser as they approached their position. Such an abundance of magma rivers beneath the surface. Ryu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, this is a gathering of extreme yang energy. And on our side, Changge mirrored his previous action. Sure enough, beneath their feet, streams of water flowed toward the same point where the scorched earth met. The layout mirrored that of the fiery region perfectly. Identical. Ryu exclaimed in wonder. Lastly, we arrive at the confluence of the two realms. That location, if I am not mistaken, should be the place of inheritance, Changge declared confidently. He pointed again, directing his focus toward the intersection of the magma river and the ordinary waterway. Boom. The ground collapsed once more. In an instant, as the earth split open, a terrifying divine light erupted skyward, cascading in waves of overwhelming brilliance. This was the reason disciples from the Water Moon sect could not find the inheritance. Furthermore, simply finding it was not enough. Changge's gaze burned intensely toward the source of the divine light, and Ryu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the same spot. As the divine light appeared, Ryu felt the palpable calling, her yin-yang divine body resonating with an exuberance akin to encountering a beloved figure. Moreover, she sensed a chilling aura, as though something ancient and terrifying was awakening within that divine light. That must be what Brother Changge referred to, the extraordinary entity that has been nurtured here. A roar, reminiscent of a monstrous ancient creature, suddenly erupted from the divine light. In an instant, as the roar reverberated, waves of transparent sound rippled outward, extinguishing the spiraling spiritual light. The next moment, a colossal figure gradually rose from the source of the divine light. With a dragon's body and a serpent's head, crowned with a terrifying horn imbued with the power of water and fire, it embodied sheer terror. A serpent. This was a celestial spirit creature known as the water-fire spirit python. With the knowledge inherited from the source heavenly book, Changge recognized it instantly. The water-fire spirit python, born from the convergence of water and fire through the power of formations, inherently possesses a guardian consciousness, making it the ultimate protector. This water-fire spirit python exudes an incredibly terrifying aura, having reached the divine connection realm. Its true combat power likely surpasses that of an ordinary divine connection being. Changge mused. It seems this yin-yang cave heaven not only tests one's aptitude, but also evaluates the inheritor's combat strength. Should one fail in either aspect, even reaching this locale could lead to a hasty retreat. As a divine maiden of the Changxing family with an yin-yang divine body, Ryu undoubtedly possessed treasures capable of dealing with such a formidable celestial spirit. However, given the circumstances, it was unnecessary for her to intervene just yet. Moreover, they needed to secure the inheritance before considering involving Ryu. Curious about what treasures would be returned this time, Changge felt a surge of anticipation. Brother Changge, shall I take action? Ryu asked eagerly, a gem radiating a hair-raising aura appearing in her hand. It was clear that this gem contained the power of a terrifying strike, perhaps even several. Not necessary. Using such a treasure against this creature would be a waste. Changge stepped forward, addressing the water-fire spirit python directly. I shall handle this. Changge's long hair flowed gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. Surrounded by a shimmering aura that captivated the onlookers, Ryu was equally enchanting. Her cheeks flushed as she watched Changge assist her. When the water and fire spirit python emerged, it naturally noticed these two intruders disturbing its slumber, and it let out a furious roar directed at Changge. The massive serpent, stretching over 10 zhang in length, loomed before Changge, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped the surroundings. Even the most ordinary cultivators at the divine level would feel their scalp prickle and instinctively turn to flee upon witnessing such a sight. Yet, Changge remained calm, gazing at the water and fire spirit python with a smile, inviting, "Come at me." Chapter 89. Slaying the Water and Fire Spirit Python. The spirit creature nurtured by heaven and earth possessed a keen intellect, far more advanced than that of a mere nascent demon. Thus, the water and fire spirit python sensed Changge's provocation with clarity. With a thunderous roar, the colossal serpent lunged towards Changge like a dragon in flight. Unfazed, Changge retaliated, and the two forces collided in an instant. As the serpent approached, its tail whipped with a terrifying sonic boom, striking directly at Changge. In response, Changge felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, billions of colossal particles within him materializing into the form of majestic elephants, all trumpeting in unison. As a palpable force of vitality erupted from him, Changge grasped the air, summoning an enormous handprint from the void that seized the serpent's tail. The clash between the violet handprint and the serpent's tail sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere, obliterating the land within a radius of several li. Though the handprint quivered slightly under the impact, Changge held firm against the water and fire spirit python's formidable strength, which, while comparable to his divine might, was still insufficient to overcome him. The serpent, enraged by its failed attack, roared once more, a menacing fireball forming in its mouth, radiating a heat that made the air shimmer. This was the python's divine ability, known as solar flame. The records in the celestial tome detailed various spiritual creatures and their abilities, akin to an encyclopedia on celestial phenomena. Is it too presumptuous to exhibit your powers before me? Changge's eyes narrowed as he forcefully swung the void handprint. Down you go. With a swift motion, the handprint yanked the water and fire spirit python downwards. The serpent, attempting to unleash its solar flame, found its efforts thwarted by the sudden downward force, causing the fireball to explode prematurely and inflict damage upon itself. Moments later, under Ryu's astonished gaze, the ground trembled violently as a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the python's descent. How magnificent, Brother Changge. Go for it. She cheered from behind. Changge smiled in response, stating, for such a spirit creature, I require no encouragement. Employing the grand void technique, Changge maneuvered above the water and fire spirit python. He gestured again, the void handprint seizing the serpent by its vulnerable spot as it fell. With a mere thought, the python was lifted into the air, ensnared within the grasp of the colossal violet hand, its body writhing in a futile struggle. The scene was breathtaking. The python's immense strength causing the surrounding air to reverberate with echoes of its power. Yet within the grasp of the violet hand, it found no avenue for escape. Though the handprint momentarily restrained the water and fire spirit python, its tremendous force was unsustainable. Observing the serpent suspended in midair, Changge's eyes glimmered, and in an instant, a longbow that shimmered with the essence of fallen stars appeared in his hand. After acquiring the starfall bow and honing his archery skills, an opportunity had finally arisen. Drawing the bowstring, an overwhelming force surged within him, akin to primal strength, as golden spiritual energy coursed into the starfall bow. A golden arrow formed, embodying the essence of the shooting sun technique, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. The water and fire spirit python sensed the impending danger of death, descending into a state of frenzy as Changge aimed his bow. Yet, it was in vain. With a soft thud, the arrow was released, devoid of any explosive sound or blinding light, merely manifesting as a subtle ripple in the air. When combined with the grand void technique, it was akin to a guaranteed hit. A violet temporal wormhole appeared at the python's vulnerable spot, and before it could react, the arrow pierced through its body. Feeling its life force ebbing away, the water and fire spirit python could only emit a final, unwilling roar as its form disintegrated into countless red and blue particles. Vanishing into the void, Changge regarded the fallen serpent with a calm nod, his expression unperturbed, lacking any exuberance. Slaying such a celestial creature paled in comparison to besting the likes of Yichen and other fated individuals, or the long-lived families, the immortal sanctuaries, or the pure-blood progeny of foreign races. While Changge remained indifferent, Ryu was not so reserved. Witnessing his swift and decisive victory over the water and fire spirit python, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Brother Changge, you are so impressive. Indeed, she affirmed. Together, they soared towards the location from which the water and fire spirit python had emerged. Before them unfolded a breathtaking realm, awash in crimson and azure hues. At the confluence of these two colors stood an enormous, striking black and white lotus, upon which rested a sizable palace. How beautiful! Ryu marveled at the pure red and blue surroundings, alongside the wondrous lotus below. It is indeed stunning. That must be the place of inheritance. Let us descend. With the water and fire spirit python no longer a hindrance, Changge and Ryu landed effortlessly before the lotus palace. Upon their arrival, they beheld the plaque inscribed above the palace. Exchanging a glance, They nodded in unison and stepped inside. Chapter 90. The Yin-Yang Technique. The thousand-fold return of the Yin-Yang, the Yin Immortal Technique. As they entered, it felt as though they had passed through a translucent membrane. Outside, even Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu had felt alternating waves of heat and cold, but within the Yin-Yang Palace, such sensations vanished entirely. The palace, seemingly timeless, was impeccably clean and orderly, as if it had been untouched for ages. Surrounding the grand hall, there were few notable structures. The only striking feature was the numerous white jade pillars that appeared to be of immense value. However, for Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, members of the long-lived aristocracy, these jade columns were hardly awe-inspiring. This must be the ultimate destination, Gu Changge remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Ji Ruyu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. The call seems to have faded upon entering here. Oh, shouldn't an eminent figure appear next to assess our qualifications and subsequently bestow rewards?" Gu Changge jested with a smile. Ji Ruyu paused, surprised. "Is that so? You might be onto something." Meanwhile, a hidden observer, who had intended to wait for Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu to marvel at the interior of the palace before searching for the Yin-Yang inheritance jade, was momentarily taken aback. Had they already deduced the process? Was everyone in this era so astute? As he silently criticized, his gaze fell upon Ji Ruyu, who seemed rather naive, prompting him to shake his head. Gu Changge must indeed be exceptional. This little girl appeared quite innocent. Yet, it was a pity the Yin-Yang divine body belonged to her. Not this girl. The observer inwardly sighed, having witnessed Gu Changge's battle with the water and fire spirit python. He certainly was the most suitable candidate for the inheritance. Unfortunately, countless years had passed, and the Yin-Yang jade could only bestow its legacy upon one, undoubtedly Ji Ruyu, the Yin-Yang divine body. To his astonishment, his fleeting thoughts had been sensed by the young man. Truly, the younger generation was formidable. As Ji Ruyu pondered, a figure, as gentle as a breeze, suddenly materialized before Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, clad in a Tai Chi robe and wearing a cosmic crown. The figure exuded an aura of serenity and appeared to be a celestial being. More accurately, she was a female Taoist. "There truly is one," Ji Ruyu exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Changge, equally surprised, maintained his composure. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Gu Changge respectfully addressed the Taoist. The ancient Yin-Yang sect had vanished for countless ages, yet here, in this place of inheritance, the spirit of the ancient sect still manifested. This individual must have been either a quasi-emperor or a great emperor in life, a figure of immense power. Observing Gu Changge, the Yin-Yang divine nun nodded. "Your visage resembles jade, and your demeanor is that of an ethereal being. What a fine young gentleman. Had you existed in ancient times, you would undoubtedly have been the saint of my ancient Yin-Yang sect. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder," Gu Changge responded, relishing the praise. Such flattering remarks are always delightful. However, it is not flattery but merely the truth. I am well aware of your purpose in coming here. The Yin-Yang divine nun waved her hand, revealing a black and white jade pendant that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. "Take this. By channeling your spiritual energy into it, you may enter the Yin-Yang space for assessment." Upon finishing, she turned to Gu Changge. "The energy within the Yin-Yang jade has diminished over countless years and is now sufficient for only one inheritance. Thus, to ensure its success, it must be attempted by the Yin-Yang divine body. It is truly unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have allowed you to try as well. And perhaps my sect could have had 2 inheritors." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow at this. "Only one inheritance? How intriguing. How might I utilize this opportunity to repay the favor?" He contemplated taking the pendant and offering it to Ji Ruyu. Would that count as granting her the opportunity? It should, he thought. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled at this revelation. She considered whether to let Gu Changge attempt it first. After all, if he comprehended the ancient Yin-Yang sect's teachings, he could later impart them to her. She had done nothing in this endeavor. It was entirely Gu Changge's effort. Just as Ji Ruyu was about to speak, Gu Changge had already taken the Yin-Yang jade and handed it to her. "Give it a try. We are undisturbed here. My ancient Yin-Yang sect is renowned across the realms, and its inheritance should be grasped by but one individual, thus must be kept confidential. You are the most fitting candidate as the Yin-Yang divine body." Gu Changge's words masked his inner delight. As he handed over the Yin-Yang jade, the system's notification had already appeared. Ding. The host has bestowed the Yin-Yang inheritance jade upon the binding return target, Ji Ruyu. Triggered a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the great Yin-Yang immortal technique. Indeed, he had successfully triggered a return. It seemed the system regarded this as his acquisition. This was not to be dismissed, especially since it was another immortal technique, evidently superior to the ancient Yin-Yang sect's legacy. Quite satisfactory, unbeknownst to Ji Ruyu. The most significant benefit had already been claimed by Changge. Seeing his selflessness, her already high regard for him surged past 90 points. Thank you, Changge. Ryu gazed at him, deeply moved. Then hurry and give it a try. You may need my higher quality yin-yang energies to assist in your cultivation in the future. Changge jested lightly. All right. Ryu nodded eagerly as she accepted the yin-yang jade. Now that the inheritance has a master, Maiwell can finally be at ease. The yin-yang divine nun smiled and nodded at Ryu. Esteemed elder, Changge inquired, what transpired in ancient times? Accounts of those events are scarce in later generations, merely hinting at a great calamity that caused countless inheritances to vanish. The yin-yang divine nun paused, taken aback by Changge's knowledge of such secrets. However, upon reflection, he appeared to be from a powerful lineage, perhaps a sect not inferior to their own yin-yang sect. After sensing his aura, she noticed his possession of celestial bones and the sacred light in his eyes. With his blood vitality reminiscent of a dragon, his potential was unfathomable. Such prodigies could only be nurtured by the highest powers. Was the era of the yin-yang sect truly ancient? She mused, sighing slightly. The other world. The great calamity. Once you reach the Emperor realm, you will glimpse but a fraction of it. To reach the Emperor realm? Isn't that the pinnacle of this world? Changge queried, intrigued, as he had heard that no one had yet achieved that status across the 3,000 realms. The ancient times were different. Immortal beings stood at the pinnacle, and the Emperor realm was merely a step on the path to divinity. The yin-yang divine nun's tone was filled with nostalgia. Times have changed. It seems there are currently no emperors outside. Regardless, it is perhaps better not to delve into such matters without sufficient strength, she concluded. Casting her gaze upon Ryu. Well then, the inheritance has concluded, and my time is up. As her words faded, her form began to dissipate into mist. Changge observed in silence, his mind already forming conjectures. His extensive reading of novels had honed his ability to predict plot developments based on minimal context. Could this be considered prescience? Yet, one must not rely solely on conjecture. It was crucial to consider tangible circumstances. For instance, the terms otherworld and great calamity invoked a nascent image in Changge's mind. It seemed like an invasion from another realm, leading to a cataclysmic battle within the ancient cultivation world, ultimately shattering the continent and resulting in the current 3,000 realms. However, this is merely a conjecture by Changge, as he lacks confidence in connecting the 3,000 realms that once formed a whole. Subsequently, the ancient cultivation world was engulfed in internal strife, introducing chaos from foreign realms, which led to unimaginable turmoil resulting in the obliteration of countless ancient legacies, ultimately benefiting the foreign realms. In any case, all possibilities exist. At this moment, Ryu suddenly let out a soft groan. Changge suppressed his thoughts and turned his gaze towards Ryu. She had now opened her beautiful eyes, which once held a clear, deep black hue akin to exquisite jade, now transformed into a depiction of the yin-yang symbol. Indeed, her eyes contained an enigmatic yin-yang diagram. Simultaneously, an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of the interplay of yin and yang, manifested around Ryu. Had she succeeded? Changge observed Ryu before him, nodding in satisfaction. With Ryu having successfully obtained the legacy, he dared to claim the returned reward. The yin-yang to yin immortal technique. Changge was immensely curious about the nature of this legacy, whether it was a divine power or a technique. System, claim the returned reward. As the words left Changge's lips, the system notification promptly chimed. Ding, returning reward. Yin-yang to yin immortal technique is being distributed. A torrent of information surged into Changge's mind. In an instant, his consciousness was flooded with profound truths, the resonant sounds overwhelming his senses. As his comprehension of the yin-yang to yin immortal technique accelerated at an unimaginable pace. From initiation to mastery, from minor achievements to great completion, the entire process did not take more than 10 breaths. It was at this moment that Changge finally grasped the essence of the yin-yang to yin immortal technique. As he perceived the contents of the technique in his mind, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was indeed a dual cultivation technique, perfectly tailored for the yin-yang divine body. The yin-yang to yin immortal technique was divided into the yang formula and the yin formula, which, when combined, could unleash the full potential of the yin-yang divine body, enabling the use of the combined divine power, yin-yang to yin divine light, capable of annihilating foes of the same realm and inflicting severe injuries even across realms. Most importantly, under dual cultivation, if paired with rare heavenly and earthly treasures, the speed of cultivation would experience an unimaginable increase. Attaining the status of an immortal would be expedited at an astonishing pace. Well then, having acquired this legacy, and with it being immensely compatible with Ji Ruyu, if her legacy did not surpass the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique, it would be reasonable to bestow it upon her. Elder Brother Changge? As Gu Changge absorbed the information regarding the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique and pondered whether to pass it on to Ji Ruyu, her voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Gu Changge turned to look at Ji Ruyu. What troubles you? Nothing, just contemplating some matters. Gu Changge smiled and inquired, Ruyu, how do you feel about the ancient Yin-Yang sect's legacy? It's wonderful. The Yin and Yang energies, which were previously difficult to harness, can now be summoned effortlessly. As I operate according to its technique, I feel an invigorating sense of vitality, and my cultivation progresses with ease, Ji Ruyu replied, her beautiful face lighting up with joy. Is that so? That's excellent, Gu Changge nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to transmit the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique to Ji Ruyu, allowing her to assess the merits of this technique in comparison to the ancient Yin-Yang sect's legacy. By the way, Ruyu, I have another, even more profound legacy. Gu Changge declared, originally, it was a gift prepared for you. Now that you have acquired the ancient Yin-Yang sect's legacy, you may also explore this one. Elder Brother Changge. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu's delicate face flushed with emotion, realizing that her brother had prepared a legacy technique specifically for her. Focusing her mind, Gu Changge smiled gently as he imparted the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique to Ji Ruyu. A surge of information flooded Ji Ruyu's mind, prompting her to emit a soft groan. Accepting the ancient Yin-Yang sect's legacy had already drained her mental energy, and now, with the profound and vast Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique, she found it somewhat overwhelming. Just as Ji Ruyu bit her lip, striving to endure, Gu Changge's gentle voice reached her ears. Open your mouth. Instinctively, Ji Ruyu complied, and in the next moment, a warm liquid entered her body. Almost immediately, an unimaginable warmth coursed through her, alleviating the discomfort of her spirit, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Ji Ruyu couldn't help but emit a soft sigh as her enchanting eyes slowly opened, reflecting Gu Changge's figure within them. Realizing her peculiar state, she shyly lowered her gaze. It's normal. The first absorption of the condensing Tao divine water feels like this. Now, take a look at the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique I imparted to you. Oh, Ji Ruyu nodded obediently, then began to explore the contents of the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique in her mind, silently comparing it with the Yin-Yang formula she had just inherited. To her astonishment, the comparison revealed that the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique completely overshadowed the Yin-Yang formula she had received earlier. The more she examined it, the more Ji Ruyu's heart swelled with amazement and gratitude, realizing that such a formidable legacy must have cost Gu Changge an unimaginable price. This was far too beneficial for her. Chapter 92, The Fusion of Spirits. A breakthrough in spirituality, early comprehension of anomalies. Elder Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu felt her heart being filled by the figure before her. How do you find it? Gu Changge inquired curiously. The Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique you passed to me is incomparably deeper than the Yin-Yang formula, seemingly surpassing the techniques of imperial realms, Ji Ruyu exclaimed. As long as it proves useful, Gu Changge nodded with satisfaction. The system is reliable. It appears this dual cultivation technique was not arbitrarily concocted. Observing Gu Changge's approving nod, Ji Ruyu suddenly blushed and added, the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique consists of the Yin and Yang formulas. The Yin formula allows for a much faster cultivation speed than the ancient Yin-Yang sect's Yin formula. But there seems to be an even quicker method, finding someone to cultivate the Yang formula in tandem. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge turned his face slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the one who had transmitted this technique to Ji Ruyu, and it felt like she indirectly suggested that he desired her companionship. Indeed, the thought crossed his mind, and Gu Changge saw no reason to conceal it. The Yin-Yang divine body, with countless divine sons, saints, and pure-blood offspring across the 3,000 realms, would surely be tempted upon learning of this supreme dual cultivation body. Coupled with the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique he imparted and the condensing Tao divine water, Gu Changge could only speculate how drastically his cultivation speed would surge. Elder Brother Changge, you can cultivate the Yang formula, right? Ji Ruyu asked, her delicate cheeks flushed as she glanced at him with her large eyes. Of course, Gu Changge replied, having already engaged in such practices previously. He was now taking the initiative. A true man follows through on his word. After all, this is the only way to maximize the cultivation speed of the Yin-Yang Diyin Immortal Technique, benefiting both you and me. Gu Changge nodded calmly. Ji Ruyu's face brightened. Then it's settled. You cultivate the Yang formula while I practice the Yin formula, and when we have time, we can cultivate together. I've already comprehended the Yang formula thoroughly. Ruyu, you have just begun. I can guide you in practicing the Yin formula. Here? Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu's face turned crimson, her voice stammering in nervousness. It's best here where we won't be disturbed. After saying this, Changge sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Ji Ryu. You sit in front of me. Oh, Ji Ryu, blushing with shyness, obediently sat before Changge. In that moment, her delicate hands fidgeted, reminiscent of a bride embarking on her wedding carriage for the very first time. If we were to engage in dual cultivation, it would indeed pose no issue. For our initial practice, let us attempt the dual cultivation of our souls. As for the more profound aspects of dual cultivation, let us wait until Ryu has mastered her Yin technique and attained its utmost effectiveness. Ah, good. Upon hearing this, Ji Ryu let out a sigh of relief. Though she could not fathom why a tinge of disappointment lingered within her heart, the thoughts swirling in her mind left her momentarily stunned. And soon she felt a wave of bashfulness engulfing her. What was she even contemplating? Let us channel our techniques and allow our souls to transcend, she declared. As Ji Ryu exhibited signs of anxiety, Changge took the initiative to speak, his voice gentle and soothing, akin to a refreshing breeze. Gradually, Ji Ryu found solace in his words. Their gazes locked, and a peculiar atmosphere, imbued with an ethereal essence, began to emanate from their beings. As though the very fabric of heaven and earth was manifesting around them. Changge activated his yang technique, and a torrent of searing energy surged forth from his soul. As he invoked his method, a soul radiating a faint crimson glow began to rise slowly from the crown of his head. On the other side, Ji Ryu appeared less adept than Changge. Her soul ascended with a stuttering pace, occasionally faltering. However, as Changge conjured forth the red light, Ji Ryu's soul gracefully floated into his presence. This is my soul. It feels so wondrous, she exclaimed, gazing down at her physical form and then at Changge, her face alight with astonishment. The phenomenon of her soul's transcendence indeed carried an air of mystery. Changge smiled faintly before directing his attention back to Ji Ryu. As he continued to channel the yang technique, Changge's soul radiated intense warmth. Upon Ji Ryu's soul drawing near, a refreshing aura emanated from her, compelling Changge's soul to gravitate towards her. Ji Ryu felt the same. Once her Yin technique brought her soul forth, it felt icy. In her perception, Changge's soul resembled a furnace radiating heat, and the closer she got to him, the more comforting that warmth became. Unavoidably, their souls inched closer together. In the next moment, their forms were pressed against one another. Changge lowered his gaze to Ji Ryu's soul and gently embraced her ethereal waist, inclining his head towards her. The instant he made contact, Ji Ryu's soul was enveloped in an extraordinary daze. Before long, a magnificent yin-yang emblem enveloped both their souls. The intertwining energies of yin and yang manifested a chaotic brilliance. After an extensive period, with a thunderous sound, two beams of luminous energy surged forth from the emblem. Their perceptive abilities had expanded exponentially. Moreover, remarkably, Changge's soul was now aware of an embryonic phenomenon beginning to take shape within. He realized that if he willed it, he could commence the condensation of this phenomenon at any moment. This signified that through his initial dual cultivation with Ji Ryu, he had transcended from the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm to the divine perception realm. It is important to note that the cultivation of the soul is an arduous endeavor. Even with the legacies of eternal families, the path remains fraught with challenges. Changge had only just attained the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm, still far from the divine perception realm. Yet this time, upon sensing the state of his soul, he marveled inwardly. The yin-yang to yin immortal technique is indeed formidable. For a first dual cultivation of souls to elevate my essence from the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm to the divine perception realm is astonishing. If I truly cultivate it, I may wield the phenomena of the divine perception realm even within the fate wheel realm. Should Changge achieve this, it would mark an unprecedented milestone, a feat never before accomplished by anyone. On the other hand, Ji Ryu also reaped significant benefits, rivaling those of Changge. Her soul felt incredibly transparent, and the sensation was one to which she could yield without resistance. It was simply too pleasurable.